A light breeze causes the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy, far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. But now, in late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. I breathe into my cupped hands and rub them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in this cold. Just how long am I expected to wait out here anyway? I'm sure the note said 4 p.m. Ah yes, the note. Slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches go, I'm more of a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit of initiative. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snowfall gradually thickens. The snowflakes silently falling from the white painted sky are the only sign of time passing in this stagnant world. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time is slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind. Hi, Hizao? You came? A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdropper to a conversation. I turn to face this voice and the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. Iwanako, I got a note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it, I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result. Pathetic. Yes, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it. A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle even if I tried. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst out from my chest and claim this girl for itself. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The cacophonous noise is music to my ears. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against a gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself, as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes lock with mine, and she lazily twirls her long, dark hair around her finger. All the while, the anxious beating of my heart grows louder. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried. You see, I wanted to know if you'd go out with me. I stand there motionless, save for my pounding heart. I want to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point. Hizao? I reach up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arms. Hizao? My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror. Hizao! The beating in my chest suddenly stops, and I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black. The last thing I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the incessant clatter of the branches above. Four Leaf Studios presents Katawa Shoujo. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. In that whole time, I can probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts, so I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. Arrhythmia. A strange word, a foreign, alien one, that you don't want to be in the same room as. A rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently, I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. It really didn't do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They practically had 2 hemorrhages apiece. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course, there isn't a cure. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at the hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, I felt as if I was missed. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get-well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came in on a regular basis. Iwanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited anyway. We didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. I guess it's because they're in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I'd be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of omen. I still ask the head cardiologist about leaving, but my expectations are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answers shows that there is at least some hope. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why, I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism for my situation. I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital, although it was more like a storeroom for books. I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I liked reading, and that think even became a little addicted. I started feeling naked without a book in my hands. But I loved the stories. That was what my life was like. The days became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass I was trapped inside, instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness through the barrier of nonchalance I had set up for myself. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. But that happened only rarely, and I couldn't even cry. Today the doctor came in and gave me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. There is this ritual the head cardiologist has. He takes his time sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks at me in the eyes for a moment. "Hello, Hizao. How are you today?" I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. "I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. We have your medication sorted out, and I'll give your father the prescription." The doctor hands a sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turns wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hand and take a look myself, feeling numb. How was I supposed to react to this? The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contradictions, and dosages are listed line after line with cold precision. I try to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it. Attempting to only makes me feel sicker. All this, for the rest of my life, every day? I'm afraid that is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years. What kind of confidence booster is that? And I felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken with your parents and believe that it would be best if you don't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hizao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like it. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever my concern shows, it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think that it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least, not until we're sure that your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about a transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? It has a 24-hour nursing staff, and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of sorts. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that's only if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look a couple of weeks back. I think you'd like it. It looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamn opportunity. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school, and while it's not the same one, a special school, that's an insult. That's what I want to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All of the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right, and many of the graduates of the school have gone on to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me, but what can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny, I had always thought my life was actually kind of boring, but now I miss it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. I could easily yell out something now, something about how I can go back to school anyway, but no. I don't say anything. The fact is that I know now it's futile. I look around the room, feeling very tired of all of this. The hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice, I know this, but the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least I still have something, even if it's a special school. It's something. It's a fresh start, and my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to thinking that. At the very least, I'll try to see what my new life will look like. Act 1, Life Expectancy. The gate looked far too pompous for what it was. In fact, gates in general seem to do that, but this one especially so. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and gray plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should look like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long, so I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I'm alone as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms, and there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with green. It doesn't feel like the kind of grounds a school would have, more of like a park with a clean walkway going past trees and the smell of fresh-cut grass and all other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. It makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. A few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies, too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about schools. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head, it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kind of eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. The trees hum with the wind and the green hues flashing all around me catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again, how they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a calming color. So why am I feeling so anxious despite all this greenery? Only after I stand in front of the haughty main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gate bothered me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to.
But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous, and with this realization set in my head, I opened the front door. A tall man with bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's only logical. You must be Nikki? Nikai. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom science teacher. My name is Muto. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for the brief check-in visit, but there's no time for that now. Oh, should I go later? Yes, afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? I don't really like being the center of attention, but I guess it's inevitable in a situation like this. Somehow not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost missed what the teacher is saying. Do you want to introduce yourself to the class? Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure, I mean, isn't that normal? Of course, but not everyone likes to be the center of attention. I'm probably one of those people, but I guess I should be the one to give the first impression of myself. Right, but it's no problem. Let's go then. My heart is pounding in my chest, and it keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. Muto opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step, I know that. But there isn't any point to worrying so much about it, at least not this soon. I follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gaze of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's lots of space left over around in between the desks. An entire wall is taken up by blackboards, and the high, old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desks with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chairs with metal frames, simple and efficient. I stop walking in front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other school, but then why would they be here? They're probably like me and have something wrong with them, only it's just not immediately obvious. Then I notice that one of the girls seems to be missing the thumb of her right hand. It's a little jarring. Despite the natural tendency to listen when someone's talking about you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he introduces me to the class. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me, a girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. She sees me looking back at her. She covers her face with her hands as if it will make her invisible. There's one boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? She peers at me over the rims of her glasses, then goes back to whatever she's doing. She's kind of cute. So is the cheerful-looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her. She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her the moment I walked in. Please welcome our newest classmate. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for this applause I did not deserve. A collective silence tells me that I should open my mouth now. So, I'm Hizao Nakai, and after that, my hobbies are reading and soccer. I hope to get along with everyone, even though I'm a new student. And after that, I'm being so boring. This is exactly like every self-introduction ever. I should say something more exciting. I end up saying nothing, and the teacher picks up from there. Everyone seems to be satisfied, even with what little I said, though. A few girls are whispering to each other, throwing glances at me. It could have gone worse. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. The first row girl claps on this round with her one hand against her other wrist that ends at an abandoned stump. It makes me feel a little bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. That's good. You can work with Hakamichi. She is the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know, and who else would be able to do that better, right? How could I know? The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we will be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow. The teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh, right. Hakamichi's right there. Shizune Hakamichi. As he calls out her name, the cute, bubbly-looking girl with the bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hand at me, and I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? It's nice to meet you. What? I'm caught off guard by her laughter. It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi, I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi Shi-chan. This is Hakamichi Shi-chan. Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her, the one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she's been staring at me this whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short yet carefully neatly brushed hair, a pair of oval-shaped glasses balanced on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytical and slightly bored. It's nice to meet you. She immediately looks at Misha, who smiles and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, you'll be able to talk to people, and who better to explain things to you. I can see you're a little confused, right? But I understand why you would think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. You're the new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he would have been standing up there for no reason, right? Right. He seems like a very interesting person, doesn't he? We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today so soon. He-chan, right? He-chan? Yep, it fits, doesn't it? Did I say that out loud? It's just a surprise. I've never liked that nickname. I don't really see how. It fits. You look just like I imagined. Yeah, you look like a He-chan. I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Hakamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitedly, their hands a blur. Misha seems a little overwhelmed. Sorry about that. Shi-chan wants you to know that she's a class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it. Misha stumbles with the hard word a bit, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Thanks, that would be pretty helpful. Yeah, I just kind of came straight to class today. That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there, not just with school either. Always, even if it's the trip to this convenience store. Really, Shi-chan? Learning about where you're going? I guess I didn't bother to do that, or just didn't care enough to do so. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to go along with it half-assedly, but anyway. I don't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? Seems like it was about me. I feel like slumping over in my seat. Both of them are smiling, but the shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply. You look down. Are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. It's not how people learn things that's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed a test. Alright. And another thing. You don't have to call Shi-chan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shi-chan. Okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate? Yep, Shizune is fine. Okay, that would be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease, both of them being so friendly, so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier, especially about Shizune, who I imagine would be all business. Well, she still seems like that, just less so, I guess. Oh, right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shi-chan will get mad. The assignment is also kind of long, so we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class. That too. Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message. After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay? The assignment is actually very challenging to get through, combining aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Still, we finished it a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our later start. Shizune and Misha are really quite capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish, not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about that. The clock tower bell rings, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Muto, down to the bottom floor. Just like everything in this school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern in contrast to the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate.
It's the cafeteria!
Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceed to the line. There is a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realize that many of them are just to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice, it almost feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizune to a table, sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food I'd rather not eat, Misha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand signs, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at a person who talks to you is proper and polite?
Do you want to know something?
What?
About anything. We're your guide, so you should ask if there is something.
I wonder.
Ask about Shizune's deafness. Shizune intrigues me, and I kind of want to ask something about her. But I can't really ask about something that personal, can I? I can't come up with anything else to ask, so I just focus on my food while the girls talk between themselves. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they're talking about secret girl stuff or something. I quickly notice a conversation in sign is not enough to fill the silence. We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. That dark-haired girl I noticed before slumped over her desk at the last row. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat, and I can feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into stone from just our presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. I'm left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students, and finally the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of school feels strange, as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of class, I start yawning and counting the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's the long time spent in the hospital that made me like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Beside me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me. Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hee-chan. We've got to hurry already, since there's a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it. Oh, wait, the teacher said I'd have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go? Is that so? We can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside. We join the flow of the students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. When we get outside, the girls make their way to the smaller building right next to the school. It's built in the same style, so it looks like it's actually part of the main building. This is the auxiliary building here, and there's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool. How is that official? Don't be silly, Hee-chan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow! Yeah, thanks. Bye. A whole building for stuff that has nothing to do with the actual education? I guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in hoping that this really will be only a quick visit like the teacher said. On a white door on the left is a green cross with the text Head Nurse and a nameplate. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large and it smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least a dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Hello there. What can I do for you today? He is young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheeks wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very same question hundreds of times. Why, yes I am. It says so on the door, no? You can call me by my name, or just the nurse, like everyone else. Of course, I shake off my confusion, realizing I probably should just grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm a new student and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Hisao Nakai. His eyes light up with revelation and he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai. I was just reading your file in the morning. Some kind of chronic arrhythmia and related congenital heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures to me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good, well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone from my staff around, even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there's a problem.
The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. His joke feels so out of place that I'm left thinking why he even said it. Yeah, just that it's really weird to have so many medical people at a school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it. Now let me just find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of paper around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the epitome of generic, I'd like to say. Beige walls and ceiling, gray laminate flooring, all the equipment you'd expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all 4 walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So, you already have medication for arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening, or it won't be much help. Apart from that, do you do any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? He grins into his own joke, but I don't. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Alright, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to recommend you refrain from doing that, at least for the time being. Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow, but really, I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of burning passion for the sport, just to have something to do. Any kind of concussion might be dangerous to your heart, and risking another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? There is no mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. I sidestepped the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise would do you good. We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks or even light jogging, jumping rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe. There's a pool here. So I was told. You were? Very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before. You just need to take care not to overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time and sets them on the desk, obviously content. Good. That's it then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I'm ushered out before I even realize it. A quick visit indeed. I ended up standing in front of the main building and the auxiliary building, although to my eyes they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they're going, and I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special for being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us? I should go somewhere too, to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, set a little way apart from the main building complex. There's a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and that overbearing smell of fresh-cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside it all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick. Like the others, it feels way too pompous for what it is, so I push forward, going inside. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. It's just like in the main building, the halls and the doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevators at the ends of the hallways. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students are watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I suppose it's perfectly fine with me. I climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, small corridors branch off from the main hallway. Each of these minor halls seems to have a toilet and a shower, as well as 4 rooms. About halfway down the hall, I spot room 119. The nameplate on the door, the rooms adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are just 2 of us here. Light shines from below the door of room 117, so I knock lightly. Hello? Is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movements, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaks open. A bespectacled boy is standing in its doorway. He is looking at me very intently through his extremely thick eyeglasses. Who is it? Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have glasses if he was? He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. Hezao Nakai, I'm moving into the next room. I thought I should introduce my... His face suddenly brightens in realization. He stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight into my diaphragm. Oh, sup, dude? My name's Kenji. Hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it. It's still a little rattled by the sudden change of attitude and vehement welcome. There were some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier. It was probably my parents. Your parents? You sure? Because they could have been some other people, too. You can't judge a book by its cover. His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures. You're a brave man, Hizao. Me? I don't think I could trust the chances. The only one I trust is myself. Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about this for a while. A wise decision. Damn, you are smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart. He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it. Never mind, it doesn't matter. With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door marked 119. Bleak beige walls, white linen, a desk made from some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room, impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting on the foot of my bed, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, Hee-chan. We've unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go into the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. I kind of hoped I would have, then there would be something to do. It's still too early. I put the note down on the desktop and lie down on the bed feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming, and for the entire day today too. I still am, I think. Damn, I have to distract myself somehow, so I won't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now... The bottles of medications neatly arranged on my night table catch my eye. I pick up one and shake it, just to hear the contents rattle inside, then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Hizao Nakai, 2 tablets daily to stay alive. It doesn't really say that, but it could just as well. It's kind of twisted, having your life depend on chemicals like this. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosages. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain, and after that I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. It doesn't start looking any more familiar, not even after darkness falls and long shadows draw across my room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest-like against the chill that passes for room temperature here. Soon the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear crawling up my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. And that's our first day. I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I had forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the 3rd room this year that I'm supposed to call mine. Various things around here remind me that indeed it's me who's supposed to be the one living here. My bags on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medications on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating, until I open a bottle, shake out a pill, and pop out a tablet from the foil sheet. I down them with a chaser of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slink out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on a new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one, a natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things, too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school. Except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter, and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after classes yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. All through class, the question remained on my mind, so I decided to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I wanted to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so that the top is perfect and evenly flat. Sorry, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, Hee-chan. My first thought was that means she doesn't know, which is worrying. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyway, Misha, please don't prove me right. Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do. There are also school events, like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you actually transferred in at a busy time. Maybe you can help out too. Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes. I don't know, Hee-chan. The truth is, it's a local event, and I'm not from this area, so... She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts signing hard and heavy. Huh? Oh. Who cares? Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I can see heads turning out to look in our direction. Not so loud. Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play with the prize to win prizes. The teacher clears his throat very loudly, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally noticing where we are, Misha stifles a yelp and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though, brushing it off without a care. We are in the middle of class and should start working. That's right, Shi-chan. What? That's right. Hee-chan, are you asking because you're interested in joining a club? It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchanged between them. Misha's tone has also changed, though it does that every other word anyway. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. It doesn't seem like she was working in any group, and no one else seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who's also looking at the dark-haired girl, go, why doesn't he say anything? Hee-chan, is something wrong? Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or was Misha just looking at me after the girl who left? No, nothing. Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you? I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really. Do you want to have lunch together then? Sure. Yay! Okay, Hee-chan, perfect. The rest of class passes uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. Before I have the time to put any more thought into where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all of our work on time. I'm glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything. Yes, it is, Hee-chan. Impossible. Really? Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and sounding not only everything she says, but whenever anyone else is saying at any given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. Her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune. I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really? Shizune can't hear me, but it would be disrespectful to talk to her only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. I never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly an alluring gaze. Are you sure, Hee-chan? Very sure. You're wrong, Hee-chan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Shizune pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings, and she quickly gets up and picks up her bags, looking at me expectantly. I had almost forgotten that I was supposed to have lunch with them. Where do you want to eat? The cafeteria? That's so plain. Okay, let's go. Plain? Well, I guess. At my old school, I liked to eat outside near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. I wonder if there is a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in classroom or outdoors. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier. So, Hee-chan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right, Shi-chan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first. Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again, and Misha straightens her posture as if she's about to deliver a speech. Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in? I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the teams and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot. There is a book club, right, Shi-chan? Right, but it seems like they have all the members that they can possibly have right now. Sorry, Hee-chan, it's a really popular club. Okay, but more to the point, Hee-chan, does this mean that you don't have anything already in mind? Not really. Good, great, that's great, Hee-chan, really great. Why is it so great? No reason. Well, Hee-chan, other than the clubs and upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council! I see, I didn't know the school had a student council. It was very melodramatic setup, though, just to tell me that. I'm pretty sure the two of them know this because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it, and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has to voice whatever she says. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Right. Hee-chan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join. Why? Well, for one, we could hang out every day, Hee-chan. Shi-chan and I are both in the student council. Actually, Shi-chan is the president. I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most unbiased people to talk about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something to Misha. Of course, we're not trying to get you to join just because we would obviously benefit from you joining the student council, and therefore we have incentive to try to get you to. So you're admitting that... No, we admit nothing. I mean, Hee-chan, of course it would be nice if you joined and we'd appreciate it. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in the workings of one school. Yep, it's true. Hee-chan, besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school, Hee-chan?
I can't tell if she's being genuine or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they already are pretty cute to begin with. Well...
So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hee-chan. What? No! Aw, see, Shi-chan, of course it wouldn't go so easy. Yep, that's right. Though it would be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Shi-chan owes me candy now. You were betting on it? Hey, my life is not a game here. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it to her. The aggressive glint returns in her eyes. That's interesting, Hee-chan. Let's play a game. That's not what I said. How about rich man, poor man, Hee-chan? If you lose, you have to join the student council. No, absolutely not. Aw, why not? Well, because you both have the same incentive and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right? Yep. Yeah, but that isn't my goal, so what this means is that both of you can team up and I'll be in the clear disadvantage, so I'll have to decline. Hee-chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying you don't trust us and that we would pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad. Sorry? It's hard to tell where Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin. In order to atone for hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council. No! How about a game of paper football instead of rich man, poor man? Paper football? Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle and then you try to shoot it past the goalpost that the other player makes with their fingers. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people, Hee-chan. And it's also played by elementary and middle school children, Shi-chan. That means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men. More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyway, I'm not going to play that either. Just the fact that you know about it means that you're probably surprisingly good at it. Yeah, that's true. How did you know, Hee-chan? Shi-chan frowns at Misha, telling me she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempts to get me into the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before or even known anybody who's a member, so it interests me. I also kinda like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
Okay, Hee-chan, how about Risk, the game of world domination?
I don't know what that is.
It's really fun, Hee-chan. You fight for control of the world, and with armies and everything.
Sounds like Shizune would be good at it.
If you want to play, we can after school. Oh, really, Shi-chan? We can play just for fun, Hee-chan. We can play just for fun, Hee-chan. Shi-chan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there's no strings attached.
Well, okay.
Okay, perfect. We'll see you after class in the student council room then, Hee-chan.
Wait, why there?
Because that's where we keep the game.
I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. In the end, I agree, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete by just accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits in her seat without a word.
Again, no one seems to notice, or if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering each flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I'd been considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to his cell. What's wrong, Hee-chan? That's right, we're just gonna play a game of Risk, remember?
I don't know, Misha, this all seems a little sinister to me. I start thinking that when we sit down to play the game, they'll tie me down and torture me until I agree to join the student council. Well, that's highly unlikely, but still, for some reason it just seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? That's it? It makes you guys being so on top of me seem a little silly.
That's not true, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says that's when their life is threatened. People have shown the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of speed.
Life is threatened? Her expression unchanging, Misha signs something amusedly to Shizune, who makes a baffling face and puts her hands behind her back, looking pleased with herself.
Misha feigns deafness and hums cheerily. Stop that. I know you heard me. You have no excuse, unlike Shizune.
Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's very plain, sparsely decorated room, although it's quite large, maybe even a little larger than a classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a smaller desk prominently placed in the back that I assume is Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side as well. Extras, perhaps? Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer. Just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old school records and documents. Not much else, in fact. Nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room. They could at least put a potted plant in here or something, but the most noticeable thing is that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early?
No.
What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today?
Yeah, that's right.
Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically.
Hee-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? You have to. Okay. Do you want to know the rules? We can explain to you while we set everything up. While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking, running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game is started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm through the air. Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intended to be when I agreed to this. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from the 2 fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention. Shi-chan wants you to know that you are taking too long to make a move. Shi-chan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council.
I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game.
And anyway, no! Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council.
You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little more magnanimous. Magnanimous? She doesn't know the word. She doesn't know what that word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return signs it back to Misha. Misha presses her index fingers against her temple as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts into a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated signing. Ah, wait, please slow down, Shi-chan. Shi-chan says you're going to lose. Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion. Okay. Those eyes of hers shine with a childlike mischief. She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't. She has a point. Attack aggressively. She's either really mocking me or trying to trick me. I have nothing else to lose, though, so I might as well try something different. Maybe if I spread out my forces and try to control more territories, I can recoup the advantage. Shizune seems to focus on conquering whole nations, so maybe I can sacrifice my whole on continents to gain more small countries. It's worth a shot. A few turns later, I end up losing the game anyway. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to tentatively pump a fist in the air in celebration. I win, yay! There's no need to translate that, it was pretty clear. Don't look so sad, Hee-chan. You were really giving it your best. That's what I thought. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. If anyone knows that, it's me. You did very well for someone who just learned how to play today. Hee-chan, you attacked Iceland and North America at the same time. That's a very daring move. Shi-chan is impressed. The mark of great people is that they are daring and that they can follow through. You're really halfway there, isn't that great? You're already halfway there, isn't that great, Hee-chan? That isn't enough, though. Just potential isn't enough. There's no point to potential if you don't take the first step, and there's no point into that if you don't keep going. I want to see more. You're right, Shi-chan, but that's so demanding. Shizune leans forward, suddenly looking a lot less playful and more like the serious person I expected her to be from the start. Hee-chan, would you like to join the student council? She really doesn't waste any time, does she? But it's only my second day of school, so I'm hesitant about committing to something so early. I haven't even taken a look at any other clubs yet. But spending time with Shizune and Misha doesn't seem like something I would hate. I still need more time to think about it before I decide for sure. Maybe. I'll get back to you on it. Okay, Hee-chan, but I hope you're not just saying that so we don't feel bad. No, really. Really? Hee-chan, if you're going to say that, you're saying that it is definitely the truth, and there can't be any mistaking it. I know. I guess I should have my revenge for losing at the very least. Shizune smiles at that in a mischievous way that feels like twisting the knife in the wound of my loss. I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I've spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I have to go. I wanted to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall. It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're right, Shi-chan. We think the library is open. It's on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is? No, thanks. It's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. One flight of stairs up, and I run into problems. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor one. Wide, of course, and plain, like only hallways can be. The problem is that the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with signs stating which class they belong to, but then there is a plethora of other unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them, or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn around the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though, just barely ajar so that I can see it's open and nothing else. It would make sense for the library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that, it's good enough. At the very least, it means that someone is inside and I can ask for directions, no matter how embarrassing that is. I gingerly push on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to this school can't be shaken from my mind, so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep, though it's much easier to open than I'd anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head ever further inside to gain sight of the room as fast as possible, the meek hello on my lips is quickly snatched away. This is not as I was expecting. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me. Hello there. May I help you? Staring directly in front of herself, the movements of her lips seem to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's the soft, measured voice that reminds me that she's being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid eyes on, but even among the foreigners I've met, she's strikingly distinct. Hi. Sorry for intruding. I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if it's carefully choreographed beforehand. Care to take a seat? Unexpected, considering that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite of her, the girl resting the teacup and the saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track my movements with her head is telling. That and the slight cloudiness of her eyes means she must be at least partially blind, like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese. As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air of relaxed confidence makes the silence entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so different from the student council office. I take it you're a new student to Yamaku? Ah, yes, I just transferred in yesterday. I get the distinct feeling my speech patterns don't match the formalities of hers, accentuated by her restrained bow of greeting. One which I hasten to match before realizing the futility of the action. I'm Lily Sato. Pleased to meet you. Hizao Nikai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup. Would you care for a drink? Sure. As much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceedings. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from a collection of supplies laid out along the shelf. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touching the side of whichever container she's pouring into. It seems to be a process she's followed dozens of times before. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to be using her long, dainty finger to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities the students in my class have, but it's quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate to me, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I'd never thought of. While I feel slightly guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offerer preparing the drink. So, her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance. Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school. The school library. Shizune and some classmates told me it was on this floor. She finishes pouring the water into the teacup as she nods, a small metallic tapping coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred. I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no? That's right, in the science room with Muto. She gives a small giggle before setting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand. He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do. As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Nonetheless, the smell's quite nice. I hardly think it'll be hard to choke down. Thanks, Sato. It tastes really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face. Lily, please. There's no need to be so formal. She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try and ask her about herself. It really does seem as if she's catering to me. So, which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes. Correct. I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi, and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students. I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the faux pas. Looking at her face, though, she doesn't seem in the least put off by it. My, there's no need to change your speech on my account. Sure. Sorry. I guess I'm really showing my newness here. An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come here to come to terms with their conditions. A category which would include her, it seems. All too ready to jump ship from this particular topic, I segue into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her version of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at. I come here fairly often during lunchtimes. My duties as class representative don't leave enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea. Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerisms seem to be almost completely opposite. While Shizune's blunt and fiercely driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. Come to think of it, she might be useful for a less biased view of the school's clubs. What kind of clubs are there to join? The more popular ones are the track and field club, which uses the field near the school during lunchtimes. The baseball club and the book club are in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as the art and music clubs. At a time when I'm just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems a little unappealing. I wonder if the school shares the same rule as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club? It isn't, though it is encouraged. Ah, good. That's a relief. I've already let down my guard around this girl to let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. As I look over to the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room has a distinctly orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. Huh, the time's gone quickly. Sorry? Right, she's blind. Of course you can't see the sun setting. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to have come as a surprise to her. I guess she must have lost track of time. Sorry, Hizao. I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long. I quickly move to allay her concern. Oh, no, it's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses and takes a moment to think on it. It's probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case. True, it's open until 6:30 during weekdays. A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod, her hands still neatly folded on the table in front of her. It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you to where the library is? I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it all right. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me, which they seem to have a habit of doing. It's all right. I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I could introduce you. This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that'd be great. Thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes hold of a straight, retractable cane that had been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, Lily's looks much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room and enter the empty hallway on the way to the library. Side by side, my pace carefully slowed to match hers, we slowly walk through the hallway. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative nod at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distinct smell of old books giving the place an almost old-world air. There don't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Everyone's probably either in the school grounds or the dorms. Yuko, are you there? Are you here? He says it to a thin air, since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course, Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws in a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail. Oh. The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extremely rigid attention. Hi, Lily. How can I help you? Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual as she's rubbing the back of her head. Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange sound. It's nothing. I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk while I was looking for it, and while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came and surprised me. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I couldn't know. It's okay. Sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me. She's quick to reverse Lily's apologies, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter. Yes, worse things have happened. The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression, and then she shuffles some papers around on the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look, she seems to fit a library perfectly. Oh, Lily, did you get my message? Message. Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived? Right. They finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but amidst her celebrations, partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure, she notices me from the corner of her eye and freezes on the spot when she does. Oh no, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry. The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling. He's with me, Yuko. This is Hizao, a new student. Hizao, this is Yuko, the school librarian. Pleased to meet you. Hizao, right, Hizao. Pleased to meet you too, Hizao. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget. Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hizao a little something about the library? Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of abject terror. Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he would be interested in. This is too much responsibility. How it's any responsibility at all, I don't get. But her objection is so sincere, I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are. But, so there are a lot of books in Braille here? I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense. Well, I think about a third or fourth of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio. Makes sense given all the blind students that be here. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place? Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. They spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve all of them. It's so troublesome and they waste so much. I wish I could quit this job. A very awkward silence follows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check out the aisles then, if you don't mind. It's probably best for all of us if she doesn't keep talking to me. Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if that's all right with you. My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, I studied the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for a choice in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there's large print and braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily in snuck with us in here, unless it was here to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle to find a collection of desks set up for study or personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discover a nice quiet corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at a desk, either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glance around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of the several beanbags. It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intrigue floats slowly but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself as I would with anyone else. She is a classmate after all. Walking over to another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my books beside it. The girl starts, looking scaredly up at me from underneath her fringe. This is the first time I've seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I can see that part of her face, at least a third, if not half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second I'm shocked and diverted my gaze to the book in her hand, before I realize that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up to her for. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's okay. The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I let it slide. So, do you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit, but finally she nods, just a little. Okay. I take the seat next to her and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry again for startling you. I'm Hizao. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying. No. We're in the same class. Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it's barely audible even in the library. Somehow I think that my delinquent impression of her was wrong. Hanako. I'm Hanako. I resist the urge to say that's a nice name, just to have something to say, but really it's the only thing I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am being all bothered and fussed about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check these books if you don't mind. She nods a little and sighs a little sigh of relief. So I try to read the covers and the introduction of the book I picked up, and she buries her face in her book. Uncomfortable silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to her direction, and I sneak peeks at her flowing hair and the scars it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretending to be immersed in the life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain of reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath. I have to go do something. Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she's had a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she's nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you notice a girl run past here? Maybe. What did she look like? Long, dark hair, kinda shy. She had, some scars on her face. You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you? Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading a book and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something. Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try to find her. Sure, I'll just hold on to these until you come back. What's going on? I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time. Right, I'll see you later then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong? What did you do? Nothing, I just talked to her, tried to get to know her, didn't even manage to get started. Yuko sighs and looks awfully bothered, even more so than she did before. I guess you weren't wrong, so much as tactless. Tactless? That girl is a bit of a special case. It's like she never really talks to anyone. Isn't that a bit strange? I wonder. It's just how she is, I think. Yuko doesn't sound all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. Perhaps I was being a little tactless after all. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casually only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it. I think it's an elephant, only if you feel that way. I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. It makes me smile, and she blushes heavily. What? Did that sound stupid? No, it sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us has anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desks really like doing that. Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing, but I have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you. Oh yeah, I want some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbags where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter. Wow, you read a lot, don't you? I surprised myself with that too, honestly. At least when I really think about it. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I kind of just started reading books to fill that time. I couldn't do much else. I see. But she doesn't say anything else and just checks my books out for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Holding the library books with one arm, I trowel my pocket for the key to the door. A sudden sound from behind me startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. Who is it? I turn around to see who is talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously. Who is me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again? His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yeah, but we've met before. Yesterday. I don't think so. I would remember somebody who I met yesterday. When was that? What day is it today? I try to ignore him. Is he joking or what? Prove that we've met before. We live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an uncomprehending fear. How do you know my name? Damn, this can only mean one of two things. Either we have met and you're telling the truth and I just can't remember it, or you are a spy. He pauses. A psychic spy. His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to manic in less than a minute. I'm not psychic. How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader. Kenji points a finger in my face damningly. Unlike you. Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I lived in this room. Lies. If you think you can pass this as out because I'm legally blind, you are sorely mistaken. You don't even look like him, man. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding? I want to grab him by the shoulders and shake him. Exasperated, I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Stay there. Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still, lest he assault me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did. Oh, wait, I see it now. Damn, it really is you. Sighing again, and then once again for good measure. I step backwards just in case. What's up, man? You don't look good, I think. Something wrong? I don't know, just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually, even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either. That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry about calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in. I'm slowly starting to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living in the same reality as the rest of us. You see, this is how it is. This world, there's no justice, you see? Even when I lose, I win, because I don't lose the lesson. What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. He dismisses it flatly with a wave of his hand. So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face? It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally, too. She actually ran away from me. Was my fault, I think. I'm not really used to all this yet. A girl? A cute one? Cute? That's a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face... I guess it could go either way. She wasn't cute. I think she is, but... whatever. Not exactly cute, no.
There are a lot of cute girls here, a strangely disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of this school. I tried to warn you, man, but did you listen?
I don't remember any such warning. Dark secrets?
Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed that the number of girls in this school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60-40. He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing. Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that is a full 20%. One would think that a school with such a large pool of women would be a man's dream, but no! What I am about to tell you could blow your mind. Are you ready?
I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I am not ready. I only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not.
I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not 60-40 split, but it's only a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They're building up their numbers. In the past, the buildup of military has always been the clear sign of imminent war. Japan is just the first step. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated, yet a huge part of the Pacific in terms of political value. The perfect target. They're so cunning, as expected of women. Soon, the day will come when... Kenji's voice trails off ominously. That is why you can't trust them. They will string you along and then kill you, just as they killed me. You will end up just like me.
Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out. Hey, what the hell does that mean? You said it, not me. It's the best I can think of.
So, you're not supposed to say something like that? Like that? Damn, so rude. Where was I? Oh yes, vast feminist conspiracy. Stop it, stop! I lost you way, way back there somewhere around feminist infiltration. Too hard to follow? It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room. And puppets. You like puppets?
No puppets.
You don't like puppets? Okay, graphs are still cool though, right? He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on.
This is too strange. I had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong.
Something on your mind, dude?
Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset.
You mean that's you? That can't be, because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That is my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. What the hell? There can't be two last sane men. That would invalidate the whole last part, and that part is kind of important. There can only be one, like in that foreign movie where there could only be one, and in the end, there is only one dude left, because that was the point. I have never seen anyone talk so heatedly and so defensively about absolutely nothing before. Anyway, if you wait here, I can get my graphs. I also have a list of other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds, as tangled as... Quick, finish my analogy for me. Be a pal.
I'm gonna go to bed now. It's extremely late.
That doesn't sound like an analogy, but whatever. I like you. You seem like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about when I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them. Denial is a terrible thing. Later. He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly, it's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. I don't know if I can fully digest what just happened, so I give up and just go to my room, kicking off my shoes before falling face first into bed. It takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. The school's like some kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony one would think that fitting in a place that's made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and the words are left echoing off my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place really is more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, the scenery is beautiful. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desktop. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I start doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do, so this situation is convenient for me.
About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head to see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape." "Hee-chan, looks like we're together again. Yay, yay!" Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. "What's wrong, Hee-chan?" "Oh, Hee-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you?" "It's okay, Hee-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right?" I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only 2 problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking about how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Who, Hee-chan? Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so. Hee-chan, do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hee-chan. Why not? Shi-chan wouldn't get along with her. Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, Hee-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she's been saying this whole time. What, Shi-chan? This friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh. I'm not going to say that. You said it anyway. I know, Hee-chan. It's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time, so that there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hee-chan. We finish with time to spare, and I decide to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly the food so far has been less than subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have time to go all the way there, and what about the bill? Are they just arguing for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the class is busying themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks, the ones with actual box lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like I'm the only one who can see her, almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do?
Wait for Shizune and Misha to come to a decision. Misha and Shizune are still arguing about their choice for lunch place. Incomprehensible for a pair of high school students who have to take a taxi at least to make it downtown and back in time. Haven't you finished already?
Oh, sorry, Hee-chan. Were you waiting for us? You don't have any plans?
Plans?
For lunch?
Well, I don't, so I thought I could hang with you guys. Misha smiles victoriously at my lack of plans and excitedly translates my response to Shizune.
If you don't have anything specific planned out, do you want to eat lunch with me and Chi-chan? We're going to go to town for lunch, so don't worry, Hee-chan, it's not that far.
Sure, I'll come with you. And with that, we leave the classroom. Just around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a runway train. Ouch. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me that has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during a lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Or she does, but they're not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs end in shins and feet made of some metallic or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. Oh, man. Hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going, and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. She's looking really apologetic, in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything, since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Ouch. I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself, don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I try to rub my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. It seems normal. Hey, should I get the nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds dumbfounded until I realize I probably look far worse off than I really was, stumbled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need, I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me, big time. It's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay. Like I said, it was fine. It's nothing broken. No harm done. That's good. I feel a hand on my shoulder at the same time the girl's eyes widen in horror and she sees whatever is behind me, I guess, that skipped without me saying anything. I don't have time to look behind me because Shizune is already shoving me aside and stomping over to the girl, signing furiously at her.
Miss Ibarazaki, I saw that. Running in the halls is strictly forbidden.
Misha translates right on Shizune's trail, but her voice is girlishly playful, not full of the divine fury Shizune's arm movements would seem to call for. Sorry, I was going to get some stuff and I was in kind of a hurry.
You've been told this 1,000 times before. Your reckless behavior endangers other students, and even worse, it's explicitly against the school regulations.
The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously like a little child caught misbehaving. It's so cute I find myself smiling.
I know that. I was just... Make sure this will not happen again, although I'm sure telling you this is futile and only causes me further headache when you choose to ignore the regulations. Got that, Amy?
The small girl sticks her tongue out in response.
I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with printouts, but I went running instead. Sorry, but I gotta change and everything.
Before Misha or Shizune or I can say anything, she's already bolted from where she was a second ago, almost halfway towards the stairwell. Shizune looks like she's about to go nuclear on the spot, so I smile at her in a vain attempt to calm her down.
Are you okay, Hichan? That Ibarazaki girl is always like that, causing trouble for others.
You know, I'm pretty certain Shizune wouldn't call me Hichan.
Never mind.
Yeah, anyway, I'm okay. Just got the wind knocked out of me.
That's great, Hichan.
I wouldn't call that great, but I let it slide this one time.
So let's hurry, Hichan, to have lunch. We promised it'll be great.
I'll take your word for it. What kind of place is it? A restaurant or something?
It's a tea house treat, Hichan.
A tea house. That sounds kind of fancy.
Why are you looking at your wallet, Hichan? It's okay if you don't have any money. We'll cover for you.
That's really nice of you. Thanks.
It's okay, Hichan. After all, we're friends, right, Hichan?
It's only been 3 days, and are we really friends that quickly? But hearing that makes me happy.
It's only for today, though, and only if you accept right now. Do you want to go, Hichan?
I start wondering if this is some kind of trap. Is this Misha's suggestion or Shizune's? This is important. I'm still a little apprehensive about the possible motives of a girl whose favorite pastime in the game is the game of world domination. No, I'm just being paranoid. Actually, they have grown on me already, and I do have to go to town sometime, so why not now with them? I've never actually been to a tea house before. All my expectations are from what I've seen about them on TV, but those are period dramas, and these are modern times. It might just be a regular cafe, and they are calling it a tea house. Either way, I'm curious about that too. So there's another reason for me to join them.
Sure. That's great, Hichan. That's great. Yay!
Misha hops up and down briefly to show how happy she is, which causes a few heads to turn towards us. Shizune opts for a polite tiny clap that lasts all for 2 seconds before she goes back to looking stoic as usual. Would it kill you to be a little happier, Shizune?
Oh, I wasn't aware that Hichan was a king.
Shizune pushes her glasses up as Misha delivers her message totally without sarcasm. I guess it would sting more if she could say it with the intent Shizune meant behind it, so for once I'm happy to have Misha as a barrier between us. I'm not telling you to jump for joy because I'm having lunch with you. I'm not that arrogant. She seems to accept this, and we head down We head for town with Shizune leading the way. Watching her walk in front of me, I notice that she walks very quickly, taking long, heavy, determined strides. Maybe if we were traveling through a snowstorm, it would make sense to walk like that, but it's a perfectly clear day. Anyway, it's making me feel exhausted just watching her. We arrive at the tea house in what Misha says is record time, likely because of Shizune's blazing pace. I feel a little let down seeing that it's not a huge feudal-era building with mats on the floor and women in kimonos pouring the tea. It actually is more like a cafe as I thought. Not that it's a bad thing. It looks very nice. As soon as I walk through the doors, someone zooms in front of us as if they had been lying in wait the entire time. Welcome. Thank you for patronizing this establishment. The top half of her body drops forward in a bow that looks like an axe chopping through wood. I'm surprised to see it's none other than Yuko, the librarian. Hey, I didn't know you worked here. Oh, yes I do. I'm a waitress. I've been working here for 1 year, 6 months, and 2 weeks now. Thank you for choosing to come here. Is there anything I can do for you?
Hi, Yu-chan.
Hello. Misha, you both know her too?
Of course, Yi-chan. Yu-chan works at the library after all. I don't go there often myself, but Shi-chan knows her, and we both come here a lot, so it's like we see her all the time.
Yes. Should I get you your usuals? And if there's anything you would want, please feel free to tell me at any time. You don't have to be so formal. We all know each other. It's also pretty empty today, so she can afford to take it easy. I was hoping she would stop looking so nervous, but my words have the opposite effect. No, I'm a waitress. This is my job. I have to do it properly.
Okay, that works for Chi-chan. Yu-chan, please get Chi-chan what she usually gets, and I'll have some green tea with milk and honey.
No pressure. Yes, but this is my job, and there is always pressure. I'm sorry, I'm arguing with the customers. Sorry. Yuko takes another 100-mile-per-hour bow. I decide to give up and join Shizune and Misha at a table. As soon as I sit down, Yuko comes by looking even more upset than before. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I forgot to take your order. I'm not attentive to customers. That's not right. I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do to make up for it, please tell me.
It's okay, Yu-chan. He-chan didn't order anything, so it's not your fault. Don't be upset.
It's true, I guess I should order now, but I don't really know what this place serves, and there doesn't seem to be a menu. Yeah, she's right. I'll have some coffee and a sandwich if you have one. Whichever sandwich you think is best tasting one here, because Shizune is paying for my meal. Shizune frowns and gives me an alternating looks of surprise, indignation, and bemusement, unable to decide between the three.
He-chan, just how much money do you have in your wallet? It can't be that little, right? We should split the cost 3 ways to make it fair. Yeah, I won't accept anything else.
Misha turns to Yuko.
Yu-chan, Shi-chan says she wants 3 of whatever is the most expensive item on the menu.
No!
Just kidding, He-chan.
Okay, I think that the turkey sandwich is the most delicious sandwich, and it comes with free soup. A good employee would try to recommend the item there that there is the most of, though, or the most expensive item. Am I bad at my job? No, that sounds good. I'll have that, and some coffee. Okay. She comes back a few minutes later with our drinks and my sandwich. Shizune seems to be fine with just her tea, while Misha also ordered a parfait. I don't know why, because I can't imagine many other things that would go worse with tea. Oh well, I take a bite out of my sandwich. It's very good.
He-chan, have you thought about joining the student council?
Huh?
Don't talk with your mouth full, He-chan.
I wash my food down with a sip of coffee, which is also surprisingly good, but now's not the time to remark on how this place has good food. You said you understood it was too early to expect me to make a decision this quickly. That was like 3 hours ago.
A man should be decisive, He-chan. You really should join the student council, He-chan. Come on, it'll be fun.
People always say, come on, it'll be fun about things that are never, ever fun.
Don't you believe me, He-chan?
Is it Suzune saying that or Misha? What a cute expression, but the effect is somewhat jarring, like she has split personalities.
He-chan, that's depressing. We just want to spend time with you. That's right, Shi-chan. Yeah, that's a good point, too. Yep, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves all our problems. Yeah, I also thought He-chan would appreciate it. That makes me sad.
Suddenly I feel really left out. It's rude to talk about someone without letting them in on the conversation. Suzune adjusts her glasses, laughing to herself.
Aw, but it's true, He-chan, and you would be helping us out. Membership has been really low this year.
How low?
Ah, that's a secret, He-chan.
No, I want to know how low it was. How low is low? 5? Lower?
Well...
0?
Hee-chan, that isn't important. What matters is that the number is low, and that is why we would appreciate you giving us a hand, especially with the festival coming up so soon, and it looking to be a busy year ahead in general.
So you're not going to answer my question?
No.
I sigh and straighten up in my chair, trying to look as defiant as possible, because this seems like a big issue and I do not want to let it go that easily. I feel silly, like a blowfish. Fine, at least tell me this. How many people are in the student council, total?
Well, Hee-chan, we're definitely undermanned, but we have enough members to get the job done. Yep.
That's not just the 2 of you, is it?
Hee-chan, that's funny. But it's definitely not just us.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure?
Yep.
I stare at them both, trying to see if they can slip up and confirm my worst fears. Misha frowns, looking uncomfortable, but that is probably because I'm staring at her. Shizune, on the other hand, returns my gaze with one of her own. Maybe she's challenging me, peering at me over the rims of her glasses like that, so teasing and surprisingly immature, like a little girl beckoning someone to play with her.
Hee-chan, your 2 cute student council representatives have been trying to make you feel welcome and are even treating you to lunch. You should show your gratitude by joining the council so you can at least help them out. Yeah, it would be great if you could just file some papers for us, and the festival's coming up and we have to build some stalls for the games and food, just a few, so if you were there, it would be a lot easier for us. Please, Hee-chan?
What an interesting good cop, bad cop routine. I'll give it a shot. Why not? Just a shot. Okay, I'll give it a trial run. It doesn't mean I'm joining or anything definite, just that I'll help out a little, and then I'll see. And this makes us even for lunch. I'm not doing this because I want to. I finish off the last of my sandwich, and this makes Misha notice for the first time in a while that she has a parfait. She starts digging in, much to Shizune's chagrin, because I can tell from the way she plays with her fingers that she had a lot to say. Every time I look at Shizune, she looks back with such a focus and intensity. This time is no exception. Her face is expressionless. Maybe she is thinking. Eventually, it gives way to a smile. She signs something, and obviously I can't understand it at all. She has to know that. Then she does it again, a childish playfulness showing through in the speed and energy of her gestures.
Misha, what did she say?
Misha looks up from her parfait, torn between wanting to help out and going back to eating. What does this mean? I try my best to make the same movements with my hands that Shizune did. I come to quickly realize that this isn't very easy, imagining doing this all day is your only means of communication.
Sorry, Hee-chan, I can't tell you.
Why not? Is it an insult?
No, Hee-chan, I can't tell you because it means something nice.
Something nice, huh? Well, they've gone back to their tea and food, so I guess the conversation is over for now. I don't really understand, but this makes me wish that I could. Maybe I could even try learning sign language. This school might have courses for it. Would I really do that? I think about it as I finish the rest of my coffee. I wonder why I'd even be motivated to think about it. I'm enjoying myself so much that I don't even notice that we were supposed to be back in class 10 minutes ago. Even if I were to start heading back to school right now, it would take at least 30 minutes, maybe? I can't risk running fast with my condition, so it would at least take that long to get there. Well, 10 minutes late as ready as I am, it wouldn't matter if I could teleport.
Something wrong, Hee-chan?
I just realized lunch ended 10 minutes ago. It's only my 3rd day and I'm already going to miss a class.
Yep, you're already late.
Hey, that's not funny. So are you. And aren't you two in the student council? You're setting a bad example.
Hee-chan is so moral. But Hee-chan is right. He's late for class. And it looks like you're cutting too, Hee-chan. Because you're not making an effort to go. As your student council representatives, we're going to have to do something about this and make sure you're punished for it.
But you two dragged me out here. This is all your fault. Take responsibility.
Hee-chan, we were just taking a prospective student council member out to try to recruit him. It's business. But you're not a member of the council, so there's no excuse.
Yes, there is. The prospective student council member is clearly me.
Yes. Are you going to join the student council, Hee-chan?
Shizune raises her teacup haughtily and wags her outstretched pinky finger up and down.
Hee-chan, if you were a member of the student council. But you can still join now, Hee-chan. If you join now, you won't be in any trouble at all, and we'll be able to take many more nice excursions like this all the time. It'll be fun.
I start to think that maybe this was all an elaborate setup leading to this moment. Maybe Shizune lured me out here, banking on the possibility that I'd lose track of time and be forced into this situation. Diabolical. Well, considering what I know of her, I should have been more on my guard, but to admit that I got myself into this, even slightly, would be unforgivable. I try to read Shizune's intention in her eyes, but she just returns my stare blankly, innocently. She takes a sip of tea like she's mocking me.
By the way, Hee-chan, I didn't plan this at all. Things just happen to work out this way.
I was almost about to drop my theory as paranoia, but this puts a new spin on things. I almost fall over in awe, so it really was an elaborate setup from the very beginning, all just to burn me and force me to join the student council.
You look so nervous, Hee-chan. Did you really think we were tricking you this whole time?
You're not?
Hee-chan, you really thought...
Misha frowns, looking heartbroken. Shizune quickly frowns as well, following her lead. How synchronized. Two of a perfect pair. They must be twins.
Hee-chan says she's flattered, Hee-chan, but doing that kind of thing would be a grossly inappropriate abuse of power and imposing on your free will. And it would be blackmail, too. Hee-chan would never do anything like that, never.
I think about asking Misha, are you sure? But resist the urge to.
Anyway, Hee-chan, what Shi-chan said is true. Since you're with us and we're doing student council work, it's okay if we miss a class or two. Not that this is a good excuse to do so. Or that one should be used more than 3 times a month. Or sometimes something that can or should be abused. So, we must definitely return to class eventually.
Shizune waves Yuko over and points to her empty teacup, indicating that she wants another one, as Misha scrambles to finish her parfait so that she can order something else. Maybe I should as well. I am still hungry, and the portions here are a little on the small side. Most importantly, Shizune is paying for everything. With that in mind, I ask Yuko for another sandwich. By the time we leave the tea shop, I've missed not just one class, but 2. Shizune and Misha seem content to let the whole day pass by, stalling for even more time by suggesting a tour of the town that turns out to cover a 2-block radius from where we start. Eventually, we do go back to school, and the rest of the day is business as usual. When classes are over, Shizune and Misha pack their bags and leave the room before me. Come to think of it, this is my first time they've left me alone. It's strange. I almost miss them. The room empties quickly, and I'm the last one out the door. When I try leaving the lobby, however, an arm lowers itself in front of me like a toll bridge gate, stopping me in my tracks. Oh, hi, Shizune. A pair of hands from behind cover my eyes, followed by a sharp burst of laughter.
Hi, Hee-chan. Guess who?
Misha asked the question completely without sarcasm, meaning she doesn't think that I instantly knew it was her for many obvious reasons. I wonder who it could be. Well, it's definitely not Misha.
It is.
Misha swings around to stand in front of me beside Shizune.
Hee-chan, are you busy right now?
Busy going to my room, yeah. See you tomorrow. I try to make a break for it, but Shizune is too agile to get past. As someone who used to play soccer, this is embarrassing. Not to mention that this behavior is drawing some odd looks. I should just quit while I'm ahead.
Hee-chan, would you please go upstairs and get a few things for us from the art room?
Why me?
Shi-chan thinks that if the art teacher sees us, he will say hi, and she doesn't like him.
Ignore him.
She tried, but even though Shi-chan is deaf, he'll try to say hi anyway.
Run away?
I'd never run.
A tone of finality so strong that I can pick it up even through Misha. I can see there is no use pursuing this further with Shizune. Misha, why can't you get them?
Stairs make me dizzy, Hee-chan.
Shizune nods as if to confirm it.
Please, Hee-chan, we need those things to build stalls for the festival, and you said you would help out a little, right? Right?
I really shouldn't, but I guess just this once would be alright. Okay.
That's great, Hee-chan, thank you. This is what we need.
She holds out a piece of paper for me to take. I'm sure this list was made by Shizune. It's handwritten, but each letter is perfectly formed and uniform, as if it were typed. Not just that, but it's exhaustively detailed, complete with numbers, bullet points, and even little checkboxes. What it boils down to is that she wants paint, paintbrushes, poster board, and an easel, just different types and specific numbers of each. I wonder how I'm going to carry all this stuff down the stairs without breaking my neck. The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are the rooms I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's not a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the rooms, a thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corners, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shaping shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call out into the empty room. Anybody home? Something catches my eye and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me back even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as part of the furnishing or a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole.
The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. This weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. Hello. The girl stuffs the fork full in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies from here for some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. She picks up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows if she was suspecting my observation was false. You're pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you? The girl's pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai, Hizao Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin, Tezuka Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all. While I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is, she seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead, but lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There's no word for the meal you eat after lunch but before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now and my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. So Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside? I come to a full stop, opening my mouth, but not getting a word out. I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer a question, or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again because I haven't even told anyone about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstance, or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer is written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boring, ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have just reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widen in revelation and astonishment. So I was right. There is something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I can think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down. I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and as a person with, that kind of problem, would have been really great. Collect people? People with different problems. Huh, so you just, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away, but I keep thinking about what was said. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already, or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it like every other student here so far. Should I have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hizao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens up to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is burnt auburn, almost orange, and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable, so I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. So, do you always eat alone in this late, or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors? Maybe you are my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain person on the roof, if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rin forks the last bit of her meal into her mouth. I look down at my haul and double-check it with Misha's list. It seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you are going to do with the stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping? I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Suzuka. You can call me Rin. I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine, then I'm Hizao. Then you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hizao. There's something like a tiny smile there in her face, maybe. I quietly back out of the room as I shut the door in front of my face. I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside I hear a muffled sing-song voice, I heard that.
What did she hear?
I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about the global feminist conspiracy, but I push that thought aside. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited.
No, wait, more importantly, who's in there? There's no club meetings today.
She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here?
You took so long that we had to come check what was wrong. That's not good, Hee-chan.
She wags her finger at me scoldingly.
I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy.
Oh, sorry. I got the things here. I was just going to bring them.
I think you were up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you? I wonder.
Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders, and from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello? Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello.
Miss Tezuka, what do you think you're doing? You're absolutely not permitted to use school property for such a disgraceful activity.
It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune's Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulders, pointing at Rin and making some quick signs.
Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how is your project going? Will it be done for the festival?
Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself, too. And? We'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown.
Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it.
Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in the tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it.
Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit in my bag, but I need it. She kicks slightly at the huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. What do you need to take it? Where do you need to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following, since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet and empty now with Shizune and Misha gone, so we too leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There's something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything, and come and see me if something happens. Alright. So, how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. It's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you've taken up exercising as I asked. Of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off at the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such. I just happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Tezuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Maybe. No, I mean... He gives me a nasty sort of look when I say that, making me try to take back the word. I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to get used to the school. I will promise to try, though. You're not being very convincing there, Hizao. Tip number 1, medical professionals are not amused if you take their advice lightly. What's up with him? If a day or two would make that much of a difference. As if. I didn't do anything at the hospital either. Yeah, okay, sorry. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting idly, leaning against the hallway wall and staring in the pale light fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off of them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out on her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems happily ignorant about confidentiality, too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there's some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't, and think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at a small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of some kind of bricks as the building itself, or the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of painting. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate, even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around and makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place. Almost every tangible reminder of other student spaces, special properties, has in the past few days. Oh my gosh. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would all hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes. Yes. All of it? Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into a minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay. You can say it. I probably won't get mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it looks flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat. You know, flat, like some people are. No substance, no meat where there should be some. I know a few girls who... Okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I couldn't name any artist or artistic terms, so I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look up there for something up there. Oh my god. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some? Cerebral palsy, maybe? Not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. She sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down and pick up the can of bright green. The other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add? No idea, you're the artist here. A hint of a smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With this exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream but can't remember it. Maybe it's yellow. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have been mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a small passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us says a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. Oh, made some progress, nice. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. And another day passes. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making excuses as for why I haven't already. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they're going to let me get away with that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. So eventually I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. After all, if I'm going to start taking care of myself, I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. Maybe then I can go back to something approaching a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely, like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog just like he is oppressing me. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health, and is prompting me to do so. And even with things being like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over.
Good morning. Your name is Zhao, right?
She grinned, seemingly pleased that she remembered my name.
You may not remember me.
Emmy?
I knocked you over in the hallway yesterday. Miss Ibarazaki?
She imitates Misha imitating Shizune, failing to get the same kind of subdued lilt in her high-pitched voice.
How could I forget such a blunt introduction?
Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that, again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose I'll be fine. Great. I'm not sure she realizes I was joking. So, the spy consultant the nurse was talking about, is that actually you? That's right. Oh, I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. What, are you saying I don't look like I could be a spy? No, this is more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you're here to do exactly that. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looks like he's kind of lost around the track. So why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. Training. For what? Track. Ah, I see. You're on the track team then? Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the better runners too. And modest about it too. Hey, you should join up. It's a good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. No, I'm not even sure that I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm not into organized sports, you know? It's true, I've never really gotten that much into soccer. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all, but it was really the only reason I've ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not that into the whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're going to run together, huh? What? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you going to warm up? Real men don't warm up. Oh no, you should always warm up. Bad Hazao. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, and I don't even have to stretch my legs. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple of times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go! We both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Frankly, I don't remember if there's any particular form for running, but I can't help but feel like I'm doing it wrong somehow. I feel awkward in comparison to Emmy, who never seems to even break stride. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple of laps today, and slow to a walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah, I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time you just have to try to hold out longer, and then longer, and longer, and eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now I'm going to go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. Nah, I've got plenty of time. I notice that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I've got to finish my routine. See you later, Hazao. Yeah, see ya. I'm not sure whether this morning's experiment was a success or a failure, but I admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Emmy said, I just need to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect, or something like that. It's nice to at least feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. I'll have to try to keep this up. I head back to the dorms and wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts through the fog. Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. What do you mean, all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but hold my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad that it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? You know, your room, and yeah, that's it. I mean, hey, I still had to get up, though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying hard to look very casual. It doesn't work. He's as transparent as his window pane-sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked, to say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it? Can't you just give it to me because I had the goodwill not to run through your pockets while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint, and in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold payment, since his thoughts were so clearly impure, and his intentions are probably even more sinister, since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man, but if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, and I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. I get some of that pizza too, right? No. Are you serious? Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class, and you don't have time to eat pizza. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy, and then eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance, so that when the people who wronged me order a pizza, I will be there, ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen. Please? You're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza. It's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. Standing? Maybe. Wondering how I got there. And then, out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky, like how you'd split a sandwich into two equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment of my life. What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. It was like the opening to some kind of anime show. You know, there's always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival, and they fly at each other and clash swords, and it's like big dramatic colored auras and zoom. It was like that, but with poo. Okay. So yeah, I need some money. Please, don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 1,000 yen. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You'd better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Ah! Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow, particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know that the male porn stars only make about half as what female porn stars make? That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star, on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda, and you can't even spot me your crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? This feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy. Make no mistake, you take them lightly and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. I thought you just said don't take them lightly. Well, I mean, don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat. But if there's some kind of war, like a big war with men on one side and the feminist forces on the other side, it would be pretty ugly. And that day will come, when the feminists come out of their central top-secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers!" You're being ridiculous. There's no worldwide feminist headquarters building. Where would they even hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on an Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in a mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown would be best to express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyway. Which unfortunately means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there is a war going on. War not many know about, but it's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all of the known world. Then, we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. Imagine it, the bloody battlefield, a vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly, when I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight, when I mistook the time of the power went out for a feminist raid and thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I give up, it would all be over, and I was like, whoa, and I knew that I had to get serious, because I am the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes or the pastel green with the flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you'd better pay me back. I can pay you back in stuff, right? I don't have the time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know. I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't want to hold you up, and I have stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that.
Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to. And what does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So, I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? I'll think of something. I give him my practice frown and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see. Anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. That is time I will never get back. I'll get him for this somehow. But right now I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts making me feel very tired. I black out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize that this is a good reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early later. Eventually, I hear a tapping noise outside in the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have come have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako. Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant as if she was a vampire who can't come in unless invited. I consider doing so because she looks rather lonesome standing there. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar as if it was of importance to look prim when entering our classroom. Excuse me. She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. Good morning, Lily. Hisao, good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely if I were to tell too big a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Oh, have you seen Hanako today, by any chance? No, she seems to have come in only just before the bell rings, or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing. I think so, anyway. It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for event or registration, budget reports, and other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that is why it's so quiet today. Hi! Misha pops into the room with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hee-chan. Hi. Look, it's the class representative. Hello. Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha or Shizune's use of the word look. Good morning. Of course, you're not the representative of this class, right? I'm not. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Then I realize that Lily might actually not know Shizune is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is, to know who she is talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I decide to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizune. You were here even earlier than us. Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? It's not that weird, though, that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true. I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk. The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their projected budget reports for their events, even the first years, except you. There's still time to hand it in, isn't there? Today! The deadline is today! You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have had all the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say, the deadline, please extend it. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small a time frame to expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one class event? Handling the same matter for every class in the school, and then some. The one who does that is me. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she really is getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused, though. Hey, Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? That's still a whole day left. Please, Hisao, it's all right. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself.
If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I have forgotten about it. I understand how important it is.
Then, can I have it, please?
Shizune, she might not have it on her this exact second. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me, students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. I guess word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This just gets better and better.
It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should just be delegating away. As class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible.
They completed it, being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school to give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick.
Okay.
Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge.
Lily, don't they live here at the school? That's a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of their entire class?
Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but she can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal.
And what's with that attitude? I said that is not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative or aren't you? Tell me the names of those 2 students. They should have your job if you can't even handle something this simple yourself.
One form isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing slightly impatient, but she's doing a good job at not letting Shizune see how unsettled she's becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her fingers cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is.
Of course you do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult being you.
Lily tightens her lips at Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without even a hint of sarcasm, which they were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other, that much is clear, but this seems a little much, and it seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. I was actually just discussing the budget report before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down and make sure I don't forget my own.
Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself.
I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing to do, comparing myself to you.
You're right. The difference between us is like heaven and hell.
It's not hard to guess which one you might represent. The air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore, though. Even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation.
Hee-chan, don't you slack off either.
What are you talking about?
Aren't you taking part in the festival, Hee-chan? You are, aren't you? Then I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person.
I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Hey, don't drag me into this. I've done my part. Why am I being dragged into this again? I've done more than enough, I think. If you're angry with Lily, that has nothing to do with me. Now, wait just a second. Are you implying the president is more right in scolding me than yourself? Ah, damn. I think I could have worded that better. No, I don't know about that, but I mean...
What are you saying, Hee-chan?
It's just that I hardly think it's fair you can say that, seeing that I've helped you guys. The mood has changed. This is like a showdown between 2 gunfighters now. Well, it was like that before too, but this time Shizune's focus is on me. And so is Lily's, though she keeps quiet. I'm afraid I inadvertently pissed her off.
Are you saying I'm wrong?
What a dangerous situation. It's too early to argue with you. Yes, I think it's unfair of you to get on my case.
Hee-chan, you want too much, but you have a point. Okay. You're not lazy, Hee-chan.
Shizune pushes her glasses up with her thumb, almost approvingly.
That's good. If you're not useless, you shouldn't let anyone say you are. But the next time I say it, it'll really be because you are disappointing me like Miss Class Rep here. So don't let this go to your head.
Lily takes the jab silently, a venomous visage frozen on her face.
Class Rep, Hee-chan says don't forget that report, please.
I won't. Would that be all?
Yep.
Then, good day to you all. Her voice could cut the air of the classroom into half, if it was more tangible. Lily leaves the room, understandably in a bad mood, but still managing to be as poised and calm as usual. Shizune, you really did go a little too far today.
It's true, Shi-chan, just a little.
If I had been expecting Shizune to grudgingly admit it, I have a point there as well. I think I was expecting too much. She doesn't respond.
Shi-chan thinks you should mind your own business. He-chan, we have a few last-minute things to take care of before class. We might be late, so can you please cover for us?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yay. Okay, thanks, He-chan.
They walk outside even though there are only 10 minutes left before the bell will ring, signaling the start of class. Hanako doesn't come into the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. We've been covering the same amount of pages each day, so reading ahead is more or less giving myself a preview of what tomorrow's lesson will be about. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations just to pass the time, not noticing Misha's head poking over my shoulder until she's almost on top of me. What are you doing? I try to strike a balance between being quiet enough to not draw attention to myself, but loud enough to draw hers.
What are you doing, He-chan?
Panic shoots through me as Misha starts talking at her normal volume, and I sputter out a hasty reply, still keeping my voice down despite the fact that she just blew my hope of being discreet. I may have any hope I had of being discreet. I'm copying down the stuff. What are you doing? Why so loud?
Aw, really? But it's all in the book. That's why no one else is copying it down.
I know. Why are you so loud?
Why are you so quiet, He-chan? It's hard to hear you.
I look around to see if anyone is noticing our conversation, and it's pretty obvious that everyone has, even the teacher. Shizune smiles coyly as I start to wonder if Misha is doing this because she told her to. Is it because of what happened between her and Lily earlier? This is what I get for trying to be reasonable, for trying to take the middle path. Shizune is way too prideful, although by now I should know to expect that kind of behavior from her. Why are you doing this? Huh? Misha is totally oblivious to the awkward stare the teacher is giving both of us while trying to balance her textbook on one finger. For a brief second it looks as if things could get ugly, but the teacher simply looks away as if it's not worth the trouble. I think this is a good thing, and I slump back in my seat in relief. I guess this is a good thing. The rest of the day passes by uneventfully, and this time I'm able to appreciate that it does. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry, so I stay for a while, reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with crowding in the hallways. I notice Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizune is signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear that she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Probably way over my head. Not just that, but Shizune also seems angry, although it could just be her normal severity making it appear so. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha struggles to spit out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished, and the girls sit down on their seats again. I'm so tired. She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune starts signing at me, and Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha.
Well, we are in the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy.
Sarcasm?
Huh?
The tone of Shizune's actions makes me think she is speaking with disdain, but Misha interprets it normally, replacing whatever intent may have been there with her own chipper twist on things. It's still disorienting. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Never mind. How could I forget with you two trying to get me to join at least twice a day?
But He-chan, some could say the work is too much. It'd be nice if students were to show a little support for their leadership, some appreciation to the ones who are working so hard to make it all possible. Maybe, for example, a little help. That's asking too much, is it? Yep, help would be appreciated from students like you. If students would show their dedication and school spirit and offer some help, well, I don't exactly need it. But I wouldn't necessarily refuse it, so it would be nice if someone would... Oh, hello.
I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door.
Hey, playing delinquent again?
Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest.
Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. They seem to have momentarily forgotten about trying to get me to stay for the rest of the day. What is it, Hanako?
Has Lily been here? Sorry, Sato is not here. She came by in the morning, though.
Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It is a little funny, though, watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems.
Do you know where she is? If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom working on their festival project, but who knows where that woman is loitering at? She might be slacking off somewhere. What a useless woman.
Hanako nods quickly and retreats with haste, obviously to avoid any further contact with Shizune. Unfortunately, this turns their attention fully back to me.
But Hee-chan is not useless, right? Right? He said so himself.
I can see where this is going, and I do not want any part of it, not after that experience yesterday. Well, good luck with your preparations. I start packing my bag, ready to make a break for the exit. Unfortunately, I'm all the way on the other side of the room. The short distance to the doorway seems like a vast no-man's land to me now. Shizune and Misha both start maneuvering slowly in front of me, cutting off my route of escape in an unsettlingly cautious way that makes me think of ship-to-ship combat.
I think Hee-chan is saying that you should help us, Hee-chan.
Gee, I wouldn't know. She's so subtle.
But that's the intent, so please? I can't keep up, so we have to actually build stalls for the festival, almost all of them by ourselves. Can you believe it? Hammering boards together over and over again for hours is really hard. I'm so used to it, I was doing swinging motions in class. I didn't even know it.
She bangs her desk a few times, imitating hammer blows.
It's so repetitive, I can't stand it. And yesterday I actually hammered all the boards on top of each other. It was just a stack of boards all nailed together, and then I had to take it apart and do it all over again, and then I got yelled at and laughed at. So... She clamps a hand down on my shoulder and grins, quickly running her tongue across her teeth mischievously. Do you have any plans for today, Hee-chan? I wonder if you do.
Sure, I have plans.
Really? You're gonna help us, right?
I notice her hands are moving constantly. She's signing everything we both say so that Shizune can understand. Shizune is being somewhat quiet today. Is she still angry? Well, probably at least a bit. I can see it in her eyes, but this could also just be another way of trying to guilt me into lending her a hand. I have to find a way out of this. Hey, I should go now to the library. You know, homework. I should get going, shouldn't I? I have to be diligent because I'm a new student and all, so I have to make a good first impression, right? Yeah. See you later, then. I turn to pull up for the door, but Shizune is blocking my path, her arms crossed over her chest and stern expression on her face. She wags a finger tauntingly and begins signing to Misha with the manner of a squad leader giving directions to his fellow soldiers.
It didn't seem like you were in any rush to get to the library, Hee-chan. That's right, Hee-chan. It does seem like he was probably going to slack off for the rest of the day. You're surrounded. Let's go to the student council room.
She lets out a chuckle and then breaks into laughter.
I'm sorry, Hee-chan. I feel bad, but this works out for everyone, right? That's right, Hee-chan. Yes, that's a good point, too. Yes, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves all our problems. Yeah, I also thought he'd be more appreciative of our efforts.
They pull themselves closer as if they are about to pounce. Hey, guys, 2-on-1 isn't very fair, is it? She keeps looking forward and passive and then gives a sinister smile.
Come on, we have a lot of work to do. Let's go to the student council room.
Gee, I don't know. Misha laughs.
Deja vu.
She chortles before letting out another laugh.
You know my horoscope said it'd be a good day for me today. And now that you're going to help...
Shizune quickly signs to her.
Right, I mean, now that you're decided to help us completely of your own free will, I'll be able to take it easy. Lucky,
I open my mouth to say something, but then realize there's no point. I refocus on trying to think of a way out of this. No, their actions are clearly deliberate. There is no sense in attempting to reason with them. You can't reason with madmen. I frown, and they don't even notice my discontent, further proving my suspicions. They seem pretty relaxed now. I guess they think they've already won, so they're letting their guard down. That's kind of arrogant. They pass forward in front of me as they move through the hallway. And I stealthily walk backwards into the classroom as they step into the hallway, turning towards the stairwell. I let out a sigh of relief and quickly pack the rest of my stuff so I can make my escape. The classroom door slams shut.
That wasn't very nice there. He really got us good, though, didn't he, Chi-chan? Right. What was that about? I thought you said you'd help us. And then you bailed on us, and you thought you would get away with it, didn't you? The indignant expression vanishes as she begins to laugh hysterically, calming down only after an aggravated look from Shizune. Oh, yeah, you thought you could get away with it. But a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. I didn't even manage to leave the classroom in the first place. No, wait, I didn't even agree to help in the first place. Not very bright, are you, criminal? Thinking you can just shirk your duties like that. How low, He-chan. I'm a criminal? What did I do? What's the charge? What am I guilty of? That's for the court to decide, criminal. I don't think we have to tell you that. Besides, you're the criminal here. You know what you did.
Have you ever read The Trial by Kafka?
No, what's that, He-chan? What does it have to do with this?
I read it a few months ago. It's about these people who run a kangaroo court on a guy who just wants to live his life. They refuse to leave him alone and he can't fight the power.
He-chan, what does that have to do with anything? Hey, what does that mean?
She turns back to me after signing back and forth for a lengthy amount of time.
You know, we're both a little disappointed in you. You let us down, He-chan. Drop the ball. Left us hanging and out in the cold. Is that any way to treat a person? To run away from your responsibilities? To abandon your comrades? We think you owe it to us to honor your commitment.
What? But I didn't commit to anything. My breathing catches in my throat and I momentarily start choking.
That's not true, He-chan. You said you're not useless. You definitely said it. Yes, definitely. We are calling you on these words now. You better prepare to show you're not a useless guy. Your honor will be soiled forever if you try to get out of this. So for the rest of the day, we're going to hang out together, just the three of us, and work hard. You can't fool us. You should be happy. You're doing your school a great service. Ask not what your school can do for you, but what you can do for your school.
How depressing.
Cheer up, He-chan.
She slaps me hard across the back with enough strength to knock the air out of my lungs. I gasp to breathe.
Besides, aren't you happy you get to spend the day with two cute girls?
I guess they are right. I did blurt those words out. Accepting my fate, I followed them to the student council room and hammer the final nail into the stall. It took all of the afternoon, and dinner time is nearly over, but it is done now. Shizune pulls out a roll of measuring tape in a small level and inspects it thoroughly. She smiles, looking pleased, then motions for Misha to come over.
She says you did a very good job. In fact, you might actually have a gift for this. Wow, I'm impressed too, and that was fast. Have you done this before?
No, never. Never before. And I will never again.
Well, our quota for the day is 6 dolls. In a few minutes, me and Shi-chan should finish this one. That means 4 more to go. We're making good time, she says. Isn't this great fun?
What? I could think of a million things I'd rather do, but I suppose everyone has to do their share for the festival, even me. You're both lucky that I'm helping you two out. If I really didn't want to, I could have gotten out of it easily.
Really, He-chan? Shi-chan thinks you're just running your mouth. Japanese people have no flight or fight reflex, He-chan.
Shizune tensed her fingers deviously.
Definitely. If you really wanted to escape, you would have taken immediate action. That is how you know someone is serious, when they have no doubts, no regrets. Maybe it was a bad idea to tell you that, since now He-chan knows what to do next time.
But just the fact that she is alright with telling me this shows that she doubts I'll be able to act on it. That only makes me want to do it more, and I almost want the opportunity to do so to arise again, but if that happens, she might get me again somehow.
Shi-chan says she is happy now.
Much later in the evening, we are looking at 6 completed stalls. With the pride of a job well done, we sit back and admire the fruits of our labor, not sharing a word between us, just admiring. I realize I'm feeling quite thirsty. Hey, isn't there a vending machine out in the hall? They're on all day, right?
Yeah, the drinks are very cheap too. We usually get something from here on days like this.
I dig around in my pocket and find a single 100-yen coin. Is this enough? I'm feeling kind of thirsty.
100 yen? You can get any drink in the machine with that.
That's good. That's very good then.
Wait a second. What is it, Shi-chan? Do you want him to get you a drink too? He-chan, you've really helped us out, so today I mean Shi-chan, will treat you. Hey, what about me? What would you like? I'm feeling thirsty myself? So am I.
I don't know, anything's fine. I guess the melon soda.
Hey, wait, Shi-chan, I also want a drink. Oh. You know, it's times like this that I think she's just teasing me.
That's probably it. I'm sure she'll get you something, right?
Yeah, she usually does, but you never know.
Shizune comes back with 2 melon sodas and a can of fruit juice. She hands me one of the sodas and the other to Misha.
Thanks, Shi-chan. I had total faith that you'd get me one. I knew I could count on you. But how did you know this is what I wanted? I usually get something else. What, you knew I'd want to try it? And that I like these kind of childish things?
I gesture my thanks to Shizune, who smiles and nods.
Hey, Hee-chan.
Yes?
We've been spending a lot of time together. Already, in such a short time. We've done so much. We should both stop beating around the bush. What I'm trying to say is...
It sounds a lot like she's going to ask me out, but that can't be it. Nevertheless, my heart is beating like a jackhammer. Damn, this reminds me of another similar scene earlier this year. I try to say something, but my brains can't decide whether to stop her or tell her to continue. I feel myself blushing all the way to the ears.
What I'm trying to say is... Would you like to join the student council?
Ah, what a disappointment.
Did you think she wanted to ask you out, Hee-chan?
I feel very embarrassed right now. I can feel myself getting even redder in the face. Shizune also tries to hide a blush after Misha translates, and then puts a few sheets of paper in front of me.
So, how about it? All the paperwork is right here. And you're sitting down anyway. You look very at home here. Drinks and everything. What do you say?
She quiets down a little and asks again a little more solemnly.
Hee-chan, what do you say? You don't exactly hate this, right?
I'm more than a little surprised by this sudden change of tone. I don't really know how to react to it. For one thing, she isn't shouting uproariously with no regard for tact. Before, I'm sure she knew already that I was going to say no. This time, she seems actually serious.
I think maybe you should join. Not just because we could use your help, but, well, you're hanging out with us anyway. I think Shi-chan would like it if you would join as well. It's not like you hate us or anything, right? It wouldn't hurt if you joined, and I'd appreciate it if you would.
She seems to be having a hard time getting her words out, which is strange for someone talkative like Misha. For some reason, I'm almost troubled by it. My eyes drift over to Shizune, who stares back at me tentatively, absent-mindedly cleaning her fingernails.
If you don't want to join, I promise we won't ask again, but if you did, we would be really happy.
Both Shizune and Misha seem to be unable to look me in the eye. I can't lie, the thought of being around 2 such cute girls is something that I couldn't possibly pass up. I'm not looking forward to this kind of work every day, but there should be less after the festival. At least I hope so. Alright, I guess it can't hurt, so why not?
Wonderful, wonderful!
Shizune tenses her fingers in satisfaction.
She'll fill everything out, Hee-chan. Congratulations, you are officially a member of the student council now.
Great, I'm not looking forward to a lot of work. To be honest, I've never done any student council activities before. But maybe it'll be a positive experience? Misha starts to clap, laughing exuberantly as she does.
Congratulations, Hee-chan. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I get the message. I can't help but smile, finding such a display of childishly cute.
The student council is always busy, you know, but for today, we're done. See you tomorrow, Hee-chan. We still have work left, so we'll be counting on you.
I leave the room feeling totally wiped out. The grounds are totally deserted, and the school looks pretty ominous this late. The council office is the only window with lights on anymore. Is this what the student council will be like? My body might not be able to take it. I'm feeling tired, so I set my alarm clock to wake me up as late as I can afford while still making it to the first class. The nurse's voice is almost nagging in the back of my head about morning jogs. I make a resolution to make up for it by going for a walk after school tomorrow. Emmy won't care either way, I bet. I wake up and take a hot shower. Back in my room, the first thing I see is a familiar row of medication bottles lined up on top of my dresser, and it makes me depressed as usual. It's annoying. I thought it was okay. I thought I had made my peace with this thing, gotten over it. But what I really did, I allowed myself to forget that I have a problem. Being here really reminds me of the reality, and trying to fight against it just hurts. Reflecting on what is going on
reflecting on it is only going to do so much. I've done this before, for months. It seems like it's time to get over it. If I allow myself to forget that my life is definitely not going to be as long as those of others, I won't get anywhere. My life may be different from others, but it is a life in progress. That is how I'll rationalize it. I down the usual handful of pills, trying to push the sudden dreary feeling out of my head, then prepare to head out to class early, as usual. As I step out into the hallway, I notice Kenji coming around the hallway corner, stealthily making his way over to his own room with a large bag. As he sneaks past me soundlessly like a ninja hiding in plain sight, I call out to him. Hey. He jumps at the sound of my voice. Oh, hey man, I didn't notice you were there. I'm really tired. I think it's more like he didn't see me, but that's not the issue. Where have you been this early? Shopping? Nah, I wasn't shopping. Sometimes I have to visit the math teacher. Yeah, I figured it would be a good idea to find out when the next exam is, since he tells you in advance if you want. So then, what's in the bag? I thought I'd go shopping while I was outside. I need supplies to continue the fight against the vast feminist conspiracy. Okay. I thought you didn't go outside. I wear a hat now. I decide not to point out that he is not wearing a hat. An awkward silence settles between us, and then Kenji breaks it by pushing his door open slowly, releasing a creaking sound into the air that only makes the moment seem more awkward. He sets the bag down inside his room and then closes the door. I'm surprised you went out of your way to find out a test date. Trying to take advantage of an opportunity to study is pretty diligent. I never study. Oh. I just wanted to know when the next test day was. I'm still going to take it. Duh, I need to know so I know what day I can't afford to skip class. He usually sends out updates on that crap by phone, so I had to step out and check up on it. And why did you have to go out when you can get it on your phone? I don't carry a phone. What do you mean you don't carry a phone? You mean you just leave it at home? No, I don't use phones. I don't have a phone. Phones. I have no phone. Why don't you have a phone? How can you not have a phone? No phones at all. No phone? I just don't like phones. Actually, I'm kind of scared of them. I don't know why. I think it's some kind of repressed trauma. But basically, when I hear a phone, I get nervous. It's my darkest secret. I have two theories on it. Either I have some fear of receiving some undefined, ominous, life-altering doom call, or I was beaten with a phone in the past. Beaten so badly I can't remember it. Beaten on the head. Well, where else would I have gotten beaten with a phone that would make me unable to remember it? The ass? Unexpectedly logical, I feel very depressed now. Sensing this conversation is more or less over, Kenji opens his door and prepares to head inside. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep, dude. Have a good one. Class is gonna start in like 20 minutes. I already did something today. Too tired to go to school. Hey, you need some lip balm? I accidentally bought two because I thought the store had started selling individual AA batteries. Thanks, but no thanks. The door down the hall opens with a crack as it swings forward from being pushed open too strongly and crashing against the wall. The sound is followed by a peal of bubbly laughter, and I instantly know who it is. At the noise, Kenji disappears into his room like a ninja, slamming the door just as Shizune and Misha walk over, the former taking small efficient steps towards me while the latter more or less bounces off the walls. I try to do the same as Kenji, but it's too late. Misha puts her foot in between my door to prevent me from closing it. I have no other choice but to let them in.
Hi, Hichan. Hi.
Hi. What are you two doing here? I wonder if the pause between those two sentences was politely long enough.
Hichan, that's rude. We came to pick you up. Did you think we thought you were going to escape and came to make sure you didn't? Surely not, Hichan.
Hey, I didn't say that. That's what you were here for. But now I know it's exactly what they were here for.
It's time for student council work. Yes, it is. Aren't you happy, Hichan, to be able to help the whole school? You are like a hero. The future generations will tell stories of this day.
Interesting. I didn't think joining the student council would be a heroic deed worthy of Hercules. Well, I guess I did promise, so... I've neglected Shizune, and only now do I notice her in the corner of my vision, peering around my room over my shoulder, her analytical eyes darting from object to object. This is kind of intrusive. Luckily, I don't have any dirty laundry on the floor or anything like that.
What is this, Hichan? Yeah, this is Hichan's room. We haven't seen it before. I didn't even realize. It's kind of plain, but Hichan hasn't had time to decorate it yet. Isn't that so? What are those?
She points to my collection of medications on the night table. I don't really want to talk about it with these two. Try to dodge the subject. It's nothing. I quickly step in front of them, trying to hide the stuff behind my back. Shizune takes a step back, looking suspicious, but it's an expression not without concern. I hope if I avoid it, she'll understand that I don't want her to keep prodding me about it.
Really? What are you hiding, Hichan?
Nothing.
Is that so?
I realize I can't really squirm my way out of this. They are nosy by nature, and hiding it is just going to pique their curiosity more. Yeah, okay, it is something, but I don't really want to talk about it, okay? Not yet. Can we just put this aside for now? As Misha translates, Shizune stares at me hard with her eyes, focused and analytical as ever, peering at me curiously over the rims of her glasses. Her fingers press against each other thoughtfully, as if she's weighing the value of pursuing this further than necessarily against the insult of disrespecting my wish. Her expression finally melts into a slight smile, and she signs something to Misha.
Okay, then we'll wait and become better and better friends, and one day, when you feel like it, you can tell us all about it.
Both of them smile widely at me, and I feel shocked and a little stupid about being like this. They are not stupid and probably can at least halfway guess what's going on with me, and such simple, kind words. I feel relieved that they don't think any worse of me, even if I'm like this, even if I'm not like the rest here, even if I can't be at ease about it. Seems that behind the obnoxious, mischievous acts, both of these girls are really kind and good people. That's what I think. Thanks. So you want me to help you out today, right? Since I'm one of you now?
Yep.
After class?
No, now.
Now? But what about class? You're gonna skip again?
It's for the common good, so we sacrifice our math lessons and maybe the social studies too.
Well, I guess I'm fine with it.
Awesome, Hee-chan. You said it, okay? Remember, I'm fine with helping out. That's what you said, right?
Yeah? That tone, I suddenly regret saying it.
Okay, are you ready to go then? We can go to the office together.
No, you're probably gonna make me carry all your stuff for you or something.
Don't be silly, Hee-chan. We'd never walk to school together, Hee-chan.
I almost want to ask why we would, but then it dawns on me. The both of them consider me their friend, like Misha said before, and they want to become better friends with me even. It's weird, I've never really thought about them that way, or any of the people I've met so far this week. Is it really so easy? Just like that. Okay, let's go then. Shizune grins craftily and puts her hands behind her back.
That's great, Hee-chan. Okay, but first, you had a really great idea. Shi-chan liked it a lot, so it's time for a game.
Oh no.
Shi-chan is holding a 1,000 yen note in one hand, Hee-chan. If you guess which one, you can have it. If you don't... You're carrying all our books to school, right, Hee-chan, right?
She and Shizune exchange nods.
Okay, Hee-chan, get ready.
Carrying 3 bags instead of 1, I think about the day that's ahead of me, of us. I can see students walking back and forth through the courtyard, probably in preparation of their own projects. The festival is practically here. That means there are only 2 possible reasons that my help is required. Either there is only a small amount of work left and they just want a helping hand wrapping up the mundane final checks they are obligated to do, or there is a ton of work left and Shizune is putting on a calm face as a torrent of built-up procrastinated work threatens to kill us all. Once inside the office, I look around and see that it's deserted. I guess this means there isn't a lot of work left, huh? Since there's no one here and all.
It's always like this, Hee-chan.
That confirms what I have thought before, but I've never actually been able to confirm definitively. Shizune and Misha are the student council. The whole student council. Damn, so it's true. The student council really is only you 2. Shizune looks as if she's stuck wondering whether to be ashamed or explode with anger, and Misha is equally divided between laughing and trying to stop her.
Well then, Hee-chan, you'll be happy to know that since it's just us 3, we have a lot to do. A lot.
That does not make me happy. But it seems to make Shizune very happy.
Just kidding.
The work turns out to be sorting and double-checking the considerable amount of paperwork necessary for an event such as the school festival to get done. Bureaucracy is a mind-boggling thing. But we managed to finish it just when the lunch bell rings.
Okay, now that we are done, we can relax a little, but not too much. We have lots more to do in the afternoon. It's actually not that much work, Hee-chan, so we can afford to enjoy a little lunch first.
The 2 of them produce a small array of plastic containers seemingly out of thin air.
It's chicken cutlet with tomatoes and soybean sprouts. Doesn't it sound delicious, Hee-chan? It was just made this morning and it's still warm, so eat.
I take one of the containers and open it. It looks nice and certainly smells good. The fact that I'm really hungry adds to that even more. Wow, this looks great. Where did you get this?
That isn't important, Hee-chan. There was supposed to be a stall selling Lunchables, but the girl who was to run it suddenly said she couldn't do it. Shi-chan said, what a waste. It was a lot of work to trick Hee-chan into making this.
Hey, what the hell?
So, Shi-chan wanted to see if she could do it, but then decided not to. Right, Shi-chan?
Shizune sulks angrily, shooting Misha a displeased look. I don't think I was supposed to hear that story. This is your test food?
I'm eating it too, Hee-chan. And Shi-chan is too.
That doesn't answer the question. Nevertheless, I split a pair of chopsticks Shizune offers me, pick up a piece of cutlet, and pop it into my mouth. It's surprisingly good. I didn't expect Shizune to be such a good cook.
Shizune puts her chopsticks down and signs curtly towards Misha, who gulps down her cutlet with noticeable difficulty in order to speak for her.
Hee-chan, don't talk with food in your mouth.
It's not like I enjoy doing it. Anyway, how motherly to show that kind of concern.
You can't even eat right, Hee-chan. That's all it is.
It's a stalemate. I can't eat in order to talk to Shizune, who can't eat in order to chastise me for eating the wrong way. Misha, caught in between, is in the same situation and looks the most disheartened by how this is going. Either way, our food is getting colder by the second, and it wasn't piping hot to start with. Wherever this was going, it dies down pretty fast once we all realize that and we eat. After a while, the bell rings, but Misha makes no attempt to tell Shizune, so I'm sure they're planning to skip classes and spend the rest of the day in here again.
Hee-chan, do you have any plans for the festival?
No, not really. After all, I've only been here a week. What could I set up in that time?
Hee-chan, you helped us out so much. Don't sell yourself short.
Okay. It's true. You could have done a lot. I've done it.
We're serious.
Okay. The two of them seem to be indignant over the strangest things.
You're going though, right, Hee-chan? You should at least see what we've accomplished. Everyone should be able to look at what they've done and so they can fully understand their work. That's my belief. You're no exception. Hee-chan, you should definitely go. If you don't have anything planned, then maybe we can go together.
Do you need a hand? If there's anything you need help with, I'm fine with sticking around. I feel much more at ease than I did earlier, my previous concerns and fears long gone. I'd forgotten about this morning's trouble entirely until now, having fun with Shizune like this. Having fun with Shizune. It seems like an unfamiliar concept to think of, but looking back on it, I've really enjoyed the moments I've spent with Shizune and Misha these past few days, in spite of everything else. If we might be going together, then maybe I can afford to stick around a little longer, and I guess that beats class.
Really, Hee-chan? Okay, we can consider this you repaying us for the free lunch. Great, this is great, really, really great. Hee-chan was hoping to bring this up again later anyway.
That's not a free lunch at all. Normally I would be angry, or at least slightly unsettled, but my mood has improved from earlier on, so I'll let it slide. Helping them out turns out to consist mostly of stamping forms and making what seems like 10,000 copies apiece of 50 different budget reports. It's not hard, but very boring, and according to Misha, the simplest of tasks they deal with. I feel myself getting more and more tired, and with that, less eager to return to class. This is especially bad because the more time I spend out of class, the harder it seems to just get up and go back. These two, they're a terrible influence, terrible role models. Not that it bothers me all that much, and I'm sure no one looks up to them, but it's the principle of the thing.
Done.
That was fast. I'll be finished before this period's over, I think.
No, Hee-chan, everything's done, so you're done too.
That doesn't make any sense. Are you telling me that this is all arbitrary and you've been keeping me here for the hell of it?
No. But we have kept you long enough. You should get back to class, Hee-chan. You can still make it for most of this period.
What about you?
Of course we're coming too. Of course we'll be right behind you.
Reassured, I start heading back to class, but the period is almost halfway over, so I start thinking it would be pointless halfway there and past the difference between this class and the next drinking juice in the hallway. I keep an eye on the door at the student council room, but it doesn't open. What's taking them so long? Are they busy wrapping up my share of the work? Well, it shouldn't take so long unless there's more and they just wanted me to leave. The more I think about it, the likelier it seems. Shizune is, well, not an idiot, but clearly she is unable to just come out with things. Maybe it's because she can't talk, so it's harder for her. She has Misha, but all in all, it's easy as they make it look. There's still a difference between casual speech and sign language. I contemplate going back there to check on them, but the bell rings and I have to go to class. They joined me a few minutes later, and the thoughts I had in my mind before slip away into the routine of school life. By the time I remember, school is finally over for the day, and I'm too tired to do anything but go home, do my homework, and then go to sleep. Oh, we did it. Maybe not. We still have to go to the festival, that's right. At 5 minutes past 8, an unbelievably loud banging jolts me awake. It's coming from outside my door. Quickly, I open the door to see Shizune and Misha standing side by side before me. Both of them look a little worn out, although it's more noticeable on Misha. Which one of you knocked? I ask, echoing the question that must be on the mind of everyone in the entire building.
That's not important, Hee-chan.
She quickly dismisses it without even batting an eye.
Oh, you're still in your pajamas, Hee-chan? So you don't wake up at 8?
I notice her hair is wet. Her curls are barely holding their shape. No, I thought I'd sleep in a bit later since it's the weekend and all, and I've been seriously sleep-deprived this week. I wonder if she missed the poison in my words.
Then it's a good thing we came to wake you up. Anyway, Hee-chan, I guess you would like to know why we're here, wouldn't you?
It's not hard to guess, but I wish you wouldn't say the word she was going to say next.
Would you like to skip class and go somewhere nice with us?
Come again?
Would you like to skip class and do something fun?
I was certain they'd force me to help them again with some slave work. Seriously? Misha grins and nods enthusiastically. I like this new approach. Although I'm somewhat surprised that they would suggest skipping class, even if we have only half a day since it's Saturday. Aren't you too worried about constantly missing class?
Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem, Hee-chan. This school is pretty much at a standstill whenever this time rolls around. It's a Saturday, too. Don't you want to do something fun?
I'm amazed by how little they seem to care.
Not that we are pressuring you to give us your company, but we thought you might like to hang out. So, would you like to join us? Come on, you'll have a lot more fun than just sitting here with your head on your desk.
I guess I won't be missing anything important, nor will I be missed. Alright then, I don't think I'll be missing much. What do you have in mind? My eyes narrow with suspicion as the thought crosses into my mind. Wait, this isn't just some trick to get me to do some more student council stuff, right?
No, of course not. And that's a really mean thing to just assume like that, Hee-chan. And besides, you're in the student council now, remember? If we wanted you to do something for us, we wouldn't have to trick you.
This is a kind of coercion that is new to me. Only two pretty girls could pull it off. I allow myself to relax a bit. Maybe I'm being too paranoid. It seems like they may really just want to hang out. Nevertheless, no tricks?
No tricks. Stop being so paranoid.
Well, if you say so. Suddenly I realize that I am still wearing pajamas. I wonder if you'd let me dress up first?
Yeah, why, Hee-chan? You look just fine.
I'd still prefer wearing something else. I close the door before she gets a chance to reply and quickly pull on my uniform. Stepping back into the hallway, I see Shizune and Misha are engaged in an animated discussion. I wonder if people discussing in sign ever accidentally poke each other in the eyes. While I'm contemplating this, Shizune taps me on the shoulder impatiently.
So, we're planning on slipping into town. Remember that tea shop we were at on Wednesday?
Tea shop?
You don't remember?
Oh, you mean the cafe.
Tea shop. It's called the Shanghai. China is the birthplace of tea, you know. Come on, Hee-chan. I'll even treat you today. Not me. I mean, She-chan.
I don't know.
It's nice. It's really relaxing. It's like half cafe, half restaurant, half sophisticated, half library.
What? That's a lot of halves. But Misha doesn't seem to notice that.
So, come on. It's not that often that we can have this much free time. If you're busy, though, you don't have to. It's not like your presence is absolutely required.
I've never seen more weakly disguised reverse psychology in my life. I feel kind of tired today, and my teachers in my classes might want to know where I am, maybe. On the other hand, I haven't really been into town at all since I've gotten here, so this is a good reason to head there. Also, I could use something to eat. If it is Shizune's treat, even better. I'm totally broke. Alright, let's go. Lead the way.
Great.
We make it to the tea shop with a 15-minute walk. It seems that we are the only customers around. Is it always this quiet in the morning? By that, I mean, is it always this empty?
No, this is kind of weird. Hey, this isn't a bad thing, right, though?
You're right. We take our seats at a large square wooden table, and it hits me that I don't know what this place serves. I just went with what Yuko recommended the last time. Hey, is there a menu or something?
Nope.
That was a strange amount of zest.
So, Hee-chan, have you decided what you're going to order?
I look around the store and I can't see anything resembling a menu. I don't understand what's up with this place. What gives? Is this some kind of secret shop? Can you normally only enter here with a secret handshake? Some kind of wink and a nod? Do you need someone to vouch for you? A blood oath? Damn it, it was nothing like this last time. I don't know, the last time I think I just got coffee. What did they serve here?
Tea.
Oh, well, that's not just tea, right? Not only tea? There's other stuff too, right?
Clearly.
Clearly? Like what? There's no menus here. What are the menus? Where are the menus? They're playing another joke on me. There's no way out of this. All I can do is brace myself for the inevitable oncoming burn. I almost want to walk out of the store, but I'm already sitting down. It would be improper to leave now. The unspoken rule of polite social conduct block my exit like a wall of fire. I decide to play it safe. I'll order what they order, if it's acceptably manly enough. Why don't you two order before me? Ladies first.
Well played, Hee-chan, but we already ordered.
How is that possible? When? How? From who?
We're regulars. We come here so often that we don't have to do that anymore. Well, I guess you've had enough. We're sitting on the menus, of course.
I look around at the other tables. There are no menus on any of them. That means they must keep them in a big stack near the door or something. What a thing to sit on. And what speed to grab them so quickly. Well, whatever. Can I have one then?
You can take one if you want, but you're not the kind of person who would do something that Spacesis, isn't that right?
I tell them that I'd just like some coffee and put my head down on the cool tabletop.
Coffee? This is a very high-class establishment, and you're going to order coffee?
I can tell they're messing with me again. In that case, I'll have whatever you're having.
Hee-chan, Shijin is drinking a specialty that is only grown in remote areas of India. The tea is still handmade by a tribe of tea makers who have passed the methods down in their families for generations. They must wade through the alligator-infested waters to obtain the leaves once a year. On each trip, some do not make it back alive.
I can't drink that. I would feel too guilty. Then I'll have what you're having.
I don't know what I've been drinking.
How? Fine, then I want the tea that people died for. No, never mind, I'll have coffee. If this is a very high-class establishment, then they should have a very high-class coffee, right? No one died for it, right? The perfect answer. There is no way they can stand against it. Shizune shrugs as if to say, well played. They still didn't answer my second question. Misha calls for Yuko, who brings over our drinks in a single incredibly tiny yellow cake with a black plastic fork stuck in it for each of us. I eat my cake in one bite, amazed at how it's probably the least filling thing I've ever eaten.
Hee-chan, do you have any plans for tomorrow?
Misha takes a gulp of her tea, something sounding suspiciously high class even though it looks like ordinary tea. She drinks with incredible recklessness considering how hot it is, the exact opposite of Shizune or Lily. Plans? That sounds ominous. Plans? Yes. Yes, I am incredibly busy tomorrow. In fact, I have so much to do that I will not have any free time at all. That's right. None whatsoever. And everything I have to do is extremely important. Very, very important. Misha giggles, clearly not buying it, and then signs it all back to Shizune, who nods slowly and deliberately while looking very unamused. Suddenly she leans forward, staring analytically at my face like a human lie detector, waiting for the smallest tell to give me away. After at least 5 minutes of this, she sits back down in her seat and takes a sip of tea.
Okay, Hee-chan, if you're that busy, we don't have anything to do tomorrow, so we thought maybe you'd want to hang out with us at the festival. You're new here, right? You're new here anyway, right? Right? So we thought we would show you around and have some fun together, but if you're that busy, we understand.
Oh well. The both of them shrug together in perfect sync as if they rehearsed it.
Hee-chan, you're so paranoid. And you'll never beat me anyway, so why bother getting so worked up about it? Wow, Hee-chan.
Beat you? What are you talking about? Is she talking about the coercion? I never realized that it was just a game to her. I thought I was the only one who saw it as competition.
You know? Do you, Hee-chan? Because I don't. You can't outwit me. Ah, well, Hee-chan, not me. What are you talking about, Hee-chan?
I can see Shizune smiling craftily, daring me to enter this battle of wills and wits with her. When he is pushed to the edges of despair, a man has no choice but to sink or grasp at the fleeting wisps of hope, fight with all his power against the inevitabilities of his fate, and struggle against the impossible. For even if he fails, at least fail, knowing that he dared greatly. Or something like that. Well, we'll see about that. Don't underestimate me.
Don't you have to follow through to make that good on that, Hee-chan?
Oh, well, I could get lucky. Don't count out that possibility.
You won't.
I will. Wait.
Let's make a wager on it then.
I don't care about competition. That's a blatant lie. Wait, what exactly do you mean?
That's okay if you don't know, neither do I. So it's settled then. All right.
What? Didn't you hear what I just said?
Now all that's left is the stakes. What the winner wins, or more interestingly, what the loser loses.
Hey! This is a very dangerous game I'm playing. Shizune herself is a very dangerous girl, if she can only think in terms of winning and losing. If she views every time that I talk to her as some kind of battle of wills, I don't think I could take it. That kind of thing drives people insane. She's too Machiavellian. Before this, I assumed she was just some kind of stoic. But nevertheless, I'm interested. In hindsight, I realize that I just challenged her to what is essentially a duel without any rules that won't end until one of us... What? I guess that's it. That's so vague. What are the conditions for winning or losing? The first person to feel stupid loses? I don't know. I've never had to think of anything like this before.
Never?
Never.
So you have never gambled, Hee-chan?
I'm surprised you two have.
Oh, come on. It's just for fun, anyway. Between friends. It's about causing humiliation, suffering, and absolute despair. Isn't that the point?
Shizune points a finger to her temple thoughtfully.
How about this, Hee-chan? If you lose, then you have to go to school one day without any pants on. Are you insane?
Although in comparison to what I was afraid she was going to say, it's pretty mild. Can't we just bet money like normal people?
It's not like you could match my wager if we did. Now it's your turn, but nothing perverted, understand?
I think I need more time. This is going to have me constantly on edge for weeks.
Okay, come on, you should both hurry up. Your drinks are getting cold.
I quickly down the rest of my coffee as Shizune does the same, staring at me with a fierce look of competition in her eyes. It seems like a waste for her to be gulping down something that someone may have died for her to enjoy.
Hee-chan, are you sure you don't want to hang out tomorrow? A lot of people are looking forward to it. You don't want to miss out.
I mumble unintelligently at her.
I don't really understand.
It's time to think. Shizune's drink is smaller, but I can consume mine faster. If Shizune finishes her drink first, she might skip out on paying, leaving me to pick up the tab, even though she said the drinks were on her. Because I have no money on me, I would be humiliated, and therefore this could be considered a loss. If I finished first, the laws of chivalry would make me look like a jerk, as I would need to run out of the tea house, leaving her to pay for everything. That could also be considered a loss. She would use that. In the event of a draw, she may attempt to run out the door, and I'll probably do the same. This might lead to a collision at the door, which would be humiliating, but not overly so, and Misha would be left to pick up the tab. This is really childish. I'm a little disappointed in Shizune, and myself.
Well, Hee-chan, it'd be really nice if we could all celebrate how well we put everything together for the festival by taking a look at our handiwork.
Misha seems oblivious to the fact that an epic battle of wills is raging in front of her. I nod slowly and down the last of my coffee. Well, I'm finished enjoying my drink. I guess it's time for me to leave. And I'm going to leave now, calmly.
You too, Hee-chan? Why are you two acting so weird?
I quickly walk out the door and Shizune follows. Misha's going to have to foot the bill. Sorry, Misha. Catching up to me, Shizune quickly pushes her glasses up and presses a note into my hand. If you lose, you have to come hang out with us tomorrow. So you think you can win today? That's kind of cocky, Shizune. I forget for a second that she can't hear me. I nod. Right now, she seems much cuter than she usually is, smiling softly with a hint of confidence coming through. Shizune looks energetic and carefree, although it could just be the caffeine. She winks and extends her hand for a handshake. I wonder if there's a buzzer in there and she plans to shock me, but that doesn't seem like something she would do, so I accept. With a squeeze, she pushes another note into my hand. I momentarily think that it's a buzzer and wonder if the shock could kill me. Shizune smirks and then runs off. You probably don't know how to get back to the school from here. There will be work waiting for you when you do. See you later, then. I crush the note in my fist dramatically, but no one is there to see it, and that makes me sad. I wonder if it's too late to go back to the shop and ask Misha for directions. But then again, I gave her a hard time for not knowing the way here, so I can't allow her to score me off for not knowing the way back. And if I ask her, Shizune could see it as a victory. No, it's not necessary. The school is on top of the damn hill. How hard could it be to find? I may be slightly directionally challenged, but I'm sure that even I could do this. About an hour and a half later, I walked the long paved path leading from the gates to the main building.
Just the person we were waiting for. So you made it here eventually, Hee-chan. Good, now it's time for work.
Misha and Shizune had laid an ambush for me in the main lobby of the ground floor, and I walked straight into it. I should have just circled around the school like I had originally planned, but I thought that I was overreacting and being silly. Misha's waving a thick stack of printouts in my general direction, taunting me.
We sort of need your help.
Sort of?
We need your help. You will help us.
Misha speaks with her usual playful, carefree manner, but even so, I can hear Shizune unnervingly hard severity behind it. That sounds like an order.
Really? Is it? Yeah, it is? Sorry, Hee-chan, I guess it is.
She doesn't sound very sorry at all.
I thought we had almost everything done by now, but it turns out we have all these signs to attach to backing boards. More hands make light work. And everybody wins. This is your duty, after all, as a member of the student council, which you are a part of. As a member of the student council. It's a simple task, so getting it out of the way now would be good. It's not that much work, a small thing, really. And we'd really appreciate your help. Really, really appreciate it. Besides, it's time to pay back for us treating you so nicely.
So the tea shop was a trap after all. You two timing scoundrels.
Don't say that. It was completely unrelated. We wanted to celebrate you joining the council.
But why did you bring that up then?
No buts. You're coming with us.
I don't even get to finish my sentence as they grab me by the arms and try to pull me towards their office. Misha laughs giddily as she and Shizune exchange sly looks behind my back.
I don't think you have a choice in this, Hee-chan. There are 2 of us, so don't even try to get away now. Don't take us lightly. Hee-chan, it's your duty to help us anyway, as a member of the student council. All right, how could I forget? But seriously, aren't there other people who can help you? Like who, Hee-chan? You were fine with helping us yesterday. Yesterday is not today. And anyone who isn't me. Why don't you have anyone else in the council? That's what we'd like to know.
Misha's laughter explodes through the hall. She doesn't notice the grimace on my face at all. That's right, it's just the 2 of them, isn't it? Oh, right. Okay, I'll help you. Misha runs her tongue over her teeth, looking quite pleased.
That's my Hee-chan. I knew we could trust you. So predictable.
When we get to the student council room, my jaw drops. The number of signs, backing boards, and signposts is insane. They're stacked all over the place like building materials at a construction site, something I let Shizune and Misha know right off the bat. There are so many signposts here, you could probably build a second wall around the school with them.
Really? Well, there are a lot of them, so maybe. No? How do you know that, Hee-chan? Really?
Don't tell me she's actually considered it? Shizune hesitates, then pushes her glasses up a bit as Misha lets out a very uneasy-sounding laugh. So she has considered it.
That's irrelevant, Hee-chan. Can you get on with making the signs, please?
Alright. I feel sort of lied to, though. I thought you said it wouldn't be that much work.
Well, Hee-chan meant it wouldn't be that much work for us. Someone has to supervise you while you do this, you know, to make sure you're doing it right, and those people will be us.
So what are you 2 going to do?
Watch you! No, that was just a joke, Hee-chan. We'll help out too, of course. The student council is really supposed to have a lot more people. This is just a bad year. Fewer people than usual, even though we already didn't have that many the year before. And then there's just a lot more work than before, too. Besides, Hee-chan likes working with you, and so do I. We've accomplished a lot more than we normally could, you know.
I can accept that. Lately, they've been looking a little fatigued every time I see them. Student council work is apparently a 24-hour-a-day thing, from what I've seen and heard. There are just the 2 of them. Well, I guess I make it 3. They must work almost non-stop. I wonder how much time they spend working in this room when I don't see them. And I've even glimpsed Misha taking naps sometimes without Shizune at her side, by herself. Shizune has been to be working 60-hour weeks doing her student council duties on top of regular classes. 2 hours pass and I reach for a tack only to find the box is empty. Shizune grabs it before I can even say anything. She smiles, tossing it expertly in the trash along with another empty box of tacks.
So you're out too, Hee-chan? Don't worry, Hee-chan says she'll get some more. We went through a box too, but me and Hee-chan decided to wait until you needed a new box as well before getting a new one.
Something about that strikes me as odd. Wait, we both ran out of tacks just now? Wow, what a weird coincidence, huh?
Well, actually, Hee-chan, we ran out 20 minutes ago, and there was only one spare box of tacks, so the one we gave you. And you were flying through those pretty quickly, so we thought that we should wait until we both had no more tacks before getting more. Then Hee-chan could go get fresh box of tacks for all of us at the same time, you know, for efficiency.
Shizune nods, preparing to step out the door. Wait a second, so what did you 2 do for the past 20 minutes?
Nothing, of course. What could we do? We had no tacks, Hee-chan.
Shizune and Misha exchange knowing glances before they give me a perfectly synchronized and incredibly exaggerated simultaneous shrug. I see, so you decided to take a break. Clever.
Oh, we know it was clever.
Whose idea was it?
The both of us, of course. Well, Hee-chan, it was all Shizune's idea.
I turn immediately to Shizune, who gives me a curt wave and a surprisingly cheery smile before quickly vanishing out the door. Well then, why didn't you just say you wanted to take a break? I used to think that Shizune and Misha were polar opposites. Misha always seemed so energetic and playful, like any other girl. Shizune, on the other hand, always seemed distant, aggressively manipulative, and vaguely scary, but distant. There were times when I thought that she had no sense of humor. As cute as she was, I'd almost never seen her smile, not to mention all the other things. The analytical stare, the permanently stoic expression, and even her penmanship, so mechanically precise that everything she writes looked typed. But Shizune and Misha really aren't as different as I thought. I'm a little surprised.
Why?
Shizune, I didn't know that she liked to joke around like that. What I mean to say is I didn't know that she could act so girlish. It was actually pretty cute.
You would be surprised, Hee-chan.
Well, I didn't know that you and her were so close either, the first time I saw you. I've always been curious as to how these 2 met. Do you 2 go far back or something? Childhood friends? Next door neighbors?
Sorry, Hee-chan, it's not anything like that, even if it would be cuter that way. When I came to this school, they just placed me next to Shi-chan, and she looked like a very serious person. And I thought, I'm going to be spending the rest of the year next to this person, maybe. So it would be nice if we could be friends, but I wonder if she'll like me. And I learned that she was deaf. You know, Hee-chan, the first time I just thought she was ignoring me. But luckily I knew a little sign language and we became friends.
I want to know where Misha learned how to sign, but I guess that's something for another time.
Now I guess we're always together. It's nice. I've always wanted someone to listen to me, and I think Shi-chan likes having someone to talk to, so everybody wins.
That's nice.
That's it? You look disappointed, Hee-chan. What were you expecting? You know, Hee-chan, I don't think that me and Shi-chan thanked you properly.
For what?
Joining the student council. You've been a real help to us, Hee-chan. I think I will get a lot more sleep now.
Well, I'm glad I could help, even if it helps a young woman sleep at night.
That's an interesting thing to say, Hee-chan. Shi-chan really appreciates you helping out, too.
At that moment, Shizune steps back into the room, looking slightly annoyed and sipping offhandedly from a juice box. She throws 2 boxes of tacks on the floor with a wry smile.
Ah, Shi-chan.
Misha opens her mouth to speak, but then quickly closes it as Shizune suddenly crumples her juice box with a crunch like the sound of breaking bones. I can tell that each harsh, quaking hand gesture is most likely an epithet. What's she saying?
He was just very hard to get these. I guess that is an understatement, Shi-chan.
Shizune calms down a bit, straightening her glasses and lightly brushing her bangs back with one finger.
He really wasn't a big deal in retrospect. That's forward-thinking of you. Alright then, I guess the 2 of us should get back into work, Hee-chan.
Sure, why not? By the time we're done with the signs, it's already getting dark out. I hadn't expected something like this to take so long, but then again, if it were that easy, I doubt Shizune and Misha would have asked for my help. Shizune falls into a nearby chair, cracking her knuckles systematically and letting out a muted yawn.
That's all for today, I guess. That's a good thing, Shi-chan. I'm very tired, too.
That took longer than expected.
You agree? We didn't expect it to take so long either. Not as planned. Aw, I'm so hungry. I just realized I haven't eaten all day.
Now that I think about it, I have eaten nothing since I woke up this morning, but right now I'm almost too tired to think about food. I think they already stopped serving dinner.
This can't be happening. Hee-chan, can you think of any way we could obtain food?
Obtain food? I don't like her tone of voice.
Why not order out? Oh, that's right. I guess I could do that.
Order out? From where?
From town, of course.
I didn't know they delivered to the school. Well, what are you going to get?
Maybe some Chinese food.
As long as you're going to, can I get in on it too? I'm also pretty hungry.
Hee-chan, you should have just said so in the first place. What's that? It's your treat? That's great, that's great. That's true. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here so late, Hee-chan.
Misha quickly grabs a menu from a drawer behind her and begins to enter the number slowly and carefully as if she's used to messing it up.
What do you want, Hee-chan?
Well, I guess I'll just have some dumplings. I raise my hand in a gesture of thanks to Shizune, who responds with a very faint, split-second smile.
Hee-chan is paying for everything tonight. It's all on her, so you can afford to splurge a little.
Some shrimp fried rice too, then.
Alright. And you, Shi-chan? A Chinese omelet? Okay, then.
Hey, Misha, does that really mean omelet? Can I see that again?
Sure, like this, like this. And this is what you ordered, dumplings. Shrimp fried rice. I'm going to get soup and stir fry if you say that like this. And here's how much it costs. 3,685 yen.
Well, I don't know in how many situations I'll need to remember such an exact number.
Okay, I'm gonna order now unless anyone wants something else. No objections? Alright then.
Shizune impatiently twirls a pair of chopsticks between her fingers as we wait for the food to arrive. Hey, where did you get those?
This isn't the first time we've ordered out, Hee-chan, and they always give us a ton of chopsticks. For some reason, even when we tell them that we're only 2 people.
And you 2 have accumulated a lot of them from a lot of long nights eating takeout in the office?
That's exactly it. I'm overstating it? That's right, Hee-chan. Hey, Hee-chan, did you know that once we've collected 100 pairs of chopsticks from ordering out, we'll be able to take over the universe?
I used to think that too when I was little.
Hee-chan, are you good at breaking them down the middle? I can never do it right, so I found a little pile of chopsticks Hee-chan had saved up and practiced on at least 20 of them.
She was really mad about that. I let out a laugh as Shizune turns bright red with indignation. I didn't know she had such a childish side. When the food arrives, I dig in heartily, drinking one of the tiny cans of soda Shizune bought for us from one of the vending machines in the hall. Thanking them both for the food, I head back to the dorms, ready to turn in for the night. The dorms are eerily quiet except for the sound of portable TVs and radios murmuring unintelligibly behind thin walls. It's quiet here at night and very peaceful. I can hear the crickets chirping outside of my window and see actual stars when I look up. Tired, I try to fall asleep as quickly as I can, only feeling slightly robbed of my Saturday. The next day, I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's Sunday and there are no classes. Not just Sunday, though, but the festival as well. From my window, I can already see some people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates for people with a craving for low-quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning meds and ponder how to spend the day. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finishing up my morning routine, I exit into the hallway, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kenji is up to today out of impulse. I'm curious if he has any plans, since everyone is doing something. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort, complete with no girls allowed sign. And with the girls crossed out and body crudely scrawled underneath it. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling clicking of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the door. Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. I was just gonna ask you what you're gonna do today. Half the school is out there already. Where? Why? What? What? Is today special? Why are they here? Why are they there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? Yeah, I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside and people selling stuff. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival. You know that, right? Oh, shit, that's the day? Damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have my fort finished yet. This is bad. This is going to be a very bad day. It's good that you told me this, man. This is going to be a bad day. Why? Oh, man, they're going to be everywhere. The people outside my window, socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, looking suddenly very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn. And I was going to go out today, but now it's ruined. Everything is ruined. This is awful. This sucks. What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could even say that he's majorly freaking out. I can't believe this. So that's what today was. Damn, and I couldn't even prepare for it. I couldn't even brace myself, and now it's here, and I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. Imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So I guess you're not going to do anything today? The weather's even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold, but it's not though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. No, I can't do it. They'll leave me alive out there, I know it. That has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face. Relatively straight. What are you gonna do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together. I'm gonna have to hang out with the student council since I lost a bet. I realized that we didn't agree on when and where. I'll just wait for them rather than risk us missing each other in the chaos outside. They must be busy running around and organizing things anyway. It's funny, I wouldn't have assumed the price for losing to Shizune in her stupid game would be a lot more severe. This is just a pretense for spending time with her. In that case, I guess if she wants me to have fun. Even though she can't just come out and make her intentions clear, they may be good intentions after all, and I think I'm starting to like her more. I could skip going, but it'd be a waste, and I want to go too. I mean, today does seem pretty exciting. If anything, it'll be interesting. The student council? What? Not still around? Isn't it like 2 dudes? They're both girls. Really? Are they cute? Damn, no, wait. Are they cute? No, it doesn't matter. I heard the student council president is insane, that whoever it is never talks and only gives orders through flunkies. Shit, they're the same in every school. Sounds like a cold-hearted bitch. Bitches everywhere. If it's 2 girls, they'll outnumber you 2 to 1. That's a dangerous situation, dude. Who knows what can happen? Damn, the student council is just 2 women, but they hold so much power. They must be stopped.
I can see them plotting ways to push their feminist agenda. I can't trust an administration like that. It's not cool, not cool. Damn, shit, damn. He fingers the scarf nervously, faster and faster, like he's trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. I'm gonna have to find some place to hide in a safe haven, and then knock the lights out of myself so that I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. The door slowly closes with a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. I ponder what I'd like to do with Shizune and Misha. Deciding it's best to be extra prepared, I duck back into my room and stock my wallet with money. I wonder if they have this game where you try to catch a goldfish on a paper net. It seems way easier than they make it look. Then again, if I were to catch a goldfish, I'd have no real reason to keep it. What am I going to do with a fish in my tiny room? Cook it? I could give it to Shizune or Misha, but that might be overstepping my bounds. It's a real problem. Both of them are cute, but I don't think I have a chance with either of them. Regardless, I'm all over the thought of doing it. I imagine how they might react if I were to give them a gift tonight, like a fish or a doll. Misha would probably laugh like she always do. Shizune might slap it out of my hand. Maybe it isn't such a good idea after all. Okay, I think I'm set. A good while later, I decide that this could be another psych-out test devised by Shizune. Even if it isn't, it's starting to get kind of late. I resolve to just go out and search for them, even though I don't know where I could look. They might be really hard to find today. As soon as I step outside, I almost bump into Shizune. Hi, Shizune, where's Misha? I try to sign it as best as I can, but I'm just making stuff up. I've got to ask Misha to teach me some of this. Here! Misha pops up from behind Shizune, grinning widely. We just came to make sure you're coming along with us to the festival. Don't renegade? I don't know that one. Renege on your promise. Promise? I don't think I promised anything. Stop trying to get out of it. Come on, Hee-chan, it'll be fun. You need this anyway, or you'll become a no-good person. You don't want to become one of those people who just stays in their dorm room all day, being paranoid, do you? I find myself staring over her shoulder at the door to Kenji's room right across from mine. I hope he didn't hear that, but I think Misha wants the opposite. No, of course not. I was just playing around a little, and was right about to leave anyway. You two didn't have to come here. Really? Hee-chan was worried you would try to get out of it somehow. We need you, Hee-chan. Huh? I think my heart just skipped a beat. I don't have the aim to knock the dolls off of their pedestals in that one game, and Hee-chan refuses to throw things. Oh. Shizune stares at me, immediately noticing my disappointment. She uncrosses her arms and adjusts her glasses. What did you think we meant? I refuse to throw anything. Why, Hee-chan? That is weird. Well, anyway, Hee-chan, you've thrown a ball before, right? Right? So, you have to come with us. I'm amazed by their logic. I don't know if they're joking or if they're not. I'd feel offended if I didn't know you guys were joking. You're joking, right? It is what it is, Hee-chan. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. Well, that's reassuring. Come on, let's go. The deaf band is setting up outside your window. Misha grabs me by the hand and tries to pull me out the door, but it's clear that she isn't trying at all. Shizune looks at the both of us, blushing slightly and fiddling with her glasses impatiently. I'm not used to this kind of casual contact, but I have nothing against it. How could I object? It's still light outside, but the sun is getting ready to set behind the trees. It looks like half of the school is out here, and I can even see some faculty members standing off to the side, helping themselves to some punch. They are about to empty the entire bowl, to the dismay of the girl working the stall. There are some fortune tellers chatting idly with their friends, while others have already gotten started slinging horoscopes at anyone who walks in range. I think that kind of tactic is a little too aggressive, but it shows that they're into it. It's refreshing to see, but I don't know if I'll be able to get used to it. Well, we should get something to eat. Hungry, Hee-chan? Come to think of it, I haven't eaten all day. I don't really want to eat fried noodles. That's okay, there are other fried foods. Are there any foods that aren't fried? Candy, junk food is the essence of celebration. Come on, Hee-chan, we'll treat you to one thing. One? Just one, only so you can build up energy for your throwing arm. But it doesn't look like all the booths are done setting up yet, so you might not be able to get what you want. I take a look around, surprised by the number of stalls. It's unbelievable. This festival seems larger than the ones you might see in actual towns. Despite what Misha said, seems like half the school is already celebrating. The air is humming with the excited chattering of at least half of the student body. I can smell food cooking, and it's only making me hungrier by the second. Come on, Hee-chan, the food is already disappearing fast. If you want takoyaki, we need to move now. I could go for some takoyaki. Come on, let's eat that. Alright, I haven't had takoyaki in forever. I'm game.
Shizune takes off before Misha can even sign it back to her, briskly walking towards the takoyaki stand as Misha and I try to catch up. Misha laughs as she skips towards Shizune, who asks for 3 orders of takoyaki by holding up 3 fingers. I never noticed it before, but for someone who is so obsessed with high-class tea, it's a little weird that Shizune is also into fast food. I take a plate of takoyaki she hands me and wonder if I should dig in. It looks extremely hot. I can see the smoke coming off of it and the oil bubbling on the surface. Shizune and Misha both look at me as if waiting for me to eat before they can begin. I can't back down, so I spear one in the tiny plastic fork gently sticking up from the corner of the plate. However, before I can even put it in my mouth, Shizune and Misha begin eating eagerly, Shizune taking quick but delicate bites out of the takoyaki while Misha eats with relish like a small child. I guess at the end of the day, both of them are just like kids, like any other student here. Just kids like any other student here. It's kind of nice. I don't think I've had a chance like this in a long time to just hang out with other people and enjoy their company. Even before coming here, I'd been going through a very busy year, so busy that I hadn't realized what I'd been missing until now. Here I feel at peace. This is a soothing atmosphere. I didn't know these kinds of festivals still existed.
Huh? Hee-chan, you aren't going to eat your food?
No, I'm going to eat it.
I hope you weren't chickening out because it's too hot.
That's not it. Even their teasing is beginning to become endearing. I eat quickly before my food can get cold, thinking that the dimly lit paper lanterns glowing warmly against the sunset make for a beautiful sight. Before I can finish my last bite of takoyaki, Shizune steps in front of me, standing perfectly straight with her arms rigidly behind her back. I can see she's trying her best to look as serious as possible, but even she can't hide her good mood, as there is a slight smile on her face.
Come on, Hee-chan, let's go play some games.
Are they even done setting up?
No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Come on, Hee-chan, before it gets too crowded.
Misha puts a hand on my shoulder and laughs very loudly.
Come on, come on. The prizes look really great this year. Really, really. Wouldn't you like to win some prizes for 2 cute girls like us?
Misha flashes her best cute look, which is admittedly pretty cute. I look at Shizune, expecting her to do the same, but she just looks at me like I'm insane.
Misha, stop doing that. Wait, I'm Misha. Hee-chan, hurry up. You've been holding that piece of takoyaki for like 1,000 years.
I like to savor everything that I eat, even this. Without warning, Shizune picks the takoyaki from my hand and plops it into her mouth with a smile. It happened so fast that there's no way I could have stopped her. Before I can even fully process what just happened, Misha bursts into laughter and Shizune smiles at me, probably the closest I've ever seen to her come to laughing.
Well, that takes care of that.
Shizune grabs my right hand and Misha grabs my left.
You coming with us? There's a lot to do tonight. You should try harder to enjoy it.
Running through an already sizable crowd of people, we play game after game, from ring toss to whack-a-mole to games I've never even heard of. We rarely win, but it's fun nonetheless. Hey, do they have that goldfish scooping game here?
Of course, I didn't know you liked that game, Hee-chan.
Well, I've always wanted to try it. It doesn't seem too hard.
Are you sure about that, Hee-chan? Okay, we'll see. It should be around here somewhere. But where are you going to keep your fish? Do you have a bowl for it?
Well, no.
Maybe he'll eat it. Alright, Hee-chan, if we win any fish, we'll give them to you.
Oh, really? Another game? Fine then. Shizune pushes me excitedly towards the booth, trying to hide the enthusiasm in her eyes. Fortunately, the two of them fail to catch even a single fish, but I don't do any better. I can't help but laugh as immediately afterwards they start tugging me towards a particularly large, colorful stall that I helped build. I remember this one. It had been a real pain in the ass to make. The booth runner, an average-looking guy with dyed brown hair, snaps to attention when he sees us walking over. I notice 2 things. First, it's one of those games where you throw the ball at a pyramid of opaque bottles and try to knock over as many as possible. 4 balls for 50 yen. That's pretty good. Second, there are instructions on how to play in Braille. I almost want to say something and look to see if Shizune and Misha see it as well. Either they don't, or they don't find it strange at all. Hey, it's good to see you, Hakamichi. Thank you so much for your help with this booth. Having fun? Shizune glances towards Misha, who signs everything to her in a flash, then beams at the operator.
It was nothing at all, really. Yeah, this is great. I think the best festival we've put together yet. Shiraki, we'd like to play this. It's okay, right? Of course, it would be really great if you would just give your cute, hardworking student council representatives a prize for all the hours we put in making all this possible.
No. If anything, Shiraki has balls. Hey, I built this doll, and it was back-breaking job, too. I wasted 2 hours of my life. I think I deserve at least a free round.
And me. Me too.
After some hesitation, he eventually gives in and hands us each 4 balls with a shrug. Barely a second later, Shizune and Misha dump theirs in front of me. What gives? Don't tell me that after making such a big deal out of it, you two aren't going to even play? Not after the way we ganged up on Shiraki. Yeah.
You stay out of this, please.
Shizune turns to me and begins waving her hand dismissively. Misha appears torn between translating for her and consoling the booth operator.
Hee-chan, what's your sense of chivalry? Besides, I, Shi-chan, have a policy against throwing balls. Sorry, Hee-chan, I don't know if my aim is that good either. You must be pretty good at these things, though, right? It shouldn't be a problem for you.
This looks simple enough. The bottles aren't even that far away. The only challenge is that these are wiffle balls. I throw one of the balls hard, and it bounces off unceremoniously. What the hell? Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. There's water inside the bottles. Trade secret.
That's not very fair.
This must be why it's 4 balls for 50 yen. How devious.
Come on, Hee-chan, you can knock them down. You even have 11 more chances. Go!
Maybe you should do it. Shizune, do you want to try? Shizune empathetically shakes her head from side to side. I laugh. This is actually pretty fun. Winding up, I throw another ball at the pyramid of bottles and manage to get them to budge just slightly. Both Shizune and Misha are casting longing glances towards a doll shaped like a cat. All in all, they really aren't that different. Sometimes I wonder if Shizune would sound like Misha if she could talk. No, they're not that alike. I throw another ball, realizing that it actually is quite simple. If I hit another 2 bottles in the bottom row at the same time, it's an easy win. Already a small crowd is beginning to gather, so the pressure is really on me. 9 more shots. Winding up like a baseball player, I throw as hard as I can, and the bottles come tumbling down. Triumphantly, I claim my girlish cat doll prize, and Misha laughs uproariously as if it was her who won it. Shizune stares at me with her usual blank expression. It's clear she wants the doll, too.
Hee-chan, congratulations. What are you going to do with that doll?
There is no right answer. I have to tread carefully. I do not know.
Well, I'll take it if you don't want it. Unless you want to keep it for yourself, Hee-chan. I didn't know you liked dolls. How delicate.
I don't. I have no use for this.
Can I have it then?
Her eyes are drilling into my soul. This is a decision I don't want to make. I turn back to the booth. Hey, you have more than one of this doll? Actually, yeah, just one more. Okay, set everything up again. I want to try for that one as well. I still have 8 tries. As soon as the game is set up again, I throw as hard as I can again, but miss.
Trying to win another one? Taking the easy way out, Hee-chan?
If it's that easy, you could try it.
No, thanks. Say, Hee-chan, can you at least put the doll down while you throw the balls?
No.
There's only one more left. You'd better get it. If you fail, I'll kill you. What a clever way to duck out of giving me the doll, though. And by me, I mean me. Just kidding.
I can see Misha didn't mean any harm from it, and Shizune seems to enjoy her joke, smiling at it, but she looks a little depressed afterwards. I decide to hand her the doll, at least while I'm trying to win the other one. It's kind of hard to aim holding a giant cat.
Thank you, Hee-chan. Shi-chan seems very happy, Hee-chan, but you're going to win one for me too, right?
That is what I'm trying to do, isn't it? I throw again, but my aim is way off this time. My arm feels kind of heavy as well, as if blood isn't flowing to it properly. I scold myself mentally, thinking it's pathetic I could get tired from something like that. Then I realize that maybe it's because of my heart. If it is, then I don't know what to think. It's depressing that even something as small as this is enough to make me realize my own mortality. I guess there won't ever be a time when I'll be able to forget about it. Even today, when I thought I would be able to just enjoy myself on this beautiful night and on this beautiful place, I can't escape the reason why I'm here. I never felt so at peace in my life, in this place which is like nowhere else I've ever been. It's hard now to keep from thinking of the unthinkable, that I may just have been sent here to die. These past few days have been some of the best of my life, the first time in a long time that I've ever felt truly alive. But in the end, I'm someone who finds himself reminded every time he climbs too many stairs or throws a ball too hard that he could die at any second. I'll always be limited by this. I feel depressed by that and angry as well. In the end, I care about my life and I enjoy it, and now it's more transient than ever. I wonder if what it is that will finally do me in. It could be anything. If I'm this weak and pathetic, a bad fall, a punch to the chest, a stray baseball. I've now lost my will to keep playing this game, but I keep playing anyway. Suddenly I feel a split-second sensation of pain in my chest. It comes and goes instantaneously, but enough to make me stumble just a bit. Shizune jumps back startled. She comes closer, staring at me with concern. Misha puts her hand on my shoulder.
Hey, Hee-chan, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't really feel too good right now. I think I'm sick. I don't think I can go on.
Misha frowns. Don't strain yourself. If you're that sick, you'll make yourself sicker. Look, the festival is just getting started, and we've been playing games for a while. We can take a little break if you're tired. Good idea, Hee-chan. I'm feeling a little tired, too. I think we're all a little worn out running all over the school, Hee-chan.
I nod. They don't seem to notice anything unusual. That's good. We walk through the sea of people, with Misha cheerfully pointing out the faces of everyone she knows. Shizune holds the stuffed cat in her arms, cradling it absent-mindedly. It seems like they're having fun. Suddenly I feel a pang of guilt. Because of my poor health, we all had to stop.
Hee-chan, we're both feeling kind of hungry. How about you?
I'm not as hungry as I could be, but I do want something to eat.
That's good enough, Hee-chan. So what should we get to eat?
It doesn't really matter to me.
How about sandwiches then? And we'll need something to drink too. Misha will get everything. What?
Shizune looks at me and smiles, then I realize she might be trying to cheer me up with a joke. I laugh.
Hee-chan is getting kind of crowded, so we might not be able to eat here. It's getting kind of loud too. Maybe we should go eat on the roof.
That's fine with me. It might be a nice view, and there could be a little breeze.
Okay then, I guess I should get the food and drinks now, so I'll see you two then.
Misha gives a clumsy wave and then runs off. Before, I didn't notice how the paper lanterns looked illuminating the dark night, but now that I'm able to see it, it really is an amazing sight. Fireflies float overhead, their soft glow making it look as if it's snowing lights in the night sky. This type of thing would be impossible to see in the city. Shizune tugs at my sleeve impatiently and crosses her arms, frowning as if to show displeasure at me for getting distracted. You know, I don't know how to read sign language. Come to think of it, isn't it kind of stupid of me to have said that to a deaf person? She wouldn't have heard it. I shrug, hoping to show her that I don't understand. Shizune shakes her head and dismisses it with a wave of her hand. Maybe I should get around to asking Misha for some lessons on sign language. Climbing up onto the roof, I find myself in awe again at the sheer size of this school. The grounds are so expansive that I can't believe I hadn't realized it before. As I walk across the roof, trailing behind Shizune, I can't help but be taken in by the stars shining in the sky. Shizune and I sit down on a bench. She seems like she's in a good mood as she smiles softly while the breeze blows through her hair. We look down at the festival, which looks like a sea of glowing amber lanterns and waving paper fans teeming with people, some of them festively dressed in yukata. In fact, most of the girls seem to be wearing yukata. I wonder why Shizune and Misha didn't dress up today. The two of them would look nice in yukata. I briefly think about what types they would wear. Shizune would likely go with something traditional. However, Misha's a bit harder to place. Misha arrives, panting as she runs to us, trying to keep the food in her arms from falling. Setting everything on the ground, she lets herself drop backwards.
That took a while. Come on, you two didn't tell me what you wanted, so I got some rice punch, some sandwiches, some candy too. A little bit of everything.
That's great. Let's dig in. Misha takes a bite out of a small triangular sandwich.
So, Hee-chan, what do you think of the festival? It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
The stars are nice tonight. This couldn't have been a more perfect day.
The sound of people talking below us is like faint music alongside the chirping of crickets in the distance. I take a sip from the can of punch and look over at Misha, who looks as if she's sleeping comfortably with her back stretched out and a half can full of apple juice balanced on her stomach. Shizune sits with her legs drawn close to her, rocking back and forth slowly like an impatient child as she stares up at the sky. The two of them are so cute. I look around and can see many students holding hands with their girlfriends or their boyfriends. Not too far from us on this roof, there are couples gazing up at the stars or down at the lights of the festival, holding each other's hand. A part of me wants that. Looking at Shizune and Misha, I wonder if maybe I could ask one of them out someday. I wonder if it would be worth the risk. The golden hands moving across the face of the delicate watch on Shizune's wrist catch my eye, and I can see that it's getting kind of late, but the festivities are still going strong. Shizune is still holding the stuffed cat I won by the paw. She notices me looking at it. Offhandedly, she offers it to me. I smile, wanting to ask her what I would do with it, but she wouldn't be able to understand me. I shake my head, trying my best to tell her to keep it, hoping she'll understand. As I look out towards the school, I can see before me so many people, all of which are happy and cheerful. Watching them makes me feel content. This really was something. Today was worth it. But I still can't shake the feeling of guilt and melancholy from earlier. They keep hanging on to me, and I can't let them go. Shizune signed something to me, and I can't understand her. No matter what I say, she won't be able to hear me. I can't understand you, Shizune. Well, whatever. I wonder if we both consider ourselves at fault for this. Anyway, I'm sorry for not being able to understand. You know, I'm almost
almost glad that you tried to coerce me into coming here. If I attempted to date you, though, maybe I would have to think more about that side of you. No, actually, I'm glad. Today was nice. You would be cuter if you smiled more. You have a nice smile. Frustrated, she stands up, arms behind her back, looking authoritative and confident against the backdrop of stars. Suddenly, Shizune throws her arms out towards the open sky, seeming to hold it between her hands. It's as if she's telling me to look at everything in front of me. The school, bathed in the festival's glow and lit up with colorful yukata, the roof illuminated by fireflies, the sky so vast that it imposes the feeling of awe onto you. What does she want? It slowly dawns on me with time. The beautiful scene before me is proof that there are things wonderful enough that spoiling them with bad mood would be unforgivable. And I can feel the weight of Shizune's personality pressing the point further. Thanks, I guess. I look away, but then Shizune grabs me by the shoulder, her watch brushing against my cheek. With her left hand, she points up to the sky. With faint pops, fireworks begin to go off in the sky, each one spreading a shower of bright colors that slowly fade into the dark. I can't even recall the last time I saw fireworks at all, much less a display this large. Not to mention it seems that they're being launched from the school. It's almost impossible to believe. The lights in the sky mingle with the second salvo from the town below. They seem timed to complement each other like two parts of a duet. They continue for maybe 15 more minutes, and then stop. Shizune realizes her hand is still on my shoulder, and withdraws it carefully, looking a little uncomfortable. Regaining her composure, she grins with her hands on her hips and her chest thrust out in front of her. It's in these moments that she seems most like a regular teenage girl, energetic, happy, and carefree. I eat thoughtfully with Shizune, the two of us looking out at the gradually thinning crowds below in silence. She sits leaning forward slightly, her chin resting softly on her hands, and a contented look on her face with just a hint of wistfulness. All the while still gently holding on to the stuffed cat's paw. I start feeling tired and tell her that I'll see her and Misha tomorrow, without even realizing that she can't hear me, and then start walking back to the dorms. I feel warm and alive, even in this chilly night air. The image of Shizune standing forcefully before the stars themselves, denying my self-pity, does not leave my mind easily. If it only takes a moment for it there to be love, I think I may be falling in love with her. Just a little bit. And we begin Shizune's route. Oh. Not very good so far, but he's learning. I think that's JSL because I don't recognize anything. Oh. Oh, writing notes back and forth. That's cute. Oh. Misha doesn't look happy. The stars are so pretty. Act 2. Learning to read. Throwing balls. Finish Shizune's Act 1. Achievement unlocked. The next morning I recall what a perfect night last night was, so much so that I can't stop thinking about it. It's probably not the most appropriate time to reminisce since I have a test first period. It's so unfair. How could they do this? They hold a festival that is the culmination of what has to be at least a few weeks worth of work on a Sunday, and then follow up with exams starting the very next morning? It's gotta be some kind of sick joke. I'm not too worried about it, but I wonder if they couldn't have held off on this for at least another week. Well, at least the weather this morning is nice enough that I can study outside before class. It's a lot more refreshing out here than it would be in the classroom, not to mention with how quiet it is, I'm starting to think that everyone else will be sleeping in pretty late today. I put down the notes I'm reviewing for a second and stare out at the school grounds, still littered with festival stalls. Looking at them now in the daytime, without paper lanterns or crowds of people to draw my attention away from them, I noticed something peculiar. A lot of the stalls that Shizune, Misha, and I visited last night also happen to be the ones that we worked on. That's cute. Did Shizune come up with this? It had to be intentional, especially knowing her. Did she hope that I would catch on and see the fruit of our labors? I hear footsteps crunching in the grass behind me and turn around. I feel slightly paranoid, but all I find is Shizune standing there with an innocuous look on her face. Good morning. Why do I keep forgetting that she can't hear me? It's probably because I've gotten so used to Misha translating for both of us that I haven't actually run into many situations where I was forced to acknowledge Shizune's deafness and the problems that could stem from it.
I think yesterday was the first. I give her a wave anyway. I can do at least this much, but I'm not even going to pretend for a minute that I could hold up a conversation with her, considering my ignorance of sign language. Would it be rude to just go back to my notes? I don't really know what else I could do. Where's Misha? Not just because I can't understand you. You two are always together anyway, so I'm not used to seeing you apart. I know it's silly, but for some reason talking to her makes me feel less awkward. Surprisingly, she doesn't get mad at all. She starts signing, but it's different than usual. Shizune's hands move more slowly, and the gestures are simpler. I quickly realize that this isn't sign language at all, but she's still attempting to communicate with me. So, is this the sign language equivalent to breaking it down into layman's terms? I'm terrified that if I attempt to gesticulate back, I just look like a total dumbass. The look on Shizune's face tells me that she's starting to think that trying to have any kind of back and forth like this is not exactly the best way to accomplish things. There has to be a better way. Writing on a pad? Well, I do have paper and pencil. What else, though? Cell phones? I don't really have much use for mine here, so I barely carry it around, and I don't know if Shizune even has one. She takes the initiative, holding up a finger to ask for a pause before pulling out a pen and pad from her bag and writing a single word on it. Hello. I stare blankly at her and receive a similar but somehow more intimidating stare in response. She nudges the pad in my direction forcefully, clearly wanting me to reply. Good morning. Shizune beams with a disproportionate amount of happiness. She starts twirling her pen triumphantly as she thinks about where to go from here. Oh, come on, it's not like you just invented fire. Shizune pushes up her glasses curtly as if she had heard me, and then starts writing at a furious pace. Use the notepad. Right. I'm confused. Am I supposed to take it from her and write okay now? This is about the furthest thing I could imagine from a smooth, flowing conversation. It makes me envy the ease with which Misha is able to communicate with Shizune. Are you studying for the test? I'm pretty sure I can get away with answering a simple yes or no question like this with a nods. You are very early. Most people sleep in late after the festival. That means you are abnormal. Sorry, one sec. Is that so? You're here too. Before handing that response back to her, though, I remember what I'd noticed earlier in Ad. Yesterday was fun. I noticed today that I built a lot of stalls we went to. Maybe that's why they were so familiar. Was this another game? She shakes her head from side to side indignantly. No tricks. I thought that because you had made those stalls, they were the most important ones. We had to visit them because everyone should be able to appreciate the fruit of their labors. I wanted you to be able to see and enjoy what you had done. I'm sort of touched. Still, I have to wonder why she would go out of her way, and I ask as much in my response. Because you were depressed. I want to say that I was depressed for days, but stop. It's true, I was moping quite a bit and not being too subtle about it half the time either, so it's possible that she knew. Was everything she did just to cheer me up then? Thanks. I mumble it before I catch myself, but Shizune doesn't seem to care. I write it down instead and she nods once, as if unused to it. The silence between us grows more vast with each passing second, and there's nothing I can do to break it. Having to write everything down on paper kind of destroys any hope of trying to be casual. Good luck on the exam. Shizune pushes the pad right in front of my eyes, breaking my concentration, taking the initiative again, as always. As she walks into the school building, I can't help but feeling a little sad. That felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life, and all because it's so alien to me to have face-to-face conversations with someone by passing notes to each other that I can't help coming up blank most of the time. It makes me want to learn sign language. It's easier said than done, although in a school like Yamaku, they might very well have sign language classes. In that case, there would be little reason not to pursue this. The only person who I can think of to ask at the moment is Misha. How badly do I want to know this? There are two options, wait until after class or go look for her now. I guess I'll go now, but I'm not certain where she is. My best bet would be to start searching for her in the girls' dorm, though. After all, if she wasn't with Shizune, that's probably the only place where she could be. A guy casually prowling around the girls' dorm early in the morning is unacceptable, but asking Misha about sign language classes in front of Shizune would just be unthinkable. She has to come to school sometime, after all. We're in the same class, too, so she has to take this test. Oh my gosh. If I wait here, I'll be sure to see her sooner or later. I just hope she doesn't walk past me while I'm flipping through my notes. It turns out to be a pretty long wait. As students file into the school, I wonder if Misha's going to be late. Eventually I catch sight of her. While she bounces across the grounds, it hits me that I'd have to be blind to miss her with her incredibly distinctive hair. Hi, Hee-chan. Good morning. Morning. I don't have a lot of time before class starts, so I cut directly to the chase. Hey, can I ask you a question? A question? Okay, Hee-chan. Sure. I have time, but only because I'm late. What does that mean?
I should have woken up earlier, but I was so tired. If I had, I would have had to study, but since I didn't, it won't hurt. What is it, Hee-chan?
Well, there are sign language classes here, right?
Yep, they're electives. Why do you want to know, Hee-chan?
For some reason, that question briefly makes me panic. No reason. It sounds interesting, but I guess it's too early to sign up now. Or too late to sign up now, right? I'm not exactly being too subtle here, but Misha never seems to pick up on things like that anyway, so I'm probably being more cautious than is necessary.
Well, Hee-chan, I've heard there are fewer and fewer students taking sign language every year, so if you want, I'm sure they will let you join. Are you thinking of learning sign language, Hee-chan?
Yeah.
If you learn sign language, Hee-chan, that would make Shi-chan really happy. If you want, we can go to the teacher's office after school. They'll probably let you in.
That would be great. Don't tell Shizune that I want to learn it, though.
Why not?
So it can be a surprise. Besides, it'll look bad if you tell her this morning and then I find out in the afternoon that I can't take the classes.
Aw, you're right, Hee-chan. Still, this will be hard. It's such good news.
I'm in the student council, so I might as well try learning it, even if it's just basics. It'd be a step up from nothing. Besides, Shizune and I can't keep relaying everything through you as if you were a phone or something, right?
You're right, Hee-chan.
The bell rings to signal the start of first period, cutting our conversation short. I guess I'll just ask the teacher after classes are through. Her reaction was a little strange, but I forget about it as the day goes on. Oh, okay. Guess we didn't ask that day. The bell rings and the teacher at the front of the room gestures the classes are over for the day. Although getting into this class was surprisingly easy, it's only been a few days and I'm still not used to the experience. The actual signing is easier to pick up than I expected, but most of my classmates are hard of hearing. On top of that, the teacher favors immersion. I haven't heard her speak since I asked if I could take the class. It's an alien concept and really unnerving. The moment I step out of the classroom, I hear a familiar laugh explode through the air in short distance to my left.
Hi, Hee-chan.
Misha's not in my sign language class, so this is the first time I've seen her in this context. I still don't know whether her not being in my class is good or bad. It would be more interesting with her in it, but the potential for awkward situations would increase drastically. Hi.
It's a surprise to see you here, Hee-chan. Ah, that's right, you're taking sign language, aren't you? Right. What do you think of it so far, Hee-chan?
It's not easy to learn a new language, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Despite how different it is from other languages, it's still easier than English.
Really, Hee-chan? I agree.
I was just joking, but she apparently is totally serious. I wonder how Misha can effortlessly translate things to me while simultaneously having a conversation with Shizune in different language like she does. Until now, I've taken it for granted how amazing it is. Someone bumps into my shoulder and apologizes. It's getting kind of crowded here, what with it being the end of the day and all. I think we should talk somewhere else instead of the hallway. Let's go to the roof or something.
Okay.
I decide to continue talking on the way. It's surprisingly quiet enough to carry on a conversation while doing so. It's still taking me some time to get used to having to look at the teacher constantly. I guess I took all those years of simply listening to the lectures while I doodled for granted. It makes taking notes a lot more difficult too. The introductory class is small, and I'm already behind. I guess I have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, this is much better. I turn around to look back at Misha to see her staring at me with her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed outwards.
Hee-chan, you're behind? That's not good at all.
I started the class a week later than everyone else. It's not that bad.
Okay, Hee-chan, let's review what you learned then. I'll tutor you, okay?
This is the first time I've heard "I'll tutor you" used outside of dirty movies. I'm not nearly as turned on as I'd have expected. I don't know if I need a tutor yet.
Aw.
She looks more disappointed than usual. It makes me feel awkward to see her making that kind of face.
I want to be a sign language teacher, Hee-chan, but it would be really great if I could try tutoring someone in it first. Even if it's for a little while, the experience would be valuable.
Ah, well, yeah, that's true. I didn't know you wanted to be a sign language teacher. It's hard to believe she isn't intentionally trying to make me feel guilty because she's very good at it. Still, it makes sense. She's very good at sign language already from what I've seen and certainly has the voice for dealing with hearing impaired. I never saw her as the teaching type, though.
It's the reason why I wanted to go to this school, Hee-chan. It's also really expensive to attend here, you know. Because I want to be a sign language teacher, I have reduced tuition fees. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd be able to keep going here.
I see. It's not that I think you would be bad at tutoring, it's just that I don't know if I need it just yet.
You're right, Hee-chan, you're smart.
Well, no, that just makes me sound arrogant. Alright, please tutor me.
Really? Okay. Yay, thanks, Hee-chan, I'll do my best. Let's start right now.
Too soon.
I miss Hee-chan.
Didn't you just see her this morning?
But it's hard to talk to her in class, Hee-chan. There's no student council today either.
Well, there have been exams all week. I'd be kind of mad if there was still student council. I'll be glad when they are over.
When he's back, you're not gonna skip out, right, Hichan?
Of course, I'm in it after all. Don't worry, I'm not going to just suddenly stop showing up. A promise is a promise. Misha pauses for a second, not looking very convinced.
Shi-chan takes the student council very seriously, Hichan. Now that you've joined, she works harder than before since she wants to make a good impression. Some other people joined at first, but they stopped coming soon after. Shi-chan tried to get more people interested in the student council, but it wasn't successful. Even when someone would join, they'd just stop coming eventually. They'd make excuses and just put it off more and more until they stopped coming altogether. However, I believe that you really mean it, Hichan.
My eyes stay focused on her hands, tilting and moving almost of their own free will, softly signing everything she is saying to herself as she speaks.
When you said you would join, she was really happy. Shi-chan thinks you're interesting, Hichan. An uninteresting person won't have the drive needed to join. Even if they do, a person that isn't interesting will quit soon after. That's what Shi-chan said. So, it's my duty to make sure you keep going.
Is that why you want to tutor me? You're kind of sneaky.
Really, Hichan? That's the first time anyone said that about me.
There's no chance that I would avoid student council work now. Thinking back over the past few days, I started to realize that the only reason I joined in the first place was because of Shizune. Her competitiveness and force of will are alluring. I can't tell Misha that, though.
Okay, Hichan, let's review what you've learned in class today.
You don't even know what I learned in class today.
You're right, Hichan. Okay, let's start with the basics then. I'll just teach you everything from the beginning.
You're kidding, right? Huh? You're serious? That's like days of lessons, and we're not even learning on the same level.
It's like riding a bike, Hichan. You never forget the basics. I don't know how to ride a bike, though.
Oh, no.
Right. I want to be a teacher one day, so of course I know what I'm doing. Okay. We're starting.
She looks like she's trying very hard, so this could be bad. Learning a language is vastly different from teaching it, and the first steps is usually the hardest part. Honestly, I couldn't do any better. Still.
Sign language was formally introduced in the 18th century by a Frenchman named, whose name I can't pronounce, and he started the first public school for the deaf in 1755, but the unwritten history of sign language is said to... I don't really know where to start. Sorry. Well, what better place to start than the history of sign language, right? Right. No, wait, maybe the alphabet. Okay, the alphabet it is then. Okay, Hichan, this is pretty basic stuff, although some people think that this is all of sign language and forget that there are all kinds of specific gestures and words. Although you can't really get anywhere else without the basics. This is A. Do you see it? Now you try.
I already know this, though. I humor her anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Now this is B and this is C.
Misha makes one symbol with each hand without specifying which is which.
And now D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, this is bad. Do you think Shizune wants to do some student council work today anyway? We could go.
Of course not, Hichan. Come on, I'll do it again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Your turn.
So there's really no student council work that needs doing or anything like that?
What are you talking about, Hichan? Come on, sign.
Like this?
No, like this.
Like...
this.
Huh.
I wish Shi-chan was here. This would be so much easier with her. That's how sign language is taught most of the time anyway, with 2 instructors. Did you know that, Hichan?
No. I let my brain run through what this would be like if Shizune were here.
Hichan, are you paying attention?
Yeah.
Shi-chan says that sign language is different from any other because you have to think about everything before you say it. That means every word has to be more weight, Hichan. Every single one is more important than normal. So, pay attention, please.
She continues her basic rundown of the basics of sign language. Eventually, she starts talking about stuff I start to recognize. In the end, I'm impressed. It took a bit of stumbling to get there, but as a teacher, she's pretty good when she's serious. After a while, I start to notice that it's getting late, so I thank Misha, bid her goodbye, and go back to my dorm. I learned a lot today. I'm jolted awake by the thunderous banging sound coming from my door. My first thought is, it could be Shizune. After all, only a deaf person or a jackass would knock that loudly at this hour. Who is it? Of course, if it's Shizune, she wouldn't be able to hear that or answer it. There's no reply, so I'm kind of pleased. I haven't seen Shizune in a while. Opening the door, I find Kenji standing out in the hall, his eyes nervously darting from side to side. Oh, it's you. Yeah, it's me. What kind of reaction is that? Well, I'd be able to give you a more personalized response if you had answered when I asked who it was. Kenji frowns and pushes up his glasses exactly like Shizune. Why are you making that weird face? I wonder how he's able to see me making a face now, yet hasn't been able to the millions of other times I've reacted to something weird he's said or done. I kind of want to pursue this, but I'm too tired to actually do it. Shizune pushes her glasses up just like that, the student council president. It's just a little weird. What the hell? What do you mean there's this girl who does the same thing? You mean she touches her glasses? I do that. That's my thing. Who is this bitch? Why are bitches all up in my business, stealing what I do? His character flips from anger to fear in the blink of an eye. Is she trying to replace me? Pod people? No, wait, that's an exact copy. Pod women? It's like my two greatest fears combined. It is! I can't believe he has a point. Hey, you going into town today? Maybe later. Okay, awesome. I have some stuff I want you to pick up for me at the post office. Some delicate and secret stuff. He speaks it in a whisper, as if talking about his mail in even a normal tone of voice will jeopardize it. You can have your mail sent directly here, No, you can't. You can have your mail sent to the school, and then to the student council picks it up, and then they give it to you. That's not the same as the mail appearing in your hands. I don't trust the student council. Many dudes don't get their mail here, They probably steal it all. They think that just because it's sent to them, they have the license to steal. I can just see them now, elbow deep in mail, fast grabbing all the free swag they can get a hold on. Sickening. Where can I find this mailman who can conjure mail out of thin air and into your hands? I don't know. I bet the student council killed him to preserve their monopoly on all the students' shit. It doesn't work that way. Is that what you wanted, though? Fine, I can pick up your mail for you, but eventually I'm going to collect on all these favors. You already owe me some money. Thanks for reminding me. I'll pay you back after I get my package. Yeah, my bad. I can't really pay you until then. I'm still broke. Then I'm basically doing it for money, like a job. What do you need a package for? Why do you need the package first? Is there any money in the package? Nah. I'm seriously dumbfounded. Why can't you get it? Because I'm going to remodel my room today into a war room. As the days go by, I realize more and more how dangerous feminism is. It really is everywhere, even in places like Iran. You can't tell how far up it goes. When the war begins, if we haven't transcended the concept of nations to fight for our genders, it will be chaos. No one will know who will take what side, and a war against feminism wouldn't just mean World War III, but the end of all life on Earth as we know it. If we lose, all our supple Japanese women will be raped and enslaved by a bunch of sociopathic lesbian supremacists. Meanwhile, the handful of men that didn't die in the war will be castrated and forced to repair toilets and build massive monuments commemorating the feminist victory. That's crazy. You're crazy. I think you're overthinking this. As the days go by, I realize more and more that you are not fallen. We've only talked like 4 times. Oh, sorry. Yeah, whatever. I'll get your package. Awesome. I close the door and jump right back into bed. The second my head hits the pillow, a painfully loud ringing assaults my ears, and I realize it's my clock. The alarm going off means that right now is the time I'm supposed to wake up in the first place. On weekdays, at least. I pick it up and throw it without looking up. It gets wedged between the bed and the wall, and the noise not stopping. In fact, it seems to grow louder. By the time I'm able to pry it out of there, I know I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep. The only thing I can think about doing now is going into town and just getting Kenji's stupid package, but it's too early for that. After showering, I take my medication. I'm actually very hungry today since I went without dinner yesterday, and before that I had just a very light lunch. I eat the pills, chomping on them like a leg of lamb. They are unbelievably bitter and disgusting, yet you don't chew pills, dude. Well, good medicine tastes bad, or something like that. I'm still hungry, and there's still a lot of time to kill, so I decided to go into town and find somewhere to have breakfast. I can't remember the last time I ate out. Besides, the weather is nice, so why not? The walk into town is longer than I remember, possibly because it's been a while, and probably because I rarely come here alone. There are barely any cars on the road because it's so early in the morning, making it unusually quiet. The first thing I do is start looking for a place to eat. Immediately I think of the Shanghai, but I want something more substantial than sandwiches or cake. Since it's so early, I decide to get Kenji's package first. Picking it up at the post office doesn't take very long, but the moment I see it, I'm enraged about what a pain in the ass it will be to carry this thing all the way back to the school. The box is huge. You need 2 hands to hold it. Insultingly, it's not even very heavy. I was thinking of wandering around for a bit, but with this thing in tow, that's going to be a real problem. I guess the Shanghai really is my only option now. Everything else is closed, and the ones that aren't all have about the same menu. The fact that also makes me want to throw some more business Yuko's way. Before I can even open the door and enter, someone taps me on the shoulder from behind. I turn around and see Shizune there. Instinctively, I look for Misha, but she doesn't seem to be here. Good morning. Looks like those sign language classes are already starting to pay off. I'm tempted to sign it right back, but then she might think I know a lot more than I actually do. For now, I just give her a wave and open the door. She's probably here for morning tea and didn't come here just to greet me. It turns out I'm right, as Shizune follows me inside the tea house. It's a total ghost town in here, and not exactly peak hours, but every other cafe I passed had at least a few customers. Actually, the Shanghai has been fairly empty every time I pass by. How does this place stay in business? Hello, thank you for choosing the patrons for, thank you for choosing to patronize our establishment. Yuko bows with the force of a falling axe, and her head collides with the box in my hands, launching it towards the floor. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. It's okay, you don't have to do all that hello thanks for choosing our shop thing since we know you. But it's part of my job. You're here early, what can I get you? I just want some coffee for now. I wonder what Shizune wants. Without Misha, there's no real way to tell, or any way to ask. I haven't learned about that yet, She's here, so I'm pretty sure that means she wants something too. I don't really know what Shizune wants. Does she have a usual? Wait, she might want something else though. Perhaps you should bring us a menu just in case. I look around for one, but can't find anything that looks remotely like a menu. Menus. I'll look for one right now. Huh? There are menus. They're just rare. It's only a restaurant menu, not a collector's edition. Weird. Is that what Shizune is saying? Nah, she can't hear you. It's just weird for a cafe to make you have to go out of your way to look for a menu. Weird. Yes, you're right. It's so illogical. There are so many things. Like, why is it called a Shanghai? This is a Western-style tea house, but the name is Chinese. And the architecture is old-fashioned, but my uniform is so modern and sophisticated. She looks like she's about to pass out. If she does, she'll probably fall forwards and make a mess of everything. I can't work here anymore. What a bad place for a circular train of logic to end up. No, come on. That kind of stuff is what sets this place apart. There are a lot of cafes around here, you know. I think it's charming, really. Please don't quit. Business is good here, isn't it? Not really. See, I think this is a good job for you. It suits you. You shouldn't quit. I never had to defuse this kind of crisis before. Eventually, I managed to calm her down and convince her that I'm sure Shizune just wants what she usually orders here. Yuko walks away to get her drinks, and by then, Shizune has already picked a table. There are no other customers, and Yuko isn't the most talkative person, so it's very quiet. It doesn't really bother me, but I wish that there was some way we could communicate. There are so few moments when we're alone. Shizune and Misha are almost always together, to the point where sometimes it seems like they are one. Now it's just me and her, and I'm unable to understand her or have her understand me. It's terrible. You don't have your little notepad today? I know it's the weekend and all, but it's not like you to be unprepared. Well, that's fine. I don't really like using it anyway. Still, it would come in handy now. Shizune starts signing in short bursts, punctuated by her stopping to take a sip of tea. It's strange how she doesn't make the slightest attempt to change how she normally acts. I'm talking to her for the most part because I'm not used to long silences. I briefly wonder if it's the same for her in a way. However, it seems unlikely. I think it's more that she is the type who doesn't change how she acts for anyone. Hey, it seems like Misha joined the student council because of you. That makes two of us, you know. I'm only here because you forced me into it. Well, not really forced, I guess. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have joined. It sounds slightly romantic, and I find myself blushing a little. I feel like such an idiot. Although I still don't know why you joined. It should have been the first thing I asked in retrospect, but I'm really curious. I'll have to remember to ask Misha sometime. It's nice to talk to you, even if you can't understand me. I wonder if it's the same for you. That would be really great. I don't think sign language will ever be as natural for me as Misha makes it look, but it's gotta be a step up from using pen and paper, right? We both been finished with our drinks for a while, and Shizune's eyes fall upon the box sitting in its own chair by my side. I'm just picking it up for someone. It's not mine. Shizune pulls it closer to her, intending to open it, and my heart almost leaps out of my throat. I quickly try to pull it back by wrapping my leg around the leg of the chair. What the hell? Don't open it. You just can't open other people's mail. That's not legal. No! When she gets going, there's almost no stopping her. Eyes filled with excitement, she looks ready to fight me over this stupid package, and I realize just how fast this could turn into a game of tug-of-war. I'm almost out of my seat and waving my arms like an air traffic controller before she finally settles down. Shizune pouts, not pleased with having her curiosity checked, and gets up to leave. It's about time too, I guess. We've been here a while. I protectively pick up the box before standing it myself. Suddenly she tenses her fingers excitedly and pulls out a marker from her pocket and starts writing on Kenji's box. Hey, what are you doing? I said this isn't mine. Hey! I can't even see her with it blocking my vision. Fine, at least let me put it down first. I have to read whatever she's writing anyway. I'll help you carry it. It doesn't seem like she's finished though, and Shizune draws a fierce line afterwards to signify that there's a catch. But it's a game. The first one to stumble loses, and the loser has to carry it the rest of the way by themselves. That's stupid. There's a 50% chance I'll end up carrying it myself anyway. Actually, I feel pretty stupid myself right now. I just forgot she can't hear me. I stop talking and shake my head. I can't understand her at all, but she's coming across very forcefully. It's clear that she thinks this is a great idea. Well, if she drops the box or something, she'll have to carry it. That would make things a lot easier for me, obviously. The odds are 50-50 then. They're probably higher than they would be for any other plan of hers. Alright, I'll take it. Thinking about it, I'm not sure how we should do this. Then Shizune grabs a hold of one end of the box and lifts it up, and I take the side that she isn't holding. Is this even right? This is very uncomfortable to walk like this. We leave the cafe, and I find myself hoping that the streets are still devoid of people. Yuko seems confused as to what we were doing, and I imagine it'll only get worse as more people see us. Shizune doesn't seem bothered at all. Walking with her arm at this unnatural angle, she just grins confidently and periodically makes some kind of weird gesture. There are people staring at us as time passes, and the usual morning crowd begins to fill the streets. I feel silly, but I'm sure that if I give up, Shizune will take it as a sign of surrender. I can't allow that because I think I'm doing well so far. Initially, I just write Shizune's little hand signals off as her preemptively gloating, but I catch on quickly that she's actually signaling where she wants to go. It dawns on me that this isn't a competition. It's not as much of a challenge, first of all, and second, it's really more of an exercise in teamwork. It's just that Shizune has been made a punishment for failing instead of a reward for doing well. Our fingers touch under the box, and Shizune moves her hand away, almost dropping her side of the box in the process. Well, that's game over for her. She doesn't look very happy. Does she think I did it on purpose to make her lose? If she does, she isn't making a big deal out of it. All's fair in love and war. I feel like I should take it from her and carry it myself, but she pushes me away when I try. She glares at me as if to tell me off, but she can't. With the box in her hand, she's basically gagged. A sad expression flickers across her face for a second, maybe on realizing that and having to acknowledge that there are some limitations she has to deal with after all. However, she is still as prideful as ever, even when it's to her detriment. She wouldn't accept letting me allow her to skip out on the consequences of her bet. Anything is fair during a game, but the results have to be honored to the letter, huh? Shizune is an interesting person. The march back to the dorms is uneventful. Shizune passes the trip by shifting the box around occasionally like a giant Rubik's Cube. It looks like another game that she has invented to amuse herself. It can't be good for whatever's inside, but I don't care enough to stop her. Maybe this is how she deals with things, by making everything into a game. It's hard to say for sure, though. It seems futile to try to psychoanalyze Shizune. On the short time we've known each other, I've been surprised on a fair number of occasions. I notice Shizune shivering. The wind is picking up and the school is pretty high up. It makes sense that she would be cold. If I gave her my jacket, though, would she reject it? I take off my jacket and drape it across her shoulders before she has a chance to protest. Her shoulders are slim and delicate, so much so that I want to let my hands linger on them. Shizune flinches when my fingers brush against her, understandably surprised. Sorry. Her fingers dance slightly over the surface of the box, and I think of taking it from her, but I doubt she would let me. Shizune makes a quick gesture with her hands as best she can, pausing a bit afterwards as if wanting to say more. I'm sure that what she means is thank you. I'm glad I was able to catch it. Oh, I want to see Kenji's reaction to his box. The sign language teacher says I'm pretty good. I try not to think about it too much, but the truth is I'm poring over it so much lately that it's hard not to keep coming back to it at least a couple of times a day. I guess I am picking it up faster than expected, but it's still not enough. I understand it just fine. Understanding it is simple. Well, I have to put my mind to it to read it, but it's easy enough when I do. The signing itself is doable, I just need a little more practice. However, trying to do both at the same time, even at half the speed Misha does it, it's impossible. Where I'm at now is good for my level, but in order to reach a point where I'll be able to really converse with Shizune, I'll need more work. I'm doing my best to get to that point one step at a time by doing as much studying as I can squeeze in during lunch. I look up from Introduction to Japanese Sign Language to check if Shizune or Misha are around. Of course, since this is taking up my lunch hour, I've had to avoid them for a few days now. What's more is I'll have to continue doing so if I want to keep Shizune from finding out. My back to the corner, scanning the area every 10 minutes, I feel like some kind of criminal trying to evade capture. Every chance she gets, Misha asks me why I want to hide the fact that I'm learning sign language from Shizune. Looking back on it, there wasn't really any reason, but now I think I know. If I want Shizune to be able to treat me as a true equal, sign language is an important step towards that goal. If I want to be able to treat Shizune as an equal, then sign language is an important step towards that goal. Another important step is to make sure she doesn't know, so that when we're able to finally speak on equal terms, I'll be fully ready, able to do it right, not like some dilettante. Anything less, I think, would be insulting. She would see it the same way. So to me, this is the only option, especially now that I've decided to be so resolute with it. Shizune has a huge aura. It's very easy to see her coming, or even sense her coming, mostly because Misha's hair lights up any crowd she's in like a beacon, and you can hear her laughing from a mile away. Although even if Misha weren't with her, it would be the same. Her directness and efficiency are core parts of her, so it's no surprise that they come across in the way that she walks as well. Due to all these factors, I'm able to put away all my things and put on my best casual face long before they see me and head my way. Hi. Student council.
Student council.
Student council was the first thing I asked to learn. It seemed like it would come in handy. Yeah, I've been dodging it for a while now, huh?
Yep.
Shizune sits down in front of me to my right, and Misha to my left. It was a mistake putting myself in the corner. Now I'm well cornered. Oh, now I'm well cornered. In the end, I'm dragged off to the student council room, but I don't mind. I was starting to miss them a bit anyway. In some ways, this makes it easier. Satisfied with having caught me, Shizune doesn't ask me where I've been all this time. Once I stand before the door, I wonder what could be so important that they're so eager to pull me back in. Games. There are more games out than books. This at least explains why every time I come here, there are stacks of books piled on every table and occasionally parts of the floor. They need the room to put all these games somewhere.
It's boring playing against each other so much, Hee-chan, so it's your turn, okay? Okay, it's settled then.
I didn't even say anything.
Hee-chan, this is one of the last days we'll be able to take it easy like this for a while, so it's especially important that we make the most of it, don't you think? Tanabata will be coming up soon, and we'll have to put in a lot of work for that, too. So for now, play with us.
Come to think of it, it's true. I hadn't even noticed because I've been so wrapped up in wanting to learn sign language. Right on the heels of one festival, a bigger one appears. I wonder if Shizune will try to rope a couple new members in to help with that one as well. You're right.
Yay, Hee-chan agrees. Let's celebrate.
I know, we should play a game.
Let's play a game to celebrate, Hee-chan.
I don't know, that kind of thing usually ends up badly for me.
Hee-chan is worried about the stakes.
Misha makes a very disappointed face. It's hard to tell if she's mocking me since her expressions are so exaggerated by default. She's an all-out kind of girl. I turn my head to Shizune. Now this person, she is definitely not mocking me. Hey, stop that, but yes, I'll play with you if you tell me what's at stake first.
How very Japanese, putting the consequences above everything else. Hee-chan, have you ever heard of the expression missing the forest for the trees?
No. That's a lie, but I have my pride, which is currently feeling wounded. Okay, I'll play, but I want to pick the game. Misha nods. Additionally, I pick the punishment if you lose. Shizune makes an X with her arms. That either means denied or that she's about to use her special attack. Now who's afraid of consequences? How vengeful, still thinking so spitefully about playing about a playful little joke. If, something bit you, you would probably bite back. Shizune signs a word I don't quite catch.
Hee-chan is so vengeful, even though it was just a playful little joke. If an armadillo bit you, you would probably bite back.
Armadillo?
It's foolish to bite an armadillo back, Hee-chan. But Hee-chan would do it anyway, you see.
I see. Shizune adjusts her glasses with a small flourish of her hand.
Hee-chan, we didn't have anything planned at all if you were to win or lose. You just assumed there would be something like that.
I wonder why.
Me too. But oh well, there isn't. Does that change your mind, Hee-chan?
Well, yes. Misha windmills her arms at a high speed to show her joy. Weird habit. This is the kind of thing you could see in the student council room, occupied only by 3 people. Anywhere else, she would end up socking someone in the face.
Yay, yay, let's start right now.
Not just yet. Okay. However, we have to all be able to play. That's my condition. I don't like games where one person is clearly an ace player right off the bat, or games where only 2 people can play, so one of us has to sit back. It has to be something the 3 of us can play equally.
Checkers?
The instant she says it, Misha takes out a bag of checkers and places them on the table. Only 2 people can play that, I told you.
Okay, Hee-chan, how about Monopoly?
A Monopoly box slowly edges towards me, and I take it out of Misha's hands and put it under my chair. I don't like games that revolve around the luck of the draw. They're too much about chance and not about skill. Also, stop jumping the gun with these games.
Luck is a kind of a skill, you know.
No, it's not.
It can be if you're consistently lucky, right?
Once at that point, it's something else entirely. Baccarat?
Marbles? Life? Snakes and ladders? Roulette? Blackjack? Paper football? Trivial Pursuit?
Misha begins to excitedly name a bunch of games as if she were reading from a list. With each suggestion, a new box, board, and pieces appear around her, a bizarre catalog of games ranging from children's fare to serious, polished-looking gambling instruments that look very out of place in this humble room.
Three-way chess?
Is that even possible? Let's try.
Yes, let's try it, definitely.
They pull a chessboard from behind them with a flourish like two junior magicians. Well, magic does require some deft sleight of hand, and they've got that in spades. I'm not surprised. Nevertheless, it is still somehow unsettling. Stop doing that! Excuse me? A very timid voice manages to make me look up.
I lost my ID card and someone told me I could find out where to get a new one here. If I'm interrupting something, I can come back later.
Haneko's eyes drift across the room, taking in the landscape of piled-up record books, haphazardly scattered chairs, and overturned board games. I guess this isn't exactly the image of an organized, tightly run student council like ours should be giving off. Hello. It's the only thing I can think of to break the ice. Unfortunately, it just seems to startle her further.
My ID card.
You're in our class, aren't you, right? Right? So, don't be so timid, okay? Come on. Yep, even though we're your seniors, it's not like we'll bite.
We're not her seniors. We're in the same class. Still, I am grateful for them for stepping in.
What is it you said you want? An ID card, right? Right?
Yes. Her eyes slide away from Misha, but being shy, it's no wonder she's not the best at keeping eye contact. I follow where she's looking and notice her gaze stop on the chessboard on the table. Haneko's eyes widen just for a moment. Shizune notices as well.
Do you like chess? You like chess, don't you? Yeah, you do, definitely. Do you want to play?
Hesitation. She might make a break for it. I refuse to get involved in this. It won't end well. To my amazement, Haneko seems to be considering the idea very seriously. She touches the tips of her fingers together pensively, mulling the thought over. That level of consideration is more or less a confirmation.
We're having our lunch break, so you'll have to wait anyway. Why not play chess with us in the meantime? Come on, it'll be fun. Really fun. You like chess, don't you? I can tell. Really, really, it's obvious. So, please, will you?
Okay.
Yay! Success, success. Okay. That's great.
The chessboard is set up. The opening move is important. However, Shizune doesn't seem to care. Haneko ponders her moves carefully, sliding pieces forward just a little bit, then pulling them back in uncertainty, second-guessing herself over and over again. She's really into this game. You can't call her a casual player, definitely an enthusiast. Shizune can't take her lightly. No matter what she does, Haneko has an appropriate response. Yet there's something wrong about the pacing of this game. Shizune moves too quickly. No, not even too quickly, but with illogical speed. It's like she isn't even thinking about what she'll do next. Either Shizune is in the realm of supercomputers, or she isn't taking this game very seriously. Or maybe Haneko just isn't very good. Shizune forces an exchange of pawns. Haneko's turns take increasingly amount of time as the game goes on, and it hasn't even been going on that long. Suddenly, it all becomes clear. Shizune has a lot more time to think about her next move because Haneko takes forever to move a piece. Despite that, it's an interesting game. Black Knight to f6, Bishop to d3. Since they're both playing seriously, no one is toying with the other. There is no clearly dominant player, at least for now. Maybe this helped by the fact that they aren't very close to each other from what I can see. Shizune is a mysterious opponent to Haneko, and Haneko is an enigma to Shizune. Haneko's furrowed brow shows that she is into the game. She wants to really win, and Shizune always wants to win. Their lack of familiarity is a little depressing, but it's giving life to the game and allowing them to see each other as good competition. Maybe they might even end up being friends over it, or at the very least rivals in chess. It's an optimistic thought. Although remembering playing a risk against Shizune, she doesn't want to just crush people for the fun of it. The game continues. Shizune plays 12 moves in 4 minutes. What a scary opponent. But Haneko holds her own, even though her king is being chased around the board a bit. Pawn to h6. White knight to e6. The end is near. The game ends.
That was a really good game.
Thanks.
It was really close. I thought I would lose. You're very skilled.
Magnanimous in victory, extending a hand to the defeated. Maybe it's because Haneko is taking her defeat so well.
This is a fun game, but it took so long, almost the whole period. Chess is too formulaic, especially at this level. How about some advanced rules?
What?
Advanced?
Yeah, like speed chess or chess with additional pieces. Or maybe we can pair up and play tag team chess with 1 or 2 boards. Your choice. Come on. It'll be fun. Really. Regular chess is so slow, too methodical. It's boring. I want to play chess that rewards quick thinking and daring. Any one of these comparing chess to it is like comparing checkers to Go or tic-tac-toe to shogi, right? Even laser chess might be more exciting. Pick something, pick! Like a deer in the headlights, many emotions spring up in me, watching Haniko's mind reel in front of the chessboard as if she's about to faint. The dominant one is amusement, but I move a little closer in case she might really topple over. The board is set up again, and this time it's not even close. Hanako can't even make a move out of fear of her hand colliding with Shizune's. She's all over the board. It's an onslaught. Anywhere Hanako wants to put a piece, Shizune is already there. It's the fastest game I've seen in my life. Let's change the rules and play again. Best out of 6, like Kasparov and Deep Blue. Hanako excuses herself and flees from the room. Wait! Aw, didn't she want to know where she could get a new ID? Excuse me, hello? Come back, please. Wait! Strangely, the farther Misha goes away, the louder the sound of her voice seems to grow. I couldn't catch her. Shizune pats her on the shoulder reassuringly. There. You're pretty cheerful for someone who needed a pat on the shoulder. Hey Chan, do you hate games where luck is involved? A question out of nowhere, but it feels like an important one. If it wasn't, why would Shizune be looking at me, watching for my reaction? Even as I glance in her direction, she tries to pretend she isn't doing so, putting on a casual air by spinning a chess piece in her fingers. I don't like games that revolve around luck of the draw, right? That's what was you, Hee-chan. Yeah, revolving around luck isn't the same as just having luck involved, though I don't hate games just for having an element of luck. Most games have an element of luck to them anyway. It's what keeps them interesting. I think a game where you know from the beginning how far you can go is boring. Then it's not a game, isn't it? Just going through the motions. For a game where you have a little to no control, I don't think I could get into something like that. I see. That girl isn't very good at chess. Chess is a formulaic game, so it's a game that isn't suited for her. There was nothing formulaic about her. Someone who plays chess like that, looking only at the next piece, playing so shallowly, can't be called a serious chess player. Anyone who loves chess to the point where their eyes sparkle like that when they see a chessboard would be the kind of person who would study the game. If you study it just casually, you can learn to see at least 2 moves ahead, even against pros. Why would someone who loves the game so much, with that enthusiasm, know so little about it, even less than someone who's just with just a passing interest in it? Shizune puts down the piece in her hand. It's a rook. Her feelings are real, but her feelings for the game aren't real. Do you understand, Hee-chan? There's no luck in chess. It's very important to realize that. Luck in games is good because it gives everyone a chance, just enough to matter, but not so much that skill is penalized. Chess is boring because it's not a game. To me, it seems like formulas. Hanako isn't the kind of person who would love something like that either. If you value something, you fight. Struggle is proof of preciousness? I think so, at least. Or you concede immediately, since it's so precious that it stops you thinking. The first is a passionate love, the second is a gentle love. I tried to fight her, chasing her around her king and trying to bait her. I didn't succeed, though, because she stuck to only what would work. The trickiest moments were when she moved the fastest. That means she knew exactly how to deal with those situations. That means someone taught her. Do you understand, Hee-chan? Not really. If you love chess that much, but you can't give it your all, it's because you love the memories attached to it and not the game. It's too precious to her to see as a tool for true competition. Due to that, you can't become friends over it, not without words. Well, your way of making friends isn't the kind of way that works on everyone, Shizune. The look on her face isn't one of sadness, at least as far as I can tell, but her words are very sad. Hey, let's play a game. Well, the board is still here. But the bell rings and cuts me off. Things have returned to normal. Well, I transferred in at a pretty unusual time and can hardly say that I had a normal first few weeks here. I guess it's more like things have calmed down and reached normality. I've been here longer than I thought. It's hard not to think about all the stuff I must have missed in this school before my arrival, or the things that might have happened in my old school since I've been gone. I wonder where those feelings come from, since I didn't leave much behind. I have a lot more here that I like, if
that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't even bother with something like the student council or Shizune and Misha. I would be hard-pressed to care about anything if this school was how I imagined it would be. So even this feeling of a daily routine makes me glad, in a way. I dread the amount of work that's going to hit me in the student council after school, enough to want to consider stepping out on my duties just this once, yet it's nice to feel like there is something I can do. Shizune drops a stack of attendance sheets next to me. Thanks again for helping out.
Thanks again, Hee-chan.
Sure is a lot of work, though. I had to skip out on sign language class again, but now I'm at a level where I can understand most of Shizune and Misha's conversations with each other, so I'm not too bothered by it. Shizune still doesn't know that, though. I'm determined to keep things that way until I'm very sure of my skills. Perhaps it's a little childish of me. Tenabata is in less than 5 days, but they're only going to start building the stalls tomorrow.
Hee-chan, we might have to help out with building stalls again starting tomorrow.
Why? What was the point of taking them apart then? That took days, didn't it?
Yep, that's right, even though Hee-chan wasn't there for it.
I would have helped out if you asked. It wouldn't have made sense to bore you with cleanup duty after you enjoyed the festival so much.
It wouldn't have made sense to bore you with making you clean up right after the festival. It would have ruined the fun.
Besides,
Hee-chan is lazy anyway. You would have tried to run away again. Hee-chan doesn't like playing foxhound.
That stings. Shizune covers her mouth with her hand and starts shaking. It takes me a second to realize she's laughing, mostly because she's doing so completely soundlessly. It's a little strange to see, but more or less the same good-spirited kind as Misha's, without being eardrum piercing.
That's a good question though, Hee-chan.
Huh?
Stalls!
It's a storage issue. The school doesn't have anywhere to store so many stalls, since each one is pretty large. They won't pay for an outside storage either, so this is what they decided on. It's inefficient, but cheaper.
Because the school doesn't have anywhere to store that many stalls, Hee-chan. Yeah, right, they do, but they don't want to pay. Sorry, Hee-chan.
It's because of the previous generation. The leadership decided that outside storage costs had risen too much, and the student council before us was too weak-willed to tell them that it's stupid to have to build and disassemble 60 stalls twice every year.
Okay. Hee-chan, let's eat something. It feels like we've been working all day.
We have. Now that I think about it, I am hungry. I would have had lunch, but it was really crowded today for some reason, so I decided it wasn't worth the trouble.
It was like that today because they had some especially interesting things for sale on the side.
Like what? No, don't tell me. I guess it doesn't matter since I won't be able to eat them anyway. Shizune looks oddly pleased with herself. I wonder what the context of that could be. I prepared ahead of time for this. Beaming with self-satisfaction, she produces a wide assortment of food from her bag. I can immediately see that 90% of it, or more, was taken from the lunchroom. There's a lot, as well. Isn't there a limit on how much a person can buy? That means these gains are definitely ill-gotten. The veal cutlet bread is always sold out in the first minute of lunch. I'm impressed you managed to obtain one. Thank you. I reach for it quickly, but Shizune immediately makes a grab for it as well. Her hand goes slack for a second when it touches mine, but she immediately pushes forth with redoubled effort, that blazing competitive spirit flashing dangerously in her eyes. Her fingers pry at mine, searching for an opening. I don't budge an inch, prepared to fight for this bread with my life. I might never have another chance to eat this. I am fully aware that if we continue like this, we could crush the bread, greatly reducing its edibility. Misha, tell her that unless she lets go, the bread is going to be crushed.
Why can't you do it yourself?
I'm startled she can so nonchalantly let slip that I could communicate with Shizune just fine if I wanted to. I'm almost considered the possibility that it was intentional, but I'm sure she was just distracted trying to tear the wrapper off a juice box straw. Isn't it obvious? I can't let go of the bread.
I can't tell Shizune that then.
She puts her palms up to the sky and shrugs, a wide grin on her face. Why not?
Because you have a stake in this, so I can't trust you. If Shizune wants to reply, then she has to let go of the bread, and then you win. Who knows? Maybe that's what you want, Hee-chan. It wouldn't be fair, so I'm going to be neutral, like Switzerland.
Switzerland?
Do you know about Switzerland?
Of course I do. It's neutral. They're neutral. Shizune stares at me cockily, the tip of her tongue sticking out slightly from between her teeth as she continues to tug firmly at the veal cutlet bread between us. Suddenly she lets go and holds her hands up, palms facing outwards, the universal gesture of peace. This seems to be a poor way to settle this, doesn't it? And we might crush the bread. She glares, and her passive expression quickly plummets into a disapproving grimace.
Hee-chan, drop the bread. We are negotiating now.
I drop the bread reluctantly. Misha's hand darts in from the side, her fingers drumming across the table as it makes its way over.
Don't mind me. I don't even really like veal. I'll just take the sandwich right here and something to drink too.
Picking them up cautiously, she immediately retreats. She has the right idea. I could just pick something else. There are lots of delicious things here. The chicken katsudon bread is also a popular seller, ranking high in taste and demand, but I've already eaten one before. You're so immature, Hizao. This wouldn't be a problem if you would pick something else. The chicken katsudon bread is delicious.
You're so immature, Hee-chan. Why don't you just pick the chicken katsudon bread instead? It's delicious.
But I have already eaten that.
Hee-chan, why are you so obsessed with eating the veal cutlet bread, specifically?
It's hard to get normally. Rare things are more delicious. You are acting like a child.
You're acting like a kid, Hee-chan.
Why don't you eat the chicken bread? That's not important. Turning bright red, she smiles cunningly and continues. There is no reasoning with you. So it looks like there's only one way to settle this. We are going to play for it.
That doesn't matter. We'll play for it instead.
Somehow I expected this. It's the logical conclusion. Shizune has been studying for a long time, pretty much continuously up until now. With our finals over, I guess that surplus energy has to go somewhere. Play what? The oldest game known to man, upon which the fate of nations have been known to rest. Rock, paper, scissors.
We'll play rock, paper, scissors. Really? That sounds so serious, Hee-chan.
There's no humor in her expression. She is dead set on this. Okay. She draws her hand back and I mirror her. Go! We both put out rock, a draw, and I had thought I had a perfect plan. Rock is unbeatable. Shizune frowns, deeply upset by this unexpected turn of events. Not as planned? Again! 2 papers. Damn. Again! We both throw out 2 rocks again, but a third hand is among us representing scissors.
This looks like fun. Can I play? It's a duel, Hee-chan. Dueling conduct? You're right. I really don't know.
The faster she signs, the harder it is to follow. In fact, it looks like even Misha is having trouble keeping up. What's she talking about?
One more time.
We tie again, every time. Shizune demands a rematch, eventually skipping that step altogether and throwing rock, paper, or scissors out with increasingly reckless abandon. Even playing completely randomly, we continue to tie. This is a mathematical long shot. Misha hovers above us, watching it all and laughing each time we draw. After 16 rounds, Shizune pushes her chair away from the table and stands up.
Enough of this, Hee-chan. I see what I have been doing wrong. This will be over in the next round, so brace yourself, okay? Okay. I have studied your thought processes, and I see how you play. I'm anticipating your next move and will combat it expertly.
This is all news to me, as I can't remember what we are doing this over. Shizune grins confidently, a look of fearless daring on her face. Her cool eyes flash with pure competitive spirit as she draws her hand back, goading me wordlessly to do the same. Her form is amazing, like a professional bowler or something, just to throw a hand motion. 2 papers. Shizune's body immediately goes slack, and she rubs her temples with a look of exasperation on her face as she lets out a sigh so long it sounds like a tire deflating. I realize I've gotten a lot hungrier in the time that we've been doing this. We can just split it. I break the bread in half and offer one half of it to Shizune. She takes it. Thank you. She looks at the bread in her hand, studying it. But this feels hollow somehow. Regardless of how she feels, she still eats it. All of a sudden, I see Misha observing the scene out of the corner of my eye.
Hee-chan, that was very romantic, I think.
Oh, come on. She laughs and takes a bite of her second sandwich. We eat in silence for a while, Shizune and I managing to avoid any other contests, and then we go back to work. As I finish up the day's usual filing, I think to myself that this might be Shizune's way of trying to start this week on a high note. After all, tomorrow is when the real work will begin, and with her hands literally full of building stalls, she won't be able to talk very much. It will likely be pretty dull and tiring like it was the first time around. I'm appreciative of her effort. In that case, it's nice to have a day like this, as a way of enjoying yourself before the days ahead. I think that was her idea as well. I also remember that I still have to get rid of Kenji's package. That damn thing is bulky, and somehow I've never been able to track him down since I picked it up. Oh, okay. I just assumed you dropped it off immediately. After student council is adjourned for the day, I walk towards the vending machines to look for something to drink. Parting from Shizune and Misha, it's a short trip, but after even just a few seconds, I start to get the feeling I'm not alone. A pair of hands cover my eyes.
Guess who?
Shizune?
It's me, Hee-chan.
Yeah, I know.
Then why did you say it was Hee-chan? It's okay to be wrong sometimes, Hee-chan. You're too proud. Anyway, after student council, you don't usually have any plans, right? So you're just going straight to your dorm?
Where else would I go?
Okay, that's great. That's great, Hee-chan. I wanted to talk to you today, so this works out perfectly.
2 high school students alone after class in a quiet, empty building as the sun dyes the sky a romantic amber color. The cute girl says that she wants to talk.
What a secretive and appealing situation. My imagination is buzzing. It's likely not going to be anywhere near as exciting as I'm making it out to be, but it's fun to play it up that way. The popping sound of my canned coffee opening destroys any chance of maintaining such a cheesy mood, sounding louder than I'd ever thought imaginable, amplified by the context of the situation. I sigh in disappointment and relief. So, what is it?
Oh, actually, I'm a little behind in some of my classes, and if I don't catch up, it could be a problem. I can't put it off any longer. My teachers say that I have to really start taking things seriously, so I should listen, especially because this is the third time. I'm sorry, Hee-chan.
Why are you apologizing?
I won't be able to help you or Chi-chan with student council for a few days. It'll only be for 2 or 3 days, really. I'll definitely try to come back as soon as as possible, but
I can't really say I'm happy about this. It's supposed to be getting really busy this week too, isn't it? That's some unfortunate timing. For a second I want to ask if maybe Shizune could pull some strings to get her out of it. But Misha looks so genuinely apologetic about it, I would be pretty dickish of me to say something like that. Besides, if she says it's something that can't be put off any longer, I'm inclined to believe her, considering how surprisingly serious she can be with student council duties. Yeah, I see. It's okay. You managed it just fine. You managed with just Shizune and yourself last year, didn't you? So I'm sure I'll be able to as well. Don't worry about it.
Really? Thank you, Hee-chan, really. Yay! I didn't know Hee-chan would take it so well. I thought you would be worried and how there was going to be so much work with Tenabata coming up and everything.
Damn, she knows me oddly well.
But Hee-chan is so composed. I'm glad.
Yeah, you're sort of right. I was thinking about it, but it's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to freak out over it. It's going to be a little annoying passing that pad back and forth to talk to Shizune, though.
Hee-chan, just tell Shizune that you can use sign language, too. I don't understand why you won't.
Not yet. I can understand most things already, but I want to be really sure. Actually, I wouldn't mind. The secrecy is killing me, too, and it would be nice to be able to talk to her in a real conversation. Don't worry, I'm going to tell her eventually. I want to, actually. I'm trying to think of a good opportunity for it.
That won't be a problem, Hee-chan.
Why not?
Well, because I kind of told Chi-chan that you could understand her. She was worried about the same thing, that you wouldn't be able to understand each other, so I was worried, but it worked out fine in the end after all.
I lose it. Ah! Do you know how stupid I look now? I sat there for like half of the damn day acting like I couldn't read sign language, and are you seriously telling me that she knew the whole time that I could? She was probably thinking this guy's a complete jackass pretending he can't understand me. I just made a total ass of myself. How could you let me do this? Misha frowned, seeming lost for words on realizing that I'm taking this differently than she might have expected. She doesn't speak again until after seeing that I've calmed down.
But Hee-chan, I think this is definitely for the best.
She says without batting an eye, having waited patiently through my panic to say it. The tearful delivery of her words make it seem like she sliced out the time between when she dropped the bomb on me and now. It's pretty funny in a way. You have such a one-track mind, you know that?
Yes.
The damage is done. If Misha can believe that things will work out with such unflinching surety, then maybe it's worth giving it a chance. And if things don't work out, I'll run as fast as I possibly can to try to make it up to me. Anyway, just in case, she offers to buy me another drink from the vending machine. It's a very small token of apology, but I suppose it's the thought that counts, and her thoughts are sincere. Plus, it's a free drink, so I accept. I throw back my daily fistful of pills with a glass of water. After a solid 8 hours of sleep, I don't really know what I was so afraid of last night. As I chew a particularly large tablet in half, I continue to rationalize my worries away. Shizune knew I was taking sign language classes all day yesterday and didn't make a big deal out of it. She might be mute, but that doesn't mean she can't make her own feelings known. No, in fact, it seems like she was all the more direct for it. She doesn't beat around the bush or hold back. She always makes herself clear unapologetically, so there can be no mistakes. So, if she wasn't mad, then it's unlikely she would be at all. And on top of that, I didn't do anything wrong anyway. But as that fear of mine recedes, the thought of spending a couple of days with Shizune without Misha takes its place. I hadn't really thought about it yesterday, but the idea becomes more and more intimidating. It's true I can understand sign language pretty well, but I would definitely hesitate to say I can understand it above a basic level, and if she were to speed up her signing, which she does quite a bit, I don't think I could keep up. Signing, too, is not my strong suit. Doing both at the same time, like Misha can, is still a distant dream.
Hee-chan!
What?
Don't forget you said you would help out with building stalls today, behind the school after classes are over, okay?
I know.
Last time you helped out, Hee-chan, we really appreciated it. This time it's even more important, so skipping out is unforgivable, okay?
I want to ask why that is, but there isn't any opportunity to. Besides, Misha's behind in her classes, so it seems like a bad idea to distract her now that I know that. I can always ask her at lunch, which is what I end up doing.
Because, Yi-chan, a festival that celebrates a town is exactly what it sounds like. It's to celebrate your home and its history. Tanabata is different. It's for wishes and lovers. That definitely makes it more important, doesn't it? Yeah, naturally it would be.
Is that really what it's for, though?
Yi-chan, you have no sense of fun.
She puffs out her cheeks in displeasure before blowing the air out like a deflated balloon.
You have to appreciate things like that, even if it's just an excuse to eat interesting things and dress up in the end. I'll be disappointed in you if you don't, okay?
Before I can say anything, she turns to the side and to inhale a crochet. I don't know what that is. After classes, I meet Shizune behind the school, where it seems she already set everything up sometime yesterday. She greets me with a short wave, and then, with a flourish of the hammer already in her hand, extends her arm towards the stalls behind her, some of them already half completed, others still haphazardous piles of board bundled together with string. As time passes, I realize the pills can only do so much. I still get way more tired than should be normal. Luckily, Shizune's back is to me, so I can afford to take a lot of breaks without having to worry about her wondering why. When I stop and think about it, though, I start to feel pretty guilty for taking advantage of her inability to hear that my hammer stopped banging. It's a terrible thing to be happy about. Her work ethic is admirable. It's obvious that it bores her and even annoys her, but she doesn't slacken her pace. When she gets tired nailing a stall together with one arm, she switches to the other. Shizune... I feel like an idiot the second I say her name. I can't tell her what I think. There's a hammer in my hand as well, and in the end, I feel like I have to keep up with her. I can't slack off either, especially when it's just the two of us. There's no time to sign, and no opportunity. Not even for a compliment for a job well done. Even if something as casual as that would require me to put my hammer down, get her attention, and then sign it to her. A simple gesture turned into something so needlessly complex, like a single footstep taken on a road that's longer than first imagined. I've known her long enough to know this, and still forgot it. The air is filled with the rhythmic knocking of nails being driven into wood. It's actually kind of nice after a while. To pass the monotony of the task at hand, I try to match my hammering to Shizune's, then alternate it to try to form a beat. Of course, she doesn't notice. It makes me wonder, does the lack of sound make this work seem even more drawn out and boring to her? Is it strange being unable to hear the results of her actions even as she feels the vibrations through her fingers? Or having no concept of sound, does it bother her at all? Distracted, I don't notice Shizune sneaking up on me until her head pops into view. Taking a break? Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's do that. You can understand sign language. That makes it more convenient for both of us, even though you hid it from me. Why? Why what? Why did you decide to take sign language? Her eyes don't break off from mine for even a second. If she needs to read my response, her peripheral vision is good enough. Once she has something in her gaze, she doesn't look away. It's strange how piercing her eyes can be, dark as a lake at night. Because I wanted to. It seemed like it would come in handy, and it did, didn't it? Yes. Sorry, I didn't catch any of that. See, this kind of thing still comes up now and then. I wish Misha was here. She has work to make up for, doesn't she? That might be partially my fault. Misha doesn't need supplemental lessons. Her grades aren't the best, but she understands how the decisions she makes affects others. That puts her ahead of many people. Especially certain blondes. She doesn't forget things easily. Your sign language is very good. You're learning oddly fast. I've been taking the classes for a while now, and it's kind of easy to pick up after a while. Though, through immersion or osmosis, that kind of thing, it's not too bad. And if I'm really stuck, Misha's there too. I guess I spoke too soon. I didn't understand any of that. Time to backpedal. Well, yeah, it's actually not that easy. It's actually hard as hell, like trying to pick up broken glass. But I guess in some ways it's interesting as well, like an adventure. Well, no. Picking up broken glass is not an adventure. Sure it is, it's just as challenging. If you use a dustpan and a broom, it's not. I feel frustrated and sad. When I look up, I notice she has a can of soda in her hand. Where did you get that? I forget to sign it, but she understands anyway, following my eyes and produces another one from behind her back. She tosses it in my direction, and I catch it with both hands. I brought an extra one for you. She pauses to slide her fingernail under the tab of her can and pop it open before setting it aside for a moment. If you are going to try to help me so much, then I have to look out for you too. It's only natural. If you're going to learn sign language, that is different. That is something entirely different. I'm naturally going to be impressed. What separates the two is obligation. I'm very happy. She downs her drink in one go, stretches her arms behind her back, and jumps to her feet. Okay, back to work. And like that, it's over. Shizune returns to her work with the same energy as before, the lingering traces of a smile on her face, the only evidence that she had taken any break at all. As I do the same, I think that Misha was right in saying everything would work out for the best. Everything so far seems to be going in that direction. Misha swings by as it starts to get darker, looking just as tired as I feel, and Shizune decides to stop for today.
As we cover the day's work and go our separate ways, I look at how fluidly they talk to each other and how easily they laugh together as they walk to their dorm. It makes me appreciate Misha's skill at sign language more. I wonder if I'll ever reach that level or if I even will have time for it. If I even will have the time to. The first thing I do this morning is trip once again over Kenji's package as I get out of bed, finding myself diving headfirst into the floor before I'm even fully awake. I want to smack this thing with the first blunt object I can find, like I'm going for a home run, but I don't even have the energy for that this early in the morning, and it would likely damage whatever's inside, and that would be mean. I slide it into the hallway. It sails along the smooth floor with little difficulty and stops with a soft thud, almost an audible bump on colliding with Kenji's door. Immediately a dozen lock on bolt in succession like a mounting symphony. "Who is it?" he says as he blindly steps forward into the hallway anyhow, somehow stepping over the box in a way that would be uncharacteristically, impressively graceful if it weren't for the fact that I know it was a wholly accidental. "It's me. I got your mail. You're standing over it." "I know. Thanks a lot, man." "Yeah, whatever. So what's in it?" He cringes, instantly turning very defensive and agitated. "It's nothing." "Come on, tell me. I'm curious." And I almost broke my neck falling over it, and before that I had to carry the stupidly large box around with it blocking my vision, crossing roads with it in front of me. I think you can at least tell me what's inside in return. "It's secret stuff. I can't tell you because then it wouldn't be very secret and shit. It's not important. It's nothing important." "Well, if it's nothing important, you can tell me." "If it's nothing important, why do you have to know?" "Why is that wrong?" "Why do you have to know?" "Why can't I know?" "Why are you answering my questions with questions?" "Why won't you answer my first question?" "Why won't you answer my last question?" I realize our voices are getting higher with each reply. Down the hall, a door pops open and someone sticks his head out quizzically to see what's going on. We must look like such tools, but I bet I'm the only one out of the two of us with enough shame to realize it. "Fine, you can take it to your grave. I have to get ready for school anyway." "Damn, no. Why are you so hasty to leave? Stick around a little. You want some coffee? It's been a while. I thought you were dead since you were so slow with the package delivery." "You're lucky I was willing to do package delivery in the first place, smartass." "Whoa, calm down, man. You're so confrontational. Is it because of the student council thing? I hear you hang out with them now." "You heard it from me, when I told you." "Really?" "Yeah, well, whatever, man. The point is, they're terrible." "You're the new guy, so of course you wouldn't know, but around here, she's a very divisive figure. Before you came here, she tried to institute a badge policy. It's a long story, so maybe you should sit down." I look around for a chair, but can't find one as we are in the goddamn hallway. I raise a finger and start thinking that maybe I should tell him that, but he's already started talking. Not wanting to waste the arm movement, I look at my watch instead. It would have been a real reign of terror if it had happened. "Wait, you're judging her based on something that didn't even happen?" "Yes, anyway, her idea was like merit badges, but there would also be demerit badges." "What would those do?" "I don't know. It never happened. It seemed bad, though, when I heard about it. I didn't leave my room for a few weeks." "So you heard there would be a massive change and hid in your room, trying to just ride the change out?" "Nah, I decided to do something about it. I found the student council office after a while and marched right in with a list of demands and a bunch of people I grabbed in order to make myself look like I had supporters." "Wait, so not only did it not happen, but no one even cared?" Kenji doesn't hear me. Having gotten a good momentum going, wrapped up in the energy of his own ranting, he starts to completely flip out and flail his arms, appearing to wildly throw gang signs. I walked up to the desk and said to her, "Hey, you fascist woman, what is this badge idea? How out of touch can you be here in your ivory tower, smugly looking down upon us like we were just a bunch of idiots? Who do you think you are? Your level of elitism is terrible. You're probably one of those outrageous rich people who have chauffeurs drive them around in slums so they can point and laugh. And only drink pricey coffee beans shat out by the last living dinosaur and brewed in a solid golden skull. And how could you go and open up a history book? Don't you know that bourgeois are always overthrown by a bloody revolution for shit like this? Stupid, you're an idiot. Sure, the revolutionaries usually end up turning everything into an utter clusterfuck later on, but a maniac is the only kind of person who would create a policy like this. It's like something I would create to make people suffer, only real, and you want to institutionalize it. Where will this desecration of our rights end? We are people. This is not justice." That's what I said. Then I added a cry of, "They can take our things, but they'll never take our freedom!" to appeal to the masses, and like in that movie about the life of William Wallace, where they took his things but not his freedom, and then killed him. But she just ignored me and didn't even look up from writing on her little paper shit. Maybe I overwhelmed her with my logic so badly that she retreated into denial. Maybe she's just an asshole. Either way, she didn't reply, and the future refused to change.
To top it off, on the way back, I realized I'd lost my student ID somewhere. This is the story of my life, a constant and seemingly futile struggle, like trying to climb up a brick wall with sponges for hands. Hey, you said nothing changed, but she didn't make everyone wear a bunch of stupid badges, so it did change. Yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe they're not so bad then. I guess that counts for something. If I can get Kenji to admit that maybe 2 women may not be so bad after all, I'll take it, especially if it allows me to slip out of this conversation. I didn't realize how much time had gone by. I try to run through my usual morning routine as quickly as possible. I check my watch again as I leave the dorms and see that I'm already late. Fortunately, the rest of the day goes more smoothly, and after classes are over, I head to meet Shizune again. Behind the school, I catch her leaning against a completed stand with parts of it still flecked with bits of paper and tape, remnants of signs from the last time it was used, absent-mindedly spinning a nail in her hand. She hasn't noticed me yet. The temptation to sneak up on her is unbearable. Years of watching foreign wildlife documentaries have prepared me for this. I'm downwind, conditions are favorable. However, the more I think about it, the more it seems like a bad idea. If get caught halfway, I'll look like an idiot, and if she doesn't know it's me, I could end up with an injury. Either way, I'll also look a little insensitive, so it'd probably be best not to try anything funny, as disappointing as it is. I walk in front of her, startling her a little. Why so surprised? Did I catch you slacking off? No, I was taking a break. You don't look like you even broke a sweat, and that's some break there, President. Shizune's eyes dart back and forth momentarily, and I think I've managed to fluster her. There's exasperation on her face and a little tension as well, but she can't back down. That would be unthinkable for her. Her fingers dance across each other impatiently. You're acting competitive today. Are you trying to get my blood boiling? Do you want to make it a contest? We'll race to see who can construct the most stalls by sundown. No, I'm teasing you. That's okay, it's not a real student council if you can't tease the student council president a little. You agree, don't you? That isn't the student council charter, so it isn't true. There is no charter. At least I don't think there is. The only thing they pledge loyalty to are a stack of takeout menus. Anyway, it's good that you're finally here, even if you could have been earlier. Pick up a hammer and we'll resume where we left off. As we work assembling stalls again, I slowly realize that it's really much less work than I would have expected. In fact, according to Shizune, we should be done by the end of the day with little luck. The last time I did something like this for them, it took her, Misha, and myself almost 4 days to do it. It can't be just my imagination. This doesn't seem like that much work. Because it isn't. That answer leaves me wanting a little more, knowing that it isn't the best. Shizune puts down her hammer to elaborate. It would be impossible for 2 people to do that much work in less than a week, and the truth is that I don't dismantle half the stalls, I just store them someplace else. Actually, more like I hide them in plain sight. She waggles a finger mischievously. But that's a secret, and it's not proper to reveal the tricks of the trade. You're not a magician. Winking, she takes out 2 plastic containers from her bag and then puts them down on a nearby board before raising her hand slightly as if to say, "Ta-da! I made lunch today for both of us. You can have this one. The food shifted in my bag and now some of it's mixed together." She hands me one of the containers. I open it. It looks delicious, if a little simple. She hands me a pair of chopsticks as if she had just remembered to, and I eat what looks like some grilled beef. It's very tasty. You don't like your food touching other food? I do not. You're very picky. Sometimes I mix my food on my own, but not always, and not everything. I don't like it when it's done for me. What's important is the choice. She points decisively to emphasize it, and then breaks her chopsticks apart to eat her own meal. As I continue to eat, I notice 2 things. The first is that almost everything I'm eating besides the rice is fried. Even the vegetables are fried. And there's so much meat. Does she eat this kind of stuff like all the time? I wonder how she manages to stay so thin in spite of it. The second thing I notice is that I can't talk to her while eating. Talking with your mouth full is a little rude anyway, but with your hands holding your chopsticks and bowls, communication between us is impossible, just like yesterday. Even though we're spending time together, even though I took the time to learn sign language, it feels like I'm talking to her less. Despite that, it also feels like I'm understanding her more. I hear the sound of something tapping against one of the stands and look up to see Lily standing off to my side, feeling her way around with her cane. Hi. I narrowly catch myself before I can say, "Didn't see you there." Oh, Hizao, is that you? I thought that I smelled something delicious cooking and wondered who it might be. What is she saying? It's hard to move my hands in parallel to saying something completely different to Lily. This has to be why Misha just signs everything all the time. A bit sillier, but it seems like it would simplify things a lot. Shizune tenses her fingers delightfully at my translation, as if from hearing a joke. All of this food was cooked hours ago, but for someone as slow as yourself, who can't even turn in a piece of paper without being a week late, I guess your perception of time would be a little different. That's not very nice. A frown crosses Lily's face in response to a reply to something she didn't hear. Sorry, I'm just having a late lunch here. The student council president cooked everything.
Is the student council president here right now? She's right here. I apologize, I didn't notice. Normally her level of presence is much higher. I was not aware that the student council serves lunch outdoors. Why wasn't I invited? I think that it is good to have enough free time to be able to do things like this, however.
What is she saying? If I were to invite you anywhere, you would just show up late. But Shizune's words are outside of Lily's perception, a fact that is by the second increasingly maddening to her. Translate for me completely, please. What polite phrasing. It's a shame that she's essentially asking me to let her fully release the dogs of war. Still, I can't just do nothing. The feeling of being unable to even respond and be understood is so isolating. She would never forgive me. I'll just try to soften her words a little. Well, actually, this was all cooked a while ago.
Really? That's so nice.
Turn over here. That's very disrespectful to not look at the person you're speaking to. That isn't the way a prim and proper lady should conduct herself. Half of what I'm saying really is what Shizune is saying. She doesn't like it when people don't look in her direction when she's trying to make a point. She's, to the right of my voice. Although in this case I can understand why Lily wouldn't, this is a very awkward situation, and it's daunting being the sole conduit for dialogue between the two of them. Truthfully, I'd forgotten what happened the last time they butted heads like this. It's clear Shizune remembers, and Lily is being pretty hostile herself in her own way.
I'm sorry, such formalities slipped my mind completely. I forgot that the student council president is the type of person who would demand such respect and adherence to the rules at all times. I suppose student government requires you to keep a tight ship. Then again, she certainly has time for her own fun as well, so that must not be as completely true. Student council is not a dictatorship, nor a zero-sum game. Shizune points at Lily with her finger out like a barrel of a gun and snaps her fingers explosively, causing her to flinch and become visibly upset. Is that so? Then that makes it more impressive that you have been a part of it for so long, playing it as though it were one. I admire the fact that you're so tenacious. To manage it all, you must be so responsible as well. Not as much as I would like to be. You can't complain about yourself, though, can you? You're very responsible. Actions like requesting a deadline to be extended and then running all the way through the next deadline, that's very model of responsibility. Shizune is happy to hear that, but apparently you're pretty responsible yourself, she says. Does she really?
More or less. Lily doesn't seem very happy. We're not holding a cookout, we're just taking a little lunch break. We're actually out here building stalls for the festival.
You wouldn't know, since you'd never go outside. Did you run out of tea?
Are you going into town? Shopping?
No, as I said before, I was just passing by. In case you did not hear, I would hate to interrupt the student council president. You're not doing anything now, but you must both be very busy. In any case, Izao, I'm sure that the student council president will be able to find make work for the both of you if she needs to.
I'll devour you. Yeah, very busy. Devour is a hard word. I'm pleased that I can read it. It isn't time to celebrate, though. Not over that. Instead, it looks as though looks like they might stop squabbling. I would drink to that.
Have a nice day, Izao. Goodbye, student council president.
Thanks. You too. Stay classy. As soon as Lily leaves, Shizune dives into the remains of her lunch as quickly as possible, as if each bite she shovels away is means to forgetting any of this ever happened. When she is done, she heads right back to hammering with the same mindset. It's good that she's working off her frustration, but now it doesn't look like she's in any mood to talk anymore. About 2 hours later, she stops, having moved through the rest of the stalls non-stop in that time. It still feels hard to approach her, and I think about how easily a conversation can die. After it took so long to be able to get her alone to speak with her directly, it almost hurts. Your translation was good. Really? First class. She punctuated it with a thumbs up. For your level. There aren't many deaf people in this school, and sign language classes have been on the edge of getting cut for a while now. I'm sure you don't have many classmates, am I right? If you're only learning sign language now, your speed is going to be limited. That is why interest in it wanes, because it is more effort than normally just to communicate it. I imagine it's the same with all languages. In such a situation, conversations in sign language are less than they would be inherently to start with. I don't understand that word. Less what? Spontaneous.
Misha's the only person who can really capture it.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Her expression changes for a second, and then changes back too quickly to digest, but I get the feeling that this isn't meant to be pursued. What I really want to know about is, why do you and Lily fight so much? Tensing a little and visibly frowning, Shizune tenses her fingers and overlays them repeatedly as if shuffling an invisible deck of cards.
2 fights that you know of aren't worth calling so much. If you had been here last year, you could say that.
I heard it was a rough year. Something about how you tried to institute a badge policy. Surprised? Well, I want to hear more about that later, definitely, but you don't like Lily very much, do you? Don't dodge my question.
I'm not dodging anything. She was part of the student council until last year. We didn't get along very well. She wanted to keep doing things like the old student council did. The old student council was just so ineffectual. It was stupid and insulting. I wanted to do more, and we had a fight. A lot of fights. She couldn't do anything on time. Then she said that what I wanted to do was meaningless, just extra busy work. Does this look like meaningless busy work to you? Suzune gestures around us. What's really meaningless is a student council that doesn't do anything. Weak, lazy, and boring. Especially boring. I couldn't get excited over sitting in a room with nothing to do. That's just a waste of time. Why would I even be there? It didn't get my blood flowing. Arguing with her does that. If she could have been that motivated before, she wouldn't have put so much dedication into being my enemy. But if she shows that much spirit, it's not a complete loss. At least it's something. It's still exciting. I see. And what about the badge thing? She laughs, covering her mouth with her hand as if to hide it. Her laughter is the only thing she regularly tries to hide. That was just a joke. Having a little fun sometimes is important too. The next day I end up having to hunt around a bit at the start of lunch when I find that my usual vending machine near the dormitory buildings is sold out of my usual favorite canned coffee. The detour takes longer than I expected. Things have been so hectic lately that it takes some time for me to register why something smells different as I walk through the school's gardens back to the cafeteria. The grass has been freshly mowed. The realization makes me pause and watch for a bit. The odd group of students chattering or playing around on the grass and a couple of teachers conversing on the path ahead makes for a very idyllic scene. Unfortunately, a feeling of imminent dread starts creeping up on me after a while, the feeling that I'm not alone. Hey, Zhao, is that you? Yeah, it's me. I guess I should be happy it's him and not, say, a slasher. Kenji begins talking as if he's having a conversation with someone other than me. Knew it! The haircut is unmistakable. No normal person would have a haircut like that. Unconsciously, I start touching the back of my head. Once I realize what I'm doing, I feel insulted, yet too surprised to even get indignant about it. Yeah, what are you doing here? Measuring the temperature. Winter will come soon. It will be too cold for women to go out and have their sex in the city-style power lunches, followed by obstructive human wave formation walks in crowded urban areas. When this happens, men will be able to walk the streets unfettered once again and reclaim what is his heritage. In order to prepare for that day, I've been eating nothing but pizzas for the past week to store energy. Okay, that's what bears do. So, there is much we can learn from the bear. Kenji nods emphatically agreeing with himself. Okay, so check this shit out. I was in town today buying milk, and they had a new clerk, some hipster girl with a baseball cap and 2 hockey sticks on it. I call her hipster hockey baseball hat girl. I noticed the milk didn't have a price tag, so I told her to get over there and label that milk for future generations. He was in town today? He must have cut his morning classes. I want to scold him, but his verbal torrent prevents me from getting a word in. She told me not to bother her because she was sick. Sick? Sick? We live in a society here. You can't just opt out of human interaction because you're sick. Do you know how much effort it takes for me to get up in the morning? I still do, though, and I got up that morning to go down there and buy milk, not to have my vital questions be brushed aside by some hipster doofus college girl who wears a hockey baseball cap to work indoors. Anyway, I was just trying to uphold the integrity of her products. A milk carton without a price tag? When I see something like that, it just leads to questions. Important questions. It's her job to answer them, damn it. That's the problem with women. They have no sense of duty. I get diarrhea a lot, but you don't see me complaining about it. I soldier on and do what I have to do anyway, because that's what being a man is all about. Even if you have diarrhea, you keep going, for a dream of a better tomorrow. You know, frequent diarrhea is bad. Maybe you should stop drinking so much milk. I can't do that. It's what allows me to maintain my awesome strength. And in this weird world, a man's strength is the only thing that can't be browbeaten out of him by an increasingly pussy-whipped society. That's why I walk around leaving open jars of olives everywhere, sometimes just to show that I can. Do you refrigerate after opening? What? Man, I don't know. It's not important. You have to refrigerate after opening. Even elementary school kids know that. They can't get the jar open in the first place, so it doesn't matter. That's true. I'm a genius. He self-assuredly rubs his chin, which is something I imagine scientists did until I met Muto and was tremendously let down. Anyway, I can't go to that store again since it's clearly been compromised by the bitches, unless I disguise myself, maybe change to a different pair of glasses. Worst disguise ever. It's been working flawlessly all these years. I don't even need glasses to see. They're for effect, also to protect my identity. I'm like Superman. Worst disguise ever. I'm telling you, when people see my school ID, they can't even recognize me. Really? Let me see. Can't do that. I can't go around showing my ID to everyone. It was made long ago, in a different time. I had hippie hair. Well, I'm trying to imagine that. Kenji takes his glasses off. He squints as soon as they're off his face, which makes him look even more tired than he already does. He was right, he does look very different, kind of like he hasn't slept in years. Not different enough to be a good disguise, though. You need more sleep. Nah. You look like you need it. No way, these are just the shapes of a man. These are just the eyes of a man who's seen things, a shaman's eyes, terrible things that you can't imagine. Like when I made a ship in a bottle and my mom sat on it. There was blood and shreds of floral print everywhere. That's what life experience is. Kenji doesn't seem very horrified, even though I think this is actually the first thing he told me about himself that could have been legitimately traumatic. He's also talking about 30 degrees to my left, so I guess his blindness is real. I wave a hand in front of him anyway, to little effect. Man, I hope you realize I'm just joking. I laugh, pretending that I did. Somehow looking him in the eyes is more difficult than usual. Want some trivia? People with small eyes wear big glasses. I've read that somewhere. It's because it makes your eyes look less beady. Really? I didn't know that. He puts his glasses back on, and I feel oddly relieved for a moment until I remember that I still have to deal with him, glasses or not. Well, anyway, the artist girl wanted to paint my portrait once, I think. I had to talk to her like 5 times before she started making sense. Must have been Rin, I suppose. What'd she look like? I don't know, a woman with sandals. I was hoping he'd say something more specific, like she had no arms. Rin does wear sandals, but I feel like the chance of there being another free-spirited female art student wearing sandals beside her is reasonably high. I was thinking, sure, someday after I burn all documentation that I exist, it might be okay to leave a portrait behind so that people can look at it and remember the savior of mankind. They'll need it to model the statue. Then I thought about it some more and had to turn her down. It was tempting, but she wanted it for some school thing. It would be displayed. People would ask who I was, only I haven't saved society yet, so I would be pointless, and then if someone recognized me, I'd have to explain myself. That's already a chain of events I don't want to deal with. I don't want to get mixed up in some weird situation. Shit like that always happens. Sticking out is a surefire way of getting put on a list. That's why I make such a careful effort to blend in with people in my daily life until I can make my move. Sure. What list? There are many lists. So what are you doing here anyway? Nothing. I kinda got here by accident. Happens to me all the time. Well, hope it works out for you. I think I'm going to go back to my dorm room. I need to set my TV to record my shows. You have a TV? Yes, you should come over sometime and watch the game, in high definition. Before I can ask him what he's talking about, he's gone. He left like he came, with zero respect towards other people. Kind of amusing. Now that Kenji is gone, I resume looking aimlessly at the school gardens in their summer splendor. It's no use, he ruined them for me. When I get back to the cafeteria, exhausted but alive, I think of eating lunch with Shizune again, but find her sitting at the table with Misha already. If it were anyone else, I would think they were too far away for me to hear them. This is Shizune and Misha, however. If I wanted to, I could eavesdrop on the conversation easily. What a dirty thing to think about, but it's there. I don't want to, though. They must have a lot of catching up to do, even if it's only been a few days. I'm inclined to just leave them alone so they can do just that. However, the second they see me, they wave me over.
Hi, Yi-chan.
Hearing her voice again after such a short time apart is jarring, and I wince. The past 5 days, I had forgotten that communication with Shizune is almost entirely silent, and concentrating on getting it right, I had tuned out even ambient noise. Well, I'll get used to it again. I'm glad she's back.
I'm done making up all my work, just in time. I won't have to miss the festival.
If they really tried to enforce that, I would pull you out on student council business.
If they really tried to enforce that, you would pull me out on student council business?
That's abuse of power.
No, it isn't, Hee-chan. Shi-chan says that if there's only 2 student council members overseeing the festival, it would be a problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely. It has to be at least 3. It's for the good of everyone. It's perfectly reasonable if it's necessary.
Shizune leans across the table a bit as Misha delivers her slightly disturbing materialistic justifications in a childish, bubbly, up-and-down tone. Shizune looks so happy, though, tenting her fingers and trying to hold back a laugh as Misha pouts more seriously on her behalf. If you say so. I'm actually happy right now that we can talk so easily to each other, all 3 of us. In the beginning, I thought that I might have found myself in a bad situation. I was sure that Shizune would hate getting saddled with being tour guide for the new guy. I didn't want to be that kind of burden either. It would be awkward, even if she weren't deaf and mute too. Just now, she said that we would all have to be at the festival, the whole student council. I don't think that the student council has any real jurisdiction over Tanabata. It's only Shizune's way of saying that she wants us to spend it together. It's nice to have friends. It's a simple thought, but one that makes me genuinely happy, that we could slip into being such with so much ease. Despite the roundabout way in which he said it, I'm glad that Shizune thinks it strongly enough to express it at all. Why did you wait until we waved you over to come sit with us? A question out of nowhere. Shizune's eyes are expectant as Misha repeats her message. I feel like teasing her. You want me to sit with you that badly? We're in the student council. We should sit together as much as possible. It's logic. Anyone would jump at the chance to sit with 2 cute girls anyway.
She pauses in case I might say something like, "You're not that cute," and instantly I lock myself into an obvious no-win situation. When I don't take the bait, Shizune becomes more energetic and continues. "You're abnormal." Well, I didn't expect her to end it like that. "You're too quick to call other people abnormal. So arrogant." "You're too quick to call other people arrogant. That makes you arrogant, and arrogance is also abnormal. You're double abnormal." It doesn't work that way. It's a sliding scale. Leaning on her arm, Misha closes her eyes and lets out a low, slow laugh like a chuckle. Don't laugh. Don't laugh in this kind of situation. I notice that Misha signs everything I say to Shizune anyway, even though I'm signing myself. This is redundant, but it's an unconscious action for Misha. On the other hand, I can't stop. If I let myself take it easy and sign less just because Misha is back, then what was all this for? I don't want to risk losing familiarity with how to sign either. My hands are pretty slow to speak on my behalf as it is.
Hee-chan, you and Shi-chan should talk to each other much more now. Back and forth. It's really funny, too. Or you and Shi-chan do talk to each other much more now. Back and forth. It's really funny, too. Like an old married couple, right? Right?
What a loaded comment in so many ways, although because it's Misha, it can't have been on purpose. That's not a compliment. Shizune doesn't react to Misha trying to pair the two of us up. Maybe she didn't see it. Sometimes it does happen, I've noticed. I still wonder if it's really that simple and why I care so much, but I don't want to think about it too hard. I want to leave. I keep thinking that I'm hogging Misha's time with Shizune, and it could be that Misha cut in just now on purpose, feeling that way too. I doubt that either of them will let me leave, though. In some way, they're too nice. Hey, anyway, Shizune, if you really want to know, I didn't want to sit here because I didn't want to intrude. I thought that because of Misha being away for supplementary reasons, or whatever, you two would have a lot to talk about, and I should just leave you alone to catch up. That's why I thought I would just hang back. Don't worry, Misha, I'm not trying to monopolize Shizune.
Hee-chan, it's not like that. You're so considerate, Hee-chan. Shi-chan is sorry and apologizes.
I don't really think it's worth apologizing over, so don't worry about it. Hey, don't you both think that since Misha's back, we should go celebrate somehow? I think so.
Hee-chan, usually having to make up work isn't something to celebrate over.
No, it's a good idea. The timing is perfect, and Shizune said that the student council should have a little fun too sometimes. You've probably heard that too, right, Misha? It should be fine. Actually, wait a second. Didn't you have to make up work because you were missing so many classes to begin with? So skipping out to celebrate would be kind of stupid. Maybe the timing isn't perfect, like I said, but we should go after school.
Where should we go?
Misha speaks Shizune's question to her aloud before she even stops to think it over, both of them completely ignoring me. Hey, listen to me. Two-man short-sighted student council team.
Wahaha, Hee-chan, you're a part of this team too.
Yes, I guess I am.
Yeah, you are, Hee-chan.
So forgetful and troublesome. I feel sorry for the girl who falls in love with you.
So, where do you think we should go?
I'm laughing in spite of myself, wanting to point out how Misha seems so enthusiastic now when she was the one who was most apprehensive about it just a few seconds ago. For whatever reason, I can't bring myself to do it, but this is okay too. After a short discussion on where to go, it seems like the only place all three of us know and are willing to travel to is the Shanghai. A tea house doesn't look like a bad place to celebrate, especially because I'm sure they sell cake there, and cake is the most celebratory food. I haven't seen Yuko in a while, either, and neither of the girls. For all these reasons, plus the fact that it's so close, I end up standing in front of the little tea shop with Shizune and Misha before I know it. Welcome! It's been a while since I heard Yuko's voice, so I'm surprised all over again by the energy she puts into her greetings, kind of like an extremely nervous Misha.
Hi, but you don't have to do that all the time if it's just us.
Yes, I do.
But... Okay, if you say so, Yuko.
I take this moment to glance around the tea house and notice that it is as empty as ever. It's lunchtime, essentially the peak hour for an establishment of this type, and yet it's as barren as ever. I don't understand. There has to be a reason for this. Shizune gently taps my arm to get my attention. What do you want to get? Yuko looks a little agitated after Misha automatically relays the question. No, I'm supposed to ask that. Is there anything I can do for you? Just some coffee for now, I guess. Thanks. The dedication Yuko has towards her waitressing duties is sort of admirable, so is the speed at which she whisks slices of cake and our drinks to our table when we order. And again, we're the only customers here. Who knows what it would be like with a full house? Shizune and Misha impatiently dig into their cakes with gusto, probably because they can't talk with utensils in their hands. The whole point of sharing a meal with friends like this is being able to talk over it. After all, it makes sense that it would be the same with them. I'm barely halfway through my cake when I hear the forks clinking as they set them down on their empty plates. It's not healthy to inhale your food.
Hee-chan sounds like an old man.
I cringe and instantly feel like I've been punched.
Are you going to wear a yukata tomorrow, Hee-chan?
No, I don't think I even have one. Well, if I did, I'm not the kind of guy who does stuff like that. What about you? Are you two going to dress up? Of course. What do you mean, of course? You didn't dress up last time. One time is not a trend. It's a completely different situation anyway. Aside from not being Tanabata, the festival was on school grounds. Students should wear their uniform on school grounds. Clearly a joke, but her delivery isn't any different from the usual. That isn't normal, but her sense of humor never was, and I'm used to it. I guess her way of saying outrageous things seriously is a little better than if she were to say serious things outrageously. What's more troubling is that, in any case, is that I've started to associate a voice with her signing, and it's clashing with how Misha says out loud everything Shizune signs anyway. I feel disoriented. I'll dress up this time.
I'll dress up this time. You'll see, Hee-chan. Not just Hee-chan, but me too. Maybe I'll change my hairstyle too.
Don't do that. I can't really imagine you looking differently. Shizune wags a finger and smiles. Such a quick and firm disapproval. What if I were to change my hairstyle? Maybe you should grow your hair out and make it look like drills. She looks unamused. Luckily, I see Yuko making her way over, likely to clear our plates or ask if we need anything from her. Yuko, are you doing anything for Tanabata? It's like she was practicing how to most smoothly ask if I needed a refill of coffee while walking over, but she has no idea what to do with having been asked a question first. I feel bad. Yes, I'm working.
Yuko, they make you work on holidays? Aw.
We've had the most business on holidays and sometimes tourists. I don't mind. I have to do my best. I understand completely. So admirable. Shizune nods her head in solidarity, feeling a kind of kinship with Yuko through their shared determination to be the best. Although for her it's a matter of pride, whereas Yuko might just feel that she really is, or that she really needs this job and maybe a raise. The most business, huh? So how many people on average during a holiday? Well... Yuko walks away and starts cleaning a cup of swizzle sticks. That isn't polite. This is not what a proper waitress should do. Nevertheless, I sort of got my answer anyway. Clearly business is scarce at best. I start to wonder again how the Shanghai remains open at all. Maybe this eclectic style of tea house is a trend that was outrageously successful before I got here, but isn't anymore, and they're just keeping it like this while they retool. Maybe the owner is rich and is involved in some sort of bet with someone else, or a crazy scheme to see who can lose the most money. Maybe I just conveniently miss mobs of customers by seconds each visit. Or maybe this place is just a front for our arms dealers. Since there's no one else here, why don't you sit down with us? We can talk about economic infeasibility, but Yuko doesn't take the bait, shaking her head from side to side emphatically.
I never really celebrated Tanabata before, or dressed up for anything like this. I'll finally be able to wear my yukata. Yay, yay!
What do you mean never? What about last year?
Last year, Shichi and me and the 3-2 class rep ran a stall for the festival. It was a soba stall, I think. Yep, it was. Yep.
The blind class rep of 3-2 must be Lily. I'm surprised that they are able to work together on anything, but Misha would likely be the best possible buffer for that kind of thing, with how innocent she is.
Shichi cooked and Lily took the orders, and I translated for them. Shichi kept saying, "It's so inefficient. Misha, why do you have to be the middleman? As in, why is there a middleman in the first place, huh? It would be fine if I did the cooking and you took orders. It doesn't make sense at all." But I think everybody had fun in the end, right, Shichi?
Shizune adjusts her glasses grudgingly, causing Misha to break into laughter.
It was the old student council's idea, that's why.
So what was this last student council like then? Shizune finally decides to step in again, or it's more like she can't stop herself. Terrible. That was blunt. She ends with a chopping motion as if passing judgment on them. I hope she's going to elaborate a little.
At universities and some private schools, student councils can have control over millions of yen in budget to budget and distribute as needed. Wow, really? Millions? Ah, right. And they're much more involved in school activities too, Hee-chan.
From Misha's tone, it seems like this is newer to her than it is to me.
This school's student council was like a joke in comparison. Don't give people positions of power if they don't have any power at all. What's the point?
So,
I wanted to have more and more work. It was hard to convince the school and the other student council members to allow it. Actually, a lot of the work you've seen us do really is work that I took on, which is what Lily was talking about. If it wasn't for Shi-chan, the student council would just file attendance reports day in and day out. Would you prefer that, Hee-chan? Of course, Hee-chan, as soon as the workload started going up, most of the student council stopped coming.
Shizune's fingers fold over each other carefully. It looks like she wants to add something, but she can't bring herself to. Like she said, sign language gives you a little more time to think about what you say. I guess she feels like she can't talk about this. That was then, and this is now. Let's just have fun tomorrow. That is what she finally settles for. Yeah.
Okay, then student council is adjourned for today. It has to be adjourned excitedly because today was a good day.
School seems to be over by the time we leave the tea house, as I can see students coming down from the school as we walk up the road towards it. A couple of people wearing our school uniforms look at Shizune as she walks by, and I wonder if they recognize her as the student council president or if their eyes are just being drawn to Misha's head. It's impossible not to overhear the chatter in the air, and the topic is more often than not plans for Tanabata. I wonder how many of them will be using or going to the stalls that I reassembled. It makes me feel a little pride, an emotion I've never felt doing something for school. Maybe this is how Shizune feels as well. I almost want to ask, but it seems stupid to want to do so. So I just hold on to your thought as the three of us walk onto campus and then separate, Shizune to the student council room and Misha and me to our dorms. It isn't until they're gone that I realize again I didn't ask when and where they wanted to meet up tomorrow. Time for Tanabata! Even though it is a holiday, I wake up at the same time as usual, on a day when everyone else is likely sleeping in for another 6 hours. I take my morning regimen of pills for the first time in a few days. Admittedly, I'd let my medication slip my mind. Looking at the rows of bottles in front of me, I don't know how I managed to. 17 different medications. I feel full enough to skip breakfast after taking all of them. I'm already up, so I might as well take a walk. The weather looks nice outside, giving off an idyllic atmosphere I'd often dreamed of. It's always been kind of romantic notion to me to be able to meander around in the countryside, taking in the fresh air. Now that an opportunity to do just that is here, I can't resist, even though I know it must seem silly. I stop at the main building in order to buy a drink, and then decide to enter it and maybe hang around on the roof for a little bit. The view might be pretty cool at this time, and I'm sure nobody else will be up there either, and I've never been up there by myself. The school is quiet today, deserted. My footsteps echoing in the staircase to the roof are unnervingly loud. It shouldn't bother me due to how much time I've spent in sign language class in near total silence, or working so much with Shizune lately, but it still does. It makes the smallest noises that I wouldn't have even noticed before seem boomingly loud. It feels like I'm sneaking around someplace I shouldn't be. I wonder why I'm getting that vibe. Maybe the school is haunted or something. When I open the door to the roof, I see I'm not alone. Misha leans against a fence, looking over the school grounds, not having noticed me at all. Instantly, I know what I have to do. I have to put my hands over her eyes and say, "Guess who?" It's the only option. Halfway, I start thinking of how bad this would look if Shizune suddenly popped in, having left just for a second to get some sandwiches, and saw me sneaking up on Misha like this. I pray silently that such a coincidental misunderstanding doesn't happen. "Guess who?" "Hee-chan!" She says without hesitating for a second, without deviating even slightly from her normal tone. My fun was over before it started. "Hi, Hee-chan, good morning!" She reflectively tries to move her hands to form a greeting and entangles them in the fencing. "Good morning. I didn't expect to find you here. What are you doing up so early?"
I could ask you the same thing, Hee-chan. What are you doing up so early? I didn't expect to find you here.
I asked you first.
You're right. You sound just like Hee-chan.
No, I don't. I say, in the least convincing manner possible. Luckily, Misha doesn't notice what a bad actor I am. Are you looking forward to tonight?
Of course, Hee-chan. I don't like celebrations, or maybe not as much as Shi-chan does, but Tanabata stands always have interesting things to buy and all kinds of seasonal food. And I get to wear a yukata.
Her choice of words is a little strange. It sounds like she's saying that she doesn't like celebrations, but likes doing everything involved with them. I don't know if it's worth pursuing, though, and could be just that I misunderstood.
What about you, Hee-chan?
I am, or else I'd just stay home, wouldn't I? That's a logical step.
Hee-chan, you're not that logical, so that's really surprising. Okay, though, I was just making sure because you didn't look like you were having a lot of fun last time. Me and Shi-chan were a little worried because of that.
Hey, I had fun. I guess I ended up appreciating it more than I expected to.
Really, Hee-chan? What part of it? Tell me.
Well, there were the fireworks at the end. They were really nice. I think you slept through them.
Aw, I always fall asleep early, but I won't sleep through them this year. I'll definitely stay awake.
I don't think they have fireworks during Tanabata. It's a different mood entirely. Maybe you can get Shizune to petition to have them, though, and to move the fireworks to an earlier time.
Maybe I will. That's a great idea, Hee-chan.
No, it's not. Don't do that. I wasn't being serious. Although, maybe it would annoy Shizune.
You sound like you would like that, Hee-chan. Hee-chan, do you like Shi-chan?
I can't say yes or no, and sitting down like I am, I can't even smoothly leave. Don't be silly. The one I like is you.
Really, Hee-chan? No, you're kidding, right? You must like Shi-chan more.
Misha, you jump to conclusions too much.
But you almost called her Shi-chan, so I'm right?
It's because you call her Shi-chan all the time. It got stuck in my head. Osmosing language is common, you know. Besides, it's one little slip-up, and by your logic, you should like her more than me, and... Are you making fun of me or something?
Maybe. I'm hungry. Did you eat breakfast, Shi-chan?
No, just medicine. Misha twirls her finger lazily in the air to keep her hands busy as she thinks.
We should eat something then. Do you think they will be serving breakfast today?
That's really the kind of thing a member of the student council should know. I can't say that, though. I'm on the student council and don't know. It didn't seem like anyone was working in the kitchen when I entered the building, but I don't know for sure.
Hey, Shi-chan, have you heard about those vending machines I can get food from, like burgers, soup, and even pizza? Wouldn't it be great if we had some of those at our school?
I don't know. I always thought that those machines were kind of weird.
Imagine how cool it would be if we had machines like that at our school, Shi-chan. It would almost be like magic, wouldn't it? Hot food coming out of a vending machine. It's so amazing. I could never imagine that. Seeing one of those machines would be like a dream. We don't have machines like that in this whole town, though. It's too early to even go into town. I won't even be able to eat breakfast, Shi-chan. That's the most important meal of the day. Everyone says so. I want to eat.
You're really silly. If it bothers you so much, I'll buy you a soda. Misha puffs out her cheeks and puts on her serious face.
Shi-chan, a soda is not breakfast. It's like water.
It's not like water. It's a liquid. Water isn't food. Liquid can be food. Now who sounds like Shizune Misha, I want to say. Even her tone reminds me of Shizune's unblinking, matter-of-fact way of stating the ridiculous. If I did say that, though, I would be the one who sounds like Shizune again. It's terrible. Her competitiveness is really rubbing off on me. Let's look for something to eat, then.
Okay.
Predictably, our search for food in an empty school building this early in the morning leads only to failure. Misha decides to go off on her own after we both decide to give up for now, vowing to eat breakfast even though by now it's closer time for lunch. I go back to my dorm, but the following hours tick by slowly, and I pass the time by catching up on my reading. Some of these books I haven't touched since I was in the hospital. Thinking back on it, it wasn't that long ago, even though it definitely feels like it was. A free day, and I can't think of anything to do. I take a short nap, and as I change for the second time today, I realize that I never actually confirmed with Shizune or Misha when or where we would meet up. I guess that eventually they would come looking for me, but I would look pretty stupid if it came to that. It's already evening, so I should just at least make an effort to find them first. Even though the grounds aren't exactly flooded with people, and it should be impossible to miss Misha's pink hair, even if they were, I have a lot of difficulty finding them. Finally, I run into them at the front gate, which was the first place I had looked. Hello. She attempts to punctuate her normal greeting with a grand little sweep at the end.
Shi-chan, how are you?
It's strange seeing them in yukata, although I've been seeing yukata in general all night. Shizune is simple and tasteful, which seems obvious for her in retrospect. For all her grand flourishes and over-the-top behavior, I think she would rather die than dress the part. What draws my eyes is the hairpin she's wearing, a pearl flower that gleams softly in the moonlight. It looks pretty on her, but in a way that also feels out of place, as if it's too elaborate for a high school girl or maybe just for someone as secretly childish as Shizune. Misha's yukata is about what I expected, so it actually fits a little too well. Paired with her bubblegum pink hair, she looks cute, but anachronistic, sorry. You two look nice.
Thanks, Shi-chan. Shi-chan, you're a little late. We were waiting here for a while for you. Did you forget the time or the place? Oh, well, let's get going, Shi-chan.
Misha dropping this line of discussion saves me what I could potentially be a pretty embarrassing thing to own up to, specifically that I had been looking for them for at least an hour. Seeing Shizune and Misha look so cheerful, it's hard not to fall into the atmosphere and enjoy a nice night out. What bothers me is that I'm having trouble reading Shizune signing tonight. I haven't been to sign language class in almost a week, so I'm not surprised. I guess having lost focus for a while, I'm slipping. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. Hold on, where are we going? Into town? Yes. That doesn't make any sense. We haven't even checked out what's on the grounds, unless you two decided to have fun while I wasn't looking. We are going to come back. We'll be working our way up.
Either way, Shi-chan, we have to walk into town and then back up if we want to see everything. So, this way, after we're done, we'll be right by our dorms when we're tired. It works out perfectly.
That is admittedly logical. Shizune doesn't give me much time to argue anyway, grabbing me by the arm and lightly trying to pull me along. The streets illuminated only by the light of the moon and the low lanterns tinted with tissue paper put me at ease. Now that we're in town, Shizune moves a bit more slowly in order to see the lights. So I decided to walk more briskly in order to mess with her, but she quickly readjusts her own speed to match, letting out a soundless sigh before quickly signing to Misha with her offhand.
What do you want to do first, Shi-chan?
How about some games, if there are any?
I thought you didn't like games, Shi-chan.
I don't mind. For the second time today, I feel her slim fingers wrapping around mine. It feels like all this time I've been pulled along by Shizune's will. Occasionally, it's quite tiring, but I think that for the most part, I wouldn't say I hate it. It's just the quality of some people to drag others into their lives like a storm. That word fits Shizune sometimes, I think. Although I didn't want to tell Misha earlier today. I do like her.
Hee-chan, you're gonna win a doll for me too this time, right?
You're still thinking about that? Okay, I will. The time passes by faster than I thought it could as we run around, trying to do as many frivolous things as possible.
Snow cones! Hee-chan, do you want one?
Misha runs towards the stand, not even waiting to hear my answer. They look delicious. I want one too. We'll play rock, paper, scissors to see who can pay for them all. Or we could each pay for our own.
Hee-chan, what flavor do you want?
The blue one. Blue is not a flavor. I knew that. Ordering something based on color is childish. You're childish. What are you getting? Are you getting strawberry? Huh, that's such a childish flavor. Only children eat strawberry. You should get plain, the most mature flavor of all. I want to know where her personality comes from. I wonder if I would think it that way if she hadn't been the first student I ended up having a conversation with on my first day here. It's entirely possible that I'd missed the parts of her that kept drawing me in. If I didn't know that she couldn't hear me, and that she was so competitive and so focused on getting me to join the student council and so alternatingly playful and sharp, without these constant new facets to keep my interest in her, would I have grown to like her so much? It's likely that I'm overthinking it. Aren't you going to make a wish?
Shi-chan never makes wishes, Shi-chan.
Oh, really? Not even on New Year's? Why's that? Shizune tenses her fingers and smiles, but won't answer. It's a secret.
I know. Hee-chan, do you want me to tell you?
Yes. Shizune alternates between as many forceful iterations of no as she can think of.
I'll tell you later, okay? Actually, I feel tired. I think I'm gonna go to bed early.
Really? It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Time flies when you're having fun.
But it has, Hee-chan. Maybe I can visit Yuko first, then go back, or I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Have fun without me, okay?
We're going to go back to the school soon anyway, Misha. Misha doesn't want to hear it and leaves anyway. Shizune starts to wonder why just as soon as I do, but while I keep it in my head, she signs it, seemingly wanting to discuss the possible reasons. After we're both done seeing all there is to see, I check the time and find that it is pretty late. My energy is starting to wear off, and it's a miracle that I managed to have even this much, too. Even Shizune is starting to look a bit tired. We make our way back to the grounds. Shizune seems disappointed when she sees the school building lit up and teeming with students. Something wrong? I wanted to go up to the roof, but now there are too many people. I'm tired, so it might be for the best. There are probably couples on the roof since it's that kind of holiday. Then again, I wouldn't know. Is that how it really is? I never really been to any festivals before coming here. I'm disappointed. I thought you said you wanted to see what the school was doing last. Like, saving the best for last. Now you're telling me you don't want to, even a little? I thought you would have more energy. I don't feel tired. This seems to spark her competitive spirit. And Shizune immediately perks up. Although it's then that I realize I don't have anywhere in mind to take her, and I don't feel like going to the main building myself. Fortunately, the area behind the school is both deserted and impressive looking today. I'd never appreciated how sprawling and well kept it was until seeing it at night. It almost seems like to go on forever in the moonlight. It's very pretty, even though it's just a field. I thought earlier that she was too immature to pull off the old-fashioned clothes she is wearing tonight, but right now she is quite beautiful in them. It makes me think back to that day, the other festival that I went to with her. She had looked the same way then. I want to tell her that I like her, decisively, in one go, but even thinking about it is just so awkward. And the more I like her, the more awkward and afraid I am telling her how I feel, even now, when I could do it so if I wanted without having to go through another person. Not to mention, what if what happened last time happens again? If it does, I might not get off so easily with a months-long hospital stay. I don't want to even think about it. I try to shove the thoughts out of my mind any way possible. I try to dismiss them as unlikely fears. Still, the first time I had seen all of my pills, I'd imagined them cascading before me, enough of them to choke me. I still think about it from time to time. I can't say that it's not a legitimate concern. Times like these are nice enough that I can forget, though. My favorite thing about this school is that it's on top of a mountain. Is it because it's that much closer to the sky? Yes. I like it too, but more because of the fresh air. You're so competitive. Too competitive. If a whale bit you, you would bite it back. That makes her laugh, and she winks. Would that be so bad? Her smile is contagious. Yes. It's true, I'm terrible, a little. But if I can make people happy, I'm not entirely terrible, am I? Then it's okay. I have many examples in my defense. Maybe even in this moment is a kind of game to her. That's right. This is a romantic moment. I don't know if such a chance might come again, and I feel compelled to say something awkward and stupid. Even if I think about it too much, I doubt if my hands will listen to me. Do you want to be my girlfriend? I hope that I signed it properly. I feel nervous, as if I wanted to break into a run, yet I'm rooted to this spot. I couldn't hear a thing just minutes ago, and now I'm picking up every little ambient noise. I really am nervous, and I wonder if it shows. Before, hours passed like seconds. Now, the seconds pass like eons. Then I see Shizune's hands moving unsteadily before her, fumbling over each other, stopping halfway through each gesture. It's like she said, sign language gives you an opportunity to think your words through, and she is trying very hard to do that right now. A situation that she doesn't know how to respond to. It must be unthinkable. As stoic as Shizune tries to be, she can't hide her reddening cheeks, and she's very cute and feminine like this, and it puts me at ease to know that she is as nervous as I am. The thought is yet another way in which I found myself competing with her. Okay. That's a simple reply, but as soon as I think that, Shizune takes a step forward and embraces me. An unsure and careful embrace, as if I were made of eggshell and as if she doesn't know how to hug someone, although, to be honest, it's not a subject I'm familiar with either. Her yukata is cool and silky under my fingers, but I can also feel Shizune's warmth. In the end, she thought this was the best possible gesture to show how she felt. And we finished Act 2. Act 3, Sleight of Hand. The following days pass uneventfully and with surprising quickness. I find renewed motivation to learn sign language. It seems that I have a knack for learning signs, so it would be a waste not to do it, and falling behind would be even more unacceptable. Summer break is coming up. Even though I had figured that student council work would see a drop-off proportional to how lethargic my classes are becoming, it doesn't happen that way. Every day I get swamped under increasingly meaningless work. Despite how much I want to, I don't have even a free second to talk to Shizune nowadays. Every time I look at her, her face is buried in some book of records or some stack of papers that need to be checked over in triplicate. Today I woke up early to come to school before everyone else, hoping to catch Shizune. She has a habit of coming in first thing in the morning, to be more punctual than all the other students. Unfortunately, I think I'm earlier than her. Hearing the student council room door click closed to my right tells me that isn't the case. I guess I got here just behind her. I entered the room and tapped Shizune on the shoulder to get her attention. Maybe she expects a conversation, which is why she puts down the carton of orange juice in her hand. Good morning. Where's your better half? We are separate individuals. Thinking about it, they must get that quite a bit. I can think of no other way to explain how ready she was with that answer. You're here early. That's good. You can help me look over some handouts. They're going out later today. I came here early specifically so that I could see you without having to do work. According to Misha, being early isn't new for you. It's not new for you either. Are you saying you want to race? Shizune adjusts her glasses nonchalantly, a gesture that belies how giddy she is inside about the thought of having something very petty to take competitively and seriously. I think the smaller the matter is, the more it excites her. It's not a race. Do you want to make it a contest? I don't. I almost forget to add the last part, the most important part. Well, that's fine. There are too many days left in the school year. I'd get tired of it anyway. With that, Shizune picks up her juice and finishes it off. I wonder if she's going to try and shoot the empty container into the trash, but she doesn't. In fact, she seems puzzled as to why I seem so disappointed. I'd better get to the point. I just wanted to talk. Our break is practically here, you know. And we should spend more time together. Anyway, I was thinking that we could do that over the summer. Shizune's face turns as red as mine must be, and she starts adjusting her glasses, flustered. What an all-purpose gesture. She taps her fingers together in thought, considering her next words carefully. You mean like a date? Just because we're going out somewhere, that instantly makes it a date? It's not? I want it to be a date. Then it is one. Shizune approvingly claps her hands once before adding on to my statement. But not today. I'm going away for a week to visit my family. That's an oddly formal way of putting it, and for that reason, my interest is piqued. Maybe her family is the prim and proper traditional kind, living in a giant old-timey mansion with a little stream and a koi pond where everyone wears kimonos all the time. It's a wild assumption, but it's fun to speculate sometimes. I wonder if Shizune puts on the appearance of being calm and mature good daughter like Lily when she is with her family. I can't imagine it, but if there was even a possibility that it's true, then I must see it. Only a week? It must not be that far of a trip then. Of course not. They're still in Japan after all. Really? It isn't like you to come with me. It isn't like you can come with me. Is that what you're trying to say? Why can't I? It isn't like you would enjoy it. You don't know that. It could be fun. I almost forgot. You didn't answer my question. Are you going alone or is Misha going with you? Does your family know sign? Misha's coming along. The part of the question left unanswered is the most telling. If Shizune's family can't communicate with her, I have to wonder what her childhood was like. She probably wrote everything on that pad she carries around and still produces out of nowhere sometimes. Usually it's when neither Misha or I are around. I notice her from far away when she pulls it out like a last resort, grimacing the whole time. If Misha's going, then I'm going to go too. Do you like Misha? It's the principle of the thing. I entertain the notion that Shizune might actually be jealous, but I doubt it. She usually wears her emotions pretty plainly on her face, and I don't see anything that would support my theory right now. I think you're just bored. That's okay though, alright? We'll all go together. If it's what I'd hoped for in the first place. You can't skip out on student council today and to pack your bags just because you're coming with us on such short notice. It's no excuse. It's okay, I hardly have anything to pack anyway. Shizune pauses, tenting her fingers thoughtfully. You must have to come to this school on very short notice. It could be that she is thinking back to the time when she and Misha unexpectedly shoved themselves into my room and caught a glimpse of all my medicines. That was an awkward moment I'd like to forget, and don't like revisiting it. The way she tiptoes around the issue, even now, only makes me more uncomfortable. I did. It was kind of an on-the-spot decision. It worked out better than I expected, though. I hope Shizune won't pursue the matter, and to my relief, she doesn't. My home is in a particularly beautiful part of Saitama. We'll be leaving early in the morning, so be ready. Let's talk about it more later, okay? For now, those handouts won't look over themselves, and you're going to help me. As Shizune dives into her work, pulling me along with her, I think that she seems almost, but not quite, excited to go. When Shizune and Misha arrive early in the next morning to pick me up, they are dressed in something other than the school uniform I've grown used to seeing them in. It makes sense since we're on holiday, but it's still jarring. Shizune's dress is sharp and fashionable, almost too much for a quiet place like Yamaku. Thinking back to what she wore at the Tanabata festival, I'm starting to notice a trend with her. All of her clothes are very tasteful and mature, very well thought out, so then I wonder why she herself is so immature. Well, at least Misha's clothes reflect her inner self on the outside. You're bringing so little. I said I would. I said there wasn't much to pack. Shizune pouts and rocks her own rather large collection of luggage with her foot, as if embarrassed. Misha only has one suitcase with her, but it's almost larger than she is, and she looks self-conscious about it as well. God, that suitcase is as big as a compact car. The pea green color is unsettling too. It's like something used to transport bodies. The way they look right now makes me want to tease them a little. Aw, that's bad luck for you and Misha, isn't it? Having to carry all those huge bags. Gotta pack light next time, like me. Everything fits into one little suitcase.
Like James Bond.
Yes, exactly like James Bond. Shizune gently tugs on her glasses in concentration. We should split the amount we carry equally.
Wow, that's a great idea, Shi-chan.
What? No. It would benefit us all.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to say no. You're outvoted. She almost lunges forth as she signs it, terrifying. Well, I was just kidding. I don't mind carrying a few extra. I just thought it would be fun to mess with you both. But if you're going to try and make me carry it all, I was going to ride that giant green case down the mountain like a sled. It seems to make Shizune laugh, and she holds a hand up to her mouth to hold it back. It's like she's hiding it. I wonder if she can laugh. If not, that might be why she does that. It kind of makes me feel sad. Being deaf doesn't automatically mean you're mute, but you know. With that taken care of, we head for the train station, and a very uneventful ride follows. Shizune and Misha manage to fall asleep almost instantly, but I find myself unable to. That's never happened before. Maybe it's my medication. When we arrive at Shizune's house, it's quite a bit larger than I envisioned it would be. I don't think huge would be much of an overstatement. You live in a mansion? Shizune indignantly stands up on her tiptoes so that we're at eye level and frowns deeply, having had my comment translated to her by Misha. It's as if she's saying, how can you even suggest such a thing? This is just a normal house. Nothing as ostentatious as a mansion. I believe our definitions of those terms are quite different then.
Hichan, are you surprised? Do you want me to point out where you'll be staying?
I think we have a guest room, but I'm not sure if we have two. I'll check.
It's no problem though, Hichan. Shichan and I can share a room if we have to. Well, unless hers is being used for something else now.
Not sure. I'm starting to think Shizune doesn't spend a lot of time at home. Before I can make a joke at her expense, Shizune vanishes into the house and Misha goes with her, leaving me alone on the grounds. I don't want to follow them inside just yet. I put my bags down by the front door and taken up this opportunity to look around the grounds, just making a quick lap around the house. Even though it takes just a few minutes, when I get back, the first thing I notice is that my bag is gone and a tiny girl is in its place. She looks a lot like Shizune, although Shizune wouldn't wear red shorts and star and moon stockings. Hi, are you Shizune's little sister or something? No, I'm her little brother. My name is Hideaki. It's nice to meet you. The voice that responds is straightforward, monotone, and definitely male. I feel embarrassed to the point where I could almost turn around and leave right now if I could remember my way back to the train. Are you the second person that my sister brought with her? Brought with her? I'm not luggage. Anyway, I'm Hizao. Did you take my bag? Yes, it is my right to keep anything I find on my property. No, it's not. That's not how it works at all. I guess even particularly well-spoken little kids believe in law of finders keepers. Even though I call him little, he doesn't seem that much younger. Now that I think about it, maybe 2 or 3 years younger at most. I gave it to Shizune. It's inside. Are you on the student council? Yeah, how did you know? Does she bring it up often? I almost said, does she talk about it often? That could have been so bad. Yes, all the time. Do you get along with her? Get along? That's a weird question. I wouldn't be on the student council if I couldn't get along with her. What about you? Do you two get along? Well, even though he has a monotone voice, his face is as expressive as Shizune's, and bellies how he really feels. It must run in the family. Looks like he isn't happy about my question for whatever reason. I'm sorry, I was only asking because you both act so much alike. I don't know why, but it feels like he's teasing me. Unfortunately, it works. I don't like being compared to Shizune. You're a lot more like Shizune, but I guess that's to be expected. I mistook you for a little sister, even. If you don't want people to make that mistake, you should dress more appropriately. I don't understand. My clothes are perfectly seasonal. What's with the stockings? They're cool. You act like my sister. Eventually people will start mistaking you for her. I guess my comment hit him harder than I thought. That would explain this attempt at turning it around. I hate being compared to other people. Shizune doesn't like it when she's compared to others either. I thought that Hideaki was a little more mature than Shizune, but they have the same competitive streak and inclination to provoke people. I wonder if he's like this because of Shizune or if it's the other way around. And neither do you, right? Okay, I get it. I shouldn't be so petty. Especially to little kids. Hideaki seems to accept this as an acknowledgement of defeat, which is something that I feel I can't let go. Nevertheless, I'll just have to let it go while I have the chance. I can hear Misha's laughter bouncing through the halls the moment I step through the door into the house, and follow it to what I would guess is the living room. It holds more people than I'd expected. Among them, I spotted distinctive and familiar blonde ponytail. I'm more confused by why Lily is here than surprised. Shizune seems just as surprised. Lily doesn't look ecstatic about this chance meeting either. Sitting next to Lily is a tall and androgynous-looking woman in a sharp suit. I'd like to assume that it's her older sister, but I don't want to risk it. I didn't expect that you would arrive so early. At first, I think she's talking to me, but it turns out that she's referring to Shizune. I don't think Lily even notices my presence. I've clearly walked in on them mid-conversation, and it looks like with her focus on Shizune, she couldn't hear me. I should have rearranged my entire schedule for you. Shiki-chan says I should have rearranged my schedule just for you. That would have been nice, but I would not expect you to do such a thing. Oh, hi, Hi-chan. You're finally here. Yes, hello, Lily. Oh, Hizao? This is quite a surprise. Akira, this is Hizao, a schoolmate. Hizao, this is Akira, my sister. Yo. She holds her hand up in a brief and quite casual gesture of greeting, so she is the older sister after all. I hope we're not messing up any of your plans, since we're only going to be here for one more day. Lily and I thought she might as well come with me. Akira turns to me like she feels compelled to explain. I'm grateful for that. I suppose my position here would be the best described as a babysitter. Akira ruffles Hideaki's hair as he carries on with his pastime of looking displeased. That is demeaning. Really? Maybe I'll change my title once you get a few more years on you, or at least a few centimeters. They make an interesting pair, although Akira looks more like a lawyer than a babysitter. I'm still not really sure why both she and Lily are here, though. Taking a glance around the room, there is a tennis racket, golf clubs, and even a stack of fishing poles and tackle boxes secreted here and there. Behind every chair in every corner and under every table, there is some piece of outdoor hobbyist equipment. I pick up one of the fishing rods and play with it. This is a nice house. Shizune, it looks like your dad has a lot of hobbies. For a moment I forget to sign what I say, but Misha's already in the process of interpreting what I said for her. I'm still a little impressed at how automatic interpreting is for Misha. Do you fish? No, I don't know how. I kind of want to learn, as I heard it's relaxing. There's a river only a short drive away. My whole family knows how to fish. If you want, we could go there sometime. You and Hideaki can fish? I didn't expect people your age to know, considering it's always seemed like a hobby for old men. You know, Lily's great at cooking. If we had some fresh fish. It's not hard to follow Akira's train of thought. If you want to eat fish, we could go to the store. Lily's voice sounds slightly more authoritative than usual. She doesn't really seem to share her sister's enthusiasm for the idea.
It's more fun to go fishing. We could even make it like a game and try to see who catches the biggest one. That would be exciting, right? Yeah, Hee-chan, what do you think? It sounds like fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely could be. Sounds like a plan. I don't know how to fish either, so now's as good a time as any to learn. Her eyes shift towards Lily, who remains unmoved. This sours Akira's smile a bit and makes me wonder why Lily's being so obstinate about this.
I don't think we have enough fishing equipment for everyone. We can take turns. It'll be a team battle.
What is she saying? We can take turns. She also wants to make it a contest. Come on, Lily, we might as well make the most of it. So, is this going to be a competition to see who can catch the biggest fish or the most?
It looks like the older sister understands better as always. Hee-chan says that she supposes Lily would prefer to go to the store, right? It's much less work, so it's natural that she would. Going fishing would be more fun, though, and save money. Akira, you have the right idea.
Akira gives a gracious, if slightly stilted smile. Shizune's praise wasn't her goal, after all.
Isn't the river quite far away?
I don't think it's that far. We can drive if we have to. I'm okay with it as long as you catch something. Can your car fit this many people, and a whole lot of fishing gear on top of that? She purses her lips as her fingers suddenly move, counting up the amount of passengers and required cargo. If we're going to be taking me, Shizune, Misha, Lily, Akira, and Hideaki... 6 people. Damn, my car can only take 5. Actually, if Hideaki sat on my lap, we could...
I'm not sitting on your lap.
Aw.
Hee-chan says that her father's car would be big enough.
What? The Fuga? If he doesn't mind us using it, then I guess we have no other choice. Feels kind of bad forsaking my car, considering I won't have it for much longer. Despite Lily's obstinacy and Hideaki's questions of whether or not we'd prefer to eat first and bet on a fish dinner that might fail to ever materialize, there is no way to dissuade Akira and Shizune as they agree on the transport plan. My expectations of a somewhat relaxing drive through the countryside are fulfilled. Akira's driving is as smooth and peaceful as the surroundings, to the point where Misha falls asleep during the trip. I thought this trip would have been rather too slow-paced for Shizune's liking, but she seems to genuinely enjoy it. Even with Hideaki awkwardly sandwiched between her and the door, she just keeps looking out the window and smiling. I can't even see him. The area surrounding the river is quite beautiful. Akira and Shizune head off for the river so quickly that we have no choice but to chase them. We would be left in the dust otherwise. I can see Hideaki and Lily are just humoring their siblings, Lily being the more unenthusiastic of the two. Misha seems just as happy as ever, though. Looks like she managed to latch on to some of Shizune and Akira's excitement. As for myself, I'd rather eat now, but the thought of fresh fish prepared by Lily is appealing. The river is larger than I imagined, although it's very scenic and peaceful. Other than a small pier apparently built just to fish off of, this place looks untouched by civilization, and it makes me realize how much greenery I've seen lately. Shizune pulls Misha away so that they can explain how to fish to Akira. Lily and Hideaki are talking between themselves, so I decide to join the enthusiastic trio. So which one of these lures should I use then? Can I use this cute little one?
Wait, this is a contest. We need to pick teams first. Hee-chan and I will be on one team, of course. Hee-chan, you're going to be on our team too, won't you? We can be the student council team.
Okay. Alright then, that makes me, Hideaki, and Lily the other team. Lily, what should we call ourselves? I don't see why it matters. I don't think it matters. Team No Enthusiasm it is. Yet again, Akira's best efforts are rebuffed. Shizune and Misha, on the other hand, have no lack of enthusiasm whatsoever. Izao, you can be our point man. Please try hard to catch as many or the biggest fish possible. Why me? No one's even taught me how to fish yet.
We can do that now.
After a quick tutorial, Shizune immediately tries to draw us into a discussion about the strategy in a tag team fishing competition. Somehow, competition doesn't seem particularly applicable when to a sport where you spend hours sitting down and hoping a fish bites a worm. It looks like Hideaki got stuck with a spare rod. You know, it's just a string tied to the bamboo pole, right? That means when deciding the order, you should go against him. What? Why me?
You have the least experience here, Hee-chan.
Yeah, so who's the best here? Shizune? Hideaki is your brother. He's probably just as good. He probably fishes all the time since he lives closer to the lake. He might even be better. Watching you three makes my head hurt. You know I'm only hearing 2/3 of a conversation, right? What's this about? Picking our lineup. Akira makes a troubled face. She's getting impatient, which probably isn't too unreasonable. If you're impatient, that only makes me more excited. Now I want to play for higher stakes. What's she saying? She wants to play for higher stakes. I wouldn't be so hasty. We have beginner's luck twice over on our side, after all. The only way you'll be able to beat that is by catching a whole ocean.
This is a freshwater body of water, you marine biologist.
A weird insult delivered with unblinking and innocent good cheer.
Akira doesn't seem bothered. She laughs it off, and Shizune looks like her usual mischievous self again. I'm glad they get along. So are we gonna pick teams or what? I'm getting kinda hungry. Hizao, Misha and I are on one team, and Lily, Hideaki, and you are on the other, aren't you? I suppose that's the most obvious arrangement. Wouldn't mixing it up be a little more fun, though, eh? You don't want to fish with your own sister? Well, neither of us know how to fish, so putting us both on the same team is kinda... Well, it sounds like I've heard something kind of dangerous. I try to change the subject before Shizune can turn that incredulous look on her face into anything more. So I guess you and Shizune know each other? Sure do. We go way back. Akira throws a knowing grin at Shizune. It's not until Misha's finished translating what she said that Shizune gains a troubled face. Akira sure is different from Lily. Aside from how they look, she's much more informal and laid back. I expected Lily's family to be all proper and formal like her, so this is a surprise, but I feel like she's easy to talk to. As much as I like talking about catching fish, we should probably actually do it sometime. Would you suggest that there should be a lineup, like in baseball, or should it be everyone at once, or a tag battle style? Can everyone sit wherever they want, or do teams have to stick together? Do we call where we fish? What fish sizes will we be counting? Seeing Akira groan after Misha dutifully translates for her, Shizune rubs her glasses, laughing silently. Never mind, let's just fish then. It can be an individual contest. I sit down ready to fish, although I'm not feeling very confident. Everyone else is already sitting except Akira, who takes a seat next to me and throws her line out after taking off her suit jacket and rolling up her sleeves. Misha and Hideaki end up sitting on the shore and fishing together, so there's not enough room on the pier for everyone. Truth be told, I'd rather be sitting next to Shizune, but Akira seems approachable enough. Careful there, you're a little close. Don't tangle our lines, okay? So you've never fished before? No, but I've seen a bit of it on TV. I always wanted to catch one of those big old fish with a sword for a face. Marlin, I think? If I recall correctly, those are from the ocean. They are saltwater fish. I know that. That's why is everyone acting like I don't know the difference between freshwater and saltwater fish? If you aren't careful, you'll scare off the fish, saltwater or not. Akira's voice is somewhat loud between her attempts to both egg on Shizune and keep Lily entertained, so she may have a point. My line doesn't seem to be picking up anything, but I don't know how much of that is down to Akira. Shizune does her best to relax in the sun and pulls off the look very well, but I can tell she'd be slightly put off by not knowing what's being talked about. Not having Misha around can be a real problem. Hizao, what's the score so far? Are we winning? I hope we are, given that I've entrusted you with our team's success. I managed to do some awkward signing with creative placement on my rod. It's probably close to being gibberish in spoken terms. You're like, right there, can't you tell? Disappointing. You let yourself get distracted. You have to stay focused. Should have known. Well, it's 0-0 in any case. Akira chuckles, although it's clear that it really took the wind out of her sails. Is it just numbers now, or are we keeping track of sizes too? Both. Grading matters. Who's going to be grading them? Are you a certified fish judge? Shizune shakes her head to signify that she isn't. But it doesn't seem like it would be very hard. Tell Misha to stop flailing her hands around like that. It's scaring all the fish away. And ask Hideaki why he hasn't even bothered to cast yet. I look over at the two and yell what Shizune said to them. Shi-chan, I think he's upset that he's stuck with the backup rod. Since Misha is largely unable to sign anything coherently right now, she only gets a puzzled look from Shizune for a reply. Shizune just sighs after I translate it for her. Hey, even if you're depressed about it, gotta try. You could catch the big one for all you know, but you won't catch anything unless you do. I feel that at least half of her encouragement is because of Hideaki. If Hideaki does catch the big one, she wants it to be there to eat it, and having 6 people fishing just leads better chances of catching something than having 5. The constant awkward shuffling I have to do to communicate with Shizune, not to mention her increasing fidgeting, make me think it might be good to give her a go at fishing. Hey guys, can we switch over now? Sure, Lily? No, please. I have no idea how to fish. I sign what they say, given that I seem to have taken Misha's place as Shizune's interpreter right now. How magnanimous of you, Lily. Oh boy, here we go. I don't bother translating what she says for fear of sparking another fight. Shizune says you should at least give it a try. It might even turn out to be fun. Very well, Akira, how do you use this? It's pretty simple. I wonder how ethical it is to purposely completely change what Shizune said like that. At least it paid off. I think I understand. What bait do you think would be best to use? I prefer something that wouldn't hurt the fish too much. If you're putting a hook through their mouth, I don't think the bait's gonna hurt them that much more. And letting it go? No, don't do that. But if it isn't big, there's little point in killing it. With my hands freed, it's much easier for me to interpret what everyone's saying. Now Shizune's the one that has to deal with her hands being full, but she seems to take it in her stride. That's so arrogant. Okay, I'll only reel in the big ones too from now on. What's she saying? Akira just sighs after I interpret for her. No, I don't like that only. You know, a fish is a fish, and you take what you can get. Unfortunately, Shizune can't hear, and Lily doesn't seem to be paying much attention now. Lily's taking to fishing easily. It is a very relaxed activity after all. It isn't long before they both catch a fish, and surprisingly, Lily's just as interested in which one is bigger of the two as Shizune is. As the hours pass, it seems like they even started to have fun. At the end of the day, we have several good-sized fish between us. Even Hideaki and Misha managed to catch one. No one brings up that we were competing to see who could catch more. I don't think it matters to anyone anymore. Shizune and Misha are talking between themselves some distance away, and Lily and Hideaki are doing the same. I decided to take advantage of the quiet moment and talk with Akira. Lily and Shizune had got on well today. I didn't really expect it after seeing how they act towards each other in school. She gives an amused snort. It looks like she doesn't take their feuding as seriously as I do. They've got their reasons. Lily and I are going away for a while tomorrow, so we thought we'd just pop by. In the end, I'm glad we did. After a brief silence, she stretches loudly and then claps her hands to get everyone's attention. Well, that looks like enough to feed everyone. We should be getting back now. Lily nods but then hesitates. Even with her face clouding a bit, she still looks to be in a better mood than this morning. Akira really seems to know how to handle her and diffused her antipathy but towards Shizune pretty well. Today's catch looks delicious. I kind of wish I had some soy sauce so I could just eat it now. I thought you wanted me to cook it. You don't think eating it raw would be okay? Despite Akira's protests or joking, as I can't tell which, we decide to wait to at least cook the fish before eating it. It's already become pretty late while we were out, and by the time we arrive back at Shizune's house, it's good time for dinner. Some of my pills spilled out all over the bottom of my bag, which I didn't realize until minutes before I was about set to go to bed last night. I spent quite a bit of time scraping them out of my luggage. By the time I get up, I'm already starting the day with a migraine from a combination of trouble falling asleep and waking up late. When I step into the living room, Hideaki is there finishing up his breakfast, his fork raised midway to his mouth. He seems unsure whether he should continue eating or greet me. Maybe I should back out of the room. Good morning. Morning. What do you think we should have for breakfast? Aren't you eating breakfast right now? Yes, everyone else ate already. Despite that, he repeats his question again. He was just trying to be nice. It's an odd way of showing it, but I appreciate it nonetheless, and I'm feeling pretty hungry. I try to make some conversation with him while I'm getting my breakfast, to fill in the silence. That fishing trip yesterday was fun. Do the Hakamichis and Saitos often go together like that? Not really. I see. I don't, really. There's a brief pause before Hideaki deigns to fill me in a little more. Family issues. Our fathers are brothers-in-law and do not like each other. Hearing that gives me plenty to think about. It puts the way Shizune and Lily deal with each other into context and makes me even more wary of getting involved. Family issues can be troublesome. Hideaki simply nods and I sit at the table with my breakfast. I wish he were a little easier to converse with. While I'm eating, I notice that the house seems oddly quiet for a place with Misha in it. If Shizune and Misha eat breakfast already, it can't be because they're asleep. I ask Hideaki where they are. Shizune and Misha left to run some errands for our dad. The local business people love dealing with Misha, so he insisted. Well, she's got a nice and cheerful personality. I can see why they would. Maybe you should start taking lessons from her. You can increase your business connections. Are you serious? He sounds serious. I don't know what kind of business connections a little kid would need. Maybe he wants to have the best bake sale fundraiser ever. It's a shame. I'll eventually have to leave here and won't be around to see whatever he was planning. I wonder what kind of person Shizune's dad is again. Other than relatively outdoorsy, what I know so far is that he asks his business partners and friends of his daughters to do favors for him. I'm assuming he's extremely shy or extremely lazy. Maybe it's a rude call to make so early, but it would certainly explain a large chunk of Shizune's personality. Do you want to go anywhere? Not really. Why? Do you? I thought there might be somewhere you would want to go. You don't want to do some sightseeing or eat at a specific restaurant? I don't know. I've never been here before. I see. I was just about to ask him what Shizune was like when she was younger, but he's managed to sidetrack me with just one question. It appears to be as awkward a conversation for him as it is for me. You're sure you're here to please today. Why are you being so nice? Are you showing your secret nice side now that your sister isn't around? You're sort of right. Shizune wanted me to keep you company today. I don't want to trouble him and try to make him see that, but Hideaki is as stubborn as his sister and feels as if it's his duty. He also seems to be earnestly trying to be nice. Quickly, I start to realize that Hideaki's idea of fun is fishing, collecting cameras, and making esoteric puns. Fishing is fun, but it's something I would rather do than discuss, and the same goes for cameras. I'd rather handle them than collect them. This is something Hideaki picks up on himself. Are you bored? I'm not bored at all. I almost yawned the word, so Hideaki ignores them entirely. You are bored. Shizune said
to be entertaining, and I think I don't know how to do that. I'm entertained. You don't sound entertained. I am. Why do you yell? I hope that you do not yell so much around Shizune. It's hard to tell if he's joking. Either way, I'm a bit surprised. I try to play it off and change the subject. Do you just collect cameras, or are you into photography too? Not really. If I did, there would be more photos in this house than there currently are. What is there to take pictures of? I don't know, birds, architecture, one of those restaurants you were talking about? I thought the city had tons of cool stuff. How can you live in a place with so much to do and do nothing? I thought you didn't know what there was to do here. Suddenly you have many ideas and are an authority on how interesting it is. You're like our board of tourism. Do you want to go watch birds or buildings? Okay, no need to get so mad. I'm not mad. I just think that if you feel that strongly about it, then we should go to an amusement park. Why? So that you can be amused. It will be fun. Will he have the same flat, unfun expression on his face while we're riding roller coasters and drop towers? It would sure bring the fun levels down. The thought does not convince me that it's worth the trip. I don't know, it always sounded to me like going to an amusement park meant you spent more time waiting in lines than actually doing stuff. You'd have to go earlier than this just to skip the lines. Have you ever been to one? No, but it seems like that's what it's like. Fine, what about a regular park? There's one nearby that Shizune likes going to. Maybe she'll be there, and I can unload you onto her. What do you mean unload? I'm not luggage. You don't want to go to an amusement park. I don't know what to do. He looks as though I've hurt his feelings by refusing to go with him. I'm already rationalizing my decision. I don't like waiting in lines. It would be too much like a date, and I'd rather go with Shizune. It would be too tiring. It's nothing personal, just that I kind of wanted Shizune to show me around town instead. And I don't think that with my condition, going to an amusement park would be such a hot idea. The park is close enough that their property could almost be considered an extension of it. Both it and Shizune's backyard look about the same, except that the park has benches and more people. That said, it is quite nice. There are even people out walking their dogs, and children flying kites that can be seen lazily drifting back and forth over the trees in the distance. I could sit here in a relaxing and scenic place like this forever. Hideaki, on the other hand, looks like he's extremely bored. I want to poke him to see if he's still alive, but would he react either way? Are you bored? No. Are you going to jog or play frisbee with dogs like everyone else? Is that what people do in parks? Well, you go to parks to get back to nature and enjoy the atmosphere. That's why you jog in the park instead of just on the sidewalk or something. You can jog anywhere. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. How can you not know this? You shouldn't have brought that up. It's too weird. Haven't you heard of children should be seen, not heard? Yes. I lied. I'm bored. Would you like to play a game? I groan audibly enough to hope that he understands I don't want to. He doesn't care. In fact, he's already toying with the deck of playing cards. Why are you upset? This is why we are here. I thought we were here to look for Shizune. Exactly. That's why we should play a game. It's a Shizune trap. You can trap anything, including people. If we compete against each other in the spirit of competition and in a sportsmanly manner, she will be drawn here to challenge the winner like a shark. Then I will defeat her like a safari hunter. Then take a photo of the award ceremony. Sharks do not go around challenging people to games of chance like dojo breakers. When did you bring that camera? Anyway, no, I get enough games hanging out with your sister. No, come on, it will be fun. We can play chess. Please, no. Besides, playing chess in the park is something old people do, like fishing. You're gonna get old too fast if you keep doing all this old man stuff. Hideaki freezes like I've suddenly started speaking a foreign language. Maybe I've offended him again. Maybe he's secretly 50 years old and has just aged incredibly well. Him being Shizune's brother could be a cover story. What about checkers or Go? Or even backgammon is fine, even though I don't like it. If board games aren't your thing, we can play card games, anything other than 7-card, because it is for wimps. Are you afraid that you'll lose? If you can beat me, I'll give you candy. Hideaki, you're just like Shizune. I'm starting to think all this is a pretense to play games. No, that's not true. You are. I bet that competitive streak is genetic. I'll sell you to science. No one can own a human being. How about I teach you some sign language instead? When Shizune asked me if I wanted to come here, we talked a little, but it seemed like you and your dad don't use sign language. I'm just guessing, but if you don't, I could teach you some. I'm not a master at it, though. I think it might be good for you to move your arms more anyway. He barely moves his arms. Most of the time they just hang limply at his sides. How unnerving. It's been bothering me that Shizune's entire family apparently doesn't know how to sign. I wonder what she did before she met Misha. Did they just hire translators for her? Did she write out everything on a pad she carries around? The second is most likely, or she could type it out on a phone. That would explain why she dislikes using the pad so much. Sad as it is, I can sort of see why Hideaki or her dad might not have bothered to learn sign language. It probably was too much of a hassle at the time. It's very easy to think that, from what I've seen so far, though neither of them hold it against each other or are too badly affected by it. It could be that I'm overthinking the situation.
Come on, well, to be honest, I'm still learning sign language myself. I brought all my books along with me so I can keep up, you know? Still, I can at least teach you the alphabet. It's pretty simple. This is kite. I feel really corny right now, and even more so when Hideaki stares back at me blankly as if the entire concept of learning is alien to him. Shizune likes flying kites here as well. This is his attempt to salvage the conversation, and I'm happy to oblige. Fishing and now kites too? Shizune really likes all these relaxing hobbies? Fighter kites, actually. About Shizune. Hideaki freezes as Misha appears behind him and puts her hands over his eyes.
Hi, guess who?
He seems to finally be loosening up, too. Hi, Misha. Is Shizune with you?
Ichan, no spoilers. Don't spoil it. Don't ruin the surprise, okay?
Misha.
Bingo, that's right, but it was too easy somehow.
I don't know what she means by somehow.
Too many people can tell it's me. I want to surprise someone. I thought for sure that Hideaki would be fooled. Why weren't you,
You're the only person who does that. You and kidnappers.
Really?
Why do you laugh? Are you giving Hizao trouble? I thought you would take him somewhere more exciting than the park. It isn't even that far from home. You're so lazy.
Hideaki, are you giving Hichan trouble? You should have taken him somewhere more exciting. The park is too close to home. Hichan says you're lazy.
He wanted to come here. Why are you so argumentative? I have to keep my little brother in line. What is she saying? He must be kept in line. Really? They're ready to go at each other's throats this quickly. On one hand, I've heard that siblings fighting so much isn't uncommon, and the fact that they fight at all proves that there has to be some level of communication going on, so it's nice that they get along. They argue all the way back home. Misha translates for Shizune, and I for Hideaki, so it looks more like we're the ones arguing instead, except not really. Nobody could listen to Misha and believe that. The day got entertaining in the end, at least. Despite having only been here for 2 days, it feels like it's been much longer. I wake up feeling more tired than refreshed, maybe because I've been moving around almost constantly since I got here. Whatever the reason, it's making me get up unusually late each day. I like sleeping in, but it could be inconvenient if it ends up becoming a habit. I can hear a deep male voice shouting loudly in the background. It must be Shizune's dad, or maybe with the size of this place, its creditors. More likely the former, since the yelling doesn't seem angry, just loud. Shizune, Misha, and Hideaki are sitting in the living room having a one-sided conversation with a giant bear man who alternates between shoveling away food from a plate balanced on his leg and twirling a sword. From what Shizune and Hideaki are like, I'd expected their dad to be very reserved, clean-cut, possibly androgynous person, so I'm pretty surprised. I'm surprised for a while, until he starts talking to me.
Hello, you must be Shizune's other friend. Did you have a good night's rest? The guest rooms are a bit sparse, but if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me.
Thanks, you must be Shizune's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Shizune's classmate, Hizao Nakai.
The pleasure's mine. I've wanted to meet you after hearing that I would have a second guest in my house. Unexpected. You hear something like that, and obviously you want to see what that person is like. Would you like my business card?
He holds up a case full of them for a second, and I can see that his name is Jigoro and that his office hours are from 8 to 6. They also say that he's a consultant. What a prepared guy, carrying his card case around in his home.
We're just sitting down to a slightly late lunch. You're just in time to join us. Good. Pick a place to sit and I'll bring you a plate. I hope you don't mind eating bear liver.
I thought that bear liver was toxic. Either way, the thought of eating a bear liver doesn't appeal to me other than for the ability to tell people I've eaten bear liver. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try, but Shizune's dad merely laughs.
I'm just making a joke. Although, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to cook some bear livers for you kids. They will make you strong. We're actually having omelets. I'll make you one right now. Is that unusual for you, having an omelet for lunch?
Very unusual. No, not at all. Jigoro vanishes to where the kitchen must be. I'm surprised that despite living in this place, he has to cook my lunch. Maybe he only cooks because he likes to. My steaming plate of food is done in a very short time. It smells really good.
Are you in the student council like Shizune? Is the student council that busy that Shizune has to drag her friends along with her everywhere she goes?
Sometimes a vacation is just a vacation. You're right about the student council part. I think we're just here for fun, though.
I see. Is that right? When I was young, our student council had so much work that I don't think we could have afforded going on vacation. It must be nice having so much free time. Should give you plenty of time to think about your future.
I do not like the direction this discussion is taking and start thinking about how to avoid it.
Have you thought about that? About what you want to do?
No, I haven't given it much thought recently. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? It must be something pretty cool if you can get a house like this. Why do you want to know that? Children aren't interested in business. What business of yours is my business? Suspicious. Are you some kind of tax man, boy? I guess he really does not like being asked questions.
Hee-chan isn't a tax collector's boy, I think. Hee-chan, what do your parents do? He never told us.
You, be quiet. Don't interrupt me. I hate being interrupted. Rude. Shizune doesn't look too happy with this turn of events. Even with Misha unable to sign to her what's going on, she can read the mood easily. Her glare becomes more smoldering as Jigoro continues to rant. One more thing, my fishing equipment. I came home and it was just in a big pile in the corner. Rods just stacked haphazardly on top of tackle.
That was me.
I can't remember if it actually was him. If it wasn't, I appreciate that he's willing to take one for the team. It doesn't matter because Jigoro ignores him without skipping a beat. Well, anyway, I'm glad that my fishing equipment could provide so much entertainment for my daughter's friends. Did not even tell me that you were going to be using them. Those are expensive, custom-made poles, not for dilettantes. I suddenly become aware of the eggshell fragments in my omelet. Is he just a bad cook? Does he eat them for the calcium? Were they purposely added there to give me even more discomfort? Though confused, I'm not as unnerved as I think I would normally be. Then again, my life has been pretty strange lately. I keep running into all sorts of different people. Nothing surprises me anymore. Didn't even properly clean them after use. Terrible. Do you even know how to fish? Unlikely. There are not even enough poles here for all of you. How does that work? Did you all share? One person baits the hook and the other casts? 2 people to reel? Incompetent. Well, 6 of us went, so we couldn't all do it at the same time. First it was just me, Akira, Hideaki, and Misha. Stop talking! That sounds unspeakably dirty. I have had enough of your filth. How vulgar. Make sure that your statements are not so embarrassingly carelessly worded next time. What? What? You are so disrespectful. Amazing. Are all delinquent types like this? Even the way you dress shows flippant disregard for authority. Sweater vest, disrespectful. Delinquent? I'm on the student council. I'm hurt by his comment on my sweater vest, especially when it's coming from a guy in such a tacky shirt. I guess I can't really say anything, though. He has a sword. He might also kill bears. Misha loudly puts her plate down on the table.
That was delicious. Hee-chan and I are done now. Hee-chan, you are too, right? We should get going.
What a simple yet effective exit strategy. I barely have time to put down my plate before they pull me up out of there, and finally outside.
Unbelievable. It's like I'm really watching an interrogation. This is not a cop show. Guests definitely have responsibilities, but isn't he ever heard of being gracious hosts? Really?
Misha attempts to sloppily mimic Shizune's angry, chopping gestures as best as she can. She has the expression down too, but the tone of her voice is the same as ever, thus lacking the anger necessary to bring it all together.
Don't take it too hard, Hee-chan. She-chan's dad does this to everyone. I think it's like a joke.
That was the most aggressive joke possible. I'm also not at all convinced that it was a joke, considering this hastily staged retreat, but this isn't a good moment to discuss how Shizune's father might be a jerk.
Hee-chan, let's go shopping.
You haven't been to town yet, have you? It'll be fun. We can see the sights and go to an amusement park, maybe eat at a good restaurant. We just had lunch, even though I didn't eat much. It's okay. In that case, we just have to make sure that today is so busy that by the time we're done, it'll be time for dinner.
It works out perfectly. Come on, Hee-chan.
They immediately flank me and hook my arms with theirs, Shizune taking one arm and Misha taking the other. At first, we trip over each other. Shizune walks at a very brisk pace, and Misha has an unusually bouncy way of moving around. We get the hang of it soon enough, and I notice that we're going to town by cutting through the park. It doesn't seem efficient, so I'm guessing this is the scenic route. Walking this way hinders how we can communicate with each other significantly. I can't talk to Shizune at all. Shizune and Misha are down to one-hand gestures only, and it feels nice though, so I don't mind much. When I make a crack about it to Misha, she responds with mild confusion.
Really, Hee-chan? If you want She-chan's attention, you can tell me, and then I can tap her on the shoulder for you.
You could just let me go and I'll do it myself. How are you going to tap her on the shoulder from over there?
Like this.
She suddenly stops in her tracks roughly and tries to reach behind her back and cross my shoulders to get Shizune's attention. She succeeds, but only because when Misha stopped, I had to as well, or we'd all fall over. Obviously, Shizune had to jerk to a halt too. The sight makes Misha let out one of her characteristic laughs, which shakes us all around more, and Shizune starts flailing her free hand to get her to stop, which only causes her to laugh harder. It is pretty funny to watch her getting so flustered, and I start laughing too. Oh, okay, that's the end of that day. We're getting through this fast. I've been neglecting my sign language studies, so I should probably spend some time studying up on it. Although I think I've learned it a lot just by osmosis. I'm very proud of that, and we'll have to be careful not to brag about it. Most of the books I brought with me aren't manuals on learning sign language, but studies on different signing dialects. I know Shizune has some secret signals with Misha that only the two of them know the meaning of. After seeing a couple of them, this book caught my eye in the school library. Maybe I should incorporate some examples into my own signing to mess with them, because I'm pretty sure that they have started using their code words more when I started learning sign language. That'll teach them. After a quick break for a shower, I resumed practicing my signing in the guest room mirror. Yesterday, I crashed my fingers against each other pretty hard. It still smarts, and I don't want a repeat of that to happen again. I hear knocking on the door behind me and turn to find Hideaki standing inside the doorway, staring at me. How polite of him to knock, but usually you don't open the door first. What are you doing? I'm practicing sign language. How long have you been standing there? I did not see anything. That isn't the point. I don't even know what he means by that. It's not like I was doing something that I would be ashamed to have people see me doing. Although sign language must look strange to most people, I'm only used to it from being around Shizune and Misha so much. I'm brushing up on my sign language and reading about it too. Stuff like the history of it, even though they cover it in sign language class. Your school teaches sign language as a class? Yeah, one of the first things they brought up was that it's not very common to do that. I guess we're very international or something. It looks fun. Well, I wouldn't call it fun. If you do not enjoy this, it seems like a lot of work to go through just to talk to my sister. Why does everyone keep saying that? Hideaki's mouth twitches like he was about to laugh, but he restrains himself. Come to think of it, he hasn't laughed once since I met him. I could take it as a compliment that he doesn't laugh at me, but I'm curious to see it. Laugh. Why? It was the fastest and most direct way I could think of towards accomplishing my goal. Can you teach me sign language? He says it plainly, but his body language is nervous, showing that he clearly needs to put some effort in to ask. I guess Hideaki likes his sister after all. I think Misha is a lot more approachable, though, so I wonder why he didn't ask her. Secretly, I'm shouting, yes, inside. I hadn't thought he wanted to learn sign language and even brought it up, but he had evaded the subject skillfully. It turns out I was right after all. I don't really know why this makes me so pleased. Sure. But now that I think about it, I'm not a sign language teacher. I don't even know where to start. In class, I'd be learning stuff gradually over a week. Does Hideaki expect me to teach him anything usable in a one-day crash course? My teacher spent a couple of days giving a history of sign language. I decided to start off with that to buy some time while I figure out how I can segue into the hard stuff. 5 minutes in, Hideaki raises his hand. I don't understand what you're doing. Well, you can't just jump into teaching, you know. You have to ease into it. It's like when you go swimming. You don't just jump in the lake in some movie. I do not swim. It's like a scientist managed to create a process and suck out all the It's like scientists managed to create a process to suck out all the hyperactive, infuriating, and childish qualities of a small child and then implant them into the dad, creating a raging jerk dad and leaving behind Hideaki. I begin to feel claustrophobic, despite the fact that the guest room is 3 times bigger than my dorm room, and there's just the 2 of us in here. It's all in my head, I know it, and I don't care. I still use it as an excuse to move to the lesson outside. It's a lot easier to concentrate out here. Even the precious few seconds it took to relocate managed to allow me to sort my thoughts. There were no questions during this time. Hideaki can't seem to talk and walk at the same time. Eventually, however, I start to realize that if I'm going to teach him anything, I have to keep the lesson constantly moving. The second there's an opening for it, he'll ask a question, which will lead to more questions, and there's no end to it. The second time he asked me why a certain hand motion means what it does, and I have to reach deep into my memory to look for etymology I don't know about a gesture I only knew about a month ago, a month longer than him. I start looking for a note. Hideaki, let's take a break. Okay. What is your school like? This kid is like a little reporter, but it makes sense for someone his age to be curious, and this is one question I don't mind. What's it like? I've never really thought about it. It's on top of this mountain, so it feels kind of isolated and lonely up there sometimes, even though it's also why it has a pretty good view. The students there are interesting. Actually, I felt bad at first. You know what kind of school it is, right? Yes. I felt bad because I didn't want to go there. I don't even remember exactly what I was thinking at the time. Probably it was something like a school for crippled people would be a depressing place, and they were telling me to be forgotten there. Then everyone there was just living their lives. For the most part, I felt even worse. It wasn't different after all, so I kind of felt like a jerk. Shizune was the first person I met. She's in most of my classes. Misha too. They're always together, so I guess the school is accommodating enough to pair them up as much as possible. There's this girl in my class, Hanako, whom I feel bad for. She has these burns and seems to have a complex about them, but I think she looks fine. She's a cute girl and friends with Lily too. You know Lily, right? Does she bring up Hanako? Yes, sometimes. I'm trying to remember who else is interesting. We have little track star ace who runs on these prosthetics. There's this one girl, Win, who doesn't have arms, but she's a great painter. All of her art has this harsh, alive quality. Have you ever been to Yamaku? You've probably seen some of it hanging around. A little weird sometimes, but I've always heard that artistic and creative types are like that. That reminds me, the guy who lives across the hall from me is pretty weird too, but he can be interesting at least. You are also interesting. Is that bad? And what's with that tone? What does that even mean? Are you saying I'm weird, Hideaki? You talk a lot. My first instinct is go on the defensive, but the more I think about it, he has a point. That's right, I do talk a lot. I don't think I used to. I think it's probably because of all the time I spend around Shizune and Misha, talking with them. I get caught up in all their circular logic and how they just do everything. I feel like I'm going to be drowned out or left behind. My sister can drown you out. It's not like she's literally talking over me and stuff, obviously. It's hard to explain. They have more energy than I do. It's like an aggressiveness. I don't feel I have to match it, but I want to. I think maybe your sister has that effect on people. Do you look up to your sister? He stares at me blankly, tense and confused as to how to react to the question. I wish I will be better than Shizune. Better at what? At everything. Like what? I can do magic tricks. You mean like telling people you've got their nose, or more like the kind of magic where you pull a rabbit out of your ass? He doesn't look happy. Someday I will see Hideaki laugh. I might just try to tickling him if I have to. Ugh. The back door flies open and Jigoro strides out of it, keeping his back straight and taking giant, slow regal slides like either a king or a huge jackass. I try to turn away using the train of logic that if I can't see him, he can't see me. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out, and he comes over so fast it's like he appeared out of the air over my shoulder. Oh, what's up here? What are you two doing, flailing your hands around, playing cat's cradle like a bunch of girls? I'm teaching Hideaki some sign language. What about you, Mr. Hakamichi? He narrows his eyes suspiciously, as if he's not used to people being polite to him. I'm writing an autobiography of my life and times, and by writing, I mean I am dictating it to my biographer. Unfortunately, she is running late. Unprofessional. Perhaps you should read it when it is published later this year. I can put you on the waiting list. Maybe it will give you the moral compass you seem to lack in your life, and inspire you to stop sucking. It can't be sustainable for him to be so casually insulting to everyone, though Hideaki is likely too detached to even notice. Shizune is deaf, and most of the insults must fly over Misha's head, but surely Akira must have an opinion on this. I try not to think about it. If he was doing this to psych me out, then I have to stay calm or he wins. He must absolutely definitely not win. This must be how Shizune feels. How old are you? 46. That doesn't seem old enough to justify writing a biography. I mean, that's not even old. Don't most people start writing their memoirs a lot later than that? Shut up, boy. I'm going to give you advice. Do not talk about matters of age with people older than you. You are less than half my age. You have no right to talk about old. I have an ulcer older than you. You should get that checked out. You may have a point, though. He is definitely older than I am. Either way, if we were the same age, I wouldn't have to explain myself to you, sweater vest. Ugh. Why do you make that noise? Are you mad? Well, obviously. Good. Your sweater is terrible. I want you to feel bad about it. The burn tells me it's working. I like my sweater. I'm sure you like huffing glue, too. That doesn't make it right. I don't huff glue. Where did you get the impression I do? That is slander. I wonder how Hideaki knows what slander is. Maybe Jigoro is a lawyer. I can sort of see that, though I thought only TV lawyers were this antagonistic. I don't know if I should take the chance and ask if it's his job. He's right, it is slander. Are you a lawyer? I was guessing. It's a guess based on the fact that you are stupid. It's like how you are assuming that I am a lawyer, except you have no reason to think that. If you want to know what I do so badly, why don't you pre-order my autobiography? Now you are insulting my book, and by extension, my entire life. What gives you the right to do that? Arrogant. I try to think of how I can make you understand my struggle, maybe by beating you with my autobiography. I hope you walk away from the beating having learned a valuable lesson, not making assumptions. Assault. But he made an assumption, too, that I huffed glue. I consider calling him out on this glaring example of hypocrisy, but I don't think it's worth it. He would probably explain his way out by saying, "Shut up, boy." Back in my day, children were seen and not heard, and to be an adult meant having experienced many hardships. With that, even a glance, people would instantly judge a man's character. Childhood existed only to temper you for adulthood. When you look at me, can you not see the catalog of my experiences even at a glance? Maybe. Were you a sword fighter? He could also be Hawaiian, and a werewolf. Wait, didn't you tell me before not to make assumptions? Now you just asked me to assume stuff, and you're saying everyone when you were my age did it, and that had to be like the 80s. That wasn't even that long ago. I'm ready to give him a piece of my mind for talking like he had to walk 15 miles in the snow to ride a coal train, that he had to shovel coal into himself before climbing up a mountain while fighting ogres to get to school. But now that I finally want to fight, Jigoro is happy to have a good thing going, just continuing to ramble about how difficult it was growing up one generation ago, twirling his sword like a baton and stopping occasionally to yawn or check the time. The tardiness of his autobiographer is still foremost in his mind. That means the whole time he's been insulting me, he must have been doing it just to pass the time. To add insult insult, his watch is also really nice.
When I was your age, kids had responsibilities. Not like today. Sickening. No one thinks about the consequences of their actions anymore. They just do whatever they want, thinking no one would hold them accountable since they're young.
It's odd. That description could fit Shizune and Misha. I thought something similar only yesterday, but it only fits them slightly.
Look at yourself. An immoral, directionless, delinquent glue huffer with a complete lack of etiquette and absolutely no fashion sense. You are tomorrow's Japan. Disgraceful. Is this the future of this once great country?
I know someone you would get along well with.
Don't interrupt. Who? One of your friends? Why would I want to talk to some awful teenager? Have you been listening? Have you even been listening? Why are you so rude, boy? Your attitude is not like one that will make you a lot of friends.
I wish you would stop giving me so much advice. Or at least I wish he would give me advice that he would have the decency to adhere to himself.
Where have you been?
Huh?
Not you, idiot.
Oops, I didn't notice you there. Shizune smiles and gives a short wave. Her arrival made Jigoro stop talking, so I'm already happy to see her for that reason alone. Misha and I decided to go into town again. Hizao, I noticed you were looking at some clothes yesterday at a store window, and I thought I would go back and buy some of them for you. It was supposed to be a surprise, though. She looks annoyed that the surprise is ruined, even though she ruined it herself. Here you go. Thanks. Misha wanted to cut her hair. I told her not to, but she said it was too hot for the summer. Yeah? I don't know. It makes a lot of sense to me. It must be like an oven under there. I want to see it. Where's Misha anyway?
Over here. Hi, Hichan. Hi, Mr. Shichan's father. Hi, Hideaki.
Ah, it's adorable. Misha runs around us once in a wild circle before stopping next to Shizune. For the first time, she hasn't put her hands over my eyes, although now I see she has bags of her own to carry, so it's not like she could have even if she wanted to, although I'm positive she's tried before. Her meticulously styled curls are now gone, in favor of a much shorter, sportier look. Misha looks even happier than usual, probably because she knows she won't have to wake up at the crack of dawn every morning just to do her hair.
What is this haircut? You look like an intern. Your old haircut merely made you look like you were wearing a pink judge wig. Judge to intern is a huge demotion.
Hizao, is he saying something insulting? Tell him not to insult my friends. Don't insult my friends.
Which one of you is talking?
Both of us. I agree with her.
What do you think, Hichan?
You should have kept it like it was.
Aw, Hichan, you look disappointed. You don't like it either?
Well, yeah, I admit I kind of liked your old haircut more, but I think this one is nice too. It suits you.
Aw, thanks, Hichan. Touching. If you like it so much, maybe you two should trade.
You can't trade a haircut.
What a shame. Even her old haircut would suit you much more than your current slacker haircut. Awful. As for you...
Actually, this is much less garish than your other haircut. I like it.
Really? Thank you, Mr. Shizune's dad.
It's Mr. Hakamichi. Talk like a normal person.
I don't understand. Okay. I'll call you Mr. Hakamichi.
Ugh, it's like speaking to a slide whistle. Contemptible. Where's my biographer? Hideaki! He starts quietly muttering to himself and walks off. I guess a wannabe cranky old man like Jigoro would at the very least be hesitant to yell at girls. Suddenly he doubles back, unable to resist his urge to have the last word. And another thing, you do not have to be so loud. I do not like being shouted at.
What? Shouting? I'm not shouting.
I can't think of anyone more unqualified to talk about what's garish or to chastise someone else on shouting at people. It's like a parade of hypocrites, and the hits just keep coming. An unusual reaction seems to be taking place. Misha apparently finds Jigoro funny and laughs pretty much every time he says something, which only makes him berate her harder. I guess this is what they call a vicious circle. Misha's voice is punctuated with explosions of laughter and seems to come from everywhere. On the other hand, Jigoro's is booming and directed like a cannon. In any case, they're both unbelievably loud. The more they talk to each other, the more they seem to play off of each other's volume and get louder.
Ow! My ears hurt!
Why are you shouting? Shizune's hands wrap around my eyes from behind, something I'm so used to Misha doing that for the first time I find myself confused by it since Misha's in front of me. She lets go and holds a finger up to her lips. What a perfect distraction. Now's our opportunity. Let's sneak off. Why do we have to sneak off, and why not just walk off? It wouldn't be as fun. It's decided. It's a secret mission. Escape without being detected. Extract Hideaki for bonus points. Already she has simplified the situation into a game. Shizune quietly slides away from the scene and begins edging towards the house. I walk towards it normally. I can't find Shizune at first, but eventually she walks into the main part of the house, sipping a glass of ice water and dangling her glasses back and forth from her free hand. She whips them on as soon as she sees me. You didn't rescue Hideaki. That means you don't get the bonus points. If you were also being graded on style, I'd have deduct points for a boring escape. It looked like you wanted to talk to me. I didn't know I had to be stylish about it. You know, some say that the most stylish people are the ones that don't try too hard to look cool. You're really cool. I wonder how it is that I can pick up on her sarcasm so easily, or how hard it might be to have been for her to learn the concept of sarcasm without being able to hear. I can't imagine it. You seem like you're in a good mood. Although I guess it isn't really a good mood. It's more like she seems very excited. I'm in a bad mood. Setting her drink down, Shizune sits down on the couch. I liked her regular hairstyle so much more. It looked so pretty. It was refined and meticulous. Now she looks too sporty and tomboyish. I wouldn't call Misha refined and meticulous. That sounds more like you. You should give it a chance. Grow your hair out and make it to look like drills. Actually, maybe this suits you just fine. Shizune rubs the frame of her glasses roughly, looking annoyed at the implication behind what I just signed to her. It's fine, because I was totally implying that. She moves a little closer to me when I take a seat. I'm a tomboy? Well, no one would call you a tomboy, based on appearances. Shizune glares at me, unamused. I have to fight to keep a straight face. Maybe you two should trade haircuts anyway. You sound like my father. It's true. Shizune giggles noiselessly when she sees my displeasure at the realization. Jumping to her feet, she twirls an invisible sword in her left hand while standing up military straight and grimacing, a terrifyingly accurate impression. Anyway, I don't take advice from anyone who wears a blue sweater with brown pants. Where's your sense of color coordination? Dreadful. But changing my haircut, that might be fun, wouldn't it be? I want to see how everyone would react. You must really like playing with people. Sometimes I think a little too much. No answer. The way she fiddles with her glasses, brow furrowed, tells me that it's because she can't. It's fun. Then, with more confidence and while pulling herself closer to me, it's fun to drag more and more people into my life. Oh, I see. I wonder if I'm included in that number. I want to ask, but I'm not even sure how I would. Shizune wags a finger preemptively, indicating that she won't be answering such a question anyway. She reaches for her glass, but doesn't seem to realize how far she's managed to inch away from it all this time. To prevent herself from tipping over clumsily, Shizune tries to grab onto me and ends up pulling me on top of her. I lean over her. I can feel the heat coming off of her body and realize how close we are. I can hear her soft breathing and the slight rustling of her clothes as she momentarily fidgets about. A blush starts to creep into her cheeks, but her eyes stare straight into mine, dark and unblinking. It's the same look from the first time I saw her, piercing and devoid of any clear emotions, just waiting to see what will happen next, like the eyes of a cat. It makes me feel uncomfortable, being looked at in such a way. This is the first time I've been so close to her for an extended period of time, and the mood is different now. The situation now isn't the same as passing touching of hands or her and Misha's usual games. Shizune's fingers weave together tentatively, but she makes no move to sign. The look in her eyes isn't just nothing, like I thought. It's more like expectation. I wonder if maybe I've been following the string of her expectations this entire time. I feel her grabbing me by the shoulders and then gently but firmly pushing me off of her. I roll sideways onto the soft couch and pull myself into a sitting position less than a foot from her. The way I feel, she might as well have thrown me 10 yards. When I think about it, this is perhaps one of the biggest drawbacks to sign language. Shizune said that the fact that you have to sign your words out with your hands means that you have time to reflect on what you say before you say it. But on the other hand, it also means that what would normally be just an awkward silence becomes an insurmountable wall. I just blurt out something, anything, to try to dispel the tension I'm feeling right now if I could, but I can't. Ordinarily, I think that what would be normal would be to apologize, and maybe leave. But right now I wonder if that's even applicable. I can't get past how guilty such an action would seem, like I were just slinking away. Of course, it's not like I can just play it off like nothing happened either. That would just be insulting to both of us. So as much as I don't want to, I apologize quickly, so quickly I forget to sign it, and then go back to my room. Sighing, I let myself fall backwards into bed. I wish I could just go to sleep right now, but I feel wide awake. I sit up when I hear the door closing and open my eyes to see Shizune sitting on the chair in front of me. She asked a question that goes right over my head. Due to my surprise, it's not a feeling I'm good at concealing, and I don't think that it's what she intended. Whatever she was saying, she backs off and doesn't attempt to sign again for a while. This is the first time I've been in your room. Shizune tenses her fingers and puts on an exaggerated attempt to make herself look embarrassed and modest at the thought. I can't appreciate the joke. Just the fact that she's here has me feeling a bit scattered. Very funny. It isn't even my room. It's your guest room. Besides, you and Misha barged into my room once before. It seems as if she expects me to say more. I remember feeling very panicked when they burst into my room, afraid of what conclusions they would jump to, seeing the wall of pills lining up the place. I don't think that Shizune remembers, though. It made you nervous. The way she says it so factually stings me. A lot of things make me nervous. You're one of them. Because you're overeager to always get people involved in whatever you're doing, whether it's joining the student council or even taking a break, whether they want to or not. She signs almost at a crawl, her hands pausing mid-sentence far too much, causing the words to dissipate formlessly before I can even try to understand them. I try not to let on that this is the case. It seems to work, but she looks a little sad, and I regret that I have nothing to say to snap her from her strangely wistful and distant expression she's wearing. All I can do is wait for her to come out of it. You are right. I want to drag everyone into my life, but lately I'm no longer sure if it's the right thing to do. I enjoyed you taking me to your favorite restaurant the other night. It's not like that was my favorite restaurant. I have others I like. I might even be able to rank them by number. Really? Sorry. This chair is so hard. I want to sit on the bed. Motioning to her to go ahead, I wait for her to get off the chair and take her place when she does. Though I didn't intend for it to be. She finds it amusing. Close your eyes. Why? It's a surprise. I decide to humor her and close them. I can feel her leaning over me, and suddenly something soft and moist touches my lips. My body tenses up in surprise. Fortunately, not as awkward a reaction as I could have made. It was just a quick peck, and I almost think that it's the end of it, but then she kisses me again, more deeply this time. Her hands slide onto my shoulders and up to my neck, and then back down again, then across my shoulders and down my arms. Ah, I figured. Inappropriate. Dad and Hideaki and Misha are just outside. Oh, and that's the end of the day. The days since then have passed so quickly that time seemed to slip through my fingers like water. Every time I tried to talk with Shizune, she's been out running errands or with Misha. I feel as if she's avoiding me. I'm not surprised, of course, it bothers me, but I think the way she's acting seems pretty natural. Then again, it's not like I've been through this before. Whenever I can't find Shizune, I end up running into Misha, and when I do ask her to help me with my signing, however, she always ends up squirming. And when I do, I ask her to help me with my signing. However, she's always ends up squirming out of it. We're leaving after today, so I'm determined not to let her escape this time. Once we head back to school, we're probably going to have to start grinding through more student council affairs in preparation for school restarting. I want to brush up on my signing as much as possible by then, even if it's a day's worth. Come on, it's pretty much just having a couple sign language conversations. You do that all the time. Actually, you're doing it right now.
Really, Hee-chan? That's funny.
Misha temporarily stops her unconscious signing in order to wave her hands in front of her face in denial, but then quickly resumes gesturing everything the both of us are saying to no one in particular.
Hee-chan, you're so persistent, suddenly being interested in sign language again. Could that be that Hee-chan wants to make a career out of it? That's not fair. It was my idea first. You should be careful, Hee-chan. Times change too quickly. By the time I decided I wanted to be a sign language interpreter, they had cell phones that people could type out the whole paragraphs on. Amazing. Not very good for me, though.
As if she knows what another deferral... She knows that another deferral isn't going to cut it this time. Misha changes her tune pretty quickly to a more apologetic one.
I'm sorry, Hee-chan. I'm just so tired. Especially lately. Even though being Shii-chan is fun, she has way more energy than me. Teaching on top of that would be too tiring. I don't think I had that much stamina. Sorry.
She doesn't seem very tired, shouting the statement with her usual cheer and vigor. I know it's wrong of me to keep pestering her like this, though.
Actually, Shii-chan and I were planning on going shopping today. It's our last chance to pick up some souvenirs.
Souvenirs, huh? I almost forgot that I was on vacation. I understand what you're saying. Teaching doesn't seem so easy. Hideaki asked me to teach him how to sign, and I was unbelievably lost the whole time. Well, I wonder how it'll work out for you when you become a sign language teacher. You can't get tired of that too easily doing that.
Yeah, right. I hope not. Hee-chan, now I'm kind of worried, but souvenirs, so some other time, Hee-chan. Do you want us to get you something too?
Just because I understand doesn't mean I don't want her to teach me. I suppose I can't press her any further now, though. Even I'm bothered by how selfish it would be to do so. I give up. No, don't get me anything. I'm serious. Don't surprise me with a funny shirt or something, okay? I don't like the sound of that. Slipping on her shoes, she yells goodbye to the otherwise empty house and opens the door to leave, letting a cool breath of fresh air into the hallway. A tuft of dark hair peeking out from the doorframe tells me Shizune is waiting for her outside. Good morning. Misha translates for me from beyond the doorway, and Shizune turns around to give me a small wave. Even though it's different from her usual offhanded greetings in the smallest way, there is an unmistakable hesitation there. It leaves me with a vaguely empty and distant feeling.
Hee-chan, you're up early. Am I interrupting a conversation?
I was trying to get Misha to teach me how to talk to you, but I guess I was being impatient, and it can wait. You two are planning on going shopping today anyway. Having Misha there, I forget to sign my words as I say them. Unfortunately, since Shizune moved to fill the doorway, Misha's behind her. This brief misalignment in our positions mean that what I'm saying is totally lost on her. I don't understand you at all. There are things I want to say that I can't put in a way that she would understand, and there are entire conversations that she would have to, that would go right over my head. I want to tell her now that it won't be that way for much longer. Instead, I just say never mind and tell them to have a good time, then wave them off. It seems like everyone is out for the day, so I sit down on the biggest and most comfortable looking chair in the living room with a book. Not a sign language book, but one of the novels I checked out of the library my first week. That was so long ago, I should really start chipping at that pile of books I borrowed, or at least return them. 16 pages in, Jagoto walks into the room, a stack of papers in one hand and his sword twirling idly like a baton in the other, casually shaking water from a recent shower from his hair. Upon being seen doing something so ungentlemanly, he freezes like a deer in the headlights, and he slowly moves on to smoldering with powerful but baseless fury as he sits down on the couch a few feet away. This is only the third time I've met him, and I'm already starting to feel nauseous on reaction. I guess in a way this could be considered a kind of charisma. I haven't even said anything, and he already seems less than pleased. It's likely a bad idea to provoke him, and just talking to him may count as provoking him. However, I can't help but thinking the alternative situation that could play out. Let's say I don't open my mouth at all and walk away, maybe to go read the book in my room or outside. That would definitely go down as an unforgivable insult. He would probably tell me to hold it and destroy me. Either way, not too polite on my part. What are you reading? The draft for my autobiography. It is the story of a man who wakes up to find an uninvited guest in his living room, sitting in his chair and reading shallow literary dreck. I've barely started reading the book. I don't even have an opinion on it yet. I can already see how this conversation is going to play out, so I might as well try to steer it in a different direction. Where's Hideaki? You even ask questions rudely. Disgraceful. That aside, why would you even ask me such a stupid question? How would I know? Am I my son's keeper? Well, you are his dad, and it seems like he does live here, so... But I guess I can't say that, tempting as it is. I give up. I already tried to make small talk with him and failed. It's like trying to talk to a brick wall that also hates you. That's my cue to leave and sift through my wallet to see if I have enough money to go to a movie. As I'm about to stand, I have second thoughts. I'm too tired to go through trying to smooth over my problematic situations by trying to continuously walk away from them. It's hypocritical of me to get upset with Misha for trying to defer things when even I run from my own girlfriend. When Jagoto attempts to stop me, I'm almost glad, even though I no longer have my intention to leave. Wait. He says it with plenty of authority, but nothing else. It's as if just a particularly commanding afterthought. Only a very powerful or very arrogant person can tell someone to hold on in such a manner. I'm sort of impressed. You're in the student council with Shizune, aren't you? What's your job there? I don't think there are specific roles other than president. Shizune is always trying to round people up to help out here and there. Usually we might get like one person to pitch in, but otherwise the three of us do whatever needs to be done. It's crossed my mind a couple of times around when I first met her that Shizune's disquietingly analytical stare might be because of her deafness, but it turns out it's a trait shared by everyone else in her family. And that is okay with you? Why wouldn't it be? You, Shizune, and that pink-haired girl? Is that really your entire student council? With a student council that small, they wouldn't even bother to hold elections. I'm going to take a guess and say that you didn't join the student council. Shizune drafted you into it. You said you do not know exactly where your title is. That makes sense. I suppose if you weren't even elected, you couldn't be expected to know. After all, if you're not elected, you aren't really anything. No one is going to respect a student council like that. An unelected body of 3 people trying to scrounge up the equivalent of temp workers? It must be a sorry school if 3 kids having a tea party can handle every issue. What's how small it is have to do with anything? If the student council gets things done, isn't that enough? It's not just a game either. Maybe you should actually come to the school one day. If you get there on the right days, you might even come to see what Shizune is able to accomplish. Do you think that I have so much free time that I can afford to waltz over to your boondocks and watch my daughter feats of self-aggrandizement? I've never even been more disgusted in my life. What you're saying is they might as well not have a student council, but the fact remains that there is one, and Shizune got elected to it. And for her it isn't a meaningless position. In fact, she works very hard for it. You sound like someone who voted for her. No, I wasn't there for that. You didn't even vote for her. Well, besides that, why don't you ask Hideaki about this? Shizune has wanted to be a high school student council president since middle school. She would have him read all of her practice speeches, wasting his time. For what reason? This whole time, he hasn't even looked up from lumbering through his manuscript. It's getting increasingly frustrating. Because it isn't a game. We don't run the school, but it's not like we're just playing at it and not taking it seriously. I wonder if it's so wrong to not be a purist. I have been to your school. Really, the students there. I can already think about a million things you might say, and I'm preparing for my heart to sink on hearing any of them. It's funny, they're probably things I've thought before. They don't even have a cleaning duty. That was not what I expected at all. He's also wrong. They do. I should know. I get to skip out on it since I'm in the student council. The concept of being wrong confuses Jigoro. I should take this opportunity to go on the attack. It's really odd that I'm thinking this way about a simple conversation. It sounds like the last time you were there was really some time ago. If you can leisurely write some memoirs, you can talk to Shizune now and then. Don't you think that she has stuff she's proud of? That's how young people are. We have things to be proud of. If you're writing an autobiography, you should get that. Such an opportunity and I blew it. I don't know how I was expecting him to react, maybe retrospectively, but Jigoro only grows angrier by the second. Yet as he does, he also seems calmer, in a way, more sure of himself and in control.
Who do you think you are to assume that my life is so easy? You haven't even read my biography, and yet you're able to tell me how I should handle my affairs, including dealing with my own daughter? You could never understand. Even if I were to get up from this couch, walk over to you right now, and punch you in the forehead with the brass knuckles with a condensed edition of my life story on them, leaving my autobiography imprinted on your face, you would not understand. For 12 years, Shizune did not even talk to me, even though I hired multiple tutors and interpreters and all sorts for her to try to get her to become normal. It isn't as simple as you think it is. If she does not want to bother with me, then fine, I assume that is normal. When was the last time you talked to your parents?
It has been a while, and I feel ashamed. More so that he caught me than how easily I could have dropped my parents a phone call or sent them an email, or even a letter, and haven't. This knowledge only makes me feel more ashamed.
I thought so.
If I wanted to see my parents, I couldn't. This is different. You aren't that far from here. It's one train ride away.
That's enough. No means no. You're very persistent. If only it was about something that mattered. I can't see what you may have learned from my daughter aside from that and how to backtalk people. Is that it?
The answer is yes. I wasn't this persistent or argumentative before meeting Shizune and Misha. After all, prior to meeting them, I just experienced a small death. It's a mystery as to why I refused to join the student council in the first place. Possibly it was from trying to get away from their nagging so much that I was able to get my energy back. It's a cute idea. I think again about why I'm still here. Arguing with Jigoro is pointless, yet I think I almost looked forward to it. And he is right. I cannot understand him. Even if I did, he wouldn't care. I'm a louse that crawls on a whale. Wholly insignificant. He has a confidence that I don't have. Shizune does, and it could be that the reason why I'm here now, in an almost shouting match with her father, is because some of the bravery has rubbed off onto me. However, I don't have anything to keep it going. Still, I hate him. I don't know what I can do. A few months ago, I think I would have punched him and let the consequences play out as they may. But now I can't risk it. If he were to hit me back, he'd likely kill me. So in the end, the only thing I can do is look at Jigoro in silence, knowing that I have no reply, and hate him, and feel completely at a loss. Oddly, he takes it as defiance.
Fine then. Have fun with that.
Picking up his sword and using it to pull himself to his feet, he turns and casually saunters out of the room. I want to throw my book after him, but I'm happy to finally be alone, even if I'm not in the mood to read any longer. Our return trip to the school keeps getting delayed in one way or another. Shizune and Misha come back so late that there's no use in even leaving, and we end up staying another day. The morning after, we miss the train by a single minute, and then the next, the two don't arrive. We miss the fourth train because I wandered off to get a drink in the meantime. Shizune wasn't very happy about that. By the time I finally get back to my room, I feel so tired. Even though I spent most of the ride back sleeping, I can't say it's only because of today. This seems like a familiar symptom of traveling. It's not the first time it's happened. If no one has beaten me to it, I could do a thesis on it. Maybe get in a medical journal. Returning from a trip syndrome. Not very creative. I fell asleep before I could think of a better name. A loud knock on my door wakes me up only a few hours into my nap. I'm annoyed because I had just been in the middle of a dream that I can't remember, having been woken up in the middle of it, but I'm sure it was a good one. I briefly wonder who it could be, but it's not like I get many visitors, so I'm sure it's Kenji. I hope he's just rolling out to welcome wagon and not going to hit me up for money again. If that was the case, I'd almost be touched. Not touched enough to fight off the urge to roll over and go back to sleep, though. A few hours after that, I wake up again and immediately spot an envelope on the floor. It must be something that came in the mail while I was away. That's Shizune and Misha's department, so I wonder if they dropped it by to give it to me, or maybe someone filled in for them in their absence and told Kenji to pass it along. When I pick it up, any remnants of sleepiness in me instantly vanish. Even if this name on the sender wasn't on it, I would have known whom it was from by looking at the envelope itself, realizing why it looked so familiar, by recognizing the delicate handwriting addressing it. It's from Miranako. At first, I can't believe it, but it wouldn't be too hard for her to track me down if she wanted to. Of course, I hadn't thought that she would want to. She was maybe my girlfriend for all of 5 seconds. After that, we barely spoke to each other.
It would be too easy to put this letter away somewhere and forget about it. A part of me wants to do that, or throw it away, unread. Why I want to do these things, I don't know. It would be easy to do them, easier than to read it. Slitting the envelope open with the tip of a pen, I am surprised by the length of the letter that spills out. Dear Hizao, how are you? I hope you are happy and well at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second-year class got put together in class 3-1 for the final year. So we are pretty comfortable from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third year seems to be very anxious about the final exams. Even though they are so far away, the teachers are badgering us about it all the time. Even old Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homework teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like this are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. The small talk makes me nostalgic. It's almost like I'm in the hospital again. Every now and then Iwanaka would drop by and give me the gist of what was going on in a class that even then I had an inkling I would never return to. It's so weird to think that we are already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for the whole first trimester. There are some other things I want to say. I'm writing you because I felt that there were things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. The truth is, the times when I visited you at the hospital made me worried about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more distant and disheartened. It was natural for something like that to It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you had given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I really am sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most. Even though I like you so much, at least now I finally can be honest. What a convenient time for her to rediscover her sincerity. Well, even as I think that, I know she's right. Distant and disheartened is a good way to describe it, and maybe I had given up too. It weighs on my heart when I think back to when I was lying in the hospital, feeling so bitter when she finally stopped showing up. I wasn't surprised, and I had no right to be. How could she not stop coming when it was the only expectation I had of her? She dropped by only for all of 6 weeks after the incident. If I drifted away from her, it was because I could feel her already moving herself away from me the moment she showed up. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you not to give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you've managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, it feels more final, somehow. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. I'd very much like to hear about your new school and how you are doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Iwanaka. It's a strange feeling. I know that I'm never going to hear from her again. If she really wanted to keep in touch, she wouldn't have picked a medium like snail mail to do it through. If she could get my address, then my email or phone number wouldn't have been much more work. Then had she wanted them, this is only a goodbye. I exhale, only just now becoming aware that I'd been reading this with bated breath. Now who's being distant, Iwanako? But maybe it really is for the best. For her to pick up a pen and write this letter to me, it can only be because she felt guilty about how things ended. That she was hurt by how we floated out of each other's lives makes me feel sort of wistful happiness. I almost want to thank her, and I only don't because I know she wouldn't want me to reply. There's a knock at my door, and then it opens about a millisecond later. I forgot to lock it, stupidly. "Sup, man? Why's your door open?" I run to the door faster than is probably medically safe for me to do so I can prevent Kenji from seeing the mountains of pills just a couple feet away from him, blocked from his sight only by the door. Then there's the letter I'm holding. If he asks about it, I don't think I can make up anything convincing. About 2 feet away from him, I realize that his vision is so bad that it probably would never be an issue. He didn't even see me about to practically tackle him through the door frame. "Hey, what the hell, man? What are you talking about? Your room has like a billion locks on it, yet you just barge right in through other people's doors. You didn't even wait a second after knocking before you tried the door. It was like simultaneous. You were already opening the door while you were knocking on it." "See, that's exactly why I have all those locks. It's a cold and uncaring world out there, a gatecrasher's world. Now you also understand." "I just taught you a valuable lesson, dude. Knowledge is power. Why are you yelling at me? I'm a hero." "Look at you. You didn't even lock your door. The average woman could have killed you a billion times already, then replaced you with female clone, indistinguishable from the original. It almost happened to me." Ignoring the latter part since it's too confusing, it's funny how he should say that. He was unable to stop me from tackling him head on, yet apparently a woman could have killed me a billion times. If this man is a hero, we're all doomed. "What's that you got there?"
Somehow he is able to see the letter still in my hand. With how I've been waving it around, that's no surprise. I fold it back up quietly, but take care not to whip it behind my back or anything else. That would be too suspicious. It seems like I'm jumpier than I thought about Iwanako writing to me. I got a letter. Oh yeah? I put that there. I was sleeping, then I woke up because I heard explosions. I put on my helmet and then peeked outside and see what was going on, but it was just that student council woman banging on your door. It was the one without pink hair. She was knocking so loudly it was obvious she was filled with murderous rage. Rage at you. Then she somehow sensed me behind her, and I tried to escape, but it was too late. She caught me and started pointing at the door. I opened my mouth to tell him that she's deaf, but decide not to for various reasons. I didn't really get it, and she got more and more pissed off, like an old man trying to use a touchscreen phone. She was going to kill me and replace me with a woman version of me, but then the sunlight reflected off my glasses and blinded her, saving my life. It was like, behold, optic blast. I don't get how someone with glasses can be hurt by glasses. She uses them too. She should be immune to their death rays. But whatever, she gave me this envelope with your name on it and just left. Clearly she was out for blood, so I lied and said that you were away. I think you were away, right? I've been trying to ask you if you wanted to help me with my homework for a week, but you kept getting no answer. Welcome back, man. Thanks. Yeah, so she gave me this envelope and it had your name on it. I didn't want to hold on to it because, well, what if it's a bomb? So I just shoved it under your door when she was gone. I was going to tell you, but you got back before I could. At least it's not a bomb. Gee, thanks. I'm not going to help you out with your math homework because what if your math textbook is a bomb? He looks devastated and also like he's considering the possibility that it really could be a bomb. I guess it is possible since no one really uses their math book all that much. I throw the letter in the dresser behind me and turn to leave, swinging the door shut behind me as I do. It collides against the tip of Kenji's shoe and bounces back open, while he hops around for a bit, acting like it hurt way more than it should have. Before I know it, he's already inside my room. I'm powerless to stop him before he scoops up the letter, strangely ignoring the towers of pill bottles surrounding it. Don't just read mail that isn't your own. Come on, what is it? A love letter from your girlfriend? Did she include any photos? Sexy photos? Reclining against the dresser and paying no mind to the tiny bottles he sends all over the floor by doing so, Kenji quietly reads through Iwanako's letter. The process takes seemingly forever, and with how close he holds it up to his face, it makes it look like he's trying to eat it. Who's Iwanako? My ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend, huh? This is a breakup letter, then. I thought they were a myth. No, I guess it is, but really she's been my ex-girlfriend for a while. Anyway, I think I'm already over it. Kenji gives a thumbs up, clearly relieved that I'm not going to take this into an awkward direction, although I almost want to since I told him not to read it. Yeah, that's a good attitude. It's alright. I had a bad breakup too, but you can't let it get you down. I mean, just look at me. But hey, she wrote you a letter. Maybe she wants to get back together, huh? It says right here and write her back. You should do it. Is she cute? For a guy who thinks feminists are working to enslave men everywhere, he really is interested in cute girls. I have a girlfriend. Besides, look at the context. She doesn't want me to write back just because that's what it says. It isn't what it means. She means. But that's what she wrote. The rockfish kid chick totally still wants you. Even if it even says so right here. I read it. I know what it says. I told you. You have to look at the context. She said I drifted away from her, and everything there shows she accepted that. I think the reason she wrote to me is that she wants to, I guess, part amicably, but we're done. She doesn't want to get back together, whatever you're thinking. As I think about it more, it sounds to me like I'm just trying to make excuses for myself. It's not a good place to be. I'm positive that she doesn't want me to write her back. I can live with that. If I were to write her back and get less than a desirable response, or no response, then I would just be crushed. Perhaps the fear of that is why I'm trying to justify my decision. It could be, but I don't want to think about it. The thought is oddly repulsive. Why is this such a big deal to you anyway? Because you should write back to her. She wants you to. I want to see what the response is going to be. Damn, it doesn't even have to be a nice letter. That's cool too, but you could write an angry letter and call her out. That's my new attack strategy. I'm just going to call women out. You should try it. Even if she wrote me a letter, you have to understand what that means. Writing someone a letter is different now. It's not something you just do, not in this kind of situation. You can pick up your phone and call someone across the world in an instant and talk to them almost like they were there with you, or send them an email. They'll be notified instantly when they got it, and they can reply back just like that. A letter can be a personal thing, but she wanted to keep me at an arm's distance. It's not like I can pop over there and visit her. If I had her number, I could call her, or if I had her email, I could mail her. Or if I had her mail, I could mail her. If she really wanted to hear back from me, she would have dropped one of those in here. I feel silly for continuously reassuring myself that I'm not fazed by Iwanako writing to me, when it's so obvious that I am. It could be like a gradual thing for her. She might be too shy to call you up. I remember my girlfriend would always send me text messages because she was so shy. It was annoying as hell, man. I didn't really give a shit about phones, so I didn't have the thing, and it turns out I had to pay for every single one, but I don't like phones, so I couldn't even call her back to tell her to cut that out. I did it anyway, though. I called her out, even used a phone. It was literally the call out. I guess it was. Even if he's right, it means that Iwanako still wants to keep her distance from me. She's not ready to chat with me comfortably. Why? Am I some kind of freak? I'm not reassured by her actions anyway. In that case, maybe I am overthinking it, but I just don't know. Kenji can't think of anything to say to that, and the silence that follows is so awkward and thick that I start to count the seconds until he makes up a reason to leave and excuses himself. I miss her. Your ex? Yeah, even if she was insane, it was nice being with her. My back hurts. If she were still around, I could tell her to massage it. I don't know how she uses an oven. I don't know how to use an oven either. I miss baked food, and we would go bowling in the the hallway sometimes. I miss that too. I had to bowl all for myself during that. I had to bowl for myself during the last festival. You bowl in the hallway? You're gonna hit someone. She used to say that all the time. Kenji sighs nostalgically, and clearly not appreciating just how badly someone can get hurt by slipping on a bowling pin. Apparently neither did his girlfriend, since she bowled with him. What a strange definition of love, but I guess it's something. Maybe you should write her a letter. If she writes back, you can get married. Married? No. Okay, fine, but why not? You clearly like her, even though you hate women. Feminists, not women. Feminists. There's a difference. There's a non-feminist women. Damn you, your discrimination is incredible. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Even if she is insane and a woman, it doesn't mean she's a feminist insane woman. It's like how the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence. If it's true, then by the relative property, the presence of the evidence doesn't equal the evidence of presence. Actually, I think it is, and I don't think it's called the relative property. No, shut up. It's mathematical. Are you saying math is wrong? I think he is wrong. So even Kenji has someone that he likes. I'm tempted to ask why he and his ex broke up, or to dig for more information in general, but I shouldn't. Not only would it be prying, but he might reverse the question back to me. This conversation makes me think about Shizune, although the thoughts I'm having are scattered and wispy, just questions. I wonder if I even had the chance to love Iwanako, and this whole situation with her still stings me. A sour note in the back of my mind. I like Shizune much more, yet it feels like I'm chasing her even now. I don't mind the chase, but I want to close that distance between us. Iwanako's letter is responsible, but I've also felt this way for a while. I've come closer, but not enough. I want to try again right now. I tell Kenji to get out so I can change, and then head for the student council room. The grounds are mostly deserted today, which is a shame because it's so nice out. No one answers when I knock. I try to go in anyway, but it's locked. When I pull my hand away from the doorknob, it's covered in dust. It looks like no one's been here since we left. Since I'm already here and dressed, I might as well get something to eat in town. My wallet is back in my room, though. On the way back there, I stumble across Misha sitting down behind the main building. Her eyes are closed in sleep, and she looks very tranquil. It's always been hard to picture her not constantly bouncing around or hopping on the tips of her toes impatiently. My first instinct is to call out to her and ask her if she's seen Shizune, or if she wants to go to town with me, but now that I've seen her, I don't feel like disturbing her. I leave her alone. For the first few days after I was back, I almost forgot that I was in the student council. I managed to pick up here and there that the student council usually gets swamped with work around the end of the break, but it didn't have to be the case. The few times when I managed to catch Shizune and Misha, they were in too much of a hurry for me to get a chance to ask if they needed help. Anytime they weren't, I'd only be able to get a hold of Misha. Shizune would say something about how there was work, but it was so little that involving either Misha or I would only bore us. After a while, the idea of having some free time again had started to grow on me, although there were still periods when I felt like I had too much of it. Just when I was getting used to it, though, things changed again. Now I find myself back in the student council room arguing with Shizune about whether tissue boxes make good ballot boxes or not. I'm telling you, they work just fine, as long as we get the cube-shaped ones and not the rectangular ones. Misha, can you sign that to her? I've kinda got my hands full. On second thought, forget it. She's busy cutting out ballot slips, so if she were to make out one errant movement, she would probably send those scissors flying into someone's head. I drop the box of poster paints I'm carrying onto my little table in the student council room and cough as a wave of dust hits me in the face. It really has been a while. Do you think we should change the size of the ballot slips? What? But Chi-chan, I already cut out so many of them. We can make them smaller. It will be more efficient. We just have to shrink the font. More ballots will fit in a single box that way. We'll only need half the amount of paper then. The format for voting can be changed. It could be more like a real election. Then we might be able to get away with buying less boxes. With this money left over, we can get a pizza, maybe Chinese, or a cake, or 3 bowls of the new ramen bowl I want to try. Shizune excitedly rubs her fingers along the frame of her glasses as she ponders more ways to cut a half yen of spending off our budget. Since I think she's the only one who even knows what our budget is, I'm scared to ask just how tiny it is for her to have to do this. What about all the ballot slips Misha already cut out? Don't worry. I can make them into memo pads and sell them in the school store. Chi-chan, they don't look very cute, though. Shizune seems to disagree. Now they're arguing, but it looks like it consists of nothing more than signing yes they do and no they don't at each other until they're so tired of it that they're just taking turns pointing at each other commandingly. It's strange, partially because it looks like kind of ridiculous, but also because I've never seen them disagree. Then again, both of them have looked very stressed these past few days. Shizune has been increasingly absorbed in the idea of student council elections. Although they're months away, I imagine this is how politicians act when they realize a resume change is imminent and their era is over. I'm having trouble taking student council matters seriously at all, even now as I practice my calligraphy on signs that won't go up for weeks, but I can understand why Shizune does. After all, she's been student council president for 3 years. According to her dad, she has wanted the job for even longer. I guess 3 years is too short a career for her to leave feeling satisfied. Did the last student council go through this much trouble to make it a smooth transition for you? Shizune makes a charged face and tells me they weren't very helpful at all. I guess you're doing this to set a good example then?
That only comes into play if they're learning anything from it, Hee-chan. If they don't, I'll be hyper mad. If they turn out to be the flaky type, I'll definitely be hard on them.
It doesn't sound very threatening when Misha's saying it. So, you've already met them?
Hee-chan, there are no candidates yet.
What? None?
Not even for student council president. That's why I'm trying to drum up interest for the position. What do you think?
Oh, shit. I read that as Misha, but that was Shizune. She proudly holds up her poster she's been working on herself. It looks very, military. You might be taking this a little too seriously then. Shizune frowns and plays with her glasses, offended. Is that weird? Yes. She looks oddly happy that I'm disagreeing with her, and I think that if she weren't genuinely focused on what she was doing, she would try to argue with me just because it would be interesting to her. What's weird about it? It looks like she will do that after all, but then Shizune waves her hand dismissively, like she's trying to catch the words in the air and delete them. Instead, she catapults into insulting her future successors. Well, one thing that's weird is that in my old school, the elections would happen in about 6 months, since, we're graduating in March. It's pretty weird to think about them so early. It's a little different here.
Hee-chan, I'll be discouraged if we don't have any replacements when I have to go, Shi-chan says. But it isn't like the school will stop running without a student council. It will be harder for them to hand out forms, though.
Shizune isn't laughing, however. Misha's joke causes her to flinch, as if she were stung. Though Misha doesn't mean for it to come out that way, her quip had a callous cruelty to it in the end. I'm trying to get more people to run, but everyone is so lazy. They think they can take it easy just because there are no deadlines yet. Slackers are not taking the early game advantage. Still, 6 months away? They aren't making their move now. They don't deserve a vote.
Do you really think that it's such an easy job that they can do everything in the last minute and just coast into the role? Insulting. Really, really. They're going to be eaten alive once they have to sit at this tiny desk and just see how much work they have to do.
If it were a real election, they would be in deep trouble. I was reading about Japanese campaigning laws the other day. Only the bad ones for some reason. For some reason. For a second, Shizune was talking like her father there, and it was coming out of Misha's mouth. Creepy. Well, first off, Shadow Shogun, you can't really make that call. They'll be elected. Secondly, it's a school election. It's not like running for city council or the Diet. I don't think Japanese campaigning laws apply. Third, although I don't want to say it, I'm nervous that Shizune is so enthusiastic about this talking of elections and votes. According to her dad, she wasn't even elected herself. Come to think of it, I can't remember Shizune ever saying she was elected either. Then, did she get this position by being recruited into the student council and having it fall apart until she was the only one left? Somehow I'd never considered it. I don't know what to think about that, but it wouldn't surprise me. We're only 3 people strong now. If the circumstances behind her becoming the student council president were that sad, I wonder if there will be a vote at all. Interest could just be that low, or non-existent, really. Then all our energy would be going towards nothing. I slap an exclamation part on the end of the poster I'm working on. It's a little plain, so I think adding one is okay. Actually, it still might be a little too plain. I make the mark twice as large. I still say you need to slow it down. All this stuff isn't going to be relevant for months. Maybe you're working a little too hard on it. That's what I think. You're worrying too much. I don't know how to sign the word relevant. I try and only end up flicking a long line of paint where I didn't intend to. There is no way I can fix that. Misha, can you ask her that? Shizune giggles silently, clenching her teeth so that no sound actually comes out. Because there's a lot to worry about. Like what? Like, usually the boxes end up looking very pretty, so people take them. Have to plan for that.
We should make them funny looking this time, then, so no one will take them. How about that, Shi-chan?
We can draw some weird faces on them, or we can put a little picture of Shizune on each one saying stealing is wrong. No, it's not funny. It's not the only problem either. There's voter turnout, of course. And then the worst case scenario would be that not having any candidates. Although it seems she meant it jokingly, from the way she smiles as she signs it, that isn't how it comes out. Even Misha understands that the possibility is very real, and though she tries to salvage the mood by punctuating Shizune's statement with a laugh, it doesn't work. What is wrong with both of you? I was just making a joke. There actually is some interest this year. If there wasn't, would I be doing all this work? I'm not stupid.
When the elections are over, I will buy everyone dinner. I'm already planning it.
Even the new student council?
No, they can buy their own celebration dinner. It will only be for the current student council. I'll be happy once I'm through having to do these thankless jobs all the time.
A dinner just for us? Yay, it's like a little party, Shi-chan.
Though her cheerfulness is obviously forced, I say nothing. For the rest of the period, which fortunately isn't very long, we work in silence. After classes, I find the student council room locked. It's strange because Shizune was so busy earlier that I would expect her to continue working after school. It would be what she would normally do. Maybe she listened to my suggestion and decided to take a break. I'm hoping it's that simple. Feeling a little uneasy, I take a brief stroll around the school. It's only half conscious. I can't remember when I started moving my feet, but I've already covered enough of the campus that I'm starting to feel tired. Not that that means anything now. Just a short stroll around the school grounds and I'm already winded. Really pathetic. Before I know it, I'm back in front of the student council office. There's someone else too this time.
Hi, Hee-chan.
It's locked. Seeing a can of lemonade in her hand, I reflectively start looking for a vending machine nearby. I'm so thirsty.
I know that, Hee-chan. Shi-chan is somewhere else, I guess.
Weird.
We aren't stuck together, Hee-chan.
Misha takes a long drink from her lemonade, eventually just tipping it over and pouring the rest into her mouth. I feel like I'm being mocked.
Do you want one, Hee-chan?
No, it's okay. I can't take someone else's drink. It's rude. Besides, you're making fun of me, aren't you? I just saw you inhale all of that.
I have another one in my bag. I was prepared, see? I'm just like Shi-chan.
She's a little too prepared. It's good that some of that is rubbing off on you anyway. After all, after what, 2 years? The way she stares at me as I drink is a little disconcerting, but I'm too grateful to care much about it. You and Shizune always end up treating me to something. It's starting to embarrass me.
Really? Hee-chan? Buy me lunch sometime then, okay? Then we'll be even.
Well, it's funny you should say that. I was going to ask you if you wanted to eat in town.
Yeah, I'm really hungry today, Hee-chan, thanks.
Yesterday. I was going to ask her yesterday. Misha cuts me off before I can finish the sentence, and I can't find an opening to correct her as she dashes enthusiastically around me, laughing, her arms flapping excitedly at her sides. I already have my wallet with me, so I start walking towards the town with Misha trailing behind me, playing idly with her hands so loud and loudly wondering to herself where we should go eat. At least I think she could be asking me, "Do you have anywhere specific you want to go?"
I want to go to the tea house. They have a really big parfait there.
I saw you eat a parfait there last time. It looked really big.
No. This one is really, really big.
It's also really expensive. Really, really expensive?
A little.
Geez, well, you and Shizune paid for my food a bunch of times, so it's fine.
Hee-chan, I don't think I ever did that. Are you sure it wasn't just Shi-chan?
Are you really arguing against a free meal? Don't worry about it. What about that time we both ran out and made her pay? We go to the Shanghai and are seated by a waitress who is surprisingly not Yuko. Misha's very eager to eat the parfait because she shouts her order as soon as she walks in through the door. When it arrives, I can see that it is both very big and very expensive looking.
Aren't you going to order anything, Hee-chan? If you're hungry, we can share.
Nah, I don't like parfaits. I don't like the pralin.
You can pick it out.
You can't just pick out pralin. Don't be silly. Even if I could, Misha's mashing her food together to the point where it's no longer possible. It also looks kind of gross. I wonder if that many flavors can even blend together well. Can she really taste anything in that goop? She's acting like it's delicious anyway.
Parfaits are the best. I have sensitive teeth, so ice cream is a no-no. Cake is too soft, though, and if there's too much icing, I get bored. Parfait is interesting. How many cafes have parfaits here? I think 10. I've tried them all. I like this one the best. It has a little flan.
You sound like you're some kind of dessert expert.
Not just desserts. I want to eat all kinds of delicious things. Someday I'll have enough money to buy 2-kilogram Matsusaka beefsteak.
That's so like over 100,000 yen. I guess this kind of decadent food is kind of your hobby then? A hobby isn't something that should take months to learn about someone. I've been very rude in retrospect. Also, that one is one pricey hobby.
I guess so. Decadent?
Yeah. Misha giggles, raising her hand to her face. It looks like some ice cream accidentally got on her nose. She doesn't notice it, and I can't stop noticing it. I wish she would wipe it off. I'm about to tell her about it, but she suddenly says,
I don't know what that means.
Oh, I guess that's a bad word anyway. It has implications. Epicurean is better. It means someone who enjoys eating nice food. That's the adjective, though, so I guess epicure is the word for it.
Hee-chan, you're too wordy.
Sorry.
I think that's what Shi-chan likes about you.
Because I'm wordy? I need to buy some thethauruses then.
No, not like that, Hee-chan.
I decide to order some coffee after all, but it takes a while to get the waitress to notice, and I think that actually getting my coffee will take about as long.
The tea shop is filling up, no surprise, as we've already been here for almost an hour while she was chipping at the dessert. I order my coffee to go, but Misha orders one as well, so it seems that we're going to be here longer than I thought. I really wish it was that easy. It's hard to talk to her lately.
Shi-chan's been really busy because of the elections.
I know, we can't have fun all the time. It's just that there was a lot I wanted to say to her. I think I always screw up when the time comes, though, and I don't even have time now because of the elections. They're not for a while, though.
Hee-chan, do you think that Shi-chan is avoiding you?
Misha sounds angry. That's to be expected, but I don't feel that way at all. No.
Is that so?
The dreamy way in which she says it makes me think that Misha is disappointed with my answer. In that case, it could be how she feels. I'm uneasy asking such a question, but I trust Misha would answer honestly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dream of it. Do you?
No, of course not, Hee-chan, but it's frustrating sometimes. Shi-chan has so much energy and is always trying to make people feel as excited about things as she is. But it's like Shi-chan doesn't know how to handle things when everyone gets really hyped up. Or I think she wants to make sure nothing goes wrong. When I want to help out, Shi-chan always pushes me away. It's frustrating. I'm just overthinking it probably, right?
Misha takes a big gulp from her cup of coffee, then sticks her tongue out.
Ow, hot, 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 hot. Who thought it would have cooled down by now?
Has it really been that long? I checked my watch. It hasn't been very long at all, but looking outside, the sun is already starting to set. Not really, huh? It got dark out pretty quickly today, though, so I could understand why you might think that. At my words, Misha looks outside and yawns almost immediately. She looks sleepy. That's funny because... Are you sleepy? You were wide awake like 2 seconds ago.
I feel tired when it gets dark, Hee-chan.
Just like that? Are you a bird? I pick up my own coffee and have a sip. It's not very hot at all, but very tasty. I down it as quickly as possible because now I want to get back to my dorm room as well. Misha tries to emulate me, but it's still too hot for her. While I wait for her to finish, I start to wonder what she meant back then about Shizune liking something about me. Suddenly I'm very curious, but dragging that back up now feels like an unnecessary action. I try to weigh the option again, but I'm interrupted by Misha slamming her empty cardboard cup down on the table with a loud pop.
Done!
She lets out a short laugh, seemingly very pleased with herself, kind of like a toddler. I wonder if she had that drill-shaped haircut when she was little too, or was it something more like her current look. It would make more sense. I guess we should head back then. I can't see the waitress. Try not to fall asleep while I pay for the sundae, okay?
Not a sundae, it's a parfait, Hee-chan.
You have ice cream in your nose. In class the next afternoon, I'm 2 problems into a math logic worksheet when a folded piece of paper hits me in the head. I'm sure I know whom it's from, but I quickly look around the classroom anyway, just in case. No one in this classroom is good at acting casuals. I can tell that everyone saw who threw it at me, and looking at the culprit herself, it was obviously Shizune. She isn't even trying to be coy about it. The countryside is so different. At my old school, I would have no idea who it was right now. Opening up the note, it says, "Misha is absent. Help me out today after school." I don't understand what's with the notes. Why can't you just use sign language? A large part is how I learned sign was by copying Misha's style of signing, her words as she speaks. So I end up blurting the sentence out loud as I sign it to Shizune. A slight laugh goes around the room. How awkward. I'll help if I don't have to do a lot. That's silly. Obviously, if Misha is absent, you have to help with as much as 2 people. I don't know if that really means anything. After all, Misha was completely complaining yesterday, mostly about how Shizune wouldn't let her help her. I don't do much as is either. After pretending to think it over a bit, I write her a note back telling her I will. I'm actually happy that she asked me because I've been meaning to talk to her for a while. It's a good opportunity, but I feel like I should at least make it look like I'm putting up some resistance to the idea. I go back to my worksheet and immediately get stuck on the 3rd problem. After trying to work around it, I casually toss my own note over to Shizune. It says, "Why is Misha absent? And what's the answer to question 3? She told me that she was sick and her stomach hurt. Misha gets stomach aches a lot, but I wish she'd picked a better time for it this week. I use sign language. I think she has a stomachache because of the way she sucked down a parfait larger than her head the other day. If she gets them quite often, though, either it's a coincidence or she has a habit of eating things that can put her into a debilitating pain. I notice the teacher staring at us disapprovingly, and I don't blame him. We're talking in class, and with sign language in quite a visible and distracting way. I tried clearing my throat to back out of our conversation, but Shizune doesn't get the hint. Well, obviously. Before I try to get the message across again with my hands, however, I can see Shizune notices what's up. She just doesn't care. Do you still want to know the answer to question 3? If I tell you, you have to give me the answer for question 25. Hey, I was just thinking about how a teacher who didn't know sign language could think we were abusing it and using it to cheat. If you were to assume the worst, I can't believe you're actually doing that, and I'm not up to 25. You wanted to know what the answer to 3 was. You asked first, hypocrite. You're the student council president. You can't cheat. I don't have time for this. I think I'm trying to the teacher's patience to the breaking point. I'd like to continue taking pot shots at her while working with the math problems in front of me, but it would require at least 2 extra hands. Shizune is a bit more creative and gets around this limitation by using long, semi-broken strings of simpler words. I take a couple mental notes in between being dizzied by a couple of particularly long equations. Right before the bell rings, she caps her pen and triumphantly slams it on her desk with an ear-popping crack that makes the whole room jump, quickly forgotten because everyone would rather go to lunch than question its origin. After a couple brief stretches, she gets up and hovers around my left shoulder. Are you still not done? I was going to ask if you wanted me to hand in yours too while I was up. Someone distracted me. I had to beg the teacher to give me 9 minutes between now and the end of passing to finish it. It's not easy to solve this one-handed while having a conversation, by the way. He wasn't happy with the request, wanting to get out of here as much as I do. Since I'm only one problem away from finishing, it looks like Shizune doesn't really believe me. The second that I'm done handing it in, I find myself being dragged to the student council room. It's early and annoyingly clean. I can't find what I was working on yesterday. Where is everything? I did some cleaning. That doesn't tell me anything. See, it's like you forgot where you even put the stuff you put away. Oh, if I can't find it, I guess I'll just go home. It's in the drawer right here, there. Shizune sulks as I pull out the posters I was working on and then shuffle them around a little since she was stacked them by color. It's not that I'm taunting her. I just have my own system, although I doubt she would believe me if I were to tell her. I like it when things are a little messy. It's more natural, and it's a time saver. It's all right where I left it, and I don't have to go looking through shelves just to find what I was working on yesterday. Lazy. That's not true. I'm not lazy. You just always go too far. I quickly glance at her desk, a memo pad neatly placed at one corner. Behind it, a small desk calendar with each box filled with notes in a neat but microscopic handwriting. On the right, 3 boxes of pens in blue, black, and red. Look, you even put the pens back in their original box at the end of the day, all color-coded and everything. I don't think that can even be called being a neat freak. What do you do with them? Throw them in the mug on your desk? Hey, I think that's being organized enough. You're so disorganized. You can't even comb your hair down properly. That hurts. It's not like I don't try. It just won't stay flat. I pick up a box of pens and quickly pop it open to see if she also put them in so that they're facing the same direction. She understands what I'm thinking and doesn't look very amused. It turns out that the box wasn't closed properly on the bottom, and as soon as I pick it up, they immediately pour out of it like a waterfall. My fault. I'll get them. Don't worry. I bend down to pick up the pens, forgetting that with her attention focused on them, she couldn't have possibly seen me signing to her. Shizune's head bumps into my chest, not very hard, but it unbalances me enough to make me fall over. I laugh it off and expect her to do the same. When she stiffens and backs away from me instead, a feeling of dread begins to creep over me. That is a weird reaction. I start to think about why she would have such a strange reaction. It's pretty obvious. She just bumped headfirst into someone with a heart condition. Shizune would know I have one, having seen the rows and rows of pills lining the edge of my dresser, or at the very least she would know that I have something severe enough to require that much medication, but not visible at a glance. So she is treating me like I'm made of glass. For her, it's a natural way to react. I haven't forgotten how she freaked out back when Emmy knocked into me. Why would it be any different for her? I'm sure she's remembering that right now. I can see it on her face. She looks angry at herself. It would be a very good opportunity to bring up that time, even though I don't want to drag it back up. It would be a good idea to. It would clear the air. Still, I'm afraid and end up saying nothing, partially because I imagine having to draw her attention from the floor and having to sign what kind of cripple I am to her one gesture at a time. The idea begins to seem more and more depressing. Taking a seat, I decide to try and finish up these posters to get my mind off of it. There are some that I don't remember making. From the wall-to-wall text and ultra-neat handwriting, I can tell Shizune must have done these. That means that the remainder must have been done by Misha. They are a lot more visual, with cute little stylized pictures of us on them. I don't know how I feel about being used as a mascot character, but I'm not really thrilled by it. Some time passes, long enough for the sun to start setting. I hear Shizune putting down her pen and cracking her knuckles methodically, one at a time. It's so loud in the silence of the room that I look up, wondering if she's trying to get my attention. Although it wasn't that what she intended, when she notices me looking at her, Shizune begins to sign without skipping a beat. Let's take a break. I'm surprised you would say that. It's okay, I'm almost done, anyway. And I'm hungry, aren't you? A little. I'm really hungry. We could order something. I was thinking of you. I already had something to eat. Where? She produces a cinnamon bun from under her desk, raising it to a head level slowly, like a magician levitating a rock. But there is only one, not enough for both of us. Ah, how dramatic. I can tell what this means. A feeling of deja vu briefly washes over me. We could just split it. That's no fun. So boring. Let's play shogi for it. She already has the board out. That desk must have everything in it. Not chess? Chess has boring promotions. This is better. I don't know about that. Well, I'm actually pretty decent at shogi, so this is fine.
Is that so? Okay, we can make it a little more interesting then. Each move has to be completed in 30 seconds. You can add a rule too.
No thanks, anything I could add would only hurt me more than it would help. A 30-second time limit is already too tight for me. You're making me regret thinking it was alright to brag a little. After Shizune wins the right to go first in a quick coin toss, she immediately starts playing with the aim of promoting all of her pieces as soon as possible. It seems like a very basic playstyle, and I can't help thinking it might be a trap of some sort. It's not though, and the draw of the game to Shizune appears to be the fact that she can upgrade her pieces and steal mine. She's very good at it, but it makes her predictable. I end up doing a little better than I'd expected to. The 30-second time limit is pretty painful though. The game ends in a draw. At this point, I think you're supposed to either go for a rematch or tally the pieces for points. Shizune doesn't want to go again in the interest of time, but winning on points clearly doesn't satisfy her. She sits there, shifting a silver general from one edge to the other as she contemplates which of those two options she'll go for. It takes so long that I think she's forgotten about the bet. Eventually, she stops fiddling with the shogi piece and puts it down. Is Misha angry at me? That really came out of nowhere. Shizune's frankness is disorienting because with her, any kind of candor is a sign of total seriousness. There is no playful smile on her face. Instead of it's her usual stoic mask of concentration, ready to try to see if I'm about to tell her the truth. I'm upset that she thinks that I would tell her anything else, but I also know now that they have probably fought recently, out of my sight, and it makes me feel warm to know that they both care about each other so much. No, I strongly doubt it. Did you know that she thinks you're angry at her? Shizune nods slowly and uncomfortably. Yes. She was more roundabout with the question than you. Kind of surprising, because I thought that you were the one who liked playing games. Not all the time. Are you two having some kind of fight? No. She's very quick to deny it, and I'm not happy with the thought. I feel like I've stepped on a landmine. Sorry, actually, yes, just a tiny one. I know that she has no interest in the student council. She only joined because of me. I'm still grateful. I'm so happy she's my friend, but I don't understand what she's upset about this time. Why don't you just ask her? She won't tell me. I'll figure it out by myself instead. I was sure that I was very perceptive, even if I can't hear. That was dumb. I know better now. It was probably something that is my fault. Shizune doesn't elaborate further on what it could have been. I'm sure that it is because she does not fully understand the situation herself. It's odd to think that Shizune, usually so sure of everything, could be so scared by a little argument with a friend, but the more I think of it, the more it makes sense. They're a lot closer to each other than normal friends, and Shizune is pretty isolated from other people in a way. The fact that she is deaf is no small part of it. But I get the feeling that she uses Misha as a buffer between other people of her own will. It's not because it's been forced onto her. She can communicate well enough with her little pad. She just hates it. After such a long time of talking to another person, I guess you start to lose touch. It seems unavoidable. It isn't such a far-out idea to think that she isn't that great with people. I return to working, kind of wanting to eat that cinnamon bun more as time drags on, but when I count the shogi pieces still left out on Shizune's table, I can tell at a glance that she would win. I'm also too hungry to concentrate if we were to have a rematch. Motivated by my desire to wrap up and eat something, I put the finishing touches on the last of the posters. Done. I think this many is enough. Too many can be a bad thing. Okay. That's it? Just okay? I'll probably do some myself after I'm done picking what voting format to go with. Ugh, too many posters is bad, too. Haven't you heard of the oversaturation? I really think you're trying too hard. Tending her fingers, Shizune looks like she can almost admit it. Maybe. It's what Misha thinks, too. I watch as her fingers continue uneasily twining around and pulling at each other in a miniature tug of war. I don't mind, but I asked around in a couple of classes today, and interest is low. It's like you said, so... Does that make it wrong? No, but it does make it kind of pointless. It's not. Yeah, but to who? I doubt even Shizune truly believes that. I'm not doing all this work just for my own ego. That isn't what I mean. The first chance to be alone with her in days, and I've already really cocked it up. Still, she doesn't actually look angry. It's more like she's frustrated that she can't express herself clearly enough. Since she's an expert in sign language, I wouldn't think that would be the case. I wonder what advantage being able to speak would offer her, and if she has ever thought about it. It's another project of mine, just like the festivals. I'm going to do it because it's my job. It's just that a student council election isn't as fun as a festival, so no one cares. She briefly touches her fingertips together as if to say, but maybe. There is some truth to it, but Shizune doesn't want to say anything that could be boiled down into something so glib. But I don't care. I want to get people riled up, but it isn't about me. I don't want to be involved at all. What do you mean? You go to like every single festival. Shizune waves her hand in mock indignation. Well, I have to have fun too, but you know, it's not the same thing. Her spirits seem to have improved if she can manage to crack a joke. I don't want anyone to make a point of me being involved. It's a hassle. I don't want that responsibility.
Things are becoming too complicated as is. The more I try to hype up the elections, the more involved I have to be. No one wants to play their hand yet, and it doesn't feel like my time is over, even though it should. Crossing her arms and leaning back, she grinds her teeth together in frustration. They're all so lazy. It's impossible to get them to do anything. Anywhere else, the elections would be an exciting event. It's illogical. Why does everyone have to be so different? If only there was some way to punish them. Like chaining the school to their desks. Voting is mandatory. If you don't vote, you get whipped. Terrifying. I wonder how hypothetical it would be if I were to stay in bed on an election day with the flu and a cold and strep throat and a sprained ankle. You should put yourself on one of these. Not as a punishment. Don't misunderstand. I held up one of Misha's posters. Like this. It's kind of a neat idea. Misha was onto something. It's a lot cuter than just text, and I think you'd like it. Having cute mascots would drum up some excitement. Maybe if it's just Misha. Why not me? Someone told me that this school has slightly more girls than boys. Someone told me that this school has slightly more girls than boys. You have to cater to that demographic too. Shizune giggles, audibly this time. I'm surprised that when she sees my face, so is she. Her face flushes pink, embarrassed to have let out a sound, which is really confusing to say the least. Why don't you just put yourself on it? She just waves my question away. It's troublesome. What do you mean, troublesome? Everyone knows that you're in the student council. My stomach growls, making me realize I'm hungrier than I thought. Shizune uses the moment to deflect my question by changing the subject. Is something wrong? No, my stomach growled. I see. She looks at the forgotten pastry on her desk and frowns, finding it inadequate for 2 people. Let's go to the Shanghai. If you're that hungry, it might be a little busy this late, but Yuko is working there today. We'll definitely get a table. There's something worryingly underhand about that smile. I'll pass. I've already been there twice this week, back to back. Shizune pouts, leaning back against her desk and scrunching up her posture in protest. What? I'm disappointed you said no. Well, I can't agree with you on everything. You don't give your opinion often enough anyway. It would be easiest for me if it was like that, but not very interesting, right? There are some decisions you should disagree with me on, then. You have a duty to. How am I supposed to know which is which? It's easy. No, it's not. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell whether you're joking or serious. Although since she communicates entirely in sign language, that would seem pretty obvious. I wouldn't say that's all there is to it, though. I remember when I had my heart attack, Iwanaka wouldn't stop talking. Eventually I wished that she would just shut up, or I would have, if I hadn't been happy to have any kind of company at all. Gradually, I stopped being so grateful. When we talked, it felt like nothing more than ritual exchanges of politeness. Iwanako tried extremely hard to obfuscate how she felt, which was that I was hopeless. In the end, her outer demeanor matched her inner feelings. For that reason, I was able to accept it when one day she stopped showing up. I was no longer surprised by the time it happened. Even though she considered herself a master at hiding her feelings, I was not surprised. I've heard that games like shogi and chess can tell you a lot about a person. I wish I knew what Shizune thought they said about me. It could be that I'm a little more like Iwanako than I'd like to think. If I can only tie with Shizune by retreating, I suggest that we should order out. The next day, I walk up to my usual vending machine at lunch, only to find that it's out of my favorite drink, secreted so far away from most of the classrooms between a storeroom and a library that no one knew about it. It's like no one knew about it. I'd expected a vending machine so close to the library to be booming with customers, but then again, the library is empty most of the time, and anyone who goes there is only doing it to look for stuff to pad paper with. No one stays there longer than they absolutely have to. For the past month, it's been working out in my favor, but the trade-off with the vending machine no one knows about is that it's never restocked. Settling for a can of orange soda, I decide on drinking it here instead of waiting until I get to the cafeteria when the library door opens next to me. I've been looking for you. Yuko seems to be acting a lot more assertive than usual today, although it isn't enough to keep her from going back to mumbling immediately afterwards. Return your books, please. I mean, the library's books. The books you checked out are really overdue. Some of them are on waiting lists. Oops, I forgot. I keep checking out new ones and forget to return the old ones. That happens to me all the time at the university library. It's so embarrassing. Do they send someone to try to get you to bring them back? No, the university's library is bigger, so they don't notice if I happen to borrow something longer than normal. It's convenient because their policy on keeping the books too long is really strict. Stricter than here. I like how despite what she said, Yuko has no problem with borrowing books for longer than she's supposed to anyway. It makes her being so on top of my own lateness a little hypocritical. It takes a thief, I guess. Catching on to the meaning of her words around the same time I do, Yuko clams up and starts backpedaling furiously. That's different from this situation. It's totally different.
Yuko stares at her nails for a second as if she really wants to bite them, but it's too self-conscious to do so. For instance, how long has it's been? You've checked out some of these books months ago, Hisao. Sorry, it's just that other people want to read them too. If you're a slow reader, that's okay though. No, it's a total screw-up on my part. To be honest, I haven't even read some of them. I shouldn't keep taking out books when I have a backlog. That's not good. Yeah, it really isn't. Now I'm starting to copy her habit of trailing off quietly. Her awkwardness is very contagious for some reason. That said, I'm surprised. Yuko seems almost normal today, although every now and then her waitress-y nervous tics keep popping back up. Come to think of it, she didn't act this way when I first met her. She was a little clumsy and neurotic, but it wasn't anywhere near this severe until Shizune, Misha, and I ran into her at the Shanghai. It could be that Yuko has a complex about having kids from the school seeing her waitressing. I guess it was a little odd for her to pick up the closest cafe to the school to work in. Then, in that case, maybe the place having so few customers could be considered a lucky break. Well, I'll get it. I'll return them right after school. As soon as possible, please. Wait, can I ask you for one more thing? Sure, what is it? I have to go for a while, but I can't leave the library empty. Sorry, but can I ask you to watch it while I'm gone? Just for a little bit. I'll be right back as soon as possible. You're in the student council, so I'm sure if you did it, it would be okay. Alright, I'll do it. Don't worry about... Thank you! Yuko quickly slides forward as if she's so grateful she's about to give me a hug, but she stops 2 centimeters into it, which ultimately makes it look like the gesture look extremely confusing. I'm also surprised that she can control her momentum so well, since she seems kind of clumsy. Before I could say as much as you're welcome, she's already dashing off with the urgency of someone late to an appointment. That could be the case, but I wouldn't feel safe assuming so. It's Yuko, and she seems like the kind of person to treat everything that way. Now that I'm in the library, I feel a bit silly. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Should I sit down like I normally would and read? It probably would do, but I wouldn't meet Yuko's high standards. Maybe I should sit at the librarian's desk and give anyone who comes in a stern and analytical glare. I use Shizune as a starting point and practice it a couple of times in the mirrored surface of a pen. I think it looks pretty good. Frustratingly, no one comes in, so I give up on the idea quickly and decide to just go looking for Hanako instead. It's deserted. I think I see someone, but the second I blink, whoever it is gone. As soon as I return to Yuko's desk and crack open an interesting-looking book, a familiar person swings in front of me like a falling pendulum. Yo, librarian, I've been looking for you for like 10 minutes. What? It's you? Man, you must really get around. Or the student council makes you get around. Those bitches, how could they? Slave drivers! He must be exaggerating because it took me 30 seconds just to do a slow walk around the whole place. The thought is overridden by my surprise to see him. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? What, can a guy go to the library now? I can't even go to the library without some young buck like you give me the 3rd degree over it. I see some girl coming in here all the time, but no one ever asks her what she's doing here. Is it because she reads and I don't? He must be talking about Hanako, although I suppose they both avoid people. I want to tell him that reading is what you usually do in the library, so if he's not reading, whatever he's doing is bound to make him look way more suspicious than her. In the end, though, I'm too surprised by him practically appearing out of thin air. That doesn't tell me what you're doing here. I'm here because of you. His response makes me feel confused. Maybe I fell asleep and all of this is just some sort of weird dream, and this Kenji isn't real, but really my subconscious. Is he going to start giving me a deep but vaguely worded advice now? Because of you, I got chased out of my dorm by feminists. Now I wander this library like a soldier without a country, or ghost. I should taunt you for ruining things for me. It's a shame. It would have been an interesting dream, but it seems like this is the real deal. Yeah, you had to start working with women, and that brought them to my door. You remember that? You should, since you were there. After that day, I knew they were onto me. I should have trusted my instincts, but I was young and stupid. That wasn't even a week ago. Then my dad called and said one of my letters hadn't been delivered. The post office couldn't have lost it, so it must have been intercepted. Information warfare! That's when I knew my secret hideout was compromised. Now I'm on the run, like a fugitive. It's code red. Dorm rooms aren't secret. They put your name and number on a board right in the doorway. I know, I saw that. They're diabolical. Why not just put up a big Wild West wanted poster if they're going to be like that? Wanted, dead or alive. Probably alive, so they can clone me or turn me into a grasshopper. Jumping without warning into the empty chair opposite me, Kenji takes out a cigarette and starts spinning it between his fingers. I've never seen him smoking before, so it must be for effect. I can't even live where I want to anymore. This is where it all begins. The tactical brilliance. I mean, once they're in your home, it's over, like termites. If the feminist plan for dominance starts there, then where the fuck can we go? The only question is how they can take a page out of the termite playbook when women are naturally repelled by wood. You can never go home again. Is that how the saying goes? Man, I don't know about never. I was just there. How to know anywhere else I can shower and get new clothes and eat and use the bathroom and watch TV. I have to keep watching the news to keep informed. For someone ousted from his dorm room and living on the run, he sure has no qualms about going back there several times a day for long periods of time. But by now he's slowly turned away from me and is talking to a revolving display of murder mysteries. There's really no point in interrupting him, I guess. I finish off my soda and throw the can into the basket near the door. It hits the rim, but goes in anyway. I silently pump my fist. Kenji quickly gets up and starts to head towards the door. I wasn't really paying attention. I hope I didn't fist pump at an inappropriate moment. Where are you going? You keep sucking down that juice. So? It wasn't even juice, it was soda, and it's gone now. What do you mean, sucking it down? I had 2 sips. Yeah, right, you had like 50 million sips. It's not even possible. Maybe for you. I go beyond the impossible all the time. Okay, whatever. Now I'm thirsty too. I'm gonna go get my own juice. I'll be right back. He does come almost right back, so quickly that I suspect he knows about my secret vending machine. I got you one too. I hope you like grape juice. We're even for the pizza now. Thanks. I want to tell him that I lent him nearly 10 times the cost of a can of grape juice, but that might make me seem petty. Unopposed, Kenji sits down and starts furiously drinking like a man with a vendetta against grapes. You know, it's lucky break for me that I managed to run into you here, man. I kind of need you to do me a favor. Although it's cynical, I wonder if him getting me juice was so that he could ask me for this favor. If so, it's very transparent and poorly timed. I doubt Kenji would think about something so deeply, though. Just asking for things straight out is more his style. I need you to recommend me some books. But I thought you didn't read. How did you know? You told me. You said you think people discriminate you because you don't read. Well, they do, and I do read. I read audiobooks because that's the way of the future. I have to read a book a month for the literary studies, though, and I found out that the school doesn't really accept such classics as advanced cryptography. If I don't read a bunch of books, they're gonna fail me. I can't fail literary studies. That would make me an illiterate. That would mean my mom was right. My mom can't be right. I'll just have to study literacy as much as possible. What about doing some extra credit? No thanks, it's bad enough I'm gonna have to carry around these stupid things now. He picks up a dictionary, flips through it, and places it on the murder mystery rack behind him. I can't believe this is actually the medium that our ancestors used to look at porn. I spit up my drink all over the book I'm holding, damaging it beyond any hope of repair. I quickly check the back and see its suggested retail price is 7,900 yen. I think I might have a heart attack. Wow, destroyed. Shouldn't have done that, though. They take vandalism super seriously here. You're gonna get caned. He chortles amusedly before taking an extremely long, loud sip from his can of juice. It's not vandalism. I didn't do it on purpose. You made me do it with your words. What do you mean caned? I don't want to be caned. Wait, chill out. I didn't mean they actually cane you. They just make you pay for it and really, really yell at you. It's like they're gonna bite my ass off. Still, not that big a deal. I don't care if it's figurative. I don't want to get caned or my ass bitten off or any kind of punishment. You dumbass. What am I gonna do? I'm the only person here that she knows of anyway. I can't even throw the book in the trash. It will be found, and then she'll know. Damn, dude, stop being so weird. How is it weird to not want to be fined? Man, stop flipping out, man. I'm not flipping out. I'm trying to save money. So cheap. I'm about to strangle him when I hear Misha's wah-ha-ha coming up the hallway. Apparently Kenji hears it too and uses the opportunity to quickly vanish behind the autobiography section like the wind. Hey, Jan. Misha shouts exuberantly, dragging an embarrassed Yuko behind her. Yi-chan, were you talking to yourself? On one hand, saying yes can make me look kind of crazy. On the other hand, if I blow Kenji's cover, he might go off and make me look crazy by association. Yes. That's okay. Don't be embarrassed, Yi-chan. I do it too sometimes, when I'm alone. La la la. Nothing happened while I was gone? Absolutely nothing. It smells like grapes. I'm wearing grape-scented cologne. I lie brazenly and obviously. From her reaction, I'm going to assume that she knows I'm lying, or thinks I have an abysmal sense for colognes. Since the can of grape juice I drank is still right there, it's likely to be the former. Fortunately, she doesn't ask any follow-up questions. What are you two doing together? We had lunch together. Strictly business. A business lunch. I try to picture Misha in a suit, having business lunch with anyone. Somehow I just can't see it. What kind of business? You don't know? It's nothing. Nothing. It's normal for one part of the student council to not know what the other is doing. Hey, don't nothing something like that. It isn't normal at all. In fact, it's bad. We're only 3 people. Yuko laughs nervously. She must be terrified. Misha says that you want to put posters in the library for the elections. Even though they're really far away, I guess it's okay. I didn't know that I could even decide those kinds of things. You can! Isn't that great? Aren't you happy? Yay, yay! Misha grabs Yuko's hand and forces her to clap joyously for herself. Yuko doesn't look very happy about learning that she has more responsibility and power than she previously thought. Hee-chan, since you're here, you can help me put them up. Pulling out a giant stack of posters from her bag, she cuts them in half like a deck of cards and passes me with a slightly smushed half. Shi-chan had a really good idea. We can put some flyers inside books, too. Then, even if they're trying to ignore us, they won't be able to. They could even be spring-loaded. Misha tries her best to convey the same tone Shizune used. It sounds close to the real thing, and also a little menacing. She was probably kidding. I liked it. No, please, not that.
A super ultra aggressive marketing blitz. We're gonna start going door to door, too.
That's a terrible idea. Misha pouts in her best Shizune impression, fingertips tapping together rapidly in annoyance.
Hee-chan, you think every idea is terrible.
Yeah, but that idea is too terrible. Too terrible to ignore. I can't have that.
Hee-chan, that sounds like a challenge. Mutiny, mutiny.
Mutiny is bad. Don't fight.
It was just a joke.
Okay. Don't fight. The way Yuko sounds when she's trying to be firm makes me think of a kindergarten teacher. I suppose that makes her very persuasive in her own way. Putting up the posters is surprisingly hard, simply because the library is already plastered with bulletin boards and flyers lining every couple meters, some of them in places so unlikely I'd never even noticed them before. Deciding which of them to peel off in favor of our own adds a lot of time to an otherwise simple job. By the time the bell rings to signal the end of lunch, Misha and I still have a sizable amount of posters left. As we leave, I decide to stick one right by the door. It must be the one that Misha did. It has a little drawing of Shizune on the bottom. A couple of days later, Shizune heads off to go eat lunch by herself and doesn't come back. She must really be swamped with student council work, although I know that she probably made most of that work for herself. When I get to the student council room, I find the door unlocked. Before opening it, I hold back for a second to see if I'll hear Misha laughing through it. Nothing. I'd almost take that as a sign that no one's in, but Shizune wouldn't leave the door unlocked in that case. She's at her desk, sleeping in her chair with her arms folded over her chest. What a stiff pose. If it weren't for her eyes being closed, there would be no way to tell that she was asleep. In fact, I can't even be sure that she's asleep now. Normally I'd tap the desk to wake anyone else up, but it wouldn't work with her. I immediately start thinking of tricks I could play on her if she was sleeping. It's disappointing that my train of thought goes in those kinds of directions. Hello, good afternoon. She signs one greeting with each hand. It's really confusing. Hey, what are you doing? Secretly slacking off? Shizune smiles but lowers her head to conceal it and tries her best to look annoyed instead. Don't just stand there. It makes me nervous if I'm sitting down and you're not. I take a seat in the nearest chair while Shizune pauses and adjusts her glasses on the bridge of her nose like she's fine-tuning an instrument. Why are you so far away? Does that make you nervous too? Pursing her lips, Shizune doesn't look too amused at my taunting her. I had some free time, so I thought I would drop by and see if you were still busy. Do you want to help me? Yeah. Too bad. I'm grateful, but it's not necessary. I just finished the last of it, and now everything that needed to be done is done. So formal. Misha is just as businesslike yesterday. Are you both getting serious for official student council business? I'm always serious, like a student council candidate should be. That was fast, from zero to immediately criticizing people who aren't even her colleagues yet before I had the chance to stretch my legs. At least the presidents, they needed initiative. Then maybe they can motivate everyone else, or at least strong-arm them along, but even though there is a bunch of them, they're also wishy-washy. There's no one running for vice president, so they'll want the big prize, but none of them have the right to drive for it, and then the treasurers are always so flaky. I've decided to use my power to just eliminate the position. Wait a sec, please. Can you even do that? I don't think it works that way. It is how it is. With that, Shizune stares grimly into the distance, rubbing the frame of her glasses. That doesn't answer the question, future dictator. I'm disappointed. They should want me out of here faster because they want the job, or at least disagree with me having the job. If I can't mobilize a bunch of student council wannabes for either reason, all my work will have been for nothing. If they're going to be slow about it, I'll just hold on to my office as long as possible. Shizune punctuates the sentence with a snap of her fingers, creating a sound as sharp as a gunshot. I wonder if she knows how loud she can do that. It's definitely an attention grabber, so I could see it as invaluable to a mute. She might have practiced it because of that. A lot of it. All of it, huh? That's too harsh. I always thought this was the real test. Leaving a lasting impression is important. It's why I don't build sandcastles. They crumble when you leave. Maybe, but if I see an especially neat one, I'll still think it's impressive. I'll say it's impressive. I kind of admire you, so to me, it wasn't for nothing. She tugs at her glasses as if she wants to take them off, smiling wryly. Sorry. I was careless and something selfish slipped out. I've always wanted to stand at the top. It didn't matter what it was, as long as I was the best at it and understood it was completely and made it my own. And understood it completely and made it my own. Like when you hear a song and dream of being a musician, or see a plane and wish you could be a pilot. Have you ever had a dream like that? Yeah. The first time I played soccer, I wondered if maybe I could ever get good enough to wow people. That was just a fantasy, though. As soon as I saw the gap between me and the people with real talent, I put those dreams behind me. Well, with my heart the way it is, I can't play soccer anymore anyway. Do you still have dreams like that? No, they're unrealistic. I realized it very quickly. There is always someone better. A nostalgic expression crosses her face. She looks oddly mature right now, as if her days of competing vigorously against others for supremacy are long behind her. Of course, I know nothing could be further from the truth. Just last week, she wanted to see which one of us could blow the biggest bubble in a piece of gum. It could be that she was even worse when she was younger. A terrifying thought. I liked that. There was always someone better. When someone greater than me would appear, I'd get so excited. I'd want to challenge them. Even though in the end they would usually turn out to be better, and I would be left in awe, there are some people who are on a different level completely. After a while, I got jealous. I wanted something like that for myself. Is that what the student council is? The thing just for you? No, even though it feels like that sometimes. That wasn't why I decided to do it. That is another story entirely. But I like being student council president. Even if the work is hard and I'm always biting off more than I can chew, that is what keeps it exciting. People at the top shouldn't be able to be comfortable all the time anyway. You sound like a farmer. Although they wouldn't suit her, Shizune would look cute in overalls and a straw hat. So if that wasn't the reason, why did you run for the job? I didn't, but afterwards I decided to stick with it anyway. I wanted to be the student council president because the old student council was stupid. And I want to stir people up so that they'll be able to say, that was interesting, today was interesting, that kind of thing. Memorable experiences. I'm happy because I think we succeeded, you, me, and Misha and me. I have a selfish desire too, though. At first it was something I thought would only be a nice bonus, but I've gotten greedy. That is why it would make me happy if the elections go smoothly. It would be the only way that I could see that my wish was granted. What is it then? It's a secret. Sensing that I might not be ready to let such a weak dodge slide by so easily, Shizune quickly waves down any attempt at a follow-up, embarrassment coloring her face. It's something she wants to keep to herself only because it's too silly to do otherwise. I start to feel a pang of hunger and check my watch. It's earlier than it looks. Too early for dinner. Do you have any kind of food in your desk? For a second, it looks like the question confuses her, but she recovers quickly. Desks are for supplies. Food is supplies. You should have eaten lunch. I didn't think it would be a problem if I didn't. If I was working, I wouldn't have to think about it. I'd be too busy to be hungry. She puts her hand up to her mouth in a poor attempt to conceal a laugh and tries to hide it further by pretending to use it to push her glasses further up the bridge of her nose. I guess you're not, since you already ate. I'm not good enough to sign the appropriate word, so I settle for pointing at the stack of Chinese food containers leaning precariously out of the top of her trash can. Those are from yesterday. Then we're both hungry. Let's get something to eat. I'm from the cafeteria. There wasn't anything good at lunch, so I really doubt there will be anything good left over. Order something? Ordering out 2 days in a row is unnatural. Only in case of emergencies. That is my personal policy. This is why she should think of putting some snacks in her desk. It would be easier way of dealing with these kind of emergencies. I want to tell her, but signing out how hungry I am like 5 times has made me too tired to be a smartass. The temptation is really great, though.
Hi! Hi!
Misha's distinctive up and down voice sounds muffled through the door. She bursts in a second later.
Hee-chan, you're here too!
Too? How did you know there was already someone in here?
If it opens, someone is inside. Am I interrupting?
Shizune shakes her head.
Great, that's really great, but I was sure I would be. Is this a break?
I thought so too, but it turns out everything student council related is over, for now. Is that why you're here?
Yeah, that's right, Hee-chan.
Sorry to disappoint you. We were just discussing whether or not to order out for dinner.
That sounds fun.
Shizune isn't being very fun about it, though. She said that she can't order food 2 days in a row. Are you hungry too? Because if you are, we could outvote her.
That sounds fun, Hee-chan, and I am a little hungry.
I thought you would say it sounds like mutiny. Shizune pinches the frame of her glasses, clearly thinking that it does seem like mutiny, but being outvoted by a clean 2-1 margin, there is nothing she can do. Misha already has her phone out. It's awfully garish.
Hee-chan, you promised me we would have a student council thing just for us, right? Right. This can be it.
Shizune only shakes her head. The last party she will be able to attend as Yamaku's student council president is too special for her to put on that label on our spur-of-the-moment early dinner. Even though I'm sure the real thing will be just like this, a meal like any other, with the 3 of us. After we finish eating and clean up, I say goodbye to them and head to my dorm. Although I don't feel particularly tired, I think I'll just go straight to sleep tonight. If I were back home, my mom would nag me not to go to bed right after eating, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. I take a look at the clock as soon as I get in and realize that it's a lot later than I thought. It also feels a bit silly checking the clock when I have a phone and a wristwatch. I take off my watch and hold it in one hand, while holding my phone in the other. It makes me feel powerful and stupid. I try unsuccessfully to go to sleep, and I'm glad when someone interrupts me by knocking on my door after only a few minutes. I figure that it couldn't be anyone but Kenji, which is why I'm surprised when it ends up being Misha.
Hi, Hee-chan. You don't look happy to see me.
No, I'm just kind of surprised. Did Shizune remember something that she wants me to do after all? It's late, but whatever. I guess it's a good thing that I didn't change.
Nope, I just thought that I'd follow you back, Hichan.
For fun? No, of course not. It's because she wants to talk. It must be about something important, and something she doesn't want Shizune to know about. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Hichan.
She walks in and immediately takes a seat in the chair. The natural thing to do, but I'd expect her to sit on the bed.
Hichan.
Misha frowns harshly, arms folded over her chest. It's like she's trying to play a grim interrogator. All that's missing is the mustache and the dangling, flickering light bulb on a string.
Did you make Hichan sad?
What do you mean?
When I went to the office today, Hichan couldn't hear me coming. That's why when I opened the door, I saw a really confusing expression on her face. Hichan looked happy and sad, and I wanted to know why.
Well, it wasn't because of me. I didn't even see it. I think she's depressed that she won't be student council president anymore in a few months.
When I asked Shizune about it, she said that he was okay.
That's meaningless. Shizune would say that, but it's ridiculous to think that she would let it go that easily. I mean, there are times when she'll want to fight me over the last apple or chocolate milk or whatever, and that is stuff that doesn't even matter.
Chocolate milk is important.
Okay, it is. Don't get mad, but not as much as student council is to her. She wouldn't just wave it off so easily.
You're right.
I thought that this was supposed to be an interrogation, but it appears Misha has already forgotten about it.
But I don't want Hichan to lie to me to make me feel better. Most people don't know how serious Hichan is and think she's just putting on a show. I'm happy that you understand her, Hichan.
It's obvious, especially with how she talked about it today. Misha leans in closer with interest, resting her head on her palms.
Really? What did she say?
They are close enough that I don't think much of how she's prying. Why she joined the student council, sort of. She started, but then decided that some stuff should just stay classified and signed, it's a secret, so I guess that's all there is to it.
Well, if someone tells you that they have a secret, you can sort of call that a secret by itself, Hichan.
Just like how, according to you, luck is a skill?
It can be.
Be careful, not so loud.
Why, Hichan?
You're gonna wake up half the people in the building, and on top of that, dorms aren't co-ed.
Hichan, are you thinking something dirty?
Stop being weird.
If you are, it's okay, I think.
Hearing that makes me realize how easy it's been for me to talk to Misha all this time, and that I would be able to go this long without feeling the need to be on guard. This is the first time I have.
I feel sad, Hichan. It's funny, the happier Hichan gets, the more depressed I feel. Even though I should be happy for Hichan, I still am, but I can't talk about my problems with her.
Why not?
Just like Hichan can't talk about her problems to me. It's the same thing. Hichan, if we have that kind of problem, then I'm not sure anymore what I should do. I wonder if I'm a bad friend.
Misha gets up and quickly drops herself on the bed, until we're sitting only a few inches apart. Just a couple of seconds later, she pushes her head forward and gives me a light kiss. It misses my lips, more due to bad aim on her part than because of me. What are you doing? Although it's just a formality, I'd be stupid not to know what she's getting at. It's just that it seems so unlikely that I'm hoping there will be some way I won't have to deal with it. Now she decides to be shy and giggles, embarrassed.
Do you like me, Hichan?
Yeah. Her head is buried in my chest. It feels like she's talking into my scar. She might be able to feel it brushing against her cheek. I tried too hard to hide it from both of them before. It seems like such a dumb thing to have to be worried so much about in retrospect.
Please come for me, Hichan. Just for today.
Oh, this is the moment of truth. We're gonna have to get the bad end first, so we're gonna comfort Misha. As much as I pretend to protest, I've allowed things to come to this point, even though I knew so far ahead of when she actually came in with it that this was what she was getting at. At the very least, I was okay with this outcome. If I needed any more proof, it's simple. I still haven't turned her away. I could have at any point, and it was wrong of me not to do it sooner, but now, not doing it is something beyond simple carelessness. Misha takes my silence as agreement and squeezes herself against me tightly, as if she's trying to get into my clothes. My arms are enveloped by the softness of her skin and the warmth of her body. I roll over on reflex and end up on top of her. Melons!
This isn't gonna go well.
The following morning, I wake up thinking that most of my time is going to be spent trying to avoid Shizune and Misha. What happened last evening still makes me feel uneasy. I thought that sleeping on it would help alleviate that feeling, and I feel like an idiot for believing that it would be that easy. I think about whether or not Misha might feel the same way. If so, she probably won't show up at school today. I'd consider doing the same, but it would be pretty suspicious, and staying inside all day from fear doesn't appeal to me. It never really has. Like I thought, Misha isn't in class all morning. Shizune is, but today is a busier day than most, so she gives all of her concentrating on her classwork, and that means there's little idle time for her to start up a conversation with me. It's strange that I should be running from the thought of having to talk to Shizune after spending so much time trying to do just that. But I can't think of any other way I should feel. I had sex with her best friend. If I feel this way about it, I wonder how Misha must feel. Just as regretful? When she came on to me, she was more depressed than sexy to start with. I can only imagine how much worse it would be now. Thinking about it like that, I want to see her again, but only half-heartedly. The other half of me is still terrified, even though I hate to use that word. It makes me feel ashamed, but I'm sure it's the only way to describe myself right now. It's not a good feeling. I spent the next couple of periods in the library, not in the mood to sit in classes for the rest of the day, but unwilling to walk back to the dorms. While I'm lazily flipping through the pages of an uninteresting historical fiction novel, Shizune drops herself into the chair across from me, pouting. I think it's sort of pointless to come to school and then skip every class. Sorry. At least tell everyone that you're sick. I'm just not feeling it today. Yesterday was fine, though. Tomorrow I'll probably be fine. Taking a sick day in the middle of the week is just too suspicious. That 24-hour flu thing or whatever won't fly. It's not suspicious. It is. I turn back to my book, but Shizune gently pulls it down, in contrast with her expression, which straddles the line between concern and anger. Is something wrong? What? Is something bothering you? Because you're acting a little suspicious today in a different way. If there is, just tell me, or I'll be mad. I'm not good at reading people. What a ridiculous thing to say after picking up my mood so easily. She is only half kidding, but there is some truth to it. After all, she can't hear tone and has to rely on reading to communicate with others. It's as if you could only ever have the conversation with someone through text messages. That has to mess with you in some way. It's probably why she stares so intently at people, in order to gauge their reaction, or maybe it's why she pushes people so hard, to get them to react. I've thought about it before, but it's too hard to say for sure what Shizune's exact motivations are for anything. So I wonder how much of that was a joke. Sometimes it's easy to tell. This time it isn't. Assuming it wasn't a joke, I can't tell her anyway, because it's sign language. There's enough time to collect myself and lie effectively. Nothing. I've just been thinking a lot about the student council's future lately. I believe Misha's doing the same. Well, in her own way. So am I, but she isn't here today. I wish she would have let me know something, because I might need her help later today. Yours too, unless you're busy. I'm not. Thank you. I feel like I'm losing a lot of people close to me lately. I can't think of a good way to respond to that. Something reassuring and confident telling her not to worry. I'm here for you. I'm not one of those people. Then who is? And it seems so forced. I manage to wave up of my hand that seems extremely callous as soon as I do it. You shouldn't feel that way. I might be a little sick, but not enough to go through the trouble of making it official. It's just easier for me this way. It's the wrong way. I've heard the hard way and the right way are usually the same thing, so it's not a big stretch to say that the opposite is true. Well, fine. If you say you're all right, then it's good enough for me. Wait. You asked me, so I'm turning it around. Is everything okay with you? Yes. She signed it without a moment's hesitation. After that, Shizune waits to see if I'm going to follow up on it. I don't, and she leaves. I feel like an idiot for not going further, even though I think it's better that I didn't. I've been in the library for quite a while and decided to go up to the roof for a change of pace. A fresh breeze hits me the second I open the door. This is really my favorite area of the school, I think. Then I see that I'm not the only one here. I can see a girl with bubblegum pink hair in front of me. Her back is to me, but I don't have to see her face to know who it is. I'm sure Misha's the only person in the world with hair like that. I get the feeling that I've stumbled on her in a bad moment. She obviously wants to be alone, and I wonder if she hasn't noticed my presence. If so, I'll leave right now, but she has, and turns to face me. Oh, Hee-chan, I thought someone was behind me. I didn't think it was going to be you. This time you surprised me. She's referring to her habit of sneaking up behind me and asking me to guess who it is. I've never been surprised by that. I'm surprised too, but this is good. I had something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Not that. What's going on between you and Shizune? She won't tell me, so I'm asking you. Because you're easier to get an answer out of, since the same sign language that gives me the leeway to lie to her gives her a cushion against my questions, so that she can more easily brush them off. When she hesitates, I push her harder. Give me an honest answer, please. It's complicated, Hee-chan. It's because of something that happened a long time ago. I thought that I could just forget about it, but it's really hard. So that and graduation coming up made me want to spend more time with Hee-chan. But Hee-chan is always busy now, so we've been fighting. But I'm tired of it now. Because I like Hee-chan. So do I.
No. I know you like her, Hee-chan. I mean that I like Hee-chan in the same way. I want her to be my girlfriend. Misha closes her eyes like a condemned criminal confessing the last of their sins in front of the executioner. It only makes it harder for me to think of a response, and I know I have to give one. I see. I never knew. I didn't really want to come to this school, Hee-chan, but it sounded interesting, and even if everyone hated me, at least it felt like they would leave me alone. I was learning sign language, but wasn't very good at it. Hee-chan was trying to get people to join the student council because it was only her and Lily. Then she came up to me, and I couldn't understand her at all. But Hee-chan wouldn't use her pen and paper. She knew that I was taking sign language classes. I was exposed quickly. I didn't know any. That only made her try harder, and I hated Hee-chan and thought she was making fun of me. That wasn't the reason, though. So, I slowly fell in love with Hee-chan and told her that I loved her. It was in the student council room, when it was just the two of us. I had these fantasies of Hee-chan staying alone in the office, trying to put everything together all by herself. It seemed so lonely to me, so sad. I think I wanted it to be that way. That way I could be there for Hee-chan, and maybe Hee-chan would like me. Even though there was no reason for me to believe it, I did anyway. I wanted it to be true, so I was okay with letting myself believe it, even though I think I knew. That day was really, really beautiful too, Hee-chan. We were done with everything, and I was looking out through the window. Even through the window, the light was so warm. I wanted to stay like that forever next to Hee-chan. But then I looked at Hee-chan, and she had her back to the window and was still working on something, blocking out the rest of the world. The light was on her shoulders like when I put a blanket on my shoulders as a little kid. Misha stops for a second as if trying to hold on to the image of Shizune in her mind. Hee-chan looked... It was like Hee-chan looked in a way that made me want to be with her, but it felt like it would be hard for that to happen. That was a really long time ago. My hair was different back then too, a little messy. I cut it because Hee-chan was always talking about it. Anyway, I told her right then and there. I confessed. I was rejected. So, I thought that was it, Hee-chan. But Hee-chan was always trying to find me, and I hated Hee-chan again for it. And when I asked her why she was doing it was because I was her friend. Her cheeks have a hint of red in them. I wonder how much experience she has had with crying, that she can keep herself from doing it so well. If she didn't pause to wipe her eyes, I might never have noticed. Having Hee-chan say that made me happy, but also sad. And even though she never meant to hurt me, it still hurts even now. Hee-chan has a way of manipulating people, Hee-chan. Sometimes she wants to, and sometimes she doesn't really, but it happens anyway. And sometimes I'm just not sure exactly which one it is, and I feel doubt. I just wish that Hee-chan liked me instead of you. It made me wonder if I was starting to hate you and Hee-chan, just a little. I didn't like that.
So you were thinking maybe it would be better if I weren't here at all. She looks confused. The thought has never crossed her mind.
That's not it, Hee-chan. I thought about it a lot in these last few days, and I don't want to hate anyone, you or Hee-chan. It's so stupid that I ever felt like that, isn't it, Hee-chan? I don't want to think about that kind of stuff ever again. And missing people, and being apart from them, I'm tired of it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I already did, though, so I'm still really the worst kind of person. I wasn't thinking that it would be better if Hee-chan had never come to this school. I was thinking, wouldn't it be better if I just died? After all, I've even done something really terrible now. Unforgivably terrible.
Misha presses herself harder against the fence at her back, as if hoping to slip right through it. Don't be stupid. I'm surprised by the tone of my voice. Sorry. I realized I hate it when I'm left feeling regretful over anything. Even so, it's impossible for me to not end up regretting something. Yesterday I did a stupid thing. That's probably part of the reason why I'm here right now, so I could figure out if I could maybe make it right somehow. Do you ever feel that way? You said that you've done some terrible things. You can try fixing them.
Hee-chan, isn't that...
I know that she's thinking that I'm saying this is more for me than for her. No, it's not. I just think that killing yourself is the biggest regret a person could end up with.
Hee-chan, you're so dramatic.
Whether she was serious, I'll never know. I don't try to find out, as she lets out a sigh and closes her eyes as if going to sleep. I feel that a dangerous mood I was picking up from her has passed. The door behind us opens, and the sound only barely able to be heard from over the ambient breeze.
I've been looking everywhere for you two. Is this some secret meeting?
She walks over to us, leaning against the fence next to Misha as if she needs to stop and catch her breath before pushing herself off of it and continuing. I'm bored sitting in the student council room every day now, without either of you ever coming by. Taking some time off is fine, but this is just too much. Normally, Misha and I would be joking, making excuses for ourselves at this point. This time, there's only silence. Shizune, always expecting resistance, is thrown off balance by the lack of it. A few seconds pass in uneasy silence, which Shizune breaks with an ear-shattering snap of her fingers, smiling as if to say, Eureka! Let's go do something together. Like what? Anything. We should go to the student council room first, and then figure it out from there. That seems like a trick to get us to go do work instead. Very funny. It's not a trick, I promise. It will be something fun. Misha contrasts the genial smile on Shizune's face with the lonely expression of her own. If Misha is really jealous of me for stealing Shizune away from her, then it'd only make it worse if the three of us were together. I imagine it would be like rubbing salt in an open wound, so I get the idea to let them spend time together. I'm not so idealistic to think that a single afternoon to themselves will solve everything, but it might help. It seems like a better option than going with them, because my presence definitely wouldn't help at all. You two can go have fun then. I'm going to go to bed early. Are you sure? It's barely past lunch. I told you, I don't feel too good today. I think I'm coming down with something. I thought that you said excuses like that won't work. She has me there. It's okay, but refusing someone's invitation is rude. I'll expect you to make it up to me. Shizune turns around and smiles at Misha, and then signing something I can't see, I assume it's along the lines of, it looks like it'll just be the two of us. That's good. Act 4, To My Other Self. Only a day later, the weekend has already arrived. I drop a heavy stack of books on the librarian's desk, not meaning to slam them, but they weigh so much that it happens anyway. Yuko bolts out of her chair with enough force to dislodge her glasses. She barely holds on to them. Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm here to return all those books I was supposed to. That's great, but I wish you had brought them back sooner. It wouldn't be a problem if the library had more copies of everything, but it doesn't, and they act like it's my fault. They? Other students. They can be, pretty pushy. Sorry, it just kind of slipped my mind. It's been kind of a rough couple of days. Oh, I suppose you don't want to talk about it. Yuko meekly turns to the task of logging all the books that I've brought back and returned, treating them with extreme care and precision like she's a bomb disposal technician rather than a librarian. Over the past couple of days, I've been thinking about something Misha said. Of course, I'd thought about everything she said, but one thing in particular keeps coming back. She talked about how she didn't want to miss people or think about being apart from them anymore. When I recalled those words, they stopped me cold, like a sharp slap across the cheek. In just a few months, we'll be graduating, and Misha and Shizune were nearly inseparable. But after graduation, they might never see each other again. I wonder if that thought is what started all of this. If Misha were to try to talk to Shizune about it, Shizune likely wouldn't think about it at all, and it would sadden her. And for that reason, she would try to toss it away. For someone like Shizune, who is so quick to suppress her worries, it would be easy. Misha turned out to be more sensitive than she seemed. It would have crushed her even more so because Shizune's reaction could come off as pretty cold. I don't know if that's how Shizune handled it, but it seemed likely. I can understand why she would act that way. I can also understand why Misha would be troubled by the thought of drifting away from someone who was such an important part of her. I'd never thought about graduation until that moment. Then I began to think things like, has it really been only less than 1 year? I started thinking of everyone I've met, not only Shizune and Misha, but everyone else. They were fond thoughts. Then I thought of losing them. Suddenly I could understand Misha's anxieties. It could be nice to talk to someone about it. Actually, I kind of want to. With whom? I can sense an obvious tinge of apprehension in her voice. With you. Really? Are you sure? Why me? Because you're an adult. That's it? That's... Wincing, she fidgets a little in her seat, trying to get comfortable in a pretty uncomfortable-looking way. I guess this means she's okay with it. Is it hard being an adult? Yes. I don't think I'm that old, though. It's surprising that the students now, like Shizune and you, wear stuff like perfumes or cologne. I never did. I still don't use them. By the way, you're not wearing your grape cologne today. Yeah, it wasn't working out for me. Oh, that's good. I thought the same thing. Sorry. Yuko looks genuinely sorry, and I feel a pang of guilt. I smile despite myself, a tiny lie that can come back to bite me in the butt. For Misha, trying to conceal how she felt in order to put a happy face for for Shizune for so long must have been crushing. Someone I know brought up that we're going to be graduating, and I realized that I've never thought about it before. I feel stupid that I could go so long and never think about these things. I've met a lot of great people, and I've never thought about what it's going to be like to graduate and maybe never see them again. There are still ways you can keep in touch. Yeah, I guess. I feel childish. I know everyone is going through the same thing, probably. I bet you hear this kind of problem a lot. No, I haven't been working here that long. I worried about the same thing when I graduated from high school. I didn't go to school here, though. I also miss my friends, and I wish I had kept in touch with them better. I should have tried harder. Yuko isn't really helping me feel better, and she clams up quickly when she sees it on my face. I don't want to look back and have those same regrets. I wonder if Shizune even thinks about that kind of stuff, because she goes on sometimes about how she doesn't want to live with any regrets. Wow, that sounds impossible to me. I nod, only halfway wanting to agree. Even so, I think that it's kind of admirable too. Kind of brave, don't you think? Brave is a new way to put it. Yuko shakes her head insistently. It's true though, and also kind of intimidating. Geez, you shouldn't be intimidated by high schoolers. I'll try. He turns away to start folding a sticky note over and over. Pretty idle behavior for a university student, but more importantly, I wonder if I said the wrong thing to her. Being around Shizune for so long, I can't help reading as much as I can into every moment of silence. If Yuko were the type of person who didn't get intimidated by high schoolers, it probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to her. It's also too easy to want to shed some negative qualities of yours. When I think of everyone I know, it's those qualities that I like the best. I don't think I really regret it. I thought, as long as I could remember the good times, that was enough. I don't know. Sorry. I noticed a couple of students starting to trickle into the library and decide that my time is up. No, that was helpful. I feel like 2 of my friends are fighting because one of them is taking the fact that we might not see each other again after we graduate really hard, and the other is probably being stoic about it, which only makes it worse. I don't get how I'm supposed to handle this kind of situation. It doesn't seem like the kind of problem where I'll have to end up taking a side, but it could turn out that way, and then I have no idea what I'm going to do. You should tell them they shouldn't fight. I know, fighting is bad. It's not Shizune and Misha, by the way. Okay, I wasn't really thinking that, though. How embarrassing. Even though I knew it would be, I still feel my cheeks redden. And even so, I still said something so transparent and blatantly a lie, but it could be that sometimes that is the right way. Do you have any books about people who have to make hard decisions? We have a lot of self-help books. It's funny that I can find that surprising, because I wouldn't have only a few months ago. I meant about, not for. There aren't many, right? Yes, not many, I mean. Though I feel a bit apprehensive about it, I want to talk to Shizune. I don't understand why I feel nervous about it, and that disgusts me a little. It also motivates me to look for her, right then and there. Although I don't have to look very hard, she's in the student council room as always. Worryingly, Misha isn't with her. When Shizune notices me and looks up from her paperwork, the first thing I ask is where she is. I don't know. There's so much uncertainty in her answer that I can't let it go just like that. She's missing a lot of school. Are you the attendance police? That's really strange coming from the student council president. Shizune hides a laugh behind a cupped hand, and I start to think that I might be worrying for nothing, but then her laughter slowly fades away to a more serious and pensive expression. You're right. Yesterday. I catch a hint of a knowing smile on her face when she sees my poorly hidden panic at the word. Despite her best efforts, she can't help but being satisfied in eliciting surprise from everyone else to the very end. Even then, I can see that she has bigger concerns from how quickly her smile vanishes. Before either of you noticed me, I saw what you were saying. I'm not stupid. If I hadn't, I could see through Misha while we were walking back. Even if she hadn't told me everything later, she didn't make a big deal out of it. But anyway, any way you look at it, it's my fault, isn't it? What did she tell you? Shizune winces at the question, though it's clear that she's been expecting it. She follows it up with a very grand gesture. A lot. Like that I can be selfish and confusing. I try too hard to bring people around me and then push them away. I didn't know what I should do. I thought that she was right to mention all of those things, so I just agreed with her, but that only made things worse. I don't understand. Adjusting her glasses, she looks pretty tired. I hope it isn't because she's been busy avoiding Misha, but I can't help considering the possibility, seeing where this conversation is going. It's true, even the student council being this small, and us always being swamped with work, it is my fault. I might have even ended up driving a lot of people off, and away from the student council acting like that. Shizune wags a finger mischievously, acknowledging that might is an understatement. However, from how warily she does it, it's obvious the humor is only to put me at ease, and therefore not genuine. Like Lily, for instance, she was the first person to join when I started trying to recruit people again after everyone else left, because they couldn't stand me, I guess. We managed to put together that last festival, and even ran a booth together at the last minute. But I didn't like her because I thought she was selfish, always holding us up in order to tend to one friend of hers or another, and leaving Misha and me alone to sort out things involving the whole school by ourselves. If there were any problems she was going through, she would leave us high and dry while she panicked over it, and wouldn't come back until it was solved. She would focus on it at 100%, and be too preoccupied to focus on any student council work.
That was the worst. To me, that she could be just so nice and still take so many people for granted. Why even join the student council then? It seems so short-sighted and selfish, don't you think? But it's actually me who's that way. Like Misha said, always trying to pull people close to me and then shutting them out. That's how I've treated her, which just makes me a bad friend, and it feels like I did the same thing to you. Then, so I guess I'm a bad girlfriend too, even if Misha says that you might as well replace her. I'm angry that I screwed things up enough to let it get this out of hand. All I wanted to was... She pauses to look for the right words, tinting her fingers in concentration. Make people happy, I think. Even though that seemed like a simple way to put it. She rests her head against her hand. Shizune's bangs fall delicately against her eyes, hidden behind those polished glasses reflecting just the teeniest bit of light. It may have been wrong to think so, but right now she seems especially beautiful, like a more complete person. It feels like this is my first chance to respond to her outpouring of emotions. Replacing Misha as Shizune's interpreter? Misha must be joking. It took all my energy to keep up with her just now, her signing filled with gestures that I've never seen before. Likely they are habits picked up from Misha and developed from years of them being together. I could never replace someone so close to her. I like you because I like you, not because I got tricked into it by you. Despite how hard she tries anyway, I continue to stare back into her eyes. As sharp as ever, the first time I saw them, they had seemed a bit intimidating to me, like the eyes of a predator. That hasn't changed, which I find reassuring. I still want to make everyone happy. Starting with Misha? Shizune looks a bit annoyed that I would imply that she would start with anyone else, and smiles confidently, as though a friend's sadness is a physical opponent she can just strangle into submission. Of course, obviously, naturally. Taking off her glasses, she leans back in her chair and lets out a sigh. It's the first time I've seen her without them on, but I don't get a good look before she slips them back on. But I'm too tired to start today. First thing tomorrow. Do you want to help? Yeah. And I have other student council stuff you could help me with while you're at it. Although it turns out that there isn't much other work at all. There's no school today, so I expected to be able to sleep in late. Unfortunately, I'm awakened by someone mercilessly pounding on my door at 8 in the morning. At first I think it could be Kenji, but when my shouts of annoyance go unanswered, I realize it's Shizune. She immediately backs away from the door when I open it, quickly concealing something behind her back. Kind of ominous. What's that? Is it a surprise? I don't really like surprises. The displeased expression on her face says that she wants me to stop being such a wet blanket, but she's too busy fumbling with what's behind her back to sign it. It must be frustrating for her because seconds later she swings the object out proudly and also a little dangerously. Ta-da! A picnic basket. We can have lunch together, the three of us. It's not really a basket, it looks more like a plastic bag. Taking a quick look inside, I can see that most of the food inside is also store-bought, not homemade. Some items still have the price stickers on. There's a very diverse selection here though, so even a tiny tin can of caviar. I'm slowly becoming more impressed with this lunch. I pick a grape out of it and pop it in my mouth. Don't just take things like that. I spent all night perfecting this final weapon. Shizune places it down on the ground to free up her hands and immediately starts playfully tapping it between her feet like a soccer ball. Definitely not what you should do to anything you would call a final weapon. All part of my get Misha to stop being so depressed plan. I stayed up all last night working on it. When we tried to order in last time, Misha barely got anything and used it as an excuse to leave early. I won't let her get off so easily this time. The food is already here. She'll have to sit down and eat with us. It's the perfect bait. Doesn't everything look irresistible? I tried to make it myself, but I don't know how to make it look all fancy, so I ended up buying everything. Still looks delicious, doesn't it? It should be. She's very perky today, juiced up on the thought of cheering Misha up, although it's odd to see her so happy about it. I know that she's just unsure as she was yesterday. The only thing that's changed is that by viewing it as another sort of challenge for herself, she can put her worries aside and throw herself into it recklessly. It has worked well enough for Shizune so far. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the only way she knows how to live. It's a little early, though. It's already 8 in the morning. It's late. Even Misha gets up at 8 or 9. She goes to bed at 7 p.m., but that isn't important. It's very important. Shizune ignores me, gagging my hands by taking them in hers instead of a more proper rebuttal. The way she lingers instead against me a moment longer than expected feels really comforting. The point is she's awake right now, walking around somewhere. Let's go find her. She sprints out the door impatiently, and her gusto as she drags me along looking for Misha makes me feel more like I'm following a hunter on a safari than looking for a mutual friend. We don't have to look very hard. Even cropped short, her pink hair stands out. The fact that she's just meandering around the grounds in the open makes it even easier. Now I'm sounding like a safari hunter. Misha! Huh? We were just looking for you. It's a good day for a picnic. You should join us. We even have caviar. Not sturgeon, of course, but really tasty. Caviar? Sturgeon? Apparently finding it annoying to have to explain everything at length with only one hand, Shizune gives up quickly. Fish eggs. What? It tastes good. Sorry, Shi-chan, I think I'll pass for today. When Misha starts to walk away, Shizune holds the bag out towards me, needing me to take it so that her hands can be free. As soon as it's out of her hand, she darts in front of Misha, cutting her off. I made so much food, though. Sorry, I'm just not hungry right now. When are you going to be hungry, then? Shi-chan, that's impossible to know. You can guess. The tension between them infuriates Shizune, and she's trying to deal with it by trying to tear through it, but that approach isn't going to work. I thought and hoped that Misha had gotten herself together, but I guess she was just cut too deep by what happened. In that case, it's really out of anyone's hands. I believe that Shizune might understand that on some level. If she didn't, she wouldn't have any doubts at all. Because she can't speak, though, I've learned to notice her hesitation. It's very clear that she might as well be screaming. Misha waves her hands in front of her, not wanting to continue the discussion any further, and quickly slips away. Shizune fumes silently, reluctant to let her go, but not having no way to keep her here. As Misha's back grows smaller in the distance, I wonder where she's heading off to. Is Shizune wondering the same thing as she bites her lip in frustration? I want to touch her reassuringly on the shoulder, but I stop myself, not knowing if it's the right thing to do. Not because she looks fragile, vulnerable, or sad. It's the opposite. After a while, her expression bellies no emotion at all, only contemplation. Suddenly, she whirls around. Now all this food is going to go to waste. Yeah. That makes me sad. Although it's obvious Shizune is more, though it's obvious Shizune is more hurt than mad, the bag dangling from my hand feels like it's filled with lead. Let's go on a date. Let's use it then. Where do you want to go? I don't know. The roof. It's my favorite spot. A wry smile appears on her face, disappearing just as quickly. On the roof, I immediately crack open the caviar, ignoring a derisive look from Shizune all the while. I end up putting it down immediately. Where's the toast points? I didn't make any. Like I told you, I bought everything. Not the toast points, though. Why is that important? Anyway, they don't sell just toast points. That would be stupid. I bet they do. Maybe in stores for exceptionally lazy, but not here. Why don't you use a tortilla chip? A tortilla chip is not the same. They're both triangles. Stop being such a princess. I don't know if there was a proper way to eat caviar. I didn't know there was a proper way to eat caviar. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. It's not the same thing at all. I can't be decadent like this. And anyway, how can she not know? She lives in a huge mansion. Shizune takes the opportunity to scoop half of the tin into a single chip in the meantime. Hey! I'm sure it doesn't even taste good like that. There's too much food here for two people because we can't communicate with each other while we eat. Both Shizune and I have a lot of time to sit in silence and think about the fact that Misha, the person she set all this up for, isn't here. It's annoying that she isn't here. I can't even enjoy my meal like this. I stare at the paper cup next to her, still half full of juice. I thought you didn't want all this food to go to waste. I wanted Misha to be here too. That was the whole point. I wasn't able to accomplish what I wanted to, so it doesn't taste good. You should eat it. Eat more. I want the fried things, though. You keep eating them all, even though you say that they don't taste good. Fried things are always delicious. There's always an exception for them. You'll get fat. I think you're being too aggressive. It's like I told you yesterday. I'm only trying to cheer you up. Cheer her up. Yeah, but it seems more like you're planning a military campaign. I'm only trying to take it seriously. And this is the only way I know how to do it seriously. I feel so powerless. I hate it. I can't even yell at her, too. Even though I want to. Yelling is for serious occasions, right? Yeah. You should yell at Misha for me. You can tell her that I want her to stop being so down, even if she feels sad and alone. It's no reason to stay gloomy forever. Why don't you? I already did. Over a game of dice. Over, to be exact. I won 5 times. Only the 2 of them would take such pride in winning a game of pure chance. Then I tried to talk to her, but it didn't go so well, obviously. Well, so did I. I tried and failed. My goal has always been to do everything better, though. Yeah, your one-upmanship is really something. But I failed too. That's why I want your help. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do anymore. For someone like Shizune, who has only ever interacted with the world by locking horns with every obstacle in her path, understanding only goes so far. I want to tell her that she doesn't have to worry, that she's great at cheering people up because she managed to cheer me up my first week here. In retrospect, I must have looked like a kind of a dick, being such a sour mood from the moment I came here, even though I don't think I was being unreasonable. Even having months to digest it, finding out that you have a heart defect like I did is hard to deal with. I'd had much less time to mull over suddenly being transferred to Yamaku on top of that. Spending the festival with Shizune really helped me out of a rut. I was happy enough to forget that the entire time it had felt like though she were manipulating me. I understand now that I allowed myself to be manipulated.
Even though I felt like I was at the bottom of the world, I still wanted to have a normal life again. I'm sure because I enjoyed what I have now. I think it must be the same for everyone, including Misha. Everyone wants someone there to pull them up out of their self-pity. It's just that Misha always wanted Shizune to be that person, but because they can't be together, I think Misha feels that she can't accept Shizune's hand, and that frustrates Shizune. But if she could cheer up a stranger like me, then she'll die trying with Misha. I can see it in her eyes too. Though she tries to treat it like any other problem in her life, Shizune cannot do that with Misha's depression. Her thought processes are entirely different, in some ways more careful, in some ways more reckless and frenetic. She cares that much more. I end up not saying anything, partially because sitting next to her like this, just the two of us, pleasantly enough in itself, that I don't want to interrupt the moment with a question. And partially for more cowardly reason. I've started to think if they weren't, but I don't know if her actions that day might not have been an afterthought or even a fluke, just a collection of coincidences. I don't know if that would change anything, but I'm uncomfortable thinking about it. The fence behind me trembles slightly, and I turn to see that it's because Shizune has fallen asleep again, leaning against it. Considering she was up all night, it's not surprising. Where does all that motivation come from? Not just in regards for Tamisha. I'm cynical, so it's hard for me to just accept that anyone can be simply that strong. My first thought was that maybe it's because she hates herself. It's very plausible. Leaning against her, I feel sad knowing that it might be the case, but it could be that we're similar and that we both want to be better people. It seems that I ate too much yesterday because I wake up in the morning feeling just nauseous enough for it to be a problem. I really can't postpone going into town for shopping though, so despite wanting to roll over and sleep it away, I force myself to get up and dress instead. Somewhere between buying toothpaste and a few other groceries, I end up walking it off. Then I feel hungry. After stopping for breakfast, it hits me how much time has gone by. I hadn't expected to be out this long. I'm not even sure if I bothered to lock my door. I really should go check. I really should get back. When I get back to the dorm, I see Hideaki standing in front of my room from the entrance. I can think of just a few things more unexpected. I can't help thinking I might have a heart attack just from the surprise. Fortunately, it doesn't happen. As soon as he sees me, he says hello in his usual detached way. I'm a little slow to reply to him, so he repeats the greeting without missing a beat. Hello. Is something wrong? I'm just surprised to see you here. Not as surprised as I could have been, since it's impossible to mistake him for anyone else. I'd recognize those weird clothes anywhere. Come to think of it, I've really surrounded myself with distinctive-looking people lately. Hideaki's head lolls slightly to one side, a little too easily. Why? Is it unusual to see someone's family come to see them? Well, yeah, actually. So Hideaki isn't much of a robot after all. In fact, it's almost as if he's more caught off guard by the fact that he can even be caught off guard, but he recovers quickly. Nevertheless, in that brief moment, he looks his age. That uncomfortable side of his seems more like the more honest, and I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. Not so much, though, that I'd go out of my way to pry. Only Shizune would be that zealous. That makes my thoughts get so far as proof that she's rubbing off on me. I'd think that you'd have a reason, that's all. There is one. See? Anyway, we can talk while we're looking for her, as that's why you're here, right? Shizune is in the student council room. I was looking for you. We might take a trip soon, a family trip. Do you think she would want to come with us? Yeah, I don't know. She's kind of been on the warpath lately and with a lot of stuff, and once she's focused on something, she won't just drop it. I guess you would know that. Hideaki looks much more at ease walking around than I did my first week. So this isn't your first time here? Just throwing it out there. Of course, completely ignoring the surrounding environment could just run in the family. It'd explain why Hideaki seems so distant from Shizune. I get the feeling there's more to it than just her deafness. No, but this is the first time I could walk around so much. It's kind of weird here. I bumped into a person who told me women are not allowed in the dorms. After I told him I'm not a woman, he told me I was misleading and then accused me of being an assassin. I was warned that he was not only invincible, but strong enough to probably destroy the building with a punch, or at least knock over the paintings hanging in the hallway. By the way, that painting is actually screwed into the wall. Yeah, that's the guy across the hall from me. He's okay. I see. Oh, you left your door open. It was unlocked when I came here. I'm a little annoyed that Hideaki knows that. The only way he could is if he had opened my door, but the feeling passes. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide or steal. Your soccer ball is really nice. That's one of the things that doesn't matter. If you're a soccer player, a soccer ball is very important. I guess it is. That thought makes me smile. I'm here because my father bought a new phone and he wanted to update Shizune in case she needs to call him. I thought that you should know too, since you're her boyfriend, aren't you? Yeah. Why? Just in case there's something wrong or she needs anything. It isn't what I meant, but I'll go along. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't call. That is how she is. Well, coming all the way here for that though, he could have updated her via email. He does not like using emails. That's so old-fashioned. Don't tell me he still does business through regular mail or something. Silence. Now it's my turn to feel awkward. Is Hideaki taking it literally, or did I hit the mark? No, I'm sure that what it really comes down to is that he does want to see his daughter and stay in contact with her. In the end, they are still family after all, even though they play at being at each other's throats. The door of the student council room is open, and Hideaki and I walk in on Shigoro in mid-rant. He sees us, but decides that it's not something worth stopping rambling at Shizune over. This is really shaking my faith in my previous assumption.
When I was in the student council, our room was smaller, colder too, like working out of a meat locker. Not like you spoiled kids. What a waste, sitting here in your giant room doing nothing. Aren't there only 3 of you? That makes having so many desks seem like an unnecessary display of mindless decadence. Appalling. You must use the desks you need, and not one more. It is part of my code.
It may be odd to me to think so, but hearing only one half of a conversation is pretty strange. Also, that's some code. Now that I've arrived, he arranges the subject and starts talking about the reason he's here.
Hideaki and I are going on a trip. What are you doing? Does everyone who uses sign language mumble while they do it?
No, but I'm just an amateur. It helps me think. It's kind of like a force of habit.
Just an amateur. Unbelievable. Fine.
He turns back to Shizune just in time to catch her shaking her head from side to side.
Are you sure you won't be coming along?
She reiterates the gesture.
Fine. Can you tell her to call me if she needs anything?
Yes. I really think sending an email would have been easier, though.
I'm not going to read emails on my phone. If she won't speak, she can call Hideaki. I suppose we'll have to be reached. If you would have to call me, or that other girl would have to call me. Actually, all 3 of you can just call Hideaki.
And with that, he swiftly turns and leaves, Hideaki trailing behind him. A long trip for something that took 5 minutes. Neither of them can express their feelings very well. In Shizune's case, I have to question whether she would if she could. It explains a lot, but she doesn't seem unhappy with the arrangement. Even so, I wonder if she might be. When the door closes behind them, leaving Shizune and me by ourselves, she lets out a deep breath that seems to echo in the silence of the room. It's totally ridiculous asking me to go on a trip. The timing couldn't be worse. It overlaps the student council elections, for one. Second, I haven't even cheered up Misha. If you consider that, it's annoying to even have anything else to think about. Yeah, but you might be too focused on all of that stuff right now. Shizune adjusts her glasses roughly. Completely, 100% right. The minute I decided I was going to cheer up Misha, everything else went on the back burner, I suppose. I think your dad might care about you more than he lets on. I know. So then it could be a good idea. No. And then again, more firmly, as if for both of us. No. After coming this far, I can't take a break. A vacation would be jarring. It would be like waking up in a different life. Yesterday was like my vacation, so now we have to go all in. I'm sorry, but it's just how I am. I remember what Yuko said, that she found Shizune brave in a kind way. I think I understand what she meant, and I have to agree. Even though it could just be called recklessness and foolishness and pointless stubbornness, I guess you could call it bravery too. However, I can see that there is a fundamental flaw in Shizune's thinking that I hadn't noticed until now. I'm sure that Shizune has reflected longer and more ardently than I could about where she messed up to create such a bad situation between her and Misha. However, as typical for her, she wouldn't let it hold her back and immediately set out to fix the problem. This completely ignores the large part of the problem, Misha herself. Moving from critical introspection to holding Misha up as part of a goal causes the person to get lost in the shuffle. Shizune has said a lot in the past few days, but nothing about how Misha feels. Shizune's way of thinking is abnormal. Few normal people would reject a friend and then expect things to go back to the way they were so easily. Shizune does, because she sees life as, if I had to put it simply, capable of being segmented and compartmentalized. Misha, like anyone else, sees it as a whole experience, a long, continuous journey where one moment of heartache can follow you forever. For Shizune, an event is an event, and a few of them cross over. Life is compartmentalized around triumphs, failures, and decisions, where each one stands as its own story. That's why the thought of a vacation is jarring to her. It's why she can only appreciate people's immediate emotions. It's exactly how someone obsessed with living in the moment would think, really. Likewise, Shizune can see Misha as a friend, but I doubt that she has ever thought of Misha as anything more until recently, or questioned anything about her. Misha as Misha would be enough for her, even if to Misha it must be an unbelievably stifling. Shizune is just Shizune to herself, and it's likely that she doesn't even think about the after effects of her actions in the long term, as long as they stir up other person's lives. To Misha, though, I'm sure it has made her seem almost heroic, like Yuko admiring her bravery, and even myself. And Shizune's thoughts on that sentiment are that it was a good and she could touch someone's life, but it ends there. It's easy to captivate, much harder to nurture. To the next thing, thinking on life in terms of almost completely isolated events has a tendency to isolate a person too. Though she's trying to remedy it now, the point remains, there is simply no way Shizune could have avoided hurting Misha. Her emotional investment in Shizune was something Shizune couldn't account for, so she didn't. Combined with her personality, it was inevitable. Both of them have pretty much told me all of that in bits and pieces over the past couple of months I've known them. In the middle of considering their differences, an idea begins to take shape in my mind. Are you working on your plan right now? The second? Your cheer up Misha plan. Of course, I was thinking about it the whole time I was being yelled at. Flicking her glasses up the bridge of her nose with an oddly triumphant air, she taps her finger against her temple. It's multitasking. Really? Isn't it more like you're able to concentrate on something like that because you can't hear? Well, whatever. When I ask her about what she thinks of mine, it turns out we're both arrived at the similar idea. Although it makes me feel kind of uneasy since we're talking about a human being, the first step is to corner Misha. Though the situation is a little too much like something out of a cop drama for me, it's come to this because talking to her normally is proving to be near impossible. But we do have classes together, even the very first class of the day. Although it takes a while for the announcements to come, the second that I hear that we're going to be working in groups today, Shizune and I try to make sure Misha's in ours. You know, I think Muto assigns a suspiciously large amount of group work and self-study, don't you think so?
But it's easy, so it's okay, right?
Yeah, there's other stuff that I've been thinking about lately that might not be okay, though. Misha nods after each sentence, then brushes it all aside.
I thought about it, and I don't do enough work when I work with you and Chi-chan, so I'm going to try harder today. So don't distract me, Hi-chan. I have to stay focused.
That was an annoyingly transparent dodge. Shizune doesn't look too happy either, since Misha didn't bother to sign any of it, opting to twirl a pen in her hand instead. From the shaky way she was doing it, I'm sure it was so that she wouldn't sign anything inadvertently. From the way Misha looks, distracted and uneasy, I doubt it's because she wants to keep Shizune out of the loop for any malicious reason, although it's still obviously a way of distracting Shizune from herself. Distancing, maybe. Shizune wants to talk to you.
Can I wait until later, Hi-chan?
No. Why not now?
We're in the middle of class.
Now she's spinning a pen in each hand. I'm beginning to think her signing has turned into a kind of nervous tic for her. This isn't a good replacement, although the sight of her dual welding is pretty impressive. After class, then. After class, I don't waste a second bringing it up. As everyone else files out of the classroom, leaving the three of us alone, Misha takes increasingly longer glances in every direction except forward. Do you want to get something to eat?
Why do you and Chi-chan keep asking me if I want to eat something, Hi-chan?
Because we're all headed to the cafeteria and we haven't eaten together in a long time. So why not?
Is this about the student council?
Taking Shizune's lack of a reply as admission, Misha sighs.
Chi-chan, is that all you ever think about?
Before Shizune can reply, she leaves. I have to say I'm not left feeling very confident after what just happened. Neither of us were expecting it to go smoothly, but it would have been nice. Reading my mind, Shizune curls a finger around her glasses for a while before signing. I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not that I think we should give her some space now. I told you I wouldn't give up so easily. Yeah, well, I'm starting to wonder if it's not too soon. Cold feet? Well, I'm not going to. That would be giving up on her. There's a fine line between helping someone and smothering them, but I just want Misha to pull herself together and stop acting so weird. I know she can do it, even if she wants to try. People don't change overnight. If they could, the world would be a much easier place. Okay, you win. Then I guess this is a part where we split up and look for her? Though I'm the only one who is really supposed to find her. If I run into her first, I'll call you your cell phone. Smiling, Shizune takes out her cell phone, turning it on to prepare. I notice that she has an extremely high number of unread messages, and looking at her expression, so does she. Twirling it around by the strap a couple of times, she grimaces. I don't like using this thing. Why can't I just snap my fingers? And then what? I'm not a dog. It doesn't travel as far as a phone signal. You're having a lot of fun with this, aren't you? Shaking her head from side to side, she continues. It's obvious where she'll go. You can't look for her on the school grounds. She would want to go as far away as she can. Check the tea shop. It's usually empty this early. Misha loves to go there if she feels like skipping class, and she loves the parfaits they have there. You really know a lot about her, but she would overthink it and turn it into something that would seem a lot more backhanded than it actually is, so I choose to just nod and leave instead, until I feel her holding onto my sleeve. What? I say instinctively, forgetting that she can't hear me. It feels nice that I don't have to do it all by myself anymore, because I can trust you. I'm really happy. It makes me happy to hear it. I can't think of a way to respond and end up only nodding again. Heading outside, I catch a glimpse of the pink hair behind some other girl's head. As I head that way, I realize that this isn't the way to go if you want to leave school. It's the way to go to the student council room. If I wanted to avoid Shizune, I wouldn't head there. It's strange that Misha would go to that direction then. Maybe she wants to talk things over with Shizune. In which case, I have to wonder if letting things play out naturally would be such a bad idea after all, especially if it seems to be going in a good direction. Suddenly, Misha stops and spins around, catching me by surprise.
Surprise! Hee-chan, were you looking for me? I had a feeling.
I was going to say, hey, I was just looking for you, but I suppose that's no good now. She isn't even finished with her sentence before she blows past me, heading for the exit. I have to admit that Misha's infuriatingly sharper than I'd expected, also surprisingly fast. Although it's more physical activity than I think I should be getting, I managed to catch up with her halfway to the gate. You're really being the rudest woman in the world right now. Can't you just stop trying to run away for 1 second? I want to talk to you. Misha turns on her heel, looking mildly amused, and raises her hands as if to tell me to go on. Now that I've got her attention, though, it's hard to think of the right thing to say. Where are you going now?
To Shanghai.
Can I go with you then? Waiting for her to answer feels like an eternity. It's almost as if I can hear my wristwatch ticking off the individual seconds.
Okay then, Hee-chan.
I get the sense that she only agreed because she doesn't want to argue anymore today. When we get there, a couple come in after us, causing Misha to jump slightly at the noise. Seeing that it isn't Shizune, she relaxes again, smiling almost as usual to order a parfait from Yuko and sliding into the nearest booth. You ran off too fast. You could have at least waited to see what she was going to say. Misha's angry reaction tells me that it could be that she was afraid of what Shizune might say.
Why are you doing this, Hee-chan?
Because Shizune still wants to be your friend. I guess that for her, it's kind of like launching a nuclear missile from a submarine. You need 2 keys to do it. What else can she do, though? She isn't automatically signing whatever she hears or says anymore, and I'm sure that it's the reason Shizune's been having so much trouble with her. If she tried to just talk it over, you wouldn't listen. Misha's guilty expression tells me I've hit the mark. Do you really hate Shizune that much?
No, Hee-chan, I told you that.
She answers without even flinching, idly playing with a spoon. Yeah, I know. I'm sure she knows it too, but I wonder if it might be easier if you did. The only thing she really thought about for the last week is how to make you happy, since Shizune is still attached to you. Yesterday, though, she thought that maybe it would be easiest for you if you just hated her. Since you didn't tell her you hate her, Shizune thinks that you can both still be friends. She's like that, only thinking in extremes. Her parfait is starting to melt, the ingredients coming together in tiny rivers that remind me of the growing roots of a tree being shown through time-lapse photography.
That's stupid. Hee-chan isn't that stupid, Hee-chan. Don't be ridiculous.
It's got nothing to do with intelligence. Smart people can do stupid things. And anyway, isn't it true? I was terrified last week when we talked, but at the end, I was relieved because it sounded like things might go back to normal. I wasn't expecting you two to have a fight right after.
It wasn't a fight, Hee-chan. It was just me yelling at her.
I've noticed that Misha's voice never really changes in tone, just volume. It's so low with guilt that I can hardly believe it came from her. Either way, I was happy because I thought you and her could still be friends, since she needs you.
No, she doesn't, Hee-chan.
So, how do you know that? There's a lot of things Shizune doesn't vocalize, say, talk about. I'm afraid to say if I say the wrong thing, it'll ruin the mood. I get to finally have a conversation with her, and I don't want to screw it up. I wonder if this is the first time she's had an honest conversation with me. Just because she didn't tell you doesn't mean she doesn't like you.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. Otherwise, she would argue back. You don't think so? She picks fights with everyone, so why not you? Obviously because you're her friend and she values you, and Shizune is hurt too. She's just awful at showing her feelings. Usually does it the wrong way too, but she still likes you.
Hee-chan, do you remember when I said I don't want to hate Shu-chan or upset her? The truth is, I ended up doing both. Now it's like there's, an awkwardness between us. It's hard to explain.
Both of you are so stubborn. You were talking about how you didn't want to drift apart from Shizune, but then you're going to let it happen. And Shizune is just as bad. She wants to be your friend, but respects you too much to be as aggressive as she would be with anyone else. I'm sure that Misha interprets Shizune giving her space as a lack of caring.
I screwed up already, Hee-chan. It'll happen again, I'm sure. When I think about it that way, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It feels like either way, it'll end up making things worse. Then it might be better if I didn't do anything at all, right?
Don't be ridiculous. Why would you even think that way in the first place? Be more positive. It should be easy for you, I want to say, but that would be pretty presumptuous.
Hee-chan, I never knew you were so optimistic. I never expected it. You always act so gloomy when I try to surprise you.
No, this is a recent thing. Really, I just hate it when people give up easily now.
Now, huh?
It makes me mad when people give up. I used to think that giving up was kind of like running away, since that's how people always describe it. But now that I think about it, it's more like throwing something away. When you run away from something, you can think of it as still being there. So I was in the hospital, and I didn't want to just run away from my problems. I wanted to never think about them again. Misha eats a spoonful of her gray ice cream goo. Did she only just remember it was there now, or could it be that she really likes it that way? Anyway, my point is, you can't do that. People are too sentimental to just throw their memories out like that.
It's impossible. Shizune can't think of life in terms of anything but winning and losing. Don't you think she wishes she didn't have to remember the parts where she loses? You can't pick and choose, though. It's like wanting to live in a bubble. The worst part is, your way of thinking is so wasteful. It's making you so pessimistic you're afraid of everything. Come on. I grab her hand and as I wave to Yuko with the other to pay for our food. Where are we going now? Back to school before lunch is over, but I want to check out a few places before then. Although I start feeling tired, even after doing what could be described as on the level of a brisk jog at best, Misha and I eventually make it to the gate of the school with little over 10 minutes to spare. I didn't even want to really come to this school, you know? I didn't have a choice. When I got to this gate, I'm sure a part of me was thinking, what a depressing place. It doesn't look depressing at all, though. Well, I still thought I had everything figured out. I felt practically like another person. If I could, I'd go back and tell myself to stop thinking he can write everything off as a glance, and acting like his life was already over, and he can never have fun again. The school grounds are still littered with quite a few people. It's lunchtime, so it's typical. This is where you and Shizune had me helping you put together 2 festivals. What a lot of hard work. I thought, I don't have time for this. When I look back on it, though, I didn't do all that much. I also didn't have anything better to do. I just have spent this time alone. I drag her to her homeroom next, which is empty except for Muto trying to eat a sandwich before classes resume. Every time I thought of either of you, I wished you would leave me alone, whether it was here or... Leaving Muto to his lunch, we head for the nearby vending machine. I grab the soda while I still have 5 minutes to drink. I spent the entire lunch period with Misha, longer than both Shizune and I have managed to talk to her in days. Following me to the cafeteria, or trying to corner me after half of my classes. I never realized we only talked like 4 times. It really was all in my head. I only barely realized it now.
I remembered that, Hee-chan, but I know where all these places are too.
Wait, let me finish my guided tour, since we're running out of time. By the way, do you want a soda? Making our way to the stairwell, I'm glad I didn't have to pull her by the hand anymore. You get dizzy on stairs, right?
Yeah.
I guess just here is good enough then. I lean against the wall as Misha sits down on the steps across from me. Do you ever miss the people you went to school with in elementary school or middle school? No. That was fast. She didn't even have time to think about it. I find myself cringing reflectively. I had more friends in my old school, but I don't talk to them anymore. It almost feels like that was another lifetime ago, which is sad, really. Sometimes I want to talk to them again, but I know I can't. I'm scared and embarrassed. Things like that. They're too far away for me to go see them. Then I think about calling them, but I don't know most of their numbers. And I left on a sour note, so why would they want to see me again? It feels like I should just forget about it, but I still think about it anyway and regret that I didn't try harder to stay in touch somehow. And I start to think that maybe feeling like I should forget about it is wrong. It would be an insult to all those people I had fun with and a waste of all of the good times. Like I said before, even if there are some bad times too, it's alright if you can look back on them as happy memories. But I didn't even think about it then, so it was like I woke up one day and realized I had no friends. I just let myself lose all my friends, and it felt awful. I'd really hate it if you and Shizune ended up the same way, that's all.
That's all.
It makes me sad to think that you'll do the same thing and push away your friend, especially because you're not far away from Shizune. I mean, you even live in the same dorm.
Friend, Aren't you my friend too, Hee-chan?
Yeah. You slept through all of it, but the fireworks were really nice way back at the festival. My first time seeing fireworks like that, and my first time really seeing the sky in a while, and I'd never really looked at the stars before then either. I had thumbed through a book about them while I was in the hospital, though, and learned a lot. Like, the stars aren't just burning, they're more like a constant chain of explosions, so far away that some of the stars I'd be seeing would have been burnt out for thousands of years already. It's that their light would only just then be reaching Earth. I saw a mock-up comparing the size of the planet to our sun, and then that to other suns. Japan wasn't even visible on the tiny Earth in the book. You know what I never realized? She looks at me expectantly. They're amazingly shiny. It's true.
Why are you doing this, Hee-chan?
Doing what?
I'm not stupid.
I don't know. A bunch of reasons. Because you're Shizune's friend, and I like how close you were, and maybe I'm trying to tell you that we all have our low points, but giving up is stupid. Anyway, it seems worth the trouble.
That's the only reason?
And you're my friend.
That's it?
Can't I do something for no reason?
You can, but
I want to know. Well, what else do you want to hear? The bell rings before Misha can reply, so she ends up laughing instead.
The next day, Misha's back in class, although still looking pretty sullen. Not that I was expecting her to magically feel better, that it would be asking the impossible considering what happened. This time it's Shizune's who's out. At first, it almost makes me laugh that suddenly whenever one is in class, the other isn't. But thinking about it, there's nothing funny at all about it. In fact, I find it hard to concentrate on my work because of it. It could be that she's just sick, or she could simply be skipping class. It could also be something more serious, and I'm tempted to ask Misha if she knows, but I end up doing nothing. I don't regret stepping in yesterday, scared that Misha would do something rash. But now I feel like I should give her some space. Eventually the bell rings and Misha gets up for lunch along with everyone else. I decide to eat my lunch in an empty classroom today, just not this one. Unfortunately, a lot of other students seem to have the same idea, so there aren't a whole lot of empty classrooms to go around. Finally, as I'm about to give up on the idea, I find a dark one at the end of the hall. On turning the lights on, however, I find that this one isn't empty either. Lily's head turns in my direction, which freaks me out before I realize she probably heard me flipping the light switch.
Hello.
Hi, Lily. I didn't think anyone else would be here.
Is it you, Huzao?
Yeah, but you probably knew that already. I turn to leave, which prompts Lily to quickly speak up.
You don't have to leave so quickly. We can both have a lunch in the same room. As a matter of fact, I would prefer to eat with someone else.
I'm about to ask her how she knew I was here to eat lunch, but brush it aside. It's just simple common sense, and I don't want to seem too easily impressed. I take a seat at the desk in front of Lily. After reversing it to face hers, I've heard that our minds fill in a lot of what we see based on how we remember seeing it once before, or our expectations. Mostly for efficiency, so as to not have to process everything you look at individually. Lily never seems to stop to question any noise, so I wonder, is it because her mind is filling in context every time, or does she not care and just sort of accept things as they fall into place? Or on her desk there are a few cookies and a thermos of tea. She must be one of those light lunch types. I bite into my sandwich. Some of the ingredients spill out onto the back end.
We haven't spoken in a long time. I'm surprised that you still remember my name.
Mm-hmm.
You must be very busy in the student council.
It's different every week. Some weeks are pretty slow. Some weeks I consider taking a sick day. Hold on, Lily. I need a second to catch my breath from inhaling that sandwich. And how
has that been lately?
Unpredictable. I snap my fingers, which from her facial expression upset her a lot.
I think that you've been hanging out with those two too much.
I guess it is one of Shizune's trademarks. Personally, I like it.
I ignore it.
Her tone doesn't change even slightly, but Lily's mood is obviously dipped. It doesn't seem like it would be easy to. I've been trying to figure out how she can make it so loud, but I think I'm damaging my knuckles.
Even if it were loud enough to break the windows, I would ignore it. I'm not a trained seal. I have that luxury.
Are you still mad about that? I ask the question as carefully and diplomatically as possible, although in the end, I'm only asking to satisfy my curiosity.
No, of course not, although I don't like Shizune. We aren't in the student council together for a brief time.
We were in the student council together for a brief time. I heard.
I wish you hadn't been so quick to join. I don't like the way Shizune runs the student council. Did you know that she scared off most of the old members? That is why I think she tries to surround herself with people who won't oppose her. And they don't. It's like a dependency bubble.
I'm sure that Shizune is aware of what Lily is saying. After all, I can remember her specifically denying it a couple of times, which I'd always thought was strange. They say that the more specific a denial is, the more likely it is that the allegations are true. In this case, I think I disagree. Shizune is the one subject on which her opinion can be called less than objective. Did you tell her that?
Very often.
Lily stops to polish off the last of her tea. I'm running behind on finishing my own lunch and take advantage of the pause to eat as much as possible.
All of her friends are related to the student council, like Misha. I heard things are touchy between her and Misha. Did they have a fight?
Not really.
Is that so? Either way, there is no point in attempting to force them to make up. Always try to confront everything head-on, is what Shizune would do, but it doesn't work on the real world. At some point, it's just being stubborn, not bravery or good intentions.
That's a little general, don't you think?
I suppose so. What do you think is the best to have with tea? Cookies or scones? I like them both, in different ways. I couldn't possibly choose. I don't like people who constantly force me to pick sides or want to turn everything into a contest. When I joined the student council, I thought it would just mean helping everything run smoothly and helping people out, like being the class representative. Instead, every day consisted of having Shizune stomp around, using Misha like a megaphone, to talk about how we had to outdo the last student council and create more and more events and make them increasingly larger.
But then the two of you basically want the same thing. All of that stuff makes things exciting. I didn't really get it at first, but it's not some ego project. People like fireworks and soba huts and candied apples and dress-up days or whatever. The more the student council does, the more responsibility the school gives us. It means extra work, but in a way it also means more freedom. You have the pull to do things like organize a big festival, and they'll think you're capable enough to handle it instead of just rejecting it instantly. Anyways, I want that too now. It's got its share of pointless busy work, but there are moments that make it worth it when everything comes together. It gives me something to do. If I were just to go to school every day, day in and day out, I think I'd explode. I think Yamaku is much more easygoing than other schools. Yamaku is in other schools, though. I start slipping into another familiar mentality. In some ways, it's almost too easygoing. And if I were a different person, I'm sure that I would find how easygoing it was to be stifling, though in any other school, such easiness would be the normal flow of life. But here, the uneventfulness would be compounded. It would feel different because I'm not a normal person after all. I'd be reminded of it every time I heard the blood beating in my temples. I'd feel patronized and weak, and my bitterness would only grow. Yeah, sure. The point is, I think I understand what it's all about now. You're really giving Shizune too much of a hard time. That might be true, but when it comes to how she treats individual people, she doesn't do very well. Unfortunately, that one is harder to argue. Do you have the time? I'd like to go to class 10 minutes before the bell. Then you're right on time if you go now. Excusing herself, Lily leaves, and I sit listening to the clicking of her cane on the floor, fading into the mumble of other students having conversations in the other classrooms and in the hall. I feel exhausted and completely forget that I wanted to talk to Shizune today. After classes the next day, I instantly head towards the student council room to talk to Shizune. Even though she's in class, trying to cut her off and have a conversation with her near the doorway or out in the hall would be a little obstructive. Better to try and meet up with her at the student council room. I take my time heading there, getting a juice from the vending machine on the way. I also go over what I want to say to her in my head. It's nothing too important, only a few questions about upcoming events. The door is unlocked when I get there. I'd think the room was empty too if I couldn't see Shizune's bag perched on her desk, with the top of her head peeking from behind it. It looks as though she's built herself a little fort. Shizune gives a wave from behind her bag, before picking it up with a finger and moving it out of the way. But after that, she immediately goes back to tapping her pen against the desk and staring into a checklist as if it held the meaning of life itself in it. What do you need? I wanted to see if there was anything I could help with, like all that over there. What are those? I point to the medium-sized stack of folders beside her, but she waves her hand dismissively. I can handle it myself. Then what about the elections? Also, where's Misha? It's going okay, and I told Misha that I was going to handle everything myself. Why? Shizune spins a pen in her hand slowly, working it between each of her fingers like a needle through a patch of cloth. No reason. Really? No reason. She signs it again for emphasis, to shut down the notion that there's anything more behind it, but there is, since she's definitely not acting normally. What's with the silent treatment is the phrase that immediately springs to mind, even though it's hardly the time for humor. It does describe how I feel. We can't communicate normally, so I appreciate the few ways we can. To be shut out like this hurts. It's obvious that whatever her reasons, it's going to be pretty much impossible to talk to Shizune today. Beyond just being stubborn, she seems depressed, but with the way our conversation is going already, I don't see myself being able to find out what she's depressed about. Somehow that only makes me want to find out more, and that means I have to ask Misha. The problem is, I don't really know where Misha goes in her spare time. After asking way more people than I should if they've noticed a girl with bright pink hair around, and getting way more negative answers than I expected, I finally find a couple who have seen her. By the time I reach the cafeteria where Misha has apparently been this entire time, I've been around the whole school twice, and I'm very tired. I realize I've passed by her before and just didn't see her behind a pillar. Why are you better at finding me than I am at finding you? You were looking for me, Hichan? Who knows? I think it's just a coincidence. You know, the whole point of coincidences is that they aren't consistent. Are you having a really late lunch? I didn't get to eat at lunchtime, so yeah, but not too much. I can still have dinner. Did you want to talk to me about something, Hichan? I don't waste any time. Yeah, the reason I'm here. Did you notice Shizune has been kind of moody lately? I wanted to ask you the same thing, Hichan. Well, except she's been this way for a couple of days now. I see. Hichan, do you think it's because of something I did? Do you think I got upset at Hichan like last time? No, she seems angrier at me anyway. I'm not lying, I really don't. Unfortunately, my attempts to assure her of that don't seem to be going very well. In her own way, Misha's pretty stubborn too. Eventually, I just head back to my dorm. The last few days have been nothing but a continuously frustrating experience, and they've left me drained. I feel tired enough that I decide to take a nap, hoping that maybe I'll figure things out in my sleep.
When I wake up, I feel more refreshed, but still without clarity. The only thing that has changed is that it's dark outside. From opening the window a little, I can tell the weather is still kind of nice. After dry swallowing my nighttime pills, I take a little walk to the vending machines. They're out of everything I normally get, so I mash my head against the buttons until something pops out. My hand. The lights are off in the main building, including the student council room, just an offhand observation. As I'm thinking to myself, I can hear a rustling behind me. I've seen this movie before, and that it's very ominous sound to hear, alone at night. Luckily, it's just Kenji, and he wanders out of the bushes in an unusually cheery mood. Hey! What the hell? Did you just creep up on people? Do you just creep up on people at night and casually go, hey, a lot? No, that'd be weird. I knew it was you. I have extremely good night vision. Maybe it's because I'm a superhuman. What are you doing here, then? I could ask you the same question. What are you doing here? I considered just telling him the truth, but quickly decided against it. It would take too long to explain. Howling at the moon. I do that too sometimes. The moon isn't out tonight, though. I barely even hear him. I'm feeling a bit resentful at the interruption. I lied to Shizune through my teeth that nothing was wrong, or to be more exact, I lied through my hands. At the exact same time, I was carrying on an entirely different conversation with Misha. That conversation, understandably, still could upset Shizune, but there's no way that she could have heard it. Even Misha's hands, usually signing all of her thoughts, were completely still. Even if they weren't, I was standing in front of her, blocking them from Shizune's view. The only way that Shizune could listen in on that conversation would be if she could read lips. Pretty much the first thing I'd ask about when taking sign language was about lip reading, just out of curiosity. It's not easy nor is it perfect, so I'd never considered it until now. It would make sense, and the room for misunderstandings while reading lips wouldn't help. So I realized that I could use the cover of darkness to buy milk. Usually I only go out when it's raining, or I can shroud myself in a sea of bikers or tourists. This is much more consistent. I'm spending too much money on milk now, though. You seem kind of mopey out of it or something. Don't think too hard. A man has to be all about action. You can think about stuff all day, but changing the situation around by doing something is the best way. I do things all the time without thinking about it. That's why in middle school, they called me Causes Many Problems. I thought it was cool. Sounds like an Indian name. I'm not really in the mood. Having a bad day? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of distracted right now. So distracted that it doesn't hit me until he leaves that his was actually kind of sound advice. I think Shizune would have given the same suggestion. By then, it's too late to thank him politely. I already responded in the rudest tone possible. I just feel like an ass. In retrospect, these past few days I've regretted every action I've taken. The worst part is that I haven't taken the time to stew over them, and in doing so, learn from them. This only has led to, more regrets. The next morning, as I'm getting dressed, I hear a knock at my door. Quickly putting on the rest of my clothes, I open it, without really stopping to think about who could be behind it. It turns out to be Shizune. Misha told me that you were looking for me. I'm a bit hurt that I don't get a good morning, but it's not too big of a deal. I was. But you found me yesterday. Shizune's fingers trace a crack in the wall. It seems like she's trying her best to look distant. Well, I didn't make it easy, did I? It's alright. That's why I'm here. We can talk today, although I kind of want to go out somewhere else. What about class? It's fine, it's fine. How about we take a walk around the school? Everywhere except the main building is going to be deserted. The first period bell should be ringing right now. I take a quick glance at my watch to see that she's right. Okay. Is there something wrong? Why do you think there is something wrong? Because you're obviously upset. I could just tell. It's what I wanted to talk to you about. Shizune quickly cracks her knuckles when I sign to her. Apparently I'm easier to read than I thought. I was trying hard to hide it. Can you tell what I'm thinking right now? I don't respond, and Shizune heads towards the door, slowly enough that I can tell she wants me to follow her. Her hands are folded behind her back, which is arched against them as though she is about to bend over backwards at any second. Outside, I see Shizune is right. The school is completely deserted, although it's not my first time seeing the school like this. It's kind of eerie. Shizune acts almost as though I'm not here, browsing a vending machine and taking a slow and winding path until we end up behind the main building. Finally, she leans against a wall and faces me, but it's like I've forgotten how to start a conversation. There is a saying, you don't know how much you've screwed until you screw up. Who says that? I guess it's me. Reconsidering her train of thought, she waves her hand in frustration. Okay, I'll put it differently. When I was younger, we had to make posters for Earth Day in school. There was another girl in my class whom everyone considered the best artist. It wasn't because she could draw better than everyone else. It was how much she could fit into a single picture. I wanted to be better than her, so I made countless posters until I ended up with the best possible one. I had to be the best to have the greatest one. In the end, everyone liked my poster most of all, even the teacher. A week later, it was meaningless. I threw it in the trash.
I think I've told you something like this before.
Yeah.
When I feel like I'm finished, I wish I could just wipe the slate clean. Whether I succeed or not, I put Misha through a lot, and even dragged you into it. And every point where I could have solved this silly situation or prevented it from happening in the first place keeps coming back to me. It's the worst feeling, especially when I feel like I've done nothing right and everything wrong. Like recently, it's the worst kind of failure. I feel like a failure on every level. I wish I could wipe away everything I've done and just be alone, since all I've done is mess with Misha for 2 years and jerk you around for a year for selfish reasons. It's fine. No, it's not. You don't understand. I was just thinking about it. Everything I do feels like I have to beat someone else. Everyone else. Everyone else even. If that is how it is, then what are my relationships with people? They almost feel the same. I can see where this is going. The point is that I've messed up so many people by being selfish, and now I want to be away from other people for a while. Even me? There's a pause. Yes. Followed by an even longer pause, this time from me. I see. That's the most selfish thing you could do. It's just you making another decision by yourself. For a minute, it looks as though she's considering the best way to respond, but in the end, she simply nods, which I think is the best way to respond anyway. It's very like her to be roundabout even now, but ultimately without excuses. All my emotions simmer inside me. I see a kettle in front of me, water rolling inside of it, so close that I can touch it and feel the heat radiating off of it. I'm glad for the distraction because I know there's no remorse or bargaining possible. You told me that everything was fine, but it wasn't true, was it? I can't believe it ever again, then. All right. Not even bothering to sign it, I stand up. My hands are in my pockets, fingering my loose change. The morning air is cold against my face. As I look back at her, she seems very lonely. I'm reminded of myself. I've made that expression before. Maybe it's on my face right now. It feels like the image of such a lonely girl will be stuck in my mind forever. Every moment where I could have prevented this or solved the problem comes back to me. It makes me smile in a way without amusement. Oh, and that was Shizune's bad end. Alright, terminal, reach Shizune's bad ending, achievement unlocked. Okay, and without any further ado, now we're going to try to get the good ending. And finish Katawa Shoujo. Okay, Misha asked us to comfort her and we are going to refuse. Before I can answer, she pushes her whole weight against me and it unbalances me enough to send us both onto the bed. If I don't answer quickly, then the situation will only become more precarious. I know that I should have never let things get as tangled as they already are. So even though it isn't the most tactful way to refuse her, I push her off of me. Misha falls backwards onto the sheet so softly that it seems like she barely fell at all. Eyes closed, she stays like that for a while before getting up with a hollow laugh. You're right, Hee-chan. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how I feel, regretful slightly, even though I've grown to hate regret. Sad for a multitude of reasons. I'm also a little angry, both at her and at myself, and in a way, it even seems like I'm not really feeling at all. Don't be.
No, Hee-chan, it's okay. I am, really. But just asking was enough for me, I think. I'm happier that you said no.
Is that right? Well, that's good.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Hee-chan.
She pulls herself up and leans against the wall. I'm assuming she is. My head hurts so much that I don't bother opening my eyes. I lie on my bed, listening to the rustle of my hair rustling against the sheets and the grass waving in the wind outside. I guess that I should say more to reassure her, but I wonder if that would really help. Maybe it would be better if I say better to say nothing. I just don't know, although I think that in this situation, there's no one right thing I can do.
Good night, Hee-chan.
With that, she leaves, the door clicking shut behind her like a guilty whisper. Maybe it's because I'm eager to put today behind me, but after Misha is gone, I find it much easier to fall asleep. I do so almost instantly. I've grown so used to seeing Shizune and Misha together that I hadn't realized until yesterday how much that hasn't been the case lately. And it's a shame, because the empty seat next to her reminds me that they are a pair, so yesterday is something I'll take to my grave. If I feel this way about it, I wonder how Misha must feel, just as regretful. When she came onto me, she was more depressed than sexy to start with. I can only imagine how much worse it would be now. Thinking about it like that, I want to see her again, but only half-heartedly. The other half of me is still terrified, even though I hate to use that word. It makes me feel ashamed, but I'm sure it's the only way to describe myself right now. I spend the next couple of periods in the library, not in the mood to sit in class for the rest of the day, but unwilling to walk back to the dorms. And Misha just told us that she was in love with Shizune and confessed and was rejected. Misha presses herself harder against the fence at her back, as if hoping to slip right through it. Without really thinking about it, I grab her hand. My reflexes are terrible, and I manage to only grasp onto a few of her fingers, but it's unimportant. Sorry, it's just that you said something pretty weird just now.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Hee-chan.
Yeah. Do you want to know what I think? Shizune is the type of person who won't let anyone close to her except on her terms. It's frustrating sometimes. It's even infuriating. That probably would have bothered me when I was in the hospital, and anyone who shut me out was dead to me. I'd forgotten all about it until recently. I got the letter, and it was all about that. I'm not mad, though. I thought, can you accuse me of closing myself off from everyone and giving up? Isn't that what everyone else did to me? What else am I supposed to do? What can I do? Yeah, even now I know that's how it happened, but she was right too. I did close myself off. So I made up my mind that I'm not going to let that be the case ever again.
The hospital? Hee-chan, is that what those pills are for?
Just listen, please. Shizune is the opposite of how I was. She's always wanted to draw people closer to her. That's the only reason Shizune was interested in me in the first place, I think. And I think I was determined to not let that happen in a way. Misha casts her eyes downward, understanding perfectly. I never realized how hard that can be. And now I feel like I'm going to return the favor, even if it takes twice as long. I already learned a second language just to get this far. It wasn't as hard as I thought, but it was definitely hard. Sometimes I felt like I was clawing my way up a mountain with how my hands hurt. And you did the same thing, and it was for the same reason, wasn't it? That's really amazing, which is why it makes me sad, and a little angry that you would say a stupid thing like that. That's just what I believe, anyway. Her shoulders slump, and Misha almost slides to the floor, like she's drained of all energy.
You're too dramatic, Hee-chan,
she says while looking away, turning her head almost as if she wants to look out at the school grounds, but not turning it enough to do so. Misha laughs, managing to let out a restrained "Wahaha" that Shizune can't see. It makes me feel better. It means that it wasn't only for her benefit. I was thinking that you both actually could help me with something. What else is there? We can't go out to eat. We already ordered in yesterday, and that was already breaking policy. 3 days in a row would be unforgivable.
But that was ordering in, Hee-chan. Going out to eat is different.
Yeah, totally different. You're both kidding yourselves. Before I can reply, Shizune grabs my hand, limiting my ability to do so. My options cut down so drastically I have no choice but to settle for making a face at her instead. She makes one back before extending her hand to Misha as well. When Misha is reluctant to take it, I walk forward as far as holding on to Shizune at the same time will allow me, and take her hand myself. She only has a second to smile before Shizune starts pulling us impatiently towards the door, binding us together like a human chain. Although it's dangerous, none of us seem to think of letting go any step of the way through the school, out the doors, and across the grounds. This feels familiar, as if we've walked like this before, the three of us hand in hand. Of course, the mood was a lot happier then. I can see the lingering sadness on her face, and it makes me wonder if anything has really changed, if this is all just a distraction or not. But I think it's just me slipping back into being cynical because of that moment. It's a start. Wait, is that it? Oh, Act 4 now. So we had just done our little tour around the school with Misha, and it's the next day. Or the next few days. I see less of Misha in the following days, but I don't worry because when I do see her, she looks a bit more like her old self each time. Once it's clear enough that I don't have to be afraid of it being my wishful thinking coloring my perceptions, I start to relax again. I wake up very early and feeling sick on Sunday. I went to sleep too early last night too. Something's also wrong with my curtains, and they won't close completely. Because of that, I can't even attempt to go back to sleep. The sun hits me in the eyes every time. I'm sure this is probably why I woke up so early this morning as well. Being this sick and tired is a perfect storm of frustration. I'm almost glad when there's a knock at the door. It's a familiar person holding an almost completely eaten apple in his hand. Taking one last bite, he attempts to shoot it into my trash can and misses completely, and it smashes apart on the wall 2 meters too high. To be fair, most of the pieces afterwards do manage to fall into the trash can, but I'm pretty sure no one is so brazen that they would be aiming to do something like this on purpose.
Perfect shot.
Sup, roomie? I'm not your roomie. We don't live in the same room.
It doesn't matter.
It does. You should at least know the difference between living in the same building and living in the same room. I need to use your room. For what? I messed up. I should have said absolutely not. The student council keeps delivering my mail, even though I asked them to put it in my locker or something. But they keep putting it under my door, delivering my mail without me even noticing it. So today, I'm lying in wait to catch them in the act, like a detective or a safari hunter. I need to chill in your room for today and look through a little peephole, I won't be able to catch them in the act, and maybe tomorrow too. It'll be awesome. We'll get pizza on both days, or should we get pizza on just one day or something else on the other day? But what? Which day is pizza day? Not today. Never. You know, I'm in the student council. Why didn't you just ask me about this? If he had, I would have been able to find out very easily and wouldn't have had Kenji in my room. It's a win-win, except I guess this way he might just be able to get a pizza out of me. I start thinking that maybe that was Kenji's intention. But no, I doubt it. There's no way he could plan something that elaborate. You know? when they deliver mail? No, they just hand me my mail when I go to student council usually. The point is, I could find out by asking them, and then I'd know and I could tell you. That's how people find things out, by asking. Not cavemen. Aw, yeah, no response to that, yeah, right? Checkmate. Use your own people. What if they see me? They can't. It's how people's work. It's like a one-way glass. For real? No way. They'll be expecting me to be in my room anyway. They'll sense my presence and know I'm there. They'll never expect me to actually be in the room across the hall. I'm going to go to the student council room and go get your mail for you right now. Then I guess I can let you leave. I can't let you leave. That's dumb. What if I have to use the toilet? Your games won't work on me. I sit down at my desk and start doing my homework for the weekend. You know, you're going to have to leave eventually, so you can't stay here forever, or keep me here forever. I mean, this is my room to start with. Yeah, I don't think I can. What time does the mail usually come? Now. Why are women so slow? Why do you care so much about the mail anyway? Are you expecting something? I'm always expecting something. Not today, though. Do you want them to send something? Do you even send mail? Nope, that's just how they get you. I haven't used the mail since I was 8. Sent a letter to a Lego asking them to make Dragon Ball Legos. They said they couldn't get the rights to give me, and gave me some coupons. Totally worth it, but after that, I made sure to stay off the radar. You don't use mail, do you? I wrote to my parents last week. But that's how they get you. Yes, I should have known. Maybe that's why they put that microchip in me the next day. So, the rumors were true. I'd like to know what rumor mill he got that from. I was kidding. It's a joke. Joke? Damn, you would joke on me? I guess this is how it feels, to have jokes cracked on. I never thought it happened to me. This is a serious issue, man. I think you're not appreciating the depth of my dilemma. It's a work in many acts. Complicated acts, with many players. It's really hard, okay? After I'm done, I'm gonna eat whole fish to celebrate. Shit, I wanted a pizza, though. I still want pizza. Can I get fish on a pizza? Do they do that now? You're going to be paying for it. You still haven't paid me back, and I'm not hungry right now anyway. Not in the mood for pizza? That's just not possible, son. It's gotta be pizza. Anyway, I'm in the pizza stage of my life. Before I was a nice cream stage, but my girlfriend kept eating all the strawberries out of my Neapolitan. It would probably happen to you, too. It's hard to tell if he's serious half the time. I can only see his expression when he's not nose deep in my door. I doubt that. Hey, you know that I actually do have a girlfriend, right? Not Iwanako either. The student council president, actually. Old news. What? Seriously? I have many sources. Anyway, then it dawned on me that I'd gotten fat from all that ice cream. It was a rude awakening, like sleeping on a beach and getting hit by a wave that destroys your sandcastle. I started running, had to lose the pounds, but maybe I was really running away from myself. A sudden and continuous knocking causes him to leap backwards far enough to hit the wall all the way behind him. I take the opportunity to walk over and open the door. Good morning. What's up? I hear if you salt the doorway, they can't enter uninvited. I'm not going to put salt in my doorway. But you're considering it. Good. Good morning. Are you here to deliver the mail? Nodding, Shizune waves a couple of envelopes between our faces. I take them from her, freeing up her hands and for conversation. How did you know? You were hiding it behind your back in a really obvious way. Hiding what? The mail. It's okay, I wasn't trying very hard to hide it in the first place. That's not like you. You're the type of person who'd go, anything's worth trying if anything worth trying is worth trying hard. Girls taking initiative? And what about me? I've been using that phrase for years. Where's my parade, dog? I spit literary gold, and you women just steal it and wear it out like a 2-for-1 sundress. You're all like the Picard of my Kirk, or you could even be Janeway. Not all the time. Are you making fun of me? Finally noticing Kenji, she gives him a wave. Hey Kenji, the student council president says hi. Hi. Introduce me. I have no idea what he's saying, but it looks confident. Oh yes, no one is better at saying that kind of stuff confidently. I already did. I even introduced you by title. This is Kenji. He's the guy across the hall. His room is right behind you. Anyway, do you have his mail too? I'm only delivering your mail because it was there. I have early access. It's all about location. Consider it as a perk for being in the student council. That doesn't sound very fair. She takes a lot of liberties with her position. At least they're small ones. This is the first time I've really been able to see your room. It's a blatant lie, or she'd have signed it much faster. I'm sure Shizune remembers that it's not the first time. Why does he get to see your room and I can't? Is it a guy thing? It's not a secret club being a guy. It should be, with rings. Rings with big-ass emblems, and gold. Are you sure? Are you really sure? I always thought that there was a secret brotherhood of men. Why is she ignoring me? Let me tell you about the guy club. Also, what's up with the hand signals? Is she trying to hex me or something? No, stay out of this. I just have to translate anything you say to her, and I'm not sure if I could handle it, and she'll probably misunderstand it, and then you'll probably misunderstand the reply, and I'll have to translate your rebuttal. Rebuttal? Why would I rebut? I like my butt. What is he saying? He says he has no rebuttal. Rebuttal to what? I haven't even begun to challenge him yet. I don't like the way she put it, so it appears that she wants to, but about what? It doesn't matter since it wouldn't end well. Don't pick fights where there are none. I've never met your friend. Why can't I? It looks like he's being passionate. I suppose with the way he's flailing about, it would be stupid to expect Shizune to think otherwise. Anyway, I'd better change the subject. Not that it would be likely to work on her, but I'm sure that she has to have come here for a reason, other than just drop my mail off. If it was something that tiny, she wouldn't have even bothered knocking. You didn't come here just to give me my mail or chat up my friends, did you? Shizune snaps her fingers in mid-mock frustration. It's as cringe-inducingly loud as ever. You're right. Let's go somewhere again. Do you have somewhere in mind already? You're right again. Let's go to the usual place. She whips out a bag of neatly wrapped containers from just outside of the door frame. I'm guessing they're filled with food, and this time it doesn't look store-bought. Setting it down between her feet, she continues. Is that for me? This was the real surprise, see? I have to have something over everyone at the very end. I agree, in the way people normally do when someone makes a statement in front of them that tells way more than they meant to tell. Well, fine, if you're both going to ignore me, I'm out of here. So cruel, you'll regret this. Not long afterwards, we find ourselves on the school roof. Is it normally deserted at this time, on such a nice day like this on the weekend? No, of course not. I can only think that it's because of Shizune. Not that clearing out a roof would require anything more than posting a sign on the door. The empty plastic container Shizune had packed our meal in lie next to me. It was another quiet meal, since holding chopsticks prevents us from saying much to each other. While it's not blowing hard enough to be a problem, the wind is a little strong today. It blows the plastic bag loose from under the empty container, so it whips around for a bit before rolling over my legs and getting caught on the tip of Shizune's shoe. Immediately she grabs it and starts signing, not looking happy that I'm laughing at her, even though she's trying not to let out a laugh herself. With the bags in the way, however, she has to eventually sit on it to continue. Very funny. How was it? The food? It tasted familiar. That means it was bad. No, I remember eating this exact meal before, when you made it. Not exactly the same. The fried shrimp was new. That's the only thing I know how to make, but I should have improved. How many times have you made it before? This is the second time. Making this particular meal? Cooking. Next time, it's your turn to try it. The way she keeps tugging on the corner of the bag is bothering me. I think I know why she's doing it. Is it really bugging you that much? I want to pack them all properly. It's okay, I'll get them. As I'm picking them up, I realize she must have brought a lot of food to be able to fill all these containers. I didn't even eat much. Shizune must have some metabolism in order to pack all that away. Even though I've only been up for a second, it's long enough to stupidly trip over my own feet. Barely managing to break my fall, I end up landing on my elbows and knees right next to Shizune's lap. As I pull myself back up, hand gingerly held on my chest, all I can think about is how my knees hurt and how this fall could have killed me. I feel nauseous. Shizune gives a helpful push on my shoulder to help me upright, though I notice her eyeing me oddly. Unfortunately, even a light shove is enough to take me by surprise. Are you okay? I nod, but we don't return to sitting beside each other. Naturally, being alone with Shizune is going to involve a lot of silence, but I only start to notice it now. The typical sign of awkwardness. Again, she's the one to break the ice. I was expecting you to try something dirty. And now the mood is back to awkward. How's Misha? Misha seems happier now. Back to her old self. I thought this would be a good way to celebrate, and to thank you for helping her. Her hand stumbles for a bit on the last word. You think too much like a businesswoman. I can't help it. It's how I've been taught to do things. It makes me happy that you're asking about Misha. It would be more accurate to say back to her real self. She would only be back to her old self to you. The Misha you know is completely different from the one I think of. When I think of the first time we met, even though I think she looks better, cheerful and smiling, that isn't how she typically is. I wonder if it's true for you, too. I don't answer. Well, if Misha is happy, then it doesn't matter. If it worked out in the end, your plan worked. You knew her just as well as you said. You knew everything she would say. If your idea was that I'd just speak for you, though, doesn't that just make me your puppet? I didn't do anything then. Not true. It was your idea first. I was wrong. I have a way of seeing things that is very flawed. Now that I have thought about it, I'm sure you know, sometimes I treat everything like a competition between myself and everyone else, even when it doesn't make sense to. Sometimes? I know very well how easy it is to ignore someone if they can only communicate with you through sign. I should have asked for help, but I was so sure that I could do it on my own. It was actually a brave thing you did, even if you won't take credit for it. Aside from that, you've really become kind of admirable lately. It's strange having her compliment me while her facial expression isn't changed the slightest. But people don't change so easily, according to you. Am I right? She winks, clearly enjoying herself very much. Does Misha tell you everything? Almost everything. I guess you're going to tell me that I'm wrong about that, aren't you? Yes and no.
I'm the one who told Misha before anyone else, but she took it too far and changed the meaning. It's not easy, but she acts like that makes it impossible. It's possible if you go by little. I'm considering trying to be less competitive. I thought you enjoyed that, though. Maybe just a little. That's why I specifically said used less. She leans against the fence. I have things I want to say to her, but it doesn't seem like the right time for it somehow. It's a feeling I have. I can tell when she's done when she isn't done just yet. A lot of people think I try too hard. Well, I've always thought that I try just enough. The sound the fence makes as she pushes against it and the delicate clink of her sleeve button scraping against the links are oddly soothing. So is the breeze gently picking up behind me. I can hear people below us. Shizune's eyes dart below us as well, and I wonder if she still thinks about what she might be missing out on. The attention-grabbing way she tends to snap her fingers proves she has an understanding of how other people perceive sound. It must be odd being able to understand that much but unable to experience it yourself. She starts walking slowly around the perimeter of the roof, still scraping her buttons against the fence. It isn't rhythmic at all, though not for a lack of trying. I sort of zone out in thought while she does, and I'm rudely snapped out of it when she circles around completely and taps me on the shoulder. Do you remember what we were talking about? When? Now? Of course. It just happened. It's been almost 10 minutes. When I first saw you, you seemed like you were very attached to the idea of feeling sorry for yourself. That stings, even if it is true. Sorry. It made me want to cheer you up at first sight. I was scared it would be for nothing, though. I couldn't help but thinking it would be hard to change your mind. But you did. I thought it was very surprising, and also that you might be kind of easily influenced. Still, I was surprised. It made me reconsider a lot of things, like that maybe everything was worth it in the end. Everything? That's why I like you. I see. It's nice to finally know. And remember, you have to take this job seriously. Too many people think you can just slack off, and it isn't important. It's a dangerous way of thinking. Definitely, you can't take it too seriously. If you aren't always thinking big, thinking positive, and if you show signs of weakness, people will start to think you're incompetent, you know? And soon you won't be able to do anything because your power is going to be delegated off to others piece by piece, and you'll be left with nothing. That's what happened last time. So, remember, it may seem like an easy job, but a lot of carnage can happen in this room. And out of it, dealing with school staff, too. Even trying to get a budget report from a class rep can be a fight to the death sometimes. Yeah, it's kill or be killed. There are no friends in the pits, and you take no prisoners. Are you sure about this? Is this right? You don't seem excited enough. I have to make sure it's getting through properly. Once more, with feeling. Shizune twists her hands like a maestro for emphasis, visibly intimidating the two girls standing at attention in front of us. To think all of this started because one of them asked if she wasn't taking her job too seriously. Do you understand? Do you understand? Pretend I'm shouting it. Okay. The student council is so weird. Yes, sir. Sir? Who do you guys think you're talking to, anyway? It's not weird. You have to think of it as a job. If you want, think of it like they were paying you with the right to use this great office. You want another lecture? No. You can go now. Just like that, the long-hour student council orientation is over. The hour-long student council orientation is over. Personally, I thought it was about 50 minutes too long and also found it funny that it incorporated a tour of the school that we have all been going to for a while, but I guess it didn't hurt. I expect Shizune to fall back into her chair since she's been on edge all day, but she doesn't. She continues pacing the room restlessly. They still have a long way to go. Right now, they're a joke. Eh? What? They think they can be the new student council. They're so unfocused. You can really see the lack of experience. This was our best year yet. I don't think they have what it takes to be our follow-up act. And I know there are more of them than those two girls. Where are they? They like the heavy marketed but mediocre big-budget critically planned sequel to the acclaimed low-budget sleeper hit. Eventually she does stop and slow down. Are you going to miss it? Obviously. I'd be happier if I didn't have to leave too. I like being in the student council, even if it can be tiring too. Yeah, it's definitely tiring. Only because Shitian is trying to do more than she has to. You're forgetting that if I did the bare minimum, we wouldn't do anything all year except hand out flyers, collect surveys, and plan the next student council election so the next student council could sit around for another year of doing nothing. Asking me to let that happen? Don't be ridiculous. In a student council like this, there wouldn't even be any power to play around with. I'm just happy that even though I clearly need to ride them harder, those two aren't bad. Not there yet, but the new student council should be in good hands. How can you tell? After the festival, they asked me if we could organize a Halloween event, like a haunted house or something along those lines. They had a bunch of other ideas as well. Of course, my response was no. I had Misha tell them to do it themselves if they wanted it so badly. They were angry for some reason. Of course they'd be angry if you said that. And Misha delivering the message wouldn't help. I was angry too. All of a sudden, they wanted so much. If they wanted a haunted house or a traditional-style cafe or a trip to the beach or whatever other cliché things, why didn't they try to organize it before? It was like they were taking advantage of me. I worked so hard to organize those festivals, and in return they come to me with, "That was nice, but can you do this now? How about doing this? It's not really it's what I really want." Shijin was wrong, though. Right, they wanted to join the student council so they could make it happen. I made them feel jealous and riled them up. That can be kind of motivation, too. The desire to do something great spreads, even if it's to show me up. They decided to take me up on the challenge nonetheless. I'm impressed. Well, for now, I would have to see how it plays out a little longer in order to know for sure. She snaps her finger suddenly, which sends Misha almost bolting out of her seat. Interesting. I guess it is impossible to get used to. That's right. We were going to have a party to celebrate passing the reins to the new student council, weren't we? Why not have that now? Or at least plan it now and have it tomorrow? But they're not even in charge yet. In fact, that's the first thing you told them. You're not in charge yet. It seems premature. Misha, what do you think? I agree. It's too early. Plus, I don't think I could go anyway. Sorry. In fact, I was going to leave right now. Why not? No comment. Come on, tell me. Well, okay. Way to not crack under pressure, Misha. I thought about it, and even if I didn't want to go, I would say yes, usually. It's the kind of person I am. I really should stop doing that, and this is a good place to start, I think. If it's a celebration to say goodbye, I don't want it. It would be too sad. I want to do something else instead, and after all, Hee-chan, you and Shi-chan will still be here work tomorrow. It doesn't seem right. Besides, I have other school things I have to do today. I can't just drop them like that. We can postpone it. No early goodbyes. She looks very firm as she says this. Aren't you going to go now, though? Oh, that's right. Okay, besides now, no too early goodbyes, okay? I get it. Okay, later! With that, it's just Shizune and me left alone in the student council room. Sunset slowly changes to night as we sit in silence, both searching for something to say. Would it really be that bad? Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, but Misha's right. Party set a mood, and it would be a sad one. A sad party doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. Why would it be sad? Is it a trick question? I'm sure of it. Shizune's eyes pierce into mine, waiting for my answer with a detached, analytical stare that I haven't seen in a while, but feels familiar anyway. I consider my answer carefully, but also what it means for her to ask me. It could be that Shizune finds it depressing as well, or it could be that she doesn't understand why anyone would find it depressing. Both are equally plausible. I had a thought that when you graduate, that's it. It's going to be the end of the student council. I was wondering if you had the same idea. Don't be stupid. I look forward to it. I won't be a student anymore, so the expectations are going to be completely different. People's expectations of me and my expectations about everything else. It seems exciting. As for the student council, it should be in good hands. I don't have anything to be sad about. I don't think you're being honest. You looked upset about having to give the student council up, not even a few weeks ago. It wasn't about leaving it to a bunch of newbies either. It was about having to stop doing student council work at all. Unexpectedly, Shizune smiles. So you're not disagreeing. Then it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to have a party about it? Why would you want to have a party about it? I'm trying to get over it. Besides, goodbye celebrations are very important. People say the first step is the most crucial, but following it through and finishing cleanly are just as important, right? I guess that is true. Anyway, I don't consider it goodbye, but it's still an event. You still have to go through the proper motions. Aren't you going to? Aren't I going to what? Kiss me, of course. Is that the proper motions? It would be normal, wouldn't it? The natural thing to do. It's time to act decisively. If I don't, I'm sure my heart will explode. I kiss her immediately, so quickly that I don't even have time to enjoy it. Even though she was prepared for it, Shizune blushes a deep red. I feel a similar heat rising in my neck and cheeks. Oh my god, we had sex in the student council room? Holy crap. I was not expecting that. Okay. Is that the end? Does it end on a sex? Okay. Exhausted, I lean back against the desk and try to regain my breath before putting my clothes back on. I notice a dull, hot throbbing in my chest as I button my shirt back up. It puts a bad aftertaste on everything that just happened. It was a lucky break that Misha couldn't be here, wasn't it? You're in an unusually joking mood today. I wonder what she had to do. Shizune traces the air lazily with a finger and points to the door. Go see for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? It's more interesting if you see for yourself. Seeing is believing.
Sure, clever. Maybe I will. What about you? Are you going to stay here all night? It's getting late.
It feels like my last day as student council president, so maybe I'll sleep here tonight. It could be the last chance I have to sleep at my desk, like after a long day trying to meet a deadline.
That's weird. I'll sleep in my bed.
Sleeping sitting up is a skill. It's a very useful one.
Right. For a moment after I leave the room, I actually do consider going to see what Misha's up to, just because Shizune made it sound so secretive, as if she were building a time machine or something, but in the end I decide not to. The night air is pleasant at this time of year. It's refreshing and a little humid, but not so chilly as to make it uncomfortable to stay outside for a while. It's late enough for the courtyard to be all but deserted, too. After Shizune and I said our farewells to each other, I'd set out to return to my dormitory room. I didn't even make it all the way there, though, before getting distracted. It doesn't seem like that bad of an idea to go see what Misha's up to. I have nothing better to do, no homework, and I'm out of anything worth reading. On top of that, I simply want to know. This isn't my first time being in the main building after hours, but usually it says I'm leaving the place with Shizune and Misha after a long day at the student council, not entering it alone. The atmosphere is quiet, a word I would not normally use to describe these halls. It's a little creepy. A light starts flickering up ahead. This seems like a horror movie moment waiting to happen. Feeling a hand on my shoulder, I stiffen reflectively. It's not Misha, or else there would be hands clamped over my eyes and a sing-song, guess who, accompanying them. So who is it? I hope it's not Kenji, or at least that it's someone I know, or this will take a turn for the weird. Whoever it is quickly slips in front of me. It's Shizune. What are you doing here? I'm so relieved that I forget to sign it. Shizune puts a finger up to her lips. I guess even though she can't hear, she has some idea of what loudness is. I can tell from my expression that I was being loud. And apparently, being loud isn't a good thing right now. But then why is Misha her interpreter? Oh, very funny. Why are you here?
I was waiting for you to come see. I knew you would show up. It took you a while, though.
You were waiting here?
Yes, but it is important. We have to be stealthy if we don't want Misha to detect us. Tell me if I'm not being stealthy enough, okay?
With that, Shizune starts slowly tiptoeing through the middle of the hall. I pat her on the shoulder to get her attention. That's not stealthy. Why do we have to be stealthy? She refuses to answer, probably because signing and walking stealthily at the same time doesn't look easy. Before I know it, we're in front of her homeroom. Suddenly, a sound like the crack of a whip pierces the air, followed by a familiar expression of frustration. I'm sure a sound like that isn't good for my heart. Not to mention everything sounds about a million times louder with how silent it is. It's coming from inside the room, and I sidle up to Shizune to get a good look inside. Can you stop throwing your pencil, please? How do you even throw a pencil that loudly? He looks very flustered. What an understatement. I sympathize with Muto. I was able to hear Misha's pen break the sound barrier even through a wall and the thick classroom door. It's probably blew out his eardrums and left an imprint on the wall.
I'm not throwing it. When I get nervous, I like to spin it around, but then I forget I'm holding on to it and...
It doesn't matter. Either way, there shouldn't be pencils flying around. I get enough of that during regular school hours. I don't need it after hours.
Right. Sorry.
Whatever. Just stop throwing or releasing or dropping things, please. Teachers have work too. I noticed Shizune watching the same scene I am. Muto is yelling at the top of his lungs, and Misha is being Misha. I can hear them reasonably well through the door, but Shizune obviously can't hear anything at all, so I wonder what watching this is like for her. She must know, since she understands well enough to want me to see it too, but I have to wonder if she feels like she's missing out on something, having to work that much harder to understand what she's observing.
It looks like she's taking supplementary classes, is she?
Yeah. I answer despite knowing the question is completely rhetorical.
Misha told me that she really wants to be a sign language teacher in the future. If she can get a recommendation, she can study overseas for it. That's why she's working so hard. Her grades were always kind of on the low side.
Now I feel guilty. I haven't even thought about what I'm going to do yet.
Neither have I.
The cheerful way she signs it is very unlike her and is very obviously false.
Let's go get out of here. I don't want to be seen. It would be a problem if we were caught standing out here like idiots.
Where? The student council room? Shaking her head, she slips into a classroom across the hall instead. Great hiding place.
You're unusually sarcastic lately. With the door closed, it's a good one. Anyway, wasn't it interesting?
Yes, but I'm not really surprised. I close the door behind us, prompting Shizune to laugh soundlessly as she slides onto a chair. For a second, it depresses me. I want to hear her real laugh.
I've been looking down on Misha. I didn't think that she has a goal at all, but turns out that I was wrong. I made a careless assumption. I thought Misha was as aimless as I was. I was stupid. I lost.
Shizune pauses to crack her knuckles, then folds her hands over each other, then leans forward in her chair. In the abnormal quiet of the building, I can hear Muto yelling at Misha again, even across the hallway through the 2 doors. Shizune's eyes are locked on mine, unblinking behind the gleaming lenses of her glasses, observing my reaction and to her words. This is a test. Her opinion of people is really formed up from how they respond to questions. It's how they respond to statements that counts. In hindsight, it makes sense. Shizune's inability to speak, as well as just her personality in general, means that anything she says is a big commitment on her part. Everything. For that reason, I sometimes doubt she says anything without a hidden agenda behind it. That sounds remarkably paranoid. Even Kenji would think so. Unfortunately, I'm so caught up in thinking about it that I forget to give her an answer. She takes it as there not being one. There was an invisible time limit to this test, shorter than usual.
Just as I thought.
What do you mean? You don't agree? Not really. It's not that. I don't get it.
I want to force my will on people.
How refreshingly honest.
Don't give me a weird look like that. It's not like that as was always my intention. At first I was just bored. I wanted to see someone's passion for something. Then I could try and beat them. I wanted to test their ability or their convictions. But it was impossible. No one has any passion for anything in this school. They just want to keep it to themselves. I can't believe it. It's too boring that way. I thought that there was no way these drab people could be for real. That goes beyond not wanting to make waves. They had to have some interests. They had to be hiding something. I wanted to expose it and reveal it and drag it out. One of the most successful ways to get people to open up to you and cheer them up is to open up with a story about yourself, and then you ease them into telling you about themselves. It's like a give and take, but with an element of manipulation, which makes it interesting. I can't do that. If I attempt to have Misha talk about me, for me, it makes me seem arrogant. The message has to go through a messenger. I'm standing next to Misha, telling her to tell someone about me. You don't have to be able to read sign language to see that. If I were forced to sit through that, I would think I was arrogant too. I was frustrated. I couldn't figure out a way to have a conversation with anyone but Misha. No one would open up to me. I came to the conclusion that I can't make people confide in me or believe in me. I can only hope to create things and show them to people and hope they make them happy. Or I could be more forceful and hope it would eventually stick to someone. I guess that would be me. It feels vaguely depressing. Somewhere along the line, I think I started to ignore Misha or see her as less of a person or something like that. I took her for granted. I think it would be the best way to put it. It was like she was an extension of myself. I forgot that the whole time Misha was there, opening up to me and giving me 100% every day. I missed what I was looking for because it was in plain sight. How stupid of me. I really did become arrogant. That's why I've lost. I'm more short-sighted than I was back then. I went in reverse. She's pacing back and forth now, almost brooding, yet still filled with so much energy that she can't stand to stop moving. If you got her to hold 2 wires, I'm sure Shizune could power a light bulb. It's odd that I could have such a lighthearted thought while she's being so serious. And in spite of that, Misha tells me that I'm her inspiration. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm not the kind of person who can inspire others. Even if a person who inspires you is flawed, it can be acceptable. I've thought about this. There is even an acceptable hypocrisy. For instance, if your hero was an athlete, but unsportsmanlike, they could still be respected for their athletic ability, even if they had shortcomings as a person. However, she snaps her fingers briskly. It sounds like a thunderclap in the empty room, and Shizune takes a second to stretch her fingers. Come to think of it, this is the most she has ever signed. If someone like me has no goals, it would be totally unacceptable. It'd be the worst kind of hypocrisy, and hypocrites don't deserve responsibility over anything. They can't even manage themselves. How incredibly pessimistic. It makes me angry to think about it. I would hate myself just a few months ago. Must be how I look to others. And funnily enough, it was Shizune and Misha who convinced me to stop. Without them, I'm sure things would be much different, and not for the better. Lately, I feel as though we pass around our miseries as much as we're supported by each other, but I think it just comes with the territory of having friends and being close to someone. You're the leader anyway. That is only because no one else wants to be. But that means you still are, since people are putting their trust in you anyway. In fact, doesn't it make it more important? Either way, you are the leader. You are the important inspirational figure, or whatever you want to call it. You're responsible for what you tame. I read that in a book somewhere. That's clever. Shizune only seems to show what she's feeling on her face when she wants to, but I don't think she's being sarcastic. I don't want to tame anyone, though. Being the leader and being looked up to, then, same thing. I never wanted to be the leader. It just ends up that way. I don't believe that. All you do is grab more and more responsibility. Wait, I wasn't going to tell you that I don't enjoy it. I don't care about being the leader, but I don't mind. I don't care about being the best, but I don't mind. You're right, though, about me wanting responsibility. Of course I want more responsibility. Having responsibility makes me feel alive. That's why I joined the student council. If there's no pressure, I just can't stand it. Now I'm the leader. I always thought being the leader meant to give orders, but it really is more. It's about having a goal. If I don't have a goal, then it's pointless. People would only be following me for my own enjoyment. It would be selfish. It's a strangely moral viewpoint for a person who seems to love one-upping others so much. Resting her chin on her tented fingers, Shizune looks disarmingly childish as she thinks hard about her problem. The expression on her face is a little comical because it's too obvious and therefore very unlike her. It comes with a job. I think you have to be a leader. You wouldn't be satisfied with anything else. You would just get bored. Shizune doesn't reply, but from her annoyed expression, I think I've guessed correctly. I've been thinking about what I need a little direction too. Were you told that it's important to contribute to society?
What an unusual response. It's so out of nowhere that I don't know how to respond, and it also bothers me, though I don't know why. Possibly because it doesn't seem like something that would come from her. So I start to think that this isn't Shizune's thought at all. I wonder who told her that. Well, it was probably her dad, but there's a chance that she came up with it on her own. If so, would it be because she can't hear? Why do you say that? Just because. I don't believe it. I guess that's right, though. I see. I don't know if it's the same for me. I hate it. I think that everyone wants a purpose. Looking back, it makes sense that Shizune doesn't have one. All that energy would otherwise have been directed at something. Since she had nothing to channel it towards, Shizune lashed out in all directions. Reminds me of a downed power line flailing in a storm. Furious and incandescent, but aimless and dangerous, just like Shizune. I want to say that this is why she feels the need to turn everything into a competition, but that's probably just how she is. Having a goal to put that energy towards is just the next level. How about this? Sorry. I could go into business. My family's well connected, so it shouldn't be too hard. That comes off sounding a little unethical and nepotistic, though, doesn't it? A little. I won't coast, though. I work hard until I'm at the very apex. When I have as much money as possible, so much that it'll be like I won't know what to do with it, I'll move on to the next step, after sitting on it for a while, of course, like a fairy tale dragon. You want to be a philanthropist? What were you thinking? That I want to be a miser? Well, it's true. It is part of the plan. Don't sell me short and stop there, though. Shizune still looks uneasy. Of course, even if she did seem to resolve her problem quickly, no one can get over their anxieties that fast. No one can solve their problems that easily. The important thing is, it looks as though she has her heart set on trying. It's still hard to tell whether that drive of hers comes from a good or bad place. But she has something to hold on to now. I can genuinely believe that she does. I'm happy for her, and at the same time, I feel a little cold. I'm the one who's behind. Now I'm the only one without a goal. There haven't been any further disruptions since that week. Of course, that's what I thought the week before that, and Shizune and Misha's sudden newfound clarity had left me feeling a little lost and envious. I thought there was no way I could rest easy at the time. But fortunately, nothing came of my worries. Then, before I knew it, there was enough to deal with in school that I even managed to put them off my mind. And still, everything was fine. I was wrong. I'd seen Shizune and Misha's carefully hidden vulnerabilities, but they were still strong. Now we're going to be graduating soon. I've grown so comfortable here that it's kind of crept up on me. When it did, I felt sad and didn't want to think about it, so I didn't, not until recently. About a week ago, I started making a list of people I thought I should say goodbye to before graduation. The first rule I laid out for myself was that I would try not to write them down in any special order, at least least important to most important. Somehow it ended up like that anyway, even though it also ended up being a shorter list than I expected it to be. Kenji is somewhere in the middle. They said I would have to graduate eventually. Well, I showed them. I've lived here rent-free for more than long enough. If you take into account the rising cost of land, I think you could say I've won in the end. No, you know what? I did win. History will acknowledge me as the victor. The victor of what? Managed to stay out of sight and slip through the cracks. I beat the system. If you put it that way, it sounds like you just ran away from the system. Sometimes running is the greatest form of victory, like in the Olympics. I'm too tired to argue with them. Who is he kidding? Everyone knows the shot put is the best Olympic event in any case. So what you're basically saying is you won't miss it? Miss what? School, dummy. No, I told you, this place is too filled with feminists. It's beyond saving. But at least I'll be able to get out before it reaches critical mass. I'll only come back years later, when they build a statue to honor me. Did they do the 10-year later reunion thing here? How would I know? Probably. Anyway, I have to start packing now. Take care of yourself, man. You should have packed a week ago like I did. Not that I had much to pack. That's not how it goes. You're supposed to do everything at the last minute. Men are better at doing everything at the last minute. The last minute can have way more productivity than, the entire week before it. That's how we keep shit fair. You'll never understand our manly ways. You take care of yourself, too. We salute. With a salute, he shoots backwards towards the door, slamming it shut behind him hard enough that the entire dorm probably heard it. I've noticed that a lot of people slam doors here. Maybe it's a local thing. Take care of myself. It's the first time I've heard him say it. Usually he ends our conversations with something like, see ya, I'll pay you back later, man. Well, he was a little annoying sometimes, but I'll miss him. I cross him off my list mentally. The list was very short now, and I once again discard the notion of going through it in any kind of order. Like I said, I never had that intention. So I go out to look for Shizune and Misha. I can only think of one place they could be. The student council room, of course. Turning the corner, I almost bump into a small group of students. For a second, a bitter feeling flashes through me, since for all I know, that could have been fatal. It's the new student council. There aren't a lot of them, but a lot more than 3, which is good, since it means that's enough of them that they can have each other
each have their own title. It would have been cool if I could have a little desk plaque with my name and a title on it. I don't think they do that now, or ever did, unfortunately. The new student council surrounds me while I'm thinking. If anyone were looking at this from afar, it would be a pretty sinister sight. Maybe they have come to finally get back on me for calling them the new student council all those times. I was just translating for Shizune, but I guess I should have been less lazy and more tactful. I regret nothing. I find myself being thanked for everything I've done. I'm being thanked. This should make me happy, considering how often I would think to myself that being in the student council was a completely thankless job. It does make me happy, but I can't enjoy it fully. I wonder how things would have turned out if our student council had grown as large as the one that's set to replace us. Even though they've only got 2 or 3 more other members, it's enough that they have set roles. Not like us, where Shizune seemed to be the president, but that was it. The new council thanking me gives me a strange feeling. It's like coming back home and seeing that the tree you nurtured for years has grown, but I feel like I didn't nurture that tree enough. I wonder what more I could have done. It would likely make Shizune furious that I would feel distant from what I did in the student council this way, or that I'd imply that I didn't do enough, but it's true. I was only following her. So in a way, I also feel like I'm viewing the same tree from far away, as if I'm seeing it from the window of a train as it passes by. I indulged in these thoughts for too long, and when I snap out of it, I realize that I'm still standing there, surrounded by the new student council. I do the only thing I can do and apologize for zoning out. Then, I thank them back. When they walk away, I enter the student council room, which looks a lot messier, but seems to have gained a computer. It makes sense. I recall hearing one of the clipboard girls talking about her plans to use a computer to make all of the boring data entries Shizune does more tolerable. I can't remember which one said it, though. Aoi seems to be the more ambitious one, but then again, Keiko appears more serious. Well, it doesn't matter now. I'm not alone in the room, but instead of finding Shizune here like I expected, it's just Misha. She's sitting on Shizune's desk like Shizune herself often does, wiggling her legs back and forth. When our eyes meet, she hops off and inexplicably poses like a superhero.
Hi, Hee-chan. I'm surprised to see you here.
What are you doing?
You first.
I was looking for Shizune.
Me too. I thought she would be here, but I got Hee-chan instead.
Gee, thanks.
Well, this is good, really. I wanted to talk to you anyway.
About what? I take the time to glance around the room a little more. I see a hot plate. They're really living high.
I wanted to say sorry, of course, for all the trouble I made for you and Shi-chan.
Don't call it trouble.
Right.
Don't apologize to Shizune.
Right. But that isn't why I'm here, Hee-chan. I wouldn't apologize to Shi-chan. Since you're here, I wanted to ask you a question. Hee-chan, what do you think it would take for Shi-chan to be happy?
World domination, obviously.
Even though you're joking, Hee-chan. No, even if she could, it wouldn't make Shi-chan happy. Only for a little while. Hee-chan, have you ever heard of artists who tear up their paintings as soon as they finish them? Such people really exist in the world, you know. I remembered it all of a sudden. It's just like Shizune. Or Shi-chan, sorry. Now that I think about it, whenever Shi-chan sets up a challenge for herself and completes it, she acts like her skills have no meaning anymore. I wonder, is it because she can't create anything permanent? It's just like those artists and how they want to create a piece of art to leave behind. A really great one, but can't do it. It's really obvious when I look back at it, but I didn't see it before. Now I'm scared. I wonder if Shi-chan will ever be happy.
No, I don't think so. Not about her ever being happy. I think you're wrong. Shizune is actually happy more often than I thought. I think it's actually kind of amazing. Usually people don't think about that kind of stuff until they're middle-aged or dying. Then they think, I want to leave something behind, or I want to be remembered. Like me. Only, I skipped ahead a little. My life was short, and seemed even shorter after my heart attack. I didn't think about what I was leaving behind because I very quickly thought there was almost nothing I was leaving behind. So all that was left for me to stew in was my own bitterness. Shizune already wants to leave her mark somewhere, but she wants to do it by helping people. That's why celebrations are so important to her. She even wants to be a philanthropist. I think it's the best way to live. Living on what you give to others, even if it's for a selfish reason. That's okay too. Shizune is already happy, because if something goes well, there will always be someone else to see it and remember it. That's what makes her happy. Misha sighs, arms stiff at her sides, hands tapping the air softly.
Before I still thought, I might be able to make Shi-chan happy and I was in a good place to do it before, since I was her interpreter. I could always be with her, maybe. And I thought I would do it by becoming like Shi-chan's shadow. I kept trying even when she rejected me. It felt like I was stuck and I couldn't do anything but watch Shi-chan's back get smaller while she kept going. I was scared even though I should have just accepted it. It's hard. Maybe I could have at least understood Shi-chan. But it looks like I was completely wrong after all. I didn't even know that or think about it. Shi-chan would call it a complete loss. Okay, I'm done. That's it, Hee-chan. But since you're the one who knows Shi-chan best of all, you can't make her cry or I'll be angry. I'm going overseas after this. I may even have letters of recommendation, or I don't think I would be able to normally. Maybe I'll study and become a sign language teacher over there. Who knows? That means you'll have to look after Shi-chan, okay? Misha's smile is as honest as ever, but she's obviously changed. The look in her eyes is that of much more of an attentive girl. It seems to be true that hardship builds wisdom. It reminds me of the look in Shizune's eyes. I wonder what Shizune might have been through to have become who she is. I can take a guess, or maybe she was always like that. I want to see her even more and suggest to Misha that we should go look for her together. Of course, it's just a pretext to spend more time with a friend. It's strange how it hasn't been long since we last hung out together, the three of us, in the span of a routine student council day, yet it seems like it was long ago. Thinking about the future can put that kind of lens over the past. Speaking of lenses, outside, Yuko is standing around, fiddling with a tiny modern-looking camera in her hands. It would be unnoticeable if it weren't metallic enough to reflect the sunlight. Misha calls out to her. I thought we were supposed to be looking for Shizune. Hi! What are you doing?
I'm just taking photos of everyone.
That's obvious.
Awkward, Misha. I'll never forget how you taught me that someone could hold so many secrets. I still have a massive lack of tact. Where's my photo? You want a copy? I don't know. Well, only if you promise to keep it a secret, or else everyone will want one too.
That happened to me in elementary school, only it was with candy.
Okay, I'll take a photo of you now then.
Ah, wait, I'm not ready. I was just hitting. Hee-chan, make a peace sign.
I'm not going to do that. The camera flash goes off, blinding me. Yuka shields herself behind it, letting out a moan of frustration. You're not supposed to turn the flash on outdoors. She starts apologizing unnecessarily and then quietly slips away. Oh, wait. Yes?
Did you see Shi-chan around here?
Yes, in front of the gate.
Thanks.
I can barely get it out before I have to start following behind Misha. Fortunately, not for long. The gate is barely a minute's walk from here, even that can be tiring for me sometimes. We see Shizune with the student council. They're probably thanking her too. As soon as she sees us, she shoos them away, which is very easy since I doubt any of them can understand sign language or use it, so they're not too sad about leaving. Which in turn makes me wonder why they would thank her without someone who can, but it's the thought that counts. Misha immediately hugs Shizune and then leans against the gate next to her. I, on the other hand, decide to hang back a little and let them talk. After all, Misha wanted to talk to Shizune this whole time. I can wait. I even turn away so I don't eavesdrop on the conversation. I end up losing track of time. When I look at my watch, it's already been 10 minutes. I wonder if they're done and I can turn around to find them behind me. What are you thinking about? Boring philosophical things that I don't want to talk about. Don't worry, I'm not thinking about it too hard.
Good. Getting philosophical at a time like this would be the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, I just want to stand here for a bit. It's relaxing.
It was a busy week.
Not really. Not for me. I know that they must have been busy, but I think I know what I want to do now, and when it hit me, it didn't feel particularly fired up or anxious. It's just the opposite. I feel at peace, for the first time in a long time, and I want to savor that feeling a little more. I think that I want to teach here. As soon as I thought this, a long-winded road appeared in my mind, an uncertain road that leads back here. I wonder if I'll be able to meet someone in the future like me, someone filled with bitterness. I want to talk to that person, since I can't talk to myself. I want to tell them that life is too short, something that couldn't be told to me, only shown. I want to do it without pity. If I had been pitied, I'm sure that I'd have only died a little more. When I think about the first week, I still think about how well it went, so well that it can only be called the result of kindness. I feel like I want to show others the same kindness. And I also want to keep chasing Shizune.
What did the new student council want, Shi-chan?
It's hard to daydream when you have to deal with Misha's voice. I didn't know they had someone new who knew sign language.
They don't. I think it was most likely just a goodbye, so I appreciate it even though I couldn't tell them.
How did you know I was here? Is it supposed to be a secret? Anyway, we asked Yuko. Did she take a photo of you too?
Yes, without asking me first. Since Yuko's doing anything spur of the moment is rare though, I'll let it go.
She snaps her fingers, more because I think she likes it than out of realization of an idea.
We should take a photo of the three of us. We haven't taken a student council photo yet. Now's the perfect chance.
But if I have to look at this picture a year from now, I don't want it staring back at me.
What does that mean, Shi-chan?
Pictures are supposed to capture a moment, isn't that right? Without a doubt, they're not portraits. Just standing around would be so stiff, it wouldn't even capture how I feel.
I feel like it won't meet again, so this isn't an occasion to take such a serious photo. It should be more of a see you later type of photo. Not a big deal. It should be something more festive.
Oh boy.
Like this. Follow me.
Shizune poses like a musketeer, so quickly that I'm sure even she knows it's silly. Do we really have to do such a cheesy pose?
I can think of no better pose. Misha, go find Yuko. I don't like this pose either, but I think it's kind of nice.
That doesn't even make sense. She's already gone and returns dragging Yuko behind her. The flash is off, and a red LED blinks 3 times above it after Yuko's finger presses the button. Shizune glances at both of us to make sure we have the timing down. Synchronized watches. We jump.
I bet that turned out excellently. Okay. Now let's get one with Yuko, too.
No, please. That's not necessary. I want a copy of this photo, too. I'll likely die younger than the average person. My life could unexpectedly burn out at any time. I don't have any time to waste then. I want to live as much as possible. I also want to see the other people smile from what I've made and done. Living vicariously through the happiness of others doesn't seem so bad. Feeling the joy through another person's happiness doesn't seem like such a bad thing. It's the easiest way I can think of to draw out of my own life. It gives it distinction. Maybe this is the feeling that Shizune has found for herself, although it's just my theory. People find themselves alone often in their lives and without direction. However, people can take refuge in moments of happiness. They can dot a person's life like a stop on a train map or waypoints of memory on a long trail. These individual moments, on reflection, can give a person's life fulfillment. Every friend, a festival, and a joyful meeting, and a joyful parting. I want to be able to ask Shizune if one day if I'm right. I want to spend the time I have with her. Finally, I want to make Shizune smile for herself. I love you. I pause, wondering if she'll look at me, confused, and ask why I'd say it out loud. Say it out of the blue. She doesn't. Did they do that reunion thing here?
Of course they do. A student council member should know that.
Sooner than that, though, okay? Both of you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yuko, you do the pose too.
Afterwards, we can go for tea. Shizune laughs as if she doesn't have a care in the world. Misha's laughter joining with hers as easily as if it were her own. We'll meet again. Aww. I liked that. That was cute. But with that, we have finally finished Katawa Shoujo. Can you tell me what you think? Reach Shizune's good ending achievement unlocked. I really did enjoy that. It was good. I'm so sorry that I kept stuttering and pausing and stumbling over my words. It was completely on me. I'm having issues reading these videos have been long. I'm happy to be done with it. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed Shizune's route. I loved the emotion of all of the routes. I hope you enjoyed them. I hope you enjoyed my videos. Don't forget to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for joining me and have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.